Our series against Unicorns will be pretty exciting.
We are 1-1 versus them.
Unicorns of Love have obliterated Gambit.
We are just playing better and better, and Unicorns are still being consistent.
For the Unicorns of Love, up and down the entirety of the split.
We usually struggle in best of ones, but in best of fives, I think we have the edge.
It's a shutdown as Vardax picks up Pinoy. Edward, he is going to go down.
Gambit, they just found that on switch, going to that 7th-game winning streak.
Oh, that's a great stun by Cambo shot. Great engage.
Everything they do, and we can adapt to it, I think we will have the edge over them.
The Nexus is going to fall. Gambit Gaming have done it.
The Unicorns level won't be able to match our level of play.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2015 European League of Legends Spring Playoff Quarterfinals. We're broadcasting to you live from our fantastic studio in Berlin, Germany, where you see that the fans are absolutely hyped for this second quarterfinal we're going to see here today. A lot of Unicorns fans with their props, wanting to see them victorious today, and the Gambit fans also here to support their team. Where we see Gambit stepping into the building with Leviathan in the back. I'm sure he's got a lot of plans to make his team shine today, and they're the Unicorns of Love setting up on stage, getting ready. And their Redbeard and Mages are casters. They couldn't figure it out themselves. They needed some help. And a glorious picture from Trevor, if I may add. I'm Ifje, shock supporter at the helm of the analyst desk, where I'm joined by our guests, the former coach for Meet Your Makers, Yamato Cannon, and the coach for our newest semifinalist, Prolly of H2K. Thank you very much for joining us, Prolly. Did you get some sleep after what I can only imagine were fantastic celebrations after you locked in that spot?
Yeah, we got a little bit of fun, but our team is really bad at celebrating. So that's probably my next goal for a coach, is to get us better at celebrating and being happy about stuff.
All right, not a lot of celebrating. Did you have any time to reflect on the series, which was actually pretty flawless, except for the bump in the road in Game 2?
Yeah, that's, I guess, why we're so bad at celebrating. We were focusing on what we should have been doing better and stuff. So we actually took a lot of time to really think about the things we did well and wrong, and mostly try to replicate the things we're doing right in the most like efficient manner.
That is absolutely the right attitude. Yamato, if you reflect on the series back yesterday, and then in terms of looking at the Copenhagen Wolves, they didn't manage to fix the things that they'd been struggling with in the 9 weeks prior to the playoffs and not in the playoffs either.
I would actually go so far to say to expect some roster swaps unless they want to stay as a mid-tier team. So that's something I'm looking forward to see if they're actually going to commit into that.
All right, we will see. But in the end, probably a very good performance from you guys. What does the next couple of weeks look like? Amping it up a little more, because you already have coach of the split.
Yeah, man. The next weeks are going to be grueling. I'm probably going to try some new stuff, and it's going to be a lot more strict, I guess, from our side. But hopefully, we're kind of sad about our last play against Fnatic, so everyone's really, really hungry. We all really want to beat Fnatic, so we're going to try hard and, you know, we're going to do our thing.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic matchup. Something else I wanted to touch on yesterday, first games we saw on 5.6 here, we were touching on Athenes and how much it would influence the games yesterday. What are your thoughts?
I think still I will stand by my point that Athenes on Holy Grail will make a massive impact at some point. I think it will just smack the scene by the face when it happens, and the meta will just completely shift into boring farm mid laners. But I have to say that I'm still happy to see a lot of Arya and especially Diana play.
Well, like as the tanks are kind of coming in more, you need mana to actually kill the tanks. So you'll see a lot of times like mids going now. So I think it's going to be a good way to like counterpick tanks more often. I do see mid lane maybe getting a bit boring, but I really hope it just means, oh, we have more mana, let's go fight more.
Yeah.
What definitely isn't boring is Luden's Echo. We saw a lot of it yesterday on Ahri and on Diana. Diana as third item for your Ryu, and you didn't agree with that at all.
Not at all, because I think it just delays the good items so much. Like at the point where you actually finish Luden's Echo, it's super strong, but then it just completely ruins your mid game and your late game. I guess it doesn't ruin your mid game, but it kind of ruins your late game because you need Void Staff, Hourglass, Death Cap. It's so good.
Well, I mean, like, so we had like Nashers on Diana, so Luden's Echo is like going to be super strong 1v1. And then in team fights, his job literally was just like RQ assassinate someone, not like QR and just keep the sustained damage. His job really was to like, yeah, insta-kill Freeze, insta-kill Soren. So that's where I really like the Luden's Echo, because it's like, yeah, we'll go in and we'll one-hit that guy. Or we'll split push because we have Nashor's Tooth.
I guess it works because of the Kog'Maws also. Doesn't need really scaling.
Yeah.
I get your point.
And you guys did end up winning, and with that, H2K did punch in a ticket to the semifinals. That means, as we touched on, you guys will be playing the #2 seed Fnatic, and the remaining semifinal spot will be decided today between the Gambit and the Unicorns of Love, and the winner of that will end up playing SK Gaming. And also, the winner today will earn at least 30 championship points, and the loser will go home with 10. Very important this season, as the team that at the end of the summer split has the most championship points will automatically qualify for Worlds. Now, with those teams that we know that are already locked in for the semifinals, H2K and Fnatic and SK, who were locked in before, we will see those teams in Madrid. Tickets are still available to attend the show on the 18th of April. We'll have the third place game and the finals on Sunday, April 19th. The winner of the playoffs goes to the mid-season invitational, and it all takes place at the Palacio Vista Alegre. All the info is over on lolesports.com, and you can get your tickets there as well to join us and look at all the action. And I actually forgot to touch on it yesterday, probably, but really cool. You get to take your team on a road trip to Madrid and play in that great arena.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a challenge because we're still getting settled. So the biggest complaint right now is like, we have to pack. Like, so I'm going to be there like, did you guys bring your underwear and your socks? So it will be an experience, I'll tell you that.
No, be team bonding. It'll be great. Going to the sun in Madrid. Well, yesterday, after you guys ended up winning versus the Copenhagen Wolves, the North American playoffs kicked off as well. And then Team Liquid absolutely shut down CLG, a clean 3-0. That means they locked in their spot for the semifinal versus Cloud9 next week. Later today, we'll also have Team Infils versus Gravity, as they will be playing to get into the semifinals versus TSM. But Yamato, you watched that series yesterday as well. Golden Age more seems like golden couple of months for CLG.
Yeah, I don't even think like the golden age was never existent to me, because the same issues they had before were still there, and I'm actually really sad for them because they have a talented roster with the addition of Zion Spartan and Xmithy, of course.
Yeah, I'm just really scared that CLG, like, unbeknownst to them, are really affected by what social media does. because there's no way that they're always right. Like, social media always ends up being right about this team. And I think it happens to be, yeah, they read it and it like subconsciously changes what they do. I don't think they can really shake off, what the public says.
Self-fulfilling prophecy, as you will. Well, too bad for CLG, but the second NALCS quarterfinal will take place immediately following our broadcast here later today between Team Impulse and Gravity. Now I'd like to turn to you guys and have your opinion. With the fact that all these games now are best of fives, it is do or die. Which team do you think will best adapt their strategy to a best of five, and why? Probably, I think you got pretty good strategy in best of fives.
Yeah, we have a pretty nice 3-0 in all 3 of our best of 5 so far. So we will have to figure out what to do for game 4 and 5 if that ever comes up. But as of now, I think the team's actually really dedicated into figuring out the best way to play the best of 5s. It's not really a relaxed point of view. Everyone's really intense, like they want to know how to do best of 5. So I think we're doing a really good job, and we should be able to show it next week.
If it may ever come up, a 4th or 5th game, you are playing Fnatic, so I dare to say it might be the case.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yamada, what do you think?
I actually have to agree with them. Like H2K, I think they have the most durable way of playing in terms of their general strategy in game, because they don't really have, they're playing good. They don't have a strategy to counter. When Fnatic, they have the Huni thing when they're roaming, and of course SK, they're just pushing every lane. So in terms of strategy, they're kind of they have the good strategy. While I have to say that pick and ban phase, I have to give it to SK in this scenario.
All right, well, we'll see them playing next week as well. We heard what these guys have to say, but remember, we want to hear your opinion. Tweet your answers at LL Esports, and be sure to use that hashtag LCS so we can talk about your answers later on the desk here today. And now, it is time for our second quarterfinal here in the European LCS between the 4th seed Gambit Gaming and the 5th seed, the Unicorns of Love. They are 1-1 in the regular season. Gambit did beat out the Unicorns of Love last week here in Week 9. So let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Gambit. They are on blue side for the very first game of the series. Cabochard, Diamond, Betsy, Pinoy, Edward, and their coach, Leviathan. Now, the big story coming into this season for this team was the changing of the AD carry and top. And although Pinoy was really styling at IM Cologne in the preseason and even 1v1 in double lift, for me, it was Cabochard that has really put this team into the definitive form.
Yeah, for sure. Cabochard, even at the IM event that Pinoy played well, he played super well as well. And I think throughout the season, Cabochard has been the main point of strategy for Gambit. They're playing around top lane and also always giving him the last pick to ensure that he gets a good matchup.
Yeah, and they always pick some kind of influence teamfight top laner. They never really pick a top laner that just only wants to stay 1v1.
Yeah.
So it works really well because, yeah, now you have this big tank initiator, this big damage dealer that's fed coming into a teamfight. So teamfights, go pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So Cabochard really good. Also, Diamond really found his groove by being able to have that synergy with Cabochard in the top lane. But the big glaring error here for Gambit, or the thing that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, and especially after IM Katowice, the mid game, they haven't been as dominating in that, and it seems that they are a little lost.
I think the difficulty I have with Diamond is he always has these 3 champions he's super good at, but when he's trying to expand his pool, it just goes completely wrong. And we've seen it the past few weeks. So I want him to go back to the fundamental picks where he's actually performed well on, and that actually will improve their mid game, I think.
I think a big reason why their mid game kind of falls off is because of how their game plan is going in. They really want to focus around top, and when your jungler is topside, that means your support doesn't get to invade and ward. So you can't really focus on other, the 75% of the map that you're kind of missing. So I think with always sending the jungler top towards mid game, you kind of sacrifice pressure in all the other lanes. And I think that's why their mid game kind of seems weak, is because, yeah, they can't really group jungler and support to invade their jungler's top.
Yeah, that's actually a super good point. Based on the fact how the meta has changed in top lane, it's basically people are playing tanks there and they're going to be fine whether they're getting ganked or not. So it's not going to have that much of an impact on the game.
Yeah, we'll see. Top very important here. And the other team, the Unicorns of Love, on the red side for Game 1, have a very strong top laner as well. Fizichachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hillesang, and their coach, Sheepy. Different issues for them, or not issues, question marks for us as they came into the LCS from the Challenger scene, is they are quite aggressive in their playstyle, and they have some off-meta picks, and it actually resulted in a very inconsistent season for them, beating teams above them, actually 67% of victories against teams that are placed higher than them, and 25% against teams that are under them. Basically inconsistent, but how is it then that they still manage to pull out those fantastic upsets against teams like Fnatic?
It's like if I take a look at their history of their games, whenever they've taken victories, it's because they've been really good at punishing mistakes. They don't really take control themselves unless they're like super snowballing with like a fizz pick. But they're really good at punishing mistakes. When they actually happen, they usually take games home. And also they have like this goofy like ban and pick phase that could completely go either way. But now I feel that Gambit should be prepared for it.
Yeah, I think Gambit does have a pretty solid game plan, but the scary thing is, so they have such a good win percentage against, better teams. So if they go 0-1, does that mean they're going to go 3-0 after that? Like, I wonder if they start winning, they'll like fall off and lose. But if they lose in the beginning, they'll come back later in the series.
Yeah.
We'll see. When they qualified for LCS, they were down 0-2 and ended up winning the series best of 5 as well. So they got that in their back pocket. We already touched on the top lane, and that will also be our featured matchup in this one. Both LCS rookies, Cowboy Shard and Vizichachi, but they've made such a mark. How do you compare them in style, and who could get the upper hand here, Jacob?
I would actually say, like, just based on the meta right now, I would have to give Vizichachi the edge because we've seen him perform well on champions like Maokai. It feels kind of out of place for Kabashar to play Maokai, so I'm expecting Maokai bans on red side for Gambit.
I actually am going to have to go with Cabochard. Like, I honestly think he has a lot more like impact towards the mid game, where he really has the advantage from Diamond procs helping him, and he doesn't like keep it top lane. He does move it to mid lane or to a dragon fight.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Maokai. Maokai has been imperative. We saw it yesterday. Otowamne 3-0 on that one in your series. But is it really worth trying to ban either of those out?
It feels like Maokai is the only champion that can do what Maokai does. Like, he doesn't have bad matchups, always does what Maokai does. You can gank him 3 times, doesn't matter. He's always going to be a tree.
3 times.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That oak tree is really hard to chop down. You can't do anything. I mean, I think Odo was like 0-2 in the first 2 or 3 games. And then he was like, tanky as hell later. It's like, yeah, good kills, but didn't really matter.
Odo is 8-0 on that tree overall, so pretty strong. We'll see if it comes out as a first pick. Now for an inside preview into today's quarterfinal, let's head on stage and talk to the coaches gearing up for this match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Of course, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, but I'm joined here by our coaches today. It is, of course, Sheepy of the Unicorns of Love and Leviathan from Gambit Gaming. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Awesome. First question, though, I want to ask you guys. You met pretty recently, back in week 9, and obviously, Gambit, you got the better of this one. So, any takeaways from that game, Sheepy?
We played it really strong early. We went like 3-0 ahead, and then we did very weird stuff. And their jungle and made a horrible tower dive top lane. And we talked about this, about our communication, and we feel really confident heading in the best of 5.
All right. Any thoughts on that one, Leviathan?
That was just business as usual. That's just Gambit game.
Oh. Well, all right. Now, I want to ask you guys about trying to prep for this matchup. This is obviously some higher stakes. You got a best of 5 coming in here. It could go all the way to the end. We'll see. But how do you, first of all, Sheepy, how do you predict a team like Gambit? Your own team's a little all over the place as well, but how do you prepare for this team?
I have to prepare every day for Unicorns or for our practice, so preparing for Gambit was not that hard. But overall, I think that they play a very singular style, and we try to counter this.
And same question to you, Leviathan?
Well, all you have to do is just check their LOL kings for the stupid shit they're playing. They're playing Frozen Heart first item Varus top. Are we really scared of that? Sure, they can pull out something weird. You check the rune pages, having a Azir top rune page. I've played against Azir top before, so whatever cheese they pull out, it better be some really good Gouda, because I don't think that anything they can pull out is really gonna scare us.
Well, some strong words there. Now, here's the last question for you guys. I'm going to make this one a little bit more fun. The last time you guys met on stage, Sheepy, Leviathan carried you off. Is that what happens in your games, too?
Wait. Are we doing this again? Yeah, we're doing it. Okay. Yeah, maybe. If the fans want it.
We'll make it a tradition. All right. I think that's about all for us, then. We're going to send it back up to the casters to get into the game. Take it away, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Pyrotechnics. I think it's quite clear the crowd wasn't really into that one.
No,
First
they didn't
of all,
want
happy Easter to anybody that celebrates it. For our local audience, for Austin, and for everybody else, let's get serious and get to this quarterfinal. I'm Quickshot. This is the Fish Show. We're about to kick it off.
The crowd were unhappy.
I know. They like the bunny ears. They like the bunny ears. That was awesome.
I like the picture you put on Twitter earlier. Guys, you should go check it out. It's beautiful.
Right, let's get to serious business. Best of 5. Some strong words. Leviathan laying down the law. If Unicorns are playing it in solo queue, it's not going to surprise them. Unicorns, Leviathan, Sheepy saying, hey, they have to prepare for their own inconsistency.
Sure.
It's easy against Gambit.
I think it's safe to say this matchup, impossible to predict anything. I'm saying 5 games, that's the only thing. Whoever's going to win, I don't know, but I'm expecting crazy picks. I've completely reset my brain. When I was looking like pick and bans coming into the series, I'm like, it doesn't matter. This is Unicorns for Love and Gambit. They pull out different things all the time. And now in a best out of 5, I'm expecting some crazy picks.
Frozen Heart, Varus top. Leviathan playing the double psych and letting Unicorns know he's aware of it. Let's not be surprised. Cassiopeia taken off the table away from Power of Evil.
Yeah.
Betsy demonstrated his Diana at Intel Extreme Masters. That is off the table from UOL.
So I wrote down a few picks, some bans here. I would say Hecarim also going to be banned from Gambit. I would do it against Visichachi at least. I'm not going to say it's going to be guaranteed. And then from Unicorns, Diana is going to be one of them. They banned Sejuani last time they played against Gambit here in week 9. There are still some good tank picks. Gragas would be one of them. And that's been banned away now from the Unicorns.
Well, Hylissang losing access to Annie was his most played support at 7 games in the regular split. Interestingly, Hylissang only played 4 champions, Annie, Thresh, Leona, Morgana. I want to see what he's going to pull out here in the best of 5. We did see that Gragas taken away from the jungle. Nidalee off the table for Kikis.
Up.
It was Kikis that debuted in the LCS, and as you mentioned, the Power Pony's still there.
It is still there. Obviously been very impactful in other regions. Yesterday, the Wolves tried to play with it, but didn't really manage to use the teleports properly. But Nidalee here was also the pick Kikis had in week 9 when they played each other, and he was very aggressive. I mean, these two teams here are so close to each other in terms of the way they play on the map. The two junglers both love to invade on each other. They love to have early ganks in the solo lanes, and therefore Nidalee has been taken away. And of course the Sejuani, we talked about just before, how it's been one of the main picks. Well, the funny thing is, Gambit were the first team to play it before it became a thing, before Cinderhulk and everything. Diamond was playing Sejuani.
Diamond has introduced a number of top-tier picks to the top of the table. Keep in mind, Maokai available as well. This will be the second time that Cabochard has played Maokai.
Yeah.
I think it's smart because Chachi's got 4 games in it in the regular splits.
And Cabochard as a player, the analyst desk were talking about how it doesn't seem to be his style. And if you look at all 9 weeks here in the LCS, I agree. He's been more of the carry type. The thing is, Cabochard used to be a Maokai player. When he played it for NIP, he would just pick Maokai every single game. So he clearly knows everything about the champion, and it doesn't even matter if you're a carry top laner, and you don't need a carry anymore. A tank is enough. You can be fed on a Maokai and win games for your team. So I like this pickup here from Gambit, because it's also a takeaway from Visichachi.
So we'll see how the rest of the picks and bans shake out with a number of junglers taken off the table. I want to see where Diamond and Kikis go. Will Rek'Sai see some time on the Rift, or will we see that Vi? I was taking a look at some of the numbers to Fisho in Europe.
Giacomo is also an option.
Out of 186 jungle champions played, only 8 games have featured a Vi. The only reason I highlight that, North America LCS is playing a ton of Vi. We saw some of it yesterday, and we'll see whether or not Diamond can as well.
Yeah, Diamond's played a lot of Vi recently, but Unicorns here setting up 2 things with these picks. They're both flex picks for them. And you either build towards a Juggernaut composition, or you build towards a long-range siege comp. Very poke-focused, depending on what Gambit is going to take. If they don't take any other hard engage than the Maokai itself, then suddenly you can see Unicorns aim towards some of these poke compositions. We have seen before Power of Evil plays long-range champions in the mid lane. So yeah, 2 flex picks for them, not really telling a whole lot. And if Rek'Sai gets locked in, I think they might try and go for it.
So we'll see. Couple seconds left on the clock. Both of these teams running their timers down. Urgot was banned all 3 games yesterday. Has been secured. Could go AD carry, could go mid lane. We're expecting it mid with those summoners for Betsy.
Well, definitely also flex pick, yeah. The thing is for Gambit here, they have a fantastic tank setup already. Super hard to kill in a straight up team fight. But if you look at the amount of engage, in order for Urgot to get towards a long-range composition, let's say a Juggernaut, if it does become a Juggernaut, he needs to have flash ready when he goes in so he can swap back the AD carry. Urgot is a fantastic pick normally to stop these protect the AD carry comps because he can single them out so well. And if these picks get locked in, we will have this fast push comp, this long-range poke from the Unicorns, and then Gambit is going to have to rely on flash engages from the likes of an Urgot to start the fight.
Well, Unicorns of Love have run their mid lane Kog'Maw before. It did fantastic for 20 minutes and then took another 25 to finish. Unicorns completely floundered their mid game with that very long range. And a couple seconds left on the clock. Let's see if they still opt to go that route. Hecarim top for Vizicachi.
So it is mid lane.
Jinx locked in.
It's gonna be for the mid lane then. Vardax gets his Jinx. This is purely picked because of a fast pushing ability. If you manage to poke someone off the tower and back in base, Jinx just needs a few seconds on a tower and it goes down. Gambit does have the option to run the likes of Leona as a support if they want some hard engage there. Thresh is okay in this situation as well. But they're gonna have to look, I mean, they can see everything Unicorns are doing now. They know exactly what they have to deal with. They know they need enough engage to always force fights and single out these two immobile AD carries from the Unicorns. There's only one Black Shield. So one of the AD carries will be caught out by the likes of an Urgot and swap back.
Well, a couple seconds left on the clock. That is Cho'Gath locked in, meaning that's going to be an Urgot bottom lane.
Yeah,
it will be for Pinoy. It's something that you were touching on earlier today, Deficio, the fact that Urgot has that flexibility in his back pocket. Edward got some disengage to round out the team composition. That is a terrifying, terrifying front line with some powerful disengage if anything goes awry.
That's the thing. In a straight-up team fight, Gambit here, fantastic tankiness. They got some burst damage from the Cho'Gath as well. But overall, they will still have that problem. If Urgot cannot flash in for the engage or Maokai cannot get a flank himself, Unicorns can't dance around. The Black Shield from Morgana shuts down the Maokai engage pretty effectively, even the Urgot in this case. So the Unicorns, as long as they don't fall behind and can never contest objectives because there's always wards being placed from Gambit and they have to like walk down a choke point and can always get engaged on, they will be able to sit back and poke and simply slow down the game. Say to Gambit, if you ever want to fight, you better do it instantly. Otherwise, you're going to be way too low. Even in Nautilus now, we haven't seen this in the jungle. But this is so much about kiting. You max E now on it, and you just basically stand in front of your AD carries, and you press E, you slow everything, and you just walk back. You walk back. You land one binding, follow that with a hook, and then you can single out a target, then you take a tower. So for the Unicorns here, as long as they don't fall behind, they can pull off this super long range, super annoying comp with so much CC and so many ways of stopping the Gambit engage.
It's going to be
exciting.
It's going to be interesting. The key note I'm going to take away from this one is the Unicorns do not fall behind. We've taken a look at their goal difference at 10 minutes, their goal difference at 20, and honestly, Unicorns go even more games than most. But you've got to wonder if that is going to be enough. The risk of being caught by the Rupture, by the Maokai, by the Urgot is very scary.
And that really is the thing, because if you look at Gambit's comp here, they have the Rek'Sai locked in and a Cho'Gath mid lane, so their dueling potential 2-on-2 between Betsy and Diamond is fantastic compared to what the Unicorns are bringing from Kikis and Power of Evil here. So the mid lane pressure will be for Gambit. They have to use that to get in that jungle, place these deep wards here, spot the Nautilus, and then simply roam between the lanes and use that to really snowball.
Well, you make it sound so easy as always, Deficio. Guys, hit us up on Twitter. Hashtag GMBWin or hashtag UOLWin to @LOL Esports. You know, the local fans are behind the Unicorns of Love. We're loading up onto the Rift for game 1 of our second quarterfinal here in the European LCS. And we've got some fun stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing Power of Evil and Vardax positioning. There's no Thresh to save their lives if any of that CC connects from Gambit. And there is a whole heck of a lot. But truthfully, the same could be said from the Unicorns towards well. If you could see us, guys, we're busy dancing, I promise. Oh.
Boring, man. Betsy turning down the music.
Guess they got to stay focused for the quarterfinal, right?
So, Gambit going for an invade here. They want to place a few deep wards to try and spot where Unicorns are sending their lanes. In this situation, Maokai does perfectly fine against Hecarim in lane, simply because Hecarim is spamming his Qs so much, proccing that passive from the Maokai over and over. And obviously the Urgot Janna is going to be a very strong lane for Gambit. So we're going to have to see if they can manage to spot where Unicorns are sending their dual lane. For now, Hylissang and Vardax are staying here. They have obviously shown themselves with these bindings. And look at the wards from Gambit. 4 placed inside. I don't think they can see the wall, though, on the ward to place between the 2 towers up here. That shouldn't really be an issue for Unicorns unless they swap to the top side.
So we'll find out what the Unicorns decide to do.
Nothing. They can just farm. I mean, Morgana Jinx can sit back and play the farm fest in this situation here.
And in terms of this duo, Jinx Morgana against Urgot Janna, this is not something that we've seen at all this year. Of course, with Urgot getting some buffs in 5.5, rejoining himself in the meta. But Eddie and Pinoy struggled against Vardags and Hylissang the last time this duo lane met. Pinoy some early aggression, throwing out some of those missiles and a massive advantage, punishing Vardags.
Yeah, so notice what Gambit did here in the start of the lane. Pinoy stayed in the lane to get the early push on the minions, while Eddie was the guy moving into the Grump. That stopped Unicorns from even trying to start it, and made them also get late down towards the lane itself, so Pinoy already had the first push going. He was standing in a good position to start trading, and obviously you don't want to take these level 1 trades against an Urgot, just spamming Q auto attack on you as a Jinx. Poor start for Unicorns in this 2-on-2 lane, and it's gonna be in full control for Gambit. Obviously, mana is going to be a bit of a problem for Pinoy, but once he goes back and gets that tier, that's going to be the first little spike for him where he can really become a lane bully.
And such a strong advantage against an AD carry like Jinx, reducing all damage, in fact, thanks to the Urgot passive. But strong start for Gambit, reversing their fortunes from the last time they met. It was interesting you touched on Eddie sort of interrupting the Grump. Eddie invades jungles in the majority of games that Gambit plays, likes to be a nuisance. And Diamond, with a typical Gambit style.
We have seen this before.
Trending top.
Always putting focus on top lane. Gambit used to basically always focus on Cabo Shot, make him the big carry. The first gank, there's no flash on Chachi, remember?
Well, he's thrown down the Ignite. Cabo Shot's burning away. Diamond gets the knockup. Red buff is available. Chachi is going to be low on mana. Diamond, he's going to burrow, flash forward, unburrow. 1 or 2 more auto attacks, and Diamond is on the board. Gambit with first blood.
And Kickers, you can see the route he took. He started red buff, moved all the way down to the blue buff, so he wasn't in the river here around the Baron to clear the Skull Crab and get some vision for them. That allowed simply the room. Let's see what happens now, because Kickers will get denied. Or will he? He will pick it up, or Power People got it. But because Kickers started on the red side and didn't go for the river and clear that Skull Crab here to give the vision to spot Diamond coming top lane, there was nothing Vizichachi could do once he was caught in the middle of the lane. And we know Gambit ganks that top lane. No way that can be a surprise for Unicorns.
So well played by Gambit. Step 1, get an advantage. They did lose control of that Scuttle Crab, and Kikis on this Nautilus just trying to get his way up to some levels. Pinoy low on mana, not yet backed. Still got some potions to play with. And the CS lead he had earned against Vardags has been equaled out. Oof. So much damage, but no connection from that Noxian Crows of Charge.
This really started at level 1 for the Unicorns when they came down late to the lane, and Pinoy were already in such a good position. And obviously Urgot is a fantastic early AD carry as well. Diamond, he's still around the top side. He gets this one. Then Gambit controls the river, meaning Vizichachi can never push his lane. He has to sit back at his tower, otherwise he's gonna get ganked again from it. So Unicorns, despite knowing that Diamond loves to gank to top lane, didn't do anything to try and get some deep wards down or deep vision to spot this first gank, and has paid the price. Kick is obviously going to be spotted now. Pink ward and the tunnel.
Well, Pink ward still alive in the bush. Kikis did not check it. We did see a few moments ago that Pinoy backed, has picked himself up that early tier. Gonna start charging up, and Eddie's just giving us a bit of a walk, trying to save as many CS as possible. Pretty cheeky.
Now the fun starts for Urgot. When you got that tier and you got enough mana to just keep poking away, it becomes really, really fun to play him and super annoying to play against him. So Chachi has moved a little bit away from his own tower, and he's ganked again.
Well, let's take a look. We do see the connection from Kikis. His tower hits onto Cabashot. Cabashot down to 200. Diamond gets a knock-up onto Kikis as the Chilling Smite will keep Kikis in range for a moment or two longer. But the Riptide doesn't connect further. And Unicorns of Love defend Vizichachi's life. He's sticking around, though. This could get risky.
Yeah, let's see. Kikis is here as well, but he's spotted from the ward. We have to remember, Nautilus is a very weak early duelist. He does not want to fight a Rek'Sai. They're going back towards Visichachi.
Oh, Diamond gets the knockup. That's another kill. Diamond is under attack from the tower, though. His Kickers will be the next focus. Another knockup. Few more hits should do it. The minions and one more slam. Cabochard with a double kill, 2-0-1.
And this right here is the reason we don't see a lot of Nautilus being played. He's so weak in the early levels, and also because he's maxing E to become more of a kiting machine, he has very low damage in the early game. Normally you need that shield, you get a few ranks in it early, and you have some decent auto attacks while it's up. But in this case, it's max E after the changes. It is extremely weak in fights. Rek'Sai is so much stronger, and we mentioned how Diamond here can be the big playmaker in the early game because he's playing this Rek'Sai into a very slow tank. And because Unicorns again are giving up the top side of the map in terms of vision, they get in some very bad situations and are now being completely punished.
So Fisher, in picks and bans, you said you can get a Maokai fed and still win games. 2-0-1 before 10 minutes. Cabochard is sitting pretty. And honestly, this is not surprising at all. Gambit have been camping for Cabochard for multiple weeks.
That is the surprise.
It got them into the playoffs. What's surprising is Unicorns did not prepare for it.
Exactly.
Did not play around it. Maybe Unicorns just underestimating the amount of time Diamond's going to spend up there.
And also, Nautilus here was the last pick. That is picked into a very passive mid laner that needs a lot of time to scale up. You need level 11 here for Power of Evil. You need to stack up that tier before you do anything. So Nautilus is not going to add anything in the mid lane. Top lane, Hecarim obviously needs to win his laning phase to become super impactful in the map, in the game, but he's not running Flash. So against a heavy CC laner, it's easy to basically lock him down and set up ganks. So when Gambit locked in that Rek'Sai, they got all that early pressure and they've been using it so well. Now Betsy's roaming, Diamond is joining as well. I mean, we might just try and dive him again.
Well, looks like there is some backup from Kickis and not really a lot of minions to work with on that top lane. So unfortunately the roam has not paid off. They should get themselves a pink board for the troubles. Yeah, Diamond spots it. Talking about Betsy, we've actually not touched on this Void Monster matchup in the middle lane. Cho'Gath and Kog'Maw. And we won't talk about it because Chachi is being hit down by an oak tree. Diamond is going to burrow, unburrow, find Kickis, jungle on jungle, top on top. Dredgeline used to pull Kickis to safety. He does manage to get away for the time being. Chachi has got access to the onslaught of shadows. He's going to use it to try keep Cabochard under the tower. Down to 200 hit points. One more hit should do it. And it is the Prey Seeker. Now in the bottom lane, Hylissang is going to be able to take out Pinoy. We didn't see how that setup happened. But Hylissang with the soul shackles and the level 6. That's a flash away from Edward, dodging the Super Mega Death Rocket. But Unicorns on the board in the 2v2.
Yeah, so very important to get a kill in the bottom lane. No idea why Gambit got in that situation down there. You're winning so hard on the top side of the map. Just farm bottom lane. You don't have to go for any kills if you're Pinoy and Eddie in this situation. Let's see it again. They're trading in. They have ulti on Pinoy. Just managed to get in range to swap Vardax and just trades. Gets blinded. Simply just
look at the CC.
Chain CC from the Unicorns. Gambit being caught out here and really just farm. You're winning so hard on the top side of the map. Don't have to do anything. But what you have to notice as well, whenever Diamond is ganking the top lane, mid lane is always being pushed by Betsy. So he's always running before Power of Evil towards that top lane when the dives happen. Which simply means even if Unicorns are there to counter gank with Kickis, it will be a 3v2 situation in just a matter of seconds. And that's what we talked about, how when you pick these super slow laners, and you also have a tank jungler that can't do anything in the early game, you surrender the entire map on one side. And in this case, it's been the top side, where Gambit is just taking full control through mid lane, jungle, and top lane.
Well, taking stock of the situation, Gambit, 4 kills up. They've got the first tower. They've got the dragon under the belt, secured by Diamond. And with the exception of a small misstep by Pinoy, everything seems to be going to plan. Small advantages in CS across the board. Righteous Glory already completed for Cabochard, so the ability to jump onto these very immobile AD carries should be made easier. As long as Cabochard can find the right TP, it will be coming off cooldown in a moment or two. Hylissang, Soul Shackles comes out. Eddie's gonna knock him away. Right, that's ultimates traded. Not the end of the world. Hylissang and Edward battling over this pink ward.
Eddie doesn't mind too much. Basically, his only target in a fight is going to be the Hecarim, just trying to knock him away when he comes in. Otherwise, he's going to have these 4 bruisers or tanks who's just going to keep walking forward and trying to catch the back line of Unicorn. So in that case, the Janna is not going to be too useful with the ulti. It's purely just to stop Visichachi from getting in himself and obviously buffing up the damage of Pinoy in these fights here. Diamond now for the first time around the bottom lane. He doesn't really need to do anything down here. Already gotten 2 kills and 2 assists on top side. I think that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, decent
and
enough.
Also why, I know everyone's talking about tank junglers, Cinderhulk OP, Rek'Sai, Nidalee. These early junglers, they are still very, very strong because you can make these plays early game.
Especially when you get all the ganks. Pinoy once again eats himself a dark binding. Hylissang and Vardex come up better in a situation. We do see Pinoy trying to go up to this mid lane. Kikis is now caught out. Diamond forced to flash away. The tick from the Gromp is not going to be enough, but the ignite from Betsy will. Power of Evil flashes into the Wolfcam. Cabochard follows. Arcane smash into auto attack. Now, we do see Chachi plus Hylissang in another 2v2, but Chachi's low, Chachi's down. Hylissang's low on mana. Black Shield's going to time out. Edward's in place, and Vardex, why are you joining the party? All of a sudden, Vardex and Hylissang trying to get out, and Vardex forced to flash. Unicorns of Love are scattered and making weird and wonderful decisions. Gambit loving the situation they're in.
Yeah, but this is what we expected when we looked at Gambit and the Unicorns of Love in a quarterfinal. Fights everywhere, 9 kills already. Mid lane we have fights. Bottom lane again, a kill for Unicorns. There was a TP from Chachi down there, killing Pinoy. But it doesn't really matter for Gambit because they're winning so hard elsewhere on the map. This mid lane tower is super low already. Top lane obviously died long ago. And Kekis, he's still trying to deal some damage, but it's not going to happen.
While Gambit are in a great position, we're going to get a replay of the bottom lane fight.
Yes, second time Pinoy now gets caught with a binding that starts the whole fight. TP comes in from Chachi. But while he's TPing to the bottom lane, look at the mid lane here. You can see how Power of Evil and Kekis are fighting 2v3. So he has to get that 1 kill, but this benefits Gambit. Because they already got Kekis down, they're going to get Power of Evil as well. And now there's no damage left for Unicorns once they return here. I mean, Betsy on a choker, Cabochard on a Maokai, they don't really care. And obviously, clean house.
So very well played by Gambit, picking the right fights. Deficia, something you praise from Gambit. All split long. Diamond is going to find Hylissang. The hyperkinetic position reverse is available, but not used as Pinoy gets caught on the Flame Chompers. I got so excited for the spell name, and then it didn't happen to Fisho.
Good old Black Shield.
But Gambit, take a look at this lead. They were trying to set up for Dragon. You see some sort of defensive players. Kikis is killing some of those tunnels.
Here's the thing though, Gambit doesn't really have to start this Dragon, because look at the top lane. Cabochard is already pushed all the way down. He can even stay if he wants to and just start hitting on that tower, but it seems like he want to go back and buy a few items, potentially get Home Guards and then TP in. Yeah, Home Guard just completed for him now. So in case a fight happens, there's so many deep wards from Gambit in the jungle of the Unicorns. This is going to be a perfect TP from Cabochard. Dive onto that back line here and get onto these squishy carries. He's just waiting in base. Now the Dragon is secured and no fight happened. He can go back to his lane, denied some CS, denied the Dragon as well just by having that TP threat. Still sitting there. Pinging towards the bottom lane. Let's see if the TP's in.
Well, smart play from Gambit. They secure the second Dragon. We still see Cabochard chilling on the fountain. Look on the bottom lane. Pinoy, is he going to get caught again? The answer is yes. You see the Black Shield on Vardex. That's about to time out. Mega Death Rocket is going to put damage down as Eddie continues to channel. Notice Cabochard actually stopped his walk for a little while. Diamond is now joining this party. 3-on-2. Look at Betsy from the jungle. Diamond takes a turret shot as there's no minion support. Oh, going to be in a bit of trouble here. Chilling Smite out. We do see the Death Charge. It's going to connect, and that now turns Unicorn's focus to Betsy. Betsy trying to get away. Smiles across the board.
Well, smiles from Sheepy, members. Not from Leviathan.
Well, Leviathan was seeing his team making one small mistake, but it didn't hurt them yet. It's not over yet to Fisher. They're still hanging around this bottom area of the map.
Yeah, Kick is out of mana. They're fighting with his blue buff.
Power of Evil's going to secure it.
Oh,
we do see the knock-up from the Rupture. He's going to join the pod. That's a flash feast. Betsy gets one on Kickers. He's going to pop the Black Shield. Vardex forced to sidestep the Rupture. Pinoy's going to get himself a kill. Someone used a position reverser. You've got Urgot. Not needed as Gambit going to get themselves 2 more kills. 9-3 up. 6,000 gold in the lead. CS advantages across the board, and they're going to set their sights on this bottom tower.
Yeah, these deep wards here on the bottom side from Gambit really shows where they want to make the plays. We saw early in the game, all the focus in terms of warding was on the top side from Gambit. That's why they kept ganking Visichachi, got all these kills, he got the early lead. Then they went down to the bottom side, completely warded off the jungle. Okay, sure, Diamond died when he was sneaking in behind, but they still managed to get a fight in the jungle where they have full control, get more kills. I mean, Betsy now and Cho'Gath got a 3-0, or 3-0 and 2. He's going to be fully stacked up soon. You don't have the damage to take him down. If you're the Unicorns, you need way more time. I mean, Power of Evil, currently on his tier, 457 mana. So that's not even close to being fully completed. He is 11 now, so that's the first point. You got Luden's Echo as well, so his ulti is going to do a lot of extra AoE damage. But he's just not strong enough to fight, especially not when you have the likes of Kikis on Nautilus being so far behind as well.
Well, Kikis has been in trouble all game long. Once again, Dredge Line's out to safety. Gambit have got support coming in, but Pinoy still hanging a little bit closer to the top lane. 4 members of Gambit on the red, but Vardak's not with the team. Rupture connects onto Hellesang. Betsy is looking for the feast, eats a Dark Binding, which means he can't get in range. And Hellesang manages to stay alive to fight another day. We're not even 20 minutes into the game. Gambit are looking to secure another inner turret. Unicorns, even with their spirit animal Hecarim, unable to fend off the aggression. And that was actually a very long-range Super Mega Death Rocket. Edwy ate it, and it didn't result in anything. And 50% HP gone from that tower.
That's a pretty good defense, though, from the Unicorns. Managed to stop Gambit from taking tower while Vardax was staying on the bottom lane and got the tier 1. So this is at least a good trade-in. What you have to do when you're falling this far behind, you gotta try and trade cross-map objectives. So in this case here, they figured they could hold the top tower and also get the bottom lane at the same time. So that's just some good and very important gold from the Unicorns. Probably says it, I mean. When you're playing Gambit, it's always a 1v2.
Yeah, let's see what Amazing has to say. Honestly, Nautilus is the opposite of what you want against Rek'Sai.
I feel like we've said that a few times.
Strong words from Amazing. And it's showing through. Kikis 1-3-0. Had little to no impact on this game at all. And
yeah, should have been a Volibear.
To Fisher, we're approaching 20 minutes on the clock. Gambit have only been more than 4,000 gold up in 3 of their regular season games. 3 out of 18. They're set to make that 4 with one of their most convincing early to mid-game performances of the year. All of a sudden, Kikis is going to get in trouble. Diamond's gone in, got the unburrow. We do see that challenging smite. Depth charge not used from Kikis. Prey Seeker, but blows the flash from Kikis and just forcing him out of his own jungle. Gambit, they're now setting their sights on Power of Evil. That's another flash. 2 of them blown. If Gambit find the same opportunities again, all of a sudden, Kikis and Power of Evil, they're going down.
They're going down for sure. And the funny thing is, this was the last pick Nautilus. They saw the entire comp from Gambit. They could see everything. They knew, okay, we're going to be Maokai into Hecarim. We had the Rek'Sai locked in from Diamond. He's basically looking for fights non-stop. The warding is still perfect from Gambit. They keep just investing all their wards on the one side they want to fight. They don't try and ward up the entire map. No, they say, okay, what's the next objective? It's going to be Dragon. Fine, we take over the bot side jungle. Is it going to be the tier 2 tower and bottom lane? Good, we stay here with our wards, or otherwise we swap the top side if we go over to Baron. So they keep moving around this massive set of wards because they have double sidestone already, and they have 4 sweepers to clear out the vision from the Unicorns, and they just take over a jungle completely. It's no longer Unicorns jungle.
Well, the one thing you said in Picks and Bans, Unicorns need to get ahead early. They cannot afford to fall behind. They've fallen super far behind, over 6,000 gold as we broach 20 minutes on the clock. Gambit, 30 seconds till potentially their 3rd dragon, and their 2nd largest gold lead of the split. Gambit are in a great position, but this is now where things get difficult. Gambit, on average, take 42 minutes to win games. That's their average time in their wins. They cannot really afford to give 20 minutes of time and build-up to Power of Evil and Vardax.
Right.
So we'll see what they do, how they close it out.
That's a fun little stat, because when you watch Gambit play, one game they close it out in 26 minutes, and they make basically the right move all game long. Like against Elements, 26 minutes, game was done. And then the next day they play, they get a massive goal lead, and they struggle to close the game because they kind of walk around the Baron, let's say for 10 minutes, and it looks very messy suddenly. If Gambit keeps playing like they're doing now, we're going to look at the one you know, the same style as against Elements, where they look very clean. They know where to push, they know how to get these objectives. They don't care about losing this tier 2 tower because they're getting a 3rd dragon. So that's going to be the next goal for them, go towards the 5 dragons and 4 unicorns to fight.
So the trade, top tower for dragon. Betsy and Edward getting some damage on the mid inner turret. Diamond secures that one uncontested. Pinoy getting some auto attacks onto Vardags, and honestly, that's a lot of damage from those Acid Hunters. This is the jungle that we have declared ownership from Gambit. For Unicorns, yes, they are extremely far behind. They cannot afford to get caught out of position. If, however, they can initiate with Kikis and Chachi.
Another flash.
Maybe
2
we'll
carries
see what
now
works
without
out.
flashes from Unicorns. They might go in anyway.
Well, Betsy gets caught out. He's going to get caught by those Flame Chompers. The Onslaught of Shadows instantly knocked away. Pinoy and Diamond on the front lines. Diamond is going to be forced to run away as he gets hit by Hecarim. Look at Cabochon in the back line. He's got 4 members of the Unicorns on him. The Maelstrom Beard's popped. Cabochon is looking for Vardags, and it does get him. All of a sudden turns her attention to Visit Chachi. Hecarim is on a full retreat. Cabochon is still tanking the Unicorns of Love. Finally decides he doesn't want to be there. Flashes away, just smiles from the coaches, and here comes Diamond. He's looking to re-engage. He's turned his sights to Power of Evil. Rupture plus Feral Scream equals a kill for Cabochon. There's a teleport in from Vizichachi, but it doesn't equate to anything. They've lost their carries. The 2 front lines of Unicorns is all that remains, and Gambit are on the inner turret.
And 2 very key things we're missing here for the Unicorns. Well, it's not over yet.
Not
There's
even
some more
over.
kills.
Kikis is
Power
down.
as well.
Diamond is soloing Vizichachi, and the rest of Gambit will secure their 4th tower after a prolonged team fight. What great play.
Remember what happened the last few minutes. Flashes were blown from the carries on Unicorns. They are immobile. If they don't have that black shield, there's no way for them to stay alive or defend themselves. They were the targets here from Gambit. Once Cabochon came in, we're going to see it again. And this, by the way, is why it's still good to get a very fit Maokai, because he becomes this tanky early in the game, and he still has pretty good damage, honestly, over such a long fight. So at first, it's a good engage from the Unicorns. They catch Betsy, pull him on the tower. The whole thing looks terrible now for Gambit, but look, no flash on Vardags, so he's now stuck in here. Cabochon is a fed Maokai. He's enough damage to take him down, 1v5, basically. Next one, wait for Diamond to return, and then we look at Power of Evil, who also had to use flash just 2 minutes ago, so it's not ready for the fight. No black shield. Diamond coming in. Look at your minimap. Follow him all the way up. Behind Power Evil. No way for him to escape now, because there's no flash. He's dead.
Unbelievable play here. Chachi decides to TP in, but it doesn't equate to anything. There are simply no carries left to fight with. And actually looked like the Cathian Surprise did more damage than the rest of Unicorn's team fight. We're still going, Deficio.
I mean, it's just more kills. Now it's cleanup time. All right, so Gambit figured there's no dragon, there's no bot lane tower or tier 2 tower. We don't care about bot lane now. Let's take this massive package of wards and go towards the top side of the map. 1 tier 2 left, that's the top one. Baron is also going to be an objective very soon for them to force another fight. So by taking over this jungle, which should be the next goal for them, once they go back and get a few pink wards at least, they can completely control topside jungle, control Baron at the same time, and once the wave hits on the top lane tower as well, it's already down to 50%. That's going to be an easy target for Gambit.
So 25 minutes in, Gambit transition their focus to the top half of the map. They've controlled the bottom half and Unicorn's blue buff for the last 10, securing back-to-back steals.
Dragons
as
bots,
well.
Towers.
Absolutely everything belongs to Gambit. Any towers they've given up is because Gambit chose not to defend them in preparation for picking objectives elsewhere. Diamond was spotted by the ward, but he was spotting everyone thanks to Tremor Sense, and the rest of the team is backing him up, moving into the jungle.
Gambit's gonna need some ping wards if they really want to take control of the map here. I mean, they're so far ahead, they can just play like this and still get the right fights. But once the tier 2 tower top goes down, then it becomes harder and harder, because you gotta get into the base now, where there's a very short route between the lanes and of course the fountain for the Unicorn, so it's gonna be easier for them to defend. And then you have to play around that Baron. But seeing as Gambit doesn't have any pinks on it, it can be pretty risky. Starting it, there's always the chance of a jungler flashing in and stealing it.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Flashes available for Power of Evil and Kikis, where they were not previously. No flashes for Vardags and
Unicorns
Hilisa.
realize they should know this is happening because they haven't seen Gambit for quite a while now.
And this team will take a long time to hammer this Baron down.
Right.
Gambit have got the numbers. Rupture does not connect. The rest of Gambit still sticking. Pinoy is regrouped with his team. 5 50% of Baron's HP is down, but as we said, you don't necessarily have those
Gambit just back
high
away,
damage
reset.
champions.
Reset whole thing. Go back, get your pings, return. First of all, go back to Dragon then. Go back, get your pings, and go Dragon. You have 3 already to 0. If the Unicorns want to fight you there, you take that fight because they're still not strong enough. I mean, look at Power of Evil. Not even 2 items fully completed for him. Same for Vardax. The 2 carries do no damage. So once you've gone back to base, we got 1 pink. They got 4 sweepers, so I guess it can be okay for them, but they're not looking to get full control. Get this Dragon and then return back to the Baron itself and this tier 2 tower where you just take over that topside jungle. That should be the next objective for them when they're this far ahead.
Small advantage for Unicorns. They did get that last outer turret. Any little bit of gold is going to go a very, very long way for Unicorns.
And they got that tower because Gambit started a Baron where they didn't have control, had to back away, were forced to recall. That gave Unicorns a tower. Small things, but it's what the Unicorns can do to get back in the game.
Gambit set their focus to Dragon now, Deficio. A little safer, a little less risky. A lot easier to kill, that's for sure. Respawns, they had 1 or 2 pink wards in the inventory, which have already been placed by Edward. Nothing else on the map. So as far as vision goes, slightly losing control from what they had earlier, but look at the damage onto Hylissang. We do see a TP coming in from Caboshot right behind Unicorns of Love. Mizuchachi forced to onslaught away as a defensive play, and he is down. Pinoy gets the kill. They've turned to Vardax. He's already flashed. He is dropped once again by Caboshot. Dredgeline to safety, instantly flashed away, as did Hylissang in the background. Knockup interrupted by the Black Shield. Gambit just put together 2 easy kills. Set their sights on Baron.
Yeah.
Keep in mind Dragon spawned as well, so there's the opportunity to get Dragon number 4.
And while it was a good play from the Unicorns to take that mid tower, honestly, you have to just give that Dragon over to Baron, to Gambit. No, Baron as well soon from them. But we can talk about it after. Let's see if Gambit can secure this one. Kikis is here. There's no flash, so there's no way for him to get in the Baron pit.
No, not at all. Kikis is just dancing around. I think he's going to get caught out. Yes, he's found Edward, but that does not really matter. As you see the rest of Gambit slowly chipping it away, and they've got the kill. That's a flash over for Hylissang, and they're going to get him. Diamond really wanting that extra kill. Should set them up to get another easy Dragon.
Yeah.
Number 4 plus Baron plus 12,000 gold lead. Gambit are here to play.
They're really pushing that lead, showing what you can do when you have a jungler like Diamond and like Rek'Sai against a Nautilus, one of the weakest early junglers in the game. But basically what happened again before, by Unicorns coming down to this Dragon, even though Gambit didn't have insane amount of vision control, it doesn't matter because the carries are still so weak on the Unicorns. I mean, we're 29 minutes in, you got 1 completed item on your AD carry. You cannot fight. Unicorns had to get that one up. Just say, okay, whatever, so we surrender these kills here, or we surrender the Dragon, you got 4 now to 0, we have to fight for the next one then. But because you didn't have proper pink wards, we could at least stall you at the Baron. That should have been the call. Here, I mean, this is suicide for Unicorns every single time. There's no evidence to fight. Look at the damage from Vardax here. Okay, let's see, on to Caboshot. He's almost healing him simply because of the passive every time he casts a spell as an AD carry. And you obviously get caught out. You end up dying for it. Gambit knows what they're doing around these fights. And they also gifted them the Baron by Unicorns coming down here to try and stop it.
Well, Unicorns of Love are in dire straits as we hit 30 minutes on the clock. Actually, there's no real way for them to pull this one back at this point in time, because the next time they try to contest Dragon, and it's Dragon number 5, we've already seen what Gambit have done around the pits.
In best out of 5, first game, what you do now is you kind of just stop thinking about this game, you stop paying attention, and you start talking about next game. What went wrong here? For the Unicorns, they're going to be blue side 4 games in a row now. The teams decided to choose the sides this way. So they know, okay, we got 4 games in a row now on blue side. What are we doing for pick and bans? What went wrong in this game? Let's talk about it. How do we fix it for next game? Because there's obviously still loads of games to be played.
Gambit are sieging up. Look at that massive damage from the Acid Hunter onto Vardax. He's instantly forced to back away, trying to clear this wave out as best as he can, but the Baron-empowered cannon minion doing a lot of work here for Gambit. They got a lot of melee champions, and only Urgot and Edward on that Janna as your range, trying to get some auto attacks. They're not the greatest at taking towers down. And just to quickly explain, the higher seed gets side choice in games 1, 3, and 5. Gambit Unicorns, based on their side choices, as you've said, Deficio, means Unicorns get blue for the next 4 games. We do see Betsy's down. That's a good kill for the Unicorns of Love. Diamond is now in trouble. He's going to be burrowing his way to safety. And a momentary misplay from Gambit. Staying too eager on the tower. Unicorns find 1 kill back. And they end the killing spree.
You said it yourself, Trevor. Gambit doesn't really have a siege comp being built up here. 4 melee champs, or 3, I guess, melee champs, and then a fairly low-range Urgot, resulting in a kill for the Unicorns. So nicely played by them. The problem is there's still going to be a 5th dragon soon. That's obviously the goal for Gambit. And once you have that one, the insane amount of extra tower damage you get means you just have to walk in with your AD carry, hit it a few times, and you stay around the minion waves, and that tower will die. So the Unicorns know dragon is going to be the big one. Already trying to set up a few wards in advance. This one is going to disappear before the dragon even spawns, though.
Very, very brave play from Edward, taking on Shachi and Vardex, realizing he had some support from the rest of his team. 007 doing his best James Bond impression. But for Gambit, every single thing's gone right, with the exception of sticking around in the top inhibitor turret. Let's see if they want to play for Dragon number 5, maybe another Baron. Use those side waves minions to help do some damage for you, because you've got to be very honest, it's going to take a lot of time, even with Dragon number 5, for Pinoy to solo kill a turret. If Unicorns can keep wave clearing. If Kog'Maw and Vardex are not pushed away, Kog'Maw and Jinx rather,
we have to remember,
it's
though,
difficult.
Is if Betsy lands a Q onto either Power People or Vardex, even on the tower, that's basically it. Because you can flash in and ulti on the Cho'Gath, and you nearly one-shot a carry.
Yeah, talking about flash ulting, Pinoy, you need to up your game. We're 33 minutes in, and I've not seen a solo initiating hyperkinetic position reverser. It is arguably the best spell name in the game, and you're not showing it off. I am disappointed.
Are you, Trevor?
Yes!
Let's see if Pinoy will do it just for you, obviously, not for Gambit.
No, I mean, I'm calling him out. We'll see what he can do.
Well, he hasn't really had to do anything this game, honestly, because it's not been about the bottom lane for Gambit. They died twice in lane. Pinoy died twice in the lane.
Deficio, it never is. Gambit is a team that plays around their solo lanes.
That's true.
Diamond tends to camp for Cabochard, and really, it's up to Cabochard and Betsy to help carry. And let's also be honest, it's a very similar story for Unicorns of Love. In terms of how these teams operate, it is very much about their solo laners getting the team ahead and then being the sharp spear point of any aggressive play.
I really wish we had talked about this before the game started, because when you then pick a Nautilus for Kikis, and you know it's about these two solo laners here and the jungle fight in between, you really don't do yourself any favor. I understand what he's doing for the comp. Again, Kite, loads of CC. Nautilus is one of the champions, bringing the most CC in the entire game just from like one pick. Problem is, you gotta get to that point. Gambit has never been punished. I'm not gonna say they have low amounts of engage. I mean, you got a Maokai, you got an Urgot to start the fights, but Black Shield can avoid most of that. QSS later will avoid most of it, as long as the Unicorns hadn't fallen this far behind, where they had to surrender their jungle completely, because that means you will always get flanked. Always. You can never move away from your towers if you don't have control of your own jungle, because there's always a chance of a TP coming in, a Rek'Sai coming in from behind. And that really has been the big problem for Unicorns, and Gambit just showed how good they are at team fighting and starting the team fights.
Well, we're getting closer to that average game time victory. Around 42 minutes is how Gambit generally win. We'll see if they're going to stick to their law of averages. Dragon up in 3 seconds, Baron up in 20 seconds.
This time they don't want to fight.
Are baiting Unicorns of Love, saying we dare you to challenge, we dare you to move in. Look at Unicorns, they were trying to move into their own jungle, maybe expecting Baron.
Yeah, and the Unicorns would have been in a better position now to fight compared to the last Dragon they tried to go for, where obviously Gambit just turned around and killed them because they were so far ahead. Got the Baron after as well, despite not even investing into any pink wards around it. But this one here, the 5th one, clearly the Unicorns still doesn't feel like they can fight. You got 3 core items now on Power of Evil, so that's super important. They're backing away from the Baron as well, so they're gonna give up everything for Gambit.
Well,
okay, maybe they're gonna try and steal. Let's see.
Hylissang and Kikis, they've got their flashes available this time. Baron's down to 5,000. Vardex is 1.5 miles away, but here comes a super mega death rocket. It's going to be late. Gambit get Dragon number 5, Baron number 2. 14,000 gold lead. And with Baron and buff, Dragon empowered, sieging, now they should be able to take towers.
Yes.
Should.
If you cannot finish now,
you don't deserve to win.
With all the buffs in the world, you're never gonna finish. Gambit obviously played so well. Yes, okay, that one small misplay in the top lane where they tried to take down tower, but it didn't really do anything because there was no objective for Unicorns to take. So Gambit was still in full control of the map. Now let's see. All going mid at the moment. You got the buffed up minions, you got the cannon as well. You got a massive tree in the back. Pinoy is gonna do a lot of damage to these towers.
Which will be a massive tree in the front if Gambit see the opportunity. Vardax, since the last time he tried to defend a tower, has a Phantom Dancer completed and a pickaxe. He's getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, he's like 30 or 40 minutes away from killing anything.
Well, we'll see if he's given that much time. The answer's not going to happen though. Caboshot is a giant tree, already got that Thornmail completed. Will be able to solo all of the damage dealers of Unicorns of Love. Gambit just waiting for the minions to push up, but look at the bottom lane. It is pushing against Gambit. This is a small misplay, but they're just diving onto Vizichachi. That's a two-man rupture. The front line of Unicorns are forced away, while Diamond is onto the back line. Hylissang should be the next victim, but he has managed to keep himself alive for a few seconds longer. 3 members of the Unicorns of Love, and the Sapling touchdown takes Hylissang out. Gambit 4 quick kills, an inhibitor, and they set their sights on a near flawlessly executed game 1 in their best of 5, ahead of all averages, demolishing the Unicorns of Love.
It's safe to say that the only kills the Unicorns got in this game were when Gambit were a little bit over-aggressive and didn't even mind giving him that kill because there's nothing else to take on the map. This game belonged to Gambit from the start. Champ Select with that Rek'Sai pick, the Maokai top lane into Hecarim as well, just to set up the ganks so easily. And the Nautilus reply from the Unicorns that did absolutely nothing. Diamond was obviously the big star in this game with his early ganks. Like everywhere he went, he would just get a kill for his team. But the whole setup was just so good at preventing Unicorns from going late game. And when you have these 2 hyper carries, immobile, squishy ones that need so much time to be useful, you cannot just surrender your entire early game in terms of your jungle pick then, if you want to try and do anything, unless you're expecting Gambit to just kind of sit back and farm as well, but they would never do that when they got the Rek'Sai pick. That's the thing about these early aggressive junglers now against the Cinderhawk tanks. When you play the early aggressive ones, you gotta make plays, otherwise you will get outscaled compared to the big tank, and that's exactly what Diamond and Gambit did.
Exquisitely played by Gambit. I think Unicorns have to reevaluate their jungle top synergy, evaluate how they're going to handle that scenario, because in straight up head-to-head lanes, Gambit know how to gank for Caboshot.
Oh yeah.
Hell, even in lane swaps, they know how to gank for Caboshot and get him ahead. It's been the story of Gambit all split long.
It was picks, and then also, we just saw the small details here. First of all, Kiki started his own red buff, walked down to blue buff. He didn't go into the river and try and secure any vision for the top lane. He just abandoned the top side and just walked straight down bottom lane. He killed the scuttler down on the bottom side, but that didn't do anything for him because he was the top lane getting ganked. And then at the same time, mid lane, Betsy on Cho'Gath were just pushing it all the time. Just push it into tower, and then whenever a gank was about to happen, he would walk out of the lane, walk towards the top side, and then there would always be at least 3 guys there from Gambit way before Unicorns could do anything. So the whole setup from these 3 guys were just perfect to camp that one lane where there was, of course, no flash on Hecarim.
And when we looked at that mid lane, it was actually almost non-existent. Yes,
in the mid lane.
Look, in the mid to late game, Betsy landed ruptures. He got the ferals down that helped Gambit win the team fights, but it wasn't really the game-defining play, nor was that Cogmore. Really little to no impact. So we'll need to see how Power of Evil is going to bring himself back into this series. To break down Gambit's Game 1 win, let's head it over to our crack team of analysts at the desk.
Thank you very much, Trevor. We heard a lot about picks and bans already. And for you, D'Amato, one of the most interesting and maybe bad things of Unicorns of Love going into this draft must have been the Nautilus pick, especially banning out 2 junglers. And we saw it translated directly into a really bad early game for them.
Simply because Gambit opted in to first pick the Maokai, it kind of allowed them to pick the better jungler in the first rotation. I didn't understand why they wanted to last pick it. It made absolutely no sense. And at that point, like, Kikis has played Rek'Sai before, so it would have been a good pickup because of the jungle bans.
I mean, they picked Hecarim, and they picked a weak mid and a weak jungler. I was actually kind of surprised they didn't just lane swap. Although, like, you know, Hecarim's not the best in lane swaps, they at least have Jinx, so they can avoid the Urgot, like, early game stuff. So, I'm not really sure. Like, yeah, the last pick, Nautilus, kind of threw me off, and then, yeah, they didn't lane swap either. I think they kind of had too much confidence maybe coming in, or they just didn't respect that Gambit would, take advantage of what they had.
Yeah.
And in the end, the things we hadn't seen from Gambit before, like the Urgot, like the Cho'Gath mid, it didn't matter because it was all about the top. And we know Gambit likes to play that way. And knowing that Kabashar is on Maokai, although you weren't particularly impressed with his Maokai the last couple of weeks, it worked out so well.
I think we see a massive improvement in his Maokai for sure. Sure, he got a lot of ganks, but his positioning in teamfights and his impact on the game was massive because of his kill participation. But I'm really happy to see these kind of comps, because these kind of comps are where, like, for example, Ari is super weak against it, and it kind of goes back to my point I had yesterday.
All right, reiterating that one. I want to touch on something Trevor said about the mid lane matchup. Obviously, AP Kog, it needs to scale up, and we saw that it did a lot of damage late, but it was too little too late at that point. But the Cho'Gath, you guys did have some good words for Betsy and the way he played, not the matchup, but the way he pushed the lanes and made the teamfight influence.
Yeah, for sure. You want to take this one?
Yeah, about Cho'Gath mid. So I wasn't a fan when it first started coming out, and I think it's because no one really abused what Cho'Gath could do. And in that game, you'll see Betsy like pushing and roaming top or pushing and roaming bot. And the strength of this is mid laners can't really follow Cho'Gath, because if, the catwalks of mid on the side are so easy to hit a rupture, and then if you do, it's like, well, now you're just getting chunked for free. And then that's not saying that they don't have a jungler close. So it's actually terrifying when a Cho'Gath pushes and moves, because you can't really follow unless you're playing like a really, really mobile champ like LeBlanc, and even that's just a bad lane, so.
Yeah, and testament to Betsy to recognizing when he should do that. We actually have a replay of that. Let's get that up on the screen where he does indeed that, pushes up the lane in the mid lane, and then Gambit take a bad engage, but they do end up winning. Jacob?
Yeah, so he's actually pushing this turret, and they don't have any deep vision, so they don't know where Nautilus is at all, and this could actually be bad for Betsy. But you see he's like Cho'Gath, he has so much confidence on this. He's actually pushing past this turret, and you see he's moving right now. Kog is stuck mid to clear this, and now he's just throwing Qs out. And if you get hit by a Q, you die. So boom, he's burning flashes with his 10-second cooldown on his Q. I mean, he gets caught here, which is not the best, but it just kind of shows like the strength of Cho'Gath. Like, it's not really punishable. You see him getting caught under turret. And then this is just the long fight where Cho'Gath actually is good in, because he's shooting so many ruptures, and once people don't have flash, they're going to get hit by the next one.
I think that actually, like, unpunishable kind of works for, like, Urgot as well, and Maokai as well. Like, this comp in mid-game in general is just so strong, because they just, like, have their power spikes in mid-game, and this is the point where they are basically the strongest.
Yeah, the Maokai was definitely unkillable. Two things about that. Maokai is good because this was not a perfect engage. It did work out well because of their champions. But two, we discussed about these two teams and how they are in the mid-game and they don't really know what to do. I am still not completely convinced in terms of Gambit, because you see here that they take bad engages and they had so many skirmishes, but in the end they were so far ahead that it didn't matter in this one. Did you guys feel the same, or did you feel that they played it out correctly?
I would have to say simply because of what Betsy did this game, as Probably just said, about how he pushed and roamed. I think you can just keep it simple the mid-game. You just push out mid and create pressure. Like, it doesn't have to be harder than that.
I mean, I do think I want to give Gambit a bit more credit, because at least their mid-game, they pulled out 4 sweeper trinkets, 4 upgraded oracles. And honestly, I haven't seen that yet. I mean, maybe it's happened in another region and I'm not paying attention well and doing my job. But so far in EU, we haven't seen this 4 sweeper thing. So I think they have refurbished their mid-game a bit. They have some kind of plan with these 4 sweepers. And I actually think, in the coming games, maybe that wasn't like paramount of mid-game play, but I think that it's definitely something that they've been improving on.
Yeah. So at the minute they got a little bit of an advantage and got into the jungle, they put those wards down. Finally, before we go into break, looking ahead to next game, the Unicorns of Love will be on the blue side. The question is, will BD be completely thrown off and throw all of their game plans out of the window because they have to focus on certain bans?
I think we will definitely see a Maokai ban from Gambit is what I want to see, but from Unicorns of Love side, I think they're in quite a pickle now, because it's like a complete different comp, and they just have to adjust like 2 bans, like the Cho'Gath and Urgot is what is key in this comp.
Yeah, like you said it before about them being unpunishable, and yeah, how do you punish a Maokai or a Cho'Gath or an Urgot? They're all like really safe for everything they do. So I think taking Urgot out is going to be really, really strong, because I think, Gambit will take out Maokai for them, and then from then on, I think you all will have a lot better game plan on blue side.
All right, we will see what Sheepy and the team come up with. We need to take a quick break, but when we return, the Unicorns of Love will try and even the score against Gambit Gaming. There's still a lot of leagues left to be played in this best of 5, so stick around.
I'm so excited. Can you sing that, Gigis?
I just can't hide it. Yeah. I don't know.
I know I like it. I like it.
What's up, dude?
You pumped, buddy?
Focused.
Oh, Diamond gets the knockup. That's another kill. Diamond is under attack from the tower, though. His kickers will be the next focus. Another knockup. Few more hits should do it. The minions and one more slam. Knockup from the Rapture. He's going to join the pod. That's a flash feast. Betsy gets one on kickers.
We can go again. We can go again. If they I'm going with home guards. Okay.
There you go. Look, they're here.
I will swap Kagma. Oh, JK.
I got him.
I stole. Morgan. Move up.
Take care. Take care.
Nice.
Good job.
Did you see a TP coming in from Cabashot right behind Unicorns of Love? Pizachachi forced to onslaught away as a defensive play, and he is down. A near flawlessly executed game one in their best of 5, ahead of all averages, demolishing the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think they have been very inconsistent, and their how they win their games is pretty easy to read. We as Gambit have figured out how Unicorns usually play to their strengths, and I think even with their odd picks, they're not gonna beat us. I think we are the better team, and we have found the key how to open Unicorn, and I think we will have a really strong performance in our best of 5 against them.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Gambit Gaming is one step closer to the spring semi-finals after securing a dominant first win against the Unicorns of Love. We're about to jump into picks and bans for games 2 and 4. Unicorns opt to choose sides. They've opted for blue side in this matchup.
Yeah.
It's interesting because in games 3 and 5, Gambit got to choose, and they chose red side. So from here on out, UOL on blue, first pick always.
Here's the thing, though. In the current meta, there's not like one key strong pick you need as a first pick. There are so many good picks you can get. And being on the red side where you can get the double pick in the first rotation and last pick, I think it's better.
I'm gonna say Maokai is the only one that I would consider. We've seen how impactful he can be. Currently 4-0 in our playoffs already. You could argue one of, if not the best top laner. You could argue.
That's true. That is true, but for Gambit here, I mean, they can ban the Maokai now as the last ban, especially because Unicorns are banning Nidalee, which were banned last game from Gambit themselves. Otherwise, if you give that Maokai over, well, the thing is, the reason Cabochard got so far ahead was because of the way Gambit played the early game and the way the pick and ban phase went, where they could camp that top lane. I do agree, however, that Maokai is an absolutely fantastic pick and should be considered as a first pick nearly every single time. But if Gambit is that concerned, you just ban it now. If Unicorns doesn't play Urgot, you can first rotation that on the side of Gambit.
Well, they decide against that. Deficio taking out one piece of the puzzle. Look at Leviathan's face. Morgana locked in. Leviathan has got a massive smile.
Rek'Sai open as well here. I mean, there's so many picks now for Gambit. If they want the Maokai and Rek'Sai, they can take the same combo they had in the last game. You can go for that Urgot unless they don't think Unicorns plays it at all and even save that one. And you can run nearly the same comp. Honestly, you can run the exact same comp if you want, as you did in game 1.
All right, so what do Unicorns have? Let's see. If they know they're giving this up, there's no ways Unicorns expect anything other than Rek'Sai Maokai here or similar types of picks. So where do Unicorns go? Do we see that top lane Varus Leviathan was talking about? Do we see something different to counter a Maokai top lane? I believe Swain was used many patches ago.
It was, but Swain is going to have the same problem that Hecarim is going to have. You can get ganked very easily in the early game, pre-level 6. So they're going to do Sign into it. I'm still not sure. I mean, Morgana has been a good pick for Gambit because they like to flex pick it between Cabochard and Eddie, but it's never been a top contested, like, we need Morgana no matter what. Urgot is again left open. They can take the same lane matchup in the bottom lane into the Jinx Morgana setup, which Gambit, despite dying twice, they're 1 in farm. As long as they play safe this time around, they should be fine.
There is some flex options for UOL. We have seen Morgana top. We have seen it support. We have also seen Sion in the jungle from Kikis. Not necessarily 100%.
But Sion would be almost the same as Nautilus in terms of the early game pressure into Rek'Sai.
Just throwing it out there.
You're giving Gambit the exact same comp you just got destroyed by in game 1. I want to see the jungle pick, but because Nidalee is banned, Nidalee, Rek'Sai, the 2 best early game junglers, you ban one and give the other one for free over to Gambit, meaning you won't have anything that can duel the Rek'Sai in the early game. Unless potentially Lee Sin could somewhat go toe-to-toe. We know Kikis likes to play it. But I'm really surprised about this pick and ban phase and the value on a Morgana from the Unicorns.
And Hylissang hasn't even had the best stats. Coming into the split, he played it 3 times. 1-2, lost 1. You know, 73% kill participation. It's decent, but it's not like it's game-changing.
No, and why wouldn't you leave the Nidalee open if you're going to leave Rek'Sai as well? So you get one of them. Like, if Gambit then goes for Nidalee, you take the Rek'Sai, and again, you can't go toe-to-toe. Nidalee obviously is super, super strong in the early stages. Okay, that's a new one.
The man-bear pig of Udyr has been locked in. Top lane into Maokai, or are you expecting that jungle for sure?
100% jungle. 100% jungle. Sion top, 100% jungle. Udyr has fantastic clear. So he's going to be super healthy if he's trying to counter-gank the Rek'Sai. I can see the plan here from the Unicorns. Udyr just always had the problem he could kite it super easily in fights.
If memory serves, it was Tom from SKT that ran it over in LCK 2 weeks ago.
It was.
His debut game, in fact, bringing Udyr to the jungle. We actually saw Diamond running Udyr last year when nobody else was. Didn't go well, but just for historical sake. Janna into Udyr plus Sion. why not? I can't see Edward
I agree.
picking a different champion here.
Janna right here would be a great pickup for Gambit. You do the exact same setup as beforehand. You were winning the lane in terms of farm. Go back to that route. Don't try and take these early fights if you risk being binded and then, of course, killed by the Jinx Morgana setup. So no real surprise here. Odia is going to have a hard time in team fights getting onto anyone, especially also because Gambit are once again going to be so tanky in the mid game. Cho'Gath fully stacked. You got, of course, the Urgot with the shield. I mean, I want to see what they're going to do. So it isn't top lane pick now from Chachi. I really expect it to be the jungler.
Number one, I told you so.
It can still be swapped.
Number one, it can be swapped, 15 seconds. But I'm going to go with I told you so. I'm calling it now. Number two, Unicorns of Love have got a team fight. Damn it.
There we go.
Okay, I apologize. I take it back.
There's still some logic in it.
I apologize. I take it back. Team fight is going to be strong for Unicorns if they can, once again, not fall behind the laning phase. Orianna's always going to give you that option later.
But that's the thing.
How do they stop the aggression from Diamond? Does Kikis
Not by picking Orianna
okay.
and Jinx. Because you got the same setup where you have very slow scaling carries against a massive mid-game spike and 4 bruisers/tanks and a disengaged support from Gambit here. Yes, I understand with the Morgana, you got the Black Shield to stop the Urgot engage, you got to stop the Maokai coming in. That's obviously the theory here from the Unicorns and why they maybe somewhat like the comp they ran the last game, and simply the problem was they fell so far behind to the early ganks. They could have stopped a lot of the engages. They can do the same thing here.
Yeah.
I just don't know how Kikis is going to do much in a team fight when he's going to get kited around by the likes of Janna.
Well, we will find out. There were your team comps, guys. Hashtag UOLwin or hashtag GMBwin. Gambit are 1-0 up in the best of 5 as we take to the Rift with a definitely not Udyr, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time in the European LCS. Kikis is in the onesie. I got the bunny ears earlier. He's got the outfits on. And I thoroughly expect some zoom-ins on those outfits from observers. Right. I challenge you. So, let's see what Kikis can do this game.
Well, again, he's going to have fantastic clear in the jungle, so he can power farm. And if he reads where the Rek'Sai is going, he should be able to counter gank it and at least prevent Chachi from being camped. Now there's 5 guys from Gambit being spotted by a ward here. They will get in and once again get these deep wards down.
Most valuable ward in the quarterfinal thus far. Gambit with the same strategy. Let's watch Edward once the lanes start to take shape, because he does...
What is that running around?
Focus now. Can't wait to see the different shape shifts. But yes, I want to touch on that again. Edward does particularly like to bother his opponents in the jungle. We get it, guys. You've learned to ping.
Oh, this skin is fantastic.
Deficio is great. I've never seen him smile this much.
I haven't seen this skin in-game.
Not even Fnatic versus Unicorns of Love.
Champion in my games.
Not even Fnatic versus Unicorns of Love gave you this much of a grin.
All right, so this ward here just spotted Pinoy. They know they're going to be on the bottom side. There's no camp being done. A bit like last time. The difference is, notice how the Unicorns are sitting in the bush waiting now. This was Pinoy in the last game. He got the early push. He got the early trade. Hylissang is going to try and land that binding onto Pinoy.
While Pinoy's eaten every other binding, threaded through the needle, and Pinoy once again surprised from behind. We did see Vizichachi doing the regular Sion start, dying to that Raptor camp. Neither top laner, in fact, is in their respective lane. Both opting to clear out a camp. I believe Cabochard got those Raptors. Level 2, yes, he did. So on relatively even footings, although Chachi with the flask with the
gank
sustain.
now. He's got him. He has Phoenix stance and of course Fair stance, and he's already looking
Flash
at
bear
Pinoy.
slap! Flash bear slap!
He's gonna
do
go
it!
for it.
Do it!
He's going in!
He's going in! Flash bear slap! Binding Pinoy is down! Udyr is on the board! And he runs out with style!
What a start!
That is awesome!
So, this is what happens when you play against the Unicorns of Love. They always have something new prepared. Level 2 gank, he started red buff, and then he just ran straight down to the bottom lane, flashed onto Pinoy, got that kill. Now there's the Unicorns winning the lane. Let's see what Diamond wants to do. Last game, he'd already been top lane now. Already gotten the first kill onto Chachi.
The flash bear slap is fantastic. Get on Twitter, let chat know that this is happening. You see Chachi in the top lane, putting a good hurting onto Cabochard, bouncing back from that heavy-handed defeat in this matchup. And Chachi's gonna try assert some form of dominance. It's gonna be difficult to bully Cabochard away. He's got obviously a lot of regen in his kit already.
I want to see if he's maxing Q now after quite some nerfs to the E of Sion. Max Q has become a very viable strategy in the lane. To get quite some damage down now. Kikis is in the river. This time around, he's going to secure his top laner in terms of at least the river. Didn't do that last game where Gambit completely controlled the top side.
That looks like a chicken, not a Phoenix.
It does look like a chicken.
2 points into Phoenix stance, so going for the very farm-heavy route. There's a Chachi, 2 points into Decimating Smash, is going for the Q over the E, thanks to the most recent changes to the kit. And Unicorns farming themselves up, even in the AD carry role, slightly behind in top, but there's a wave pushing. And we see Pinoy and Edward again getting some really good harass onto Vardags. But Pinoy got punished for being overly aggressive in the previous game, just a little.
That's true, and now in this game here, we can't really blame him too much from that early gank from Kikis. They clearly didn't expect it to come, but it was really bad for Pinoy because he got forced back, couldn't get a tier obviously because we were that early in the game. So he's not gonna get any early stacking unless he goes back a second time within a short period, which is of course in favor of Vardags before he gets that tier and gets stacking.
Well, you're talking about items. I'm going to draw your attention to Kikis' shoes, boots of swiftness after securing first blood. You talked about how early or how well Kikis was going to clear. If there was going to be anything to help him move around the map and invade and try set up plays, those swiftness boots will help out. Going to get caught up by that Howling Gale of Edward and set himself up for the Scuttle Crab. So Kikis, new champion, new itemization.
This is again what you can do. It's... Oh god. Well, when you have such a good clear and you're always going to be very healthy in the jungle, you can control the rivers fairly easily. And also, if a Rek'Sai jumps you, you slap him in the face, you stun him, and you run away from him. So Kikis has been able to really secure a lot of vision here early on for his team, which is the big difference compared to the last game where he was on a Nautilus and did absolutely nothing in the early game.
Also, Visit Chachi in lane is doing significantly better. Did not overextend at this point.
Could he do any worse?
Touche. At this point in the previous matchup, he'd already given up first blood, and Diamond had been sniffing around for a follow-up gank. We did actually see Diamond show his face in the top lane very briefly, but the lane wasn't in his favor. There was also a ward from Unicorns, and what got Gambit so far ahead in the first 10 minutes has been mitigated.
Yeah, we see here from Pinoy, he got back the second time now, completed that tier. Gonna stack it. Not been able to get a CS lead due to the early ganks or the early gank, and being back to base twice already for him. Double Thorns for Vardags, so clearly just not gonna save up for that BF sword. Needs about 500 gold more before he can really start doing anything. But Gambit still has an absolutely fantastic mid-game setup. You got that Cho'Gath here. It's one of the best champions in terms of like just the 2-item spike, because you have that one-shot potential. You're gonna get fairly tanky as well by getting your feast stacks. And of course the Urgot, we know how strong he is in the mid-game. So Unicorns of Love, Spike getting a lot better early game. Still needs Orianna to hit 3 items, still need Jinx to hit 3 items before they can really start controlling the fights. And we're gonna have to see what Kikis can do in the team fights, again, against the Janna. Can kind of run against the Rupture from a Cho'Gath.
Even against an Urgot, if he runs in, he can just instantly get reversed. Unless he finds that flash bear slap stun. But look how long Kikis has spent hanging out in this tri-bush, waiting for Diamond to get involved. Level 6, Chachi gets it first. He does run straight in. Cabochard with the vengeful maelstrom. There's a double knockup from Diamond as they turn their attention to the man Bear Pig. Kikis is running away. He's going to shield up from Turtle and Betsy a little late to the fight. Gambit win the first 2v2.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Rek'Sai is still a lot stronger in terms of the fights, especially because we have Phoenix stance from Kikis here, Phoenix maxing from him, so it's farm focused. All he has to do is counter gank instead. He's gonna be trying to read Diamond, and then he comes in and just like and slaps him, stuns him, and just backs away with his top laner here. He cannot start the ganks himself like this when Diamond can be nearby.
Oh, wow, that was so easy. Power of Evil was around, trying to dissuade that, but simply not close enough. Gambit with a well-executed tower dive, get their first kill of the game.
This Rek'Sai pick is really doing wonders for them.
Well, Exhaustor's down onto Vardags.
Unforced splash.
Did actually manage to get himself back just a moment or two. Betsy and Kikis now in trouble. Kikis is going to land the stun. He actually gets out of range of the Rupture. Phoenix stance is going, but the Shockwave whiffs. And that's going to allow Betsy to get away. But Kikis really using the movement speed of Bear Stance plus those Boots of Swiftness to get out of any of that CC that Betsy can put down.
And keeps controlling the river. That's the important one for him. So he tried to gang in the top lane. That was obviously very easily counter-ganked by the Rek'Sai, which still is winning these early duels between Kikis and Diamond. Pinoy still hasn't managed to get that CS lead on the Urgot. And if we get the same kind of fights around level 6, that went into favor of the Unicorns in the last game because they got that binding into a trap into ulti from Morgana. That's insane amount of CC chain. And as long as you black shield yourself as the Morgana here, you won't get knocked back with your ulti from the Janna.
Keep an eye how Unicorns play that out. For the time being, approaching 10 minutes, they're just marginally behind in gold. Even in all the lanes, with the exception of mid, Power of Evil falling a touch behind Betsy's Cho'Gath. Quite clear that Betsy's put a lot of time into this lane. And actually, you know, the previous mid lane matchup was a mega farm fest. This mid lane matchup, once again, mega farm fest. And we're not showing it on stream, but we do need to keep tabs of who is pulling slightly ahead and roaming first.
But this is a problem for the Unicorns because all split long, they struggled to play when Power of Evil didn't win his lane. And he's normally been playing very aggressive laners, you know, the likes of Syndra, Cassiopeia, where he can really win one-on-one. He can get fed, he can transition that into mid-game and become the big carry for them. He's been playing very defensive laners so far in this series here, and he's not been doing well in his lane. Well, he's been doing basically what you expect from him, just sit back and farm, nothing else. Kick is barely taking any damage in the jungle. He lost a lot of farm because he roamed top lane here. He's not supposed to lose this matchup this hard against the Cho'Gath. It's supposed to be very even between the two.
He spent so much time waiting for ganks top lane.
But again, the problem is, he's not going to be your carry. So the Unicorns need someone else to step up. Vardags has been a fairly standard AD carry. Nothing stand out on us. He's not been terrible, he's not been great. So I wouldn't trust in him to be the one stepping up in the quarterfinal. Visichachi, I would. But in this case here, when he's playing Sion, the difference between Sion and Marco is Marco in the late game still has damage to take down targets. Sion does not. He's basically just massive amount of CC, big tank jumping in, and that's gonna be it. So I want to see from the Unicorns what they can do. If they just aim to basically sit back and farm for another 10-15 minutes before they want to do anything, and then say, okay, Power People, let's see what you can do on Orianna.
Well, you touched on Vardags needing to step up. He's, again, sticking to the same sort of weaknesses in lane. At 10 minutes, he's down around 3 CS against his lane opponent. At 20 minutes, he's traditionally down 16 CS, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you are consistently over 18 games down in lane against your opposite number, it doesn't set you up to carry particularly well. But let's also be fair, in this matchup, Pinoy and Edward, every time we look at it, every single time, Pinoy is stepping forward, getting those acid hunters, looking to land the corrosive charge. And look, again, there you go, instantly Vardags is forced to back away.
It is an extremely hard lane to play against. Because Janice is sitting back there as well with the shield, so you're not going to win any of the trades. It's only all-ins that the Unicorns can win in this matchup here. Basically, the way you shut down Urgot in lane is by having enough burst to not have him just sit back and poke, but you lock him down and you burst him in time where he doesn't really add a whole lot. Chachi here, flashing away. Kikis is coming in, Power View moving as well.
Well, they lost the 2v2 last time. That's a double knockup from Chachi. His passive will get popped short. The cover shots got no mana though, and Power of Evil was able to get in place. Here comes Betsy. It's not over just yet. In fact, it is as Gambit back away.
But this was exactly what we mentioned. What Kikis can do is he's going to counter gank, and what he's going to do is just run in, slap that guy in the face now, down the bottom lane, Hillsang with the black shield.
He's going to see if he can get one. That's a double stun. Vardags has been exhausted, and he's not onto Pinoy. Pinoy still unable to swap anybody. There's a teleport coming out from the Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi wants to fight. The swap backfires for Pinoy, and Vardags lands the killing blow.
And again, there's another binding onto Pinoy in the lane. We just talked about how you got the burst from the Unicorns. That's how they can win fights. As long as Pinoy doesn't get binded, the fight will never happen. But in this case here, Black Shield and Hillsang, he flashes in after the bind. You have enough CC to lock him down. And then obviously with the TP coming down, just securing everything, They win another fight to get kills again on Pinoy in this laning phase. And that's a way. You might not win in farm, but if you get free kills on your Jinx, that's a good way of getting towards the late game.
Every single time we've looked at that 2v2, Pinoy has eaten those dark bindings. When you play that aggressively, you open yourself up to those skill shots, and this time around it backfires. We finally see a clean hyperkinetic position reverser, and it was terrible. Now, Gambit, do bounce back and get 2 towers.
Yeah.
So global gold's still in their favor.
It's the same deal as in game 1, where Gambit is winning on the top side of the map. Top lane tower was already low, so once TP came in from Vizicachi, that was an easy take from Caposhot. Mid lane, Power Fever with some of these roams here where he didn't gain anything, has fallen really far behind, and yeah, Betsy's just been pushing in the wave over and over. So despite Pinoy dying, exactly like in game 1, Unicorns of Love are still behind because they're losing the solo laners. They're losing the jungle matchup. Not so much this game compared to last one, but it's enough to give a gold lead for Gambit.
The biggest thing is, it's not enough of a gold lead that Unicorns cannot pick fights. Now, if Unicorns are in a position where they can challenge with
you still have Orianna, who needs way more time.
But previously, Unicorns couldn't fight over any objective. At 15 minutes previously, at 20 minutes, 25 minutes, Unicorns were so far behind.
Yes, that's true. But if I was playing in this game and I was Unicorns of Love, I would not set myself up for fights in the mid game against Cho'Gath, Urgot, Rek'Sai even, before she starts falling off in terms of her damage in the late game. I would very much just try and play super safe and trade objectives. So if Gambit goes down for a dragon, I would try and push up top lane, get a tower for it instead of taking a fight in the mid game, and use that global gold to kind of get towards my late game points, my 3 items on my carries, before I would start investing into these objectives. And the good thing for the Unicorns now is they got that first dragon, so the early 5 dragons from Gambit in the last game is not going to be a thing for now, and that's going to buy them a lot of time, and that's going to open up for trading these objectives, because you don't have to worry about giving too many dragons over.
So, smarter play from Unicorns of Love, but look at Gambit. Zap is not going to connect, and Hylissang's going to find himself in front of 2 massive monsters. The Rupture's up, the teleport's following. Hylissang is down. Here comes Caboshot. He's looking for a target, but he gets caught by that run-in from Sire. Now Caboshot looking for more. A flash away. The Unicorns of Love are in retreat. Gambit get themselves a kill. There's a minion wave pushing towards the tower, but it's not there yet. So Gambit have to take a slight detour. Chilling Smite comes out from Kikis onto Diamond. And Gambit are now in retreat. It wasn't the strongest of calls, but it should result in an objective. No, it won't, because there's not enough minions. The AoE is very strong. And Unicorns of Love, yes, they lost Hylissang, but they've defended the tower.
Look towards the top lane, Trevor. Big wave pushing in. That's all gonna die to the tower itself, while Gambit is forcing the Unicorns to stay down here, waiting for that Q to connect from Betsy before they can go in for any kills. They still got that one-shot potential
if
of an AP Cho'Gath.
If Gambit thought it was difficult to take towers in the previous game, now they've got to deal with an Orianna as well.
Oh, Betsy.
Dark Binding catches onto Betsy. Shockwave once again whiffers. Whiffers? Power of Evil is not connecting. And when you've got such a game-changing champion like Orianna, you can't afford that. Gambit still sticking to this bottom lane. They've pushed Unicorns away. Minion Wave is continuing to pour into that top lane, and Gambit, with only really Pinoy as their tower damage dealer, trying to get in range. Diamond's going in. Knockup is avoided. It's not connecting. Hylissang is in the middle of the team. Caboshot's finding Vardags. He's got the support in the back line. They've traded 1-for-1 as now Vizicachi's being focused down. Pinoy tries to position reverse, but he gets dunked in reply. It's a 2-for-2 as far as the kills are concerned, but Eddie is going to go down to Vizicachi. In fact, it's Power of Evil that gets a kill credit. That's a flash forward. The command attack doesn't connect with anything. Power of Evil is trying to get through the members of Gambit. Kikis now out of mana. Will be stuck in one of these forms. Caboshot trying to get PoE. The Unicorns seem to be winning this fight. It's taken 12.5 years, and finally the oak tree does go down. Power of Evil at 4-0-1 in the longest team fight of the year.
Unicorns just got everything they wanted right there. Gambit stayed because the Jinx ulti and Orianna ulti were down, so they thought, okay, we can go for a dive here. If we land a Q from Betsy, we can maybe go in, but this is way too early in the game to start tower diving against 5 members. Vardags will go down, yes, but look at Power of Evil. He's just gonna clean house with the rest of the team because the tower keeps dealing damage onto Gambit here. They don't kill anyone fast enough. Pinoy walking in the back as well. You just got 4 kills on your late game AP carry Orianna. Despite falling behind early, you just got gifted so much gold. We might not even have this mid-game point where Gambit is that much stronger because of these kills now from Power of Evil.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit just went full Gambit. Vardax is trying to run down Pinoy. He's going to get him. Vardax, one more auto attack. He gets excited, turns onto Pinoy. 4 kills were gifted to Vardax. 2 more were gifted to the Unicorns. 1 for Vardax, 1 for Hylissang. 9-5.
No idea what's going on.
And it looks like Vardax has set his sights on the tower. Let's quickly touch, while we were looking at that replay, the kill credit or killing spree of Power of Evil was ended by Diamond. And Diamond now runs into both Kikis and Vizicachi. That's a flash forward. The decimating smash does not connect. And that means that Diamond gets away. Unicorns, first tower of the game, gonna set their sights on the second dragon of the game. And we've gone loopy as we approach 20 minutes.
That is safe to say. So Gambit only here with 3 guys. Betsy being caught now, no flash.
No, not this time round. Shockwave this time connects. Dragon does go the way of the Unicorns of Love as Betsy's down. He didn't get to feast anybody. They've traded mid laners as Power of Evil is down. Best chance to try run away. Monsoon will keep Diamond alive for 2 seconds longer as Kikis is now the focus from Gambit. Pinoy, untouched with a full mana bar, is looking for target after target. Does have access to the hyperkinetic position reverser. Should need waiting for Black Shield, holding on to it, decides not to use it. Acid Hunter will continue to track through, and it's Cabochard that gets a kill credit. Gambit all of a sudden bounce back. They win the team fight, but they lose the Dragon. And with minions conga lining down to this bottom lane, what started 3.5 minutes of action will finally end in the tower going down.
Yeah, this game just completely exploded. And despite Unicorns losing that last fight, they're gonna be more than happy. You've got 2 dragons now, and you got 4 kills on your Orianna, who's basically already getting a death cap now. Going towards the Void Staff, I guess, 3rd as well. So you just got gifted so much gold on a comp that was supposed to take such a long time scaling up, where Gambit will be a lot stronger, you know, force Unicorns to try and trade objectives on the map. They were happy just sitting and defending the tower. They didn't want to fight.
Oh, let's not get too excited. Yes, Diamond has found himself on Power of Evil. Cabochard looking to engage. Unstoppable onslaught does get stopped by a Diamond. Now Cabochard continues to try race. He's got double buffs. He's going to be able to get away from the Shockwave thanks to a nice arcane smash and dash. Now all of a sudden the Soul Shackles will lock Cabochard in the bushes. Cabochard not done yet. He's jumped onto Power of Evil, still trying to get the man that started this whole trade. Power of Evil with double buffs as Diamond in the background. He gets caught by a Dark Binding. The Feast onto Hylissang will trade kills. Kikis is in full retreat. Deficio, good luck analyzing this one. Betsy and Pinoy still looking for more. Rupture connects and Gambit opting to back away. They've lost 2 of their key frontline members.
Run,
Betsy,
weird man,
the bear slap does connect. Decimating Slash knocks Betsy up temporarily. Monsoon is on cooldown. Will be available shortly and will be needed if Edward wants to save his life. Flash does get away. Kikis low on mana. Chilling Smite will keep Eddie in play. But the bear slap once more holds him down. Then he slaps Betsy. Dodges the rupture. Betsy goes down. All of a sudden Vardax is excited. Flame Chompers hold the crab god machine in place. And the Unicorns of Love are on the top outer turret. 16 kills, another turret on the board, and Unicorns are running rampant over Gambit.
And these teamfights here, I don't even know how they start. It was Gambit invading on blue buff, turning into Unicorns diving on a tower and just killing people left and right. Kikis is like having the perfect game on this champion because he keeps having these super long fights where he just runs around, stuns people, and then opens up for the carries to pick up more kills. You got 6 kills now on Power of Evil, 5 for Kikis himself. You don't care about your Sign dying 4 times. He's just gonna be a big tank anyway. So Power of Evil now has 9,000 gold. That's 2k more than Betsy. And Betsy was the one winning the lane in terms of farm. He got mid tower as well. But in the last, let's say, 4 minutes, we've just seen Void
Staff, Death Cap, Athenes at 22 minutes.
Yeah, who needs mid-game? I mean, that's gone. That's out. We're late game already.
Let's also touch on the timer. Vardax took 32 minutes and 44 seconds to get his Phantom Dancer completed after Infinity Edge in the previous game. He's well on his way to smashing that record. Unicorns only got 3 towers in the entirety of the previous match. They've got that already at 23 minutes. Gambit have gifted Unicorn all that they've wanted, and you've seen the swing back and forth. It's now Unicorn's time to shine. Grab control of game 2 of this best of 5.
Yeah, and also we have to remember these 2 dragons. They're the ones suddenly playing around the 5 dragons, getting control on the bottom side. This was Gambit last game. Now, with all these kills, I mean, Power of Evil is so strong now. 23 minutes in, like this is every Orianna player's dream. Having these items at 23 minutes. If he shockwaves now and gets 2 or 3 guys, that's gonna win a fight for Unicorns.
We've seen Power of Evil miss more shockwaves than he's hit. But
it was flash, to be fair, but I'll give it.
Not before. Caboshot actually dashed his way. Either way, he needs to hit them. Let's leave it at that. And he's got the opportunity to. If Vizicachi and Kickers can help lock targets down. Look at the 1-4 rather. As Vizicachi's top lane with teleport. There's no teleport from Caboshot. And the rest of Unicorns with this very, very, very fed Orianna, getting fed Jinx. Looking to siege these towers. It's much easier for Unicorns to take towers. Look at the zone control
again
that command attack gives.
We have completely skipped mid-game where Gambit was supposed to have a way stronger composition. You can now start using Jinx to fast push down towers as well. This is what Unicorns wanted to do in game 1. Have this like late game setup where you had long range poke to zone them away from the tower. And then you had Jinx just getting these hits on the tower every single time. Now it's an Orianna doing it for them because she's that fed. Mid tower is going to be next target. Let's see if Diamond can get a flank. That's one way of getting onto the back line. No flash for Vardex, but he will have a black shield if needed. And Sign is far away, but has teleport ready.
Well, Diamond's looking to find a target. Caboshot still no TP to come in from behind. And if Vizicachi wants to start running, he sets himself on a straight and narrow path. Coming from the mid lane inner turret on the Unicorn side of the base. 4,000 gold lead. An additional tower in the favor of the young upstarts of the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
And if game 1 was defined by Diamond, game 2 is defined by Kikis. We could be in for a very topsy-turvy jungle battle as the rest of the series unfolds.
2 new picks from Kikis already. 2 new games. We knew Unicorns were going to bring some crazy stuff. I expected more. It's been fairly standard at least, unless we look at the jungle picks for them. 3rd dragon now. Kikis getting everything he needs. Obviously just Cinderhawk, full tank. You don't really need to deal a whole lot of damage.
It's all about the bear slap.
All about bear slap. You need cooldown reduction. He's already building towards that. And Gambit late game really doesn't have a whole lot of damage coming from them. I mean, Rek'Sai falls off very hard in terms of her damage. Urgot, while you're running full armor penetration, you got good damage, but we're not talking like hyper carry Jinx.
We're not talking Jinx, that's
style.
for sure.
And obviously Cho'Gath is super reliant on being able to one-shot a target with his QW and ulti combo. That's going to be very hard to do unless you get onto these AD carries. I mean, you're not going to one-shot Kikis or Vizicachi at this point, and they're just going to run in your face, dancing around every single time.
25:51 marks the time that Vardex completes his Phantom Dancer. 6 minutes, roughly 5-6 minutes quicker than the previous game. Thanks in part to all of the kills Gambit have gifted. Now Kikis is going to get jumped on by 3 members of Gambit. Caboshot looking to root him down, unable to do so, and they're going to peel away, set their sights onto the backline. Betsy's been caught out. Helisang flashes in, connects to the Dark Binding.
Boom.
The Mega Death Rocket from downtown secures a kill. Now Diamond's the one that's in trouble. Does have flash available, not going to need it yet. Uses his network of tunnels to escape. Vision going to be denied, but a great combo from the Unicorns. Almost baiting Gambit to initiate and then punishing them for doing so. Pinoy trying to look for those Acid Hunter plays, but he cannot contain the Uber tank of Vizicachi's Scion, and all of a sudden Unicorn set to siege another turret.
Yeah, opens up this tower here. Look at Vardex, the damage he can do. Not a whole lot of minions.
Oh, hey,
nice
Pinoy,
binding though.
You get caught again. That's a flash away to safety. Caboshot looking for one more. He's caught Hilisang and Kickers. Monsoon is out to keep Caboshot alive. And Vizicachi throws down the decimating smash. There's no rocket to close up, but Pinoy eats another one. Shockwave is not available for Power of Evil, but they've taken Pinoy out. You need to dodge those skill shots, my man. Unicorns of Love onto another turret. They sieged up the inner. Betsy this time gets caught. Hilisang is using using an aimbot and landing shot after shot. Another turret falls as the rest of Unicorns are keeping up the siege. Vardex gets excited from the tower kill, gets excited from a champion kill, gets excited to run down Diamond and Cabochon. We do see the zap coming in. Cabochon is a tank. He's got no damage to take Vardex out. With the black shield up, Cabochon's damage reduced, forced to flash away. Vardex is still getting excited. One more will secure it as a Unicorns of Love.
Kikis is
Turn up to
still
the
alive.
inhibitor. Kikis stays alive through the entirety of the fight. There's minions on the bottom lane, and Unicorns can get 2 inhibitors out of the deal.
These team fights here, they're so long. It's just the big tanks against each other, and then Vardex and Power Weaver as the 2 carries for the Unicorns dealing the damage. They're getting everything. With 28 minutes in, Power Weaver is now getting close to 4 items on Orianna.
I want to see how much gold all of the Unicorns of Love are sitting on. If we take a look, 1,500 for the top. Oh, we'll get to that in a second. A great pick against low damage teams. Nothing can break through his turtle stance. If only UOL picked Udyr.
Which they did.
Yep, there we go.
Thank you, Jad.
So there was the gold. It was all spent.
It's a very good point he's making, though, and we see it in these fights.
Yep.
I mean, Urgot cannot take down Udyr. Just keep spamming turtle stance. You don't want to use your entire combo as a Cho'Gath on it. So there's nobody who really wants to kill Kikis when he's running around into your team and he keeps stunning you. He keeps being annoying. So you can't even ignore him and just run past him. This was supposed to be Gambit controlling these 10, 15 minutes here. Now Chachi is somewhat diving towards Diamond. He will catch him with the Q.
Oh, he connects! Decimating smash on the exit of the tunnel. Jungler plus Smite is gone. Unicorns say Baron will be ours. And they've got way more damage than Gambit had in the previous game. This should go significantly quicker. No one from Gambit is even in place to contest. And they will not be doing so. As the Unicorns of Love secure the first Baron of the series. 30 minutes ticks over. 10,000 gold in the lead. And this is just a fantastic game for the Unicorns, all gifted to them by Gambit. You go 20 minutes back, it was Gambit's tower dives, it was Gambit's fights that gave Power of Evil his first 4 kills.
Yes.
And it continued from there. All credit to Unicorns taking control, but it all started with a massive misplay from Gambit.
Such a bad tower dive here. Now another fight in the jungle.
And this is going to once again drag out. Kick is still untouched. No one's landed any damage on him yet as Diamond knocks him up. Monsoon used to try keep Diamond alive, but Eddie, your faith was misplaced. You're now down as Vizichachi roars of the Slayer to secure the kill. Unicorns onto another inhibitor turret. Going to take out the top inhibitor with 2 members of Gambit down. They may want to finish this one out. Baron empowered minions. An exposed inhibitor available. At 31 minutes, Unicorns are looking to even up the series at 1-1.
Yeah, no real surprise. 35 kills, and we're only 31 minutes into the game. These 2 teams here, they absolutely love to fight, and Unicorns of Love will get another kill.
Hillesang with the Dark Binding once again. His accuracy rate is off the roof. As Unicorns of Love will take down Gambit's Nexus to close this game out in definitive style.
And really, in the pick and ban phase, it looked so strange they were giving the same combo over to Gambit as in game 1, a comp that was so hard for them to do anything against. They first picked the Morgana, gave Rek'Sai, gave Maokai to Gambit, 2 champions they just shown they know exactly what to do on. And it was looking good for Gambit. They were winning the early game. They got these 2 towers in the mid and the top lane. They were about to get into this mid-game spike, and we were saying, okay, now's the time for Gambit where they are going to dominate everything. And then they, for some reason, feel like they got a 5-on-5 tower dive 12 minutes in or 13 minutes in.
Does not make sense. I think
4 kills Power Evil, mid-game is gone. Like, that's it. It's over. You're now late game.
I'd love to see the LCS big plays for that, and how many of them are Kikis running, Flash Base Slap, Kikis Man Bear Pig, Man Bear Pig Man of the Match. Like, Kikis just ran.
He looks like a discount version of a Ninja Turtle, though, in Turtle Stance. When he's running around there, it looks so fun. I love it. The pick turned out to be great because he got so tanky from getting these early kills as well that they just couldn't do anything against him. And he had the river control that was good as well. I want to see it again before we really say, is it a great pick?
It worked in this instance.
Yes.
It was a great pick in this instance.
In this one.
And we're going to keep going back to the same storyline. These teams are defined by their solo laners. Power of Evil was even for 15 minutes, then he got ahead thanks to all those kills, and then he just smashes.
Just saying how he's losing lane, that's really bad for Unicorns, he needs to do well. He has 4 kills. Okay, great, there we go, we're fine now. And that's what happens. Full credit to Unicorns for then turning it on.
Yes,
and just keep pushing the advantage. You saw what they want to do with the Jinx. Put the ball from Orianna behind tower, zone them away, just fast push tower down, and they did it over and over. Cleaned out the game.
Well, we'll have to see how Unicorns bounce back. If you look over,
cleaned out the game?
Yeah, you can. Why
great,
not?
Awesome.
They cleaned it. Yeah, I don't have anything else. If you look at the split, both of these teams went 1-1 against one another. Right at the beginning, it was Unicorns that smashed Gambit. Right at the end, it was Gambit that smashed Unicorns. We've just seen that in the first 2 games. We're on for a great series.
We are, and I think a lot of people predicted 5 games. But then a lot of people were discussing, okay, is it going to be Unicorns again? But I asked on Twitter yesterday, and I literally got like 50-50. Nobody could say this team is a clear favorite. Yesterday, H2K were the favorites against Copenhagen Wolves. Now, I don't know.
Twitter was in favor of the Unicorns of Love. It dwindled a little bit in Game 2. Jump on Twitter and let us know who you think is going to win. But for now, take a look at that explosive Game 2. Good luck to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Quick Shot. We're going to break it all down, starting with picks and bans, because we theorized a little bit, okay, what should the Unicorns of Love do? They can't tilt in picks and bans, but they have to ban out. Only one adaptation, or the most effective adaptation, I should say, Udyr, and giving Gambit the exact same comp. So what happened?
I think the only thing I want to complain about before we go to the good part is like the fact that they are prioritizing Morgana over Maokai, because Maokai has proven yesterday and today that he's a strong force no matter what. But I really, really like that they put in Sion. Like, no matter how many times you gank Sion, he's always going to be Sion. The same, like, kind of theory about Maokai.
Yeah, I actually really, really agree with that last Sion point. Like, they really needed a self-sustaining top. Like, when they had Hecarim, it's like, you got to give Hecarim some love or it can go bad. But Sion, it's like, yeah, he was 0-2. It didn't really matter. So picking like that, although they gave Gambit all the champions they wanted, which I think is really risky, I think they had way better pick and ban than first game.
Yeah, and Sion dying 2 times, but it was because of a 2 versus 2 that happened later, because we didn't see the same amount of pressure on the top lane, and you actually had a good eye on why that was.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice at first why they didn't do the regular like 3-minute gank from Diamond like he did in game 1. But if you watch, Maokai takes the Wraiths. So Rek'Sai is starting double golems and can't hit 3 from his red side jungle. So he has to go double golems red and then to blue. So he's now away from Cabochard. It's like homie in the early game. So this just, let the top lane, unbattling for a bit. And Kiki's got his little cheeky gank bot. And that was like, what do we do now? Like Rek'Sai's on the bot side. He can't do his top stuff. Bot lane just died. And that's where our jungler's like, what do we do now?
I think it's also very important to note the fact that Morgana, like Hylissang, went into the jungle at that time and saw Rek'Sai. That provides so much space for Sion at that 3-minute mark. And Udyr was allowed to kill the Scuttle Crab on the left side on the map, and Sion is basically safe. I think that was like a key point.
Yeah.
So Unicorns of Love also selected blue for the other games. Do you think that comes into play here? They chose to put more pressure on the bottom lane here in this case because they know that they couldn't put it on top in the game before. Do you think that will be the key, knowing that they will have the dragon control off that as well?
I don't even know, man. Like, I have no clue. Like, I can't... When I looked at the picks and bans, I was like, all right, this is either super hubris from UOL by giving Gambit all their comfort champions, or it's just they're geniuses and they know exactly what they want to play against it. Like, they did the scaling mid, who actually Betsy was able to, like, out-roam a few times, which was pretty important. But then they got the top Sion, which I think was important. But I'm still like, are they just going to keep giving Gambit this and you hope that Gambit does like a risky dive?
Yeah. Gambit, a risky dive. Well, we do have a replay of that. Well, Gambit, the idea was good. We're going to get that up on the screen in a second. The idea was good. Top was pushing, but then they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, like if you pause it like right now, this is why I just don't like the dive. Like, let's just pretend the turret isn't there. If you look at UOL's positioning right now, they have 2 tanks in front of their AD carry. They have an Orianna next to their AD carry, and same with their support. So with an Orianna comp, this is the perfect fight. You want a 5v5, and you want to have a nice oriented team for like Orianna-oriented, like Illuminati stuff. Like, this is exactly what they want. Now add in the turret. They're 2k gold behind, and this just goes terrible for them. We can start rolling the clip right now, and they want to get on Vordogs, but they have so much peel for him. Like, they have the tanks in front, and they have 2 supports helping him out. So now, like, Pinoy's tanking the turret because they didn't even start it correctly, and the position is just so bad. They're just trying to get kills now. This is Gambit trying to get anything they can off of this, and all UOL has to do is, hey, let's play around the turret. Hey, let's like protect this guy. They actually don't have to make plays right now. All they have to do is kill who's in front of them.
Yeah, and right after that, actually a triple kill. I think Power Evil even gets another kill after that, and then as the Fisho said, you just skip the mid game and all the fights after that. Unicorns of Love, even if it was a risky engage, kind of like the opposite of what we saw in game 1, they were able to pull it out. And in a second, right after this one, I want to get up the next replay up on the screen, because in the top lane, sometimes it's a risky engage, but Udyr played it so well.
It was actually very, very beautiful. We can see this. This is kind of highlights how Unicorns of Love like to play. They kind of put in this solo queue style where they just basically fight all the time. Sure, Gambit have the stronger comp, but it feels like they got a bit out of comfort after what happens at bottom. And Orianna at this point basically skipped to mid game and is directly into late game because of those 4 kills. We see Kick is playing this up beautifully. I don't even understand how he survives this. Like, he stuns up Betsy, and it just everything just comes together, and this is something you kind of see in solo queue, and this is like what Unicorns of Love want to do.
Yep, it's beautiful to watch, and if you're bad at the mid game, just skip it, but it won't happen. Then you guys were talking about how this actually just proves that they're both not particularly good at the mid game.
Yeah, and I think it's really scary for Gambit right now because, yeah, they're working on their mid game. I think they're really improving it. And now they're against a team who is just like chaos in mid game. So I think they're pulling Gambit back into like their old style that they've been, not practicing. So now they're playing UOL's game, and I really am not sure how they're going to be able to like come back with a solid mid game if they keep playing like this.
I also want to highlight the fact that earlier on the broadcast I said that Unicorns of Love are really good at punishing mistakes, and I think the first replay really showed that.
Yeah, absolutely, and they got snowballing off of that 1-on-1 all square, so it's time for us to take a break, but don't go anywhere, as it is all tagged up. We'll be back in a few minutes with Game 3 between the Unicorns of Love and Gambit.
For a similar team comp, just have in mind that if we slow down the game and play the early, not too reckless and don't die, their siege is awful.
Do it! Do it!
He's going in!
He's going in! Flash! Bear! Slap! Finding Pinoy is down! Power of Evil is trying to get through the members of Gambit. Kickers now out of mana.
Good job, get him. Get him, maybe. I have my Citadel.
He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have mana.
How much mana for the
He doesn't have flash. Just kill him.
Good job!
As Unicorns of Love will take down Gambit's Nexus to close this game out in definitive style.
they became better in the team coordination, but that's like that applies to literally every other LCS team as well, because they already had like really good laners. I think we have bigger champion pool than they do, and we are also better at adapting. We usually struggle in best of ones, we tend to just lose a bit of concentration or something. But in best of fives, I think we have the edge over Gambit.
Championship series where it's all tied up at 1 win apiece between the Unicorns of Love and Gambit Gaming. We just heard here, Unicorns have deeper champion pools. They've demonstrated it here today. And we definitely demonstrated our misreading.
I feel
of
so
Jat's
bad,
tweet.
man.
Dude, we got outplayed. It was definitely not Udia in that previous game.
I thought it was going to be 2 tweets, and you just kind of lost the end of it.
Yeah, sorry, Jat. We apologize. We dropped the ball on that one.
Yes.
But let's be frank.
But so did Gambit. About 12 minutes when they dived against Unicorns.
Tried the exact same comp. It did not work out. We're in game 3.
Hey, they can pick it again. They can pick it again.
Gambit had the option of side choice, blue or red, and that's why they are on the red side in this particular matchup. They were the higher seed coming into the playoff, and they have opted into the counter pick scenario. They did not take advantage of that in the previous game, and we're not seeing a divergence from the bans
No,
just
exactly
yet.
the same. And I wonder if Unicorns is going to try and go somewhat the same comp. They have to remember they were losing the early to mid game. And hadn't been for that dive from Gambit, the game would have been completely different. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Gambit go for somewhat the same, because it has already shown it is a very effective comp from them. Problem is just Pinoy and the Zergot is dying in lane when he's not supposed to.
And we saw how important that first pick Morgana was for Hylissang.
Exactly the same.
3 games in a row for Morgana for Hylissang, and when you're hitting
Why not
as
Maokai
many
Rek'Sai?
dark bindings,
Why not just go Marco Rek'Sai again for Gambit? I mean, we might just see exactly the same comps.
swing and a miss, swing and a hit. Gambit have won 1, lost 1. Let's see if it's just execution. Maybe we'll see the similar types of comps 5 games in a row, and it'll come down to decision making in game. Is there a more manly way to prove you're the better team?
There's not, unless you play Bard.
Well, Nidalee is not going to be seen, as we've highlighted. Rek'Sai obviously locked in here for Diamond, but with the Sejuani band away on the side of Unicorns, plus that Gragas.
This is a repeat. I mean, Gambit has no reason not to just go Urgot again. And
we might
beforehand they had the Cho'Gath as well.
We might need to get another play-by-play up here, because if these fights keep going the length that they're going, I may run it. Are we really going to see another Gragas Cho'Gath? Urgot Cho'Gath. Let's see. No,
So
for the time being.
I would probably
Nothing's changed yet.
I would save my mid lane pick and just go for Urgot Janna here. So you can see if Unicorns are going for Orianna again. That the Cho'Gath doesn't work fine against her. But for Gambit here, they can still be happy getting Rek'Sai and Maokai. Because it is a super, super good combination in terms of ganking that top lane. You get a massive fed tank. Okay, they're swapping it up here. No Urgot from Gambit. After struggling in the laning phase twice against the Jinx and Morgana because they got caught out. They now swap the big fat Urgot, who gets hit by every single binding, with Kalista, who jumps around all the time. So that should be a lot easier now for Pinoy to avoid getting binding.
4 games played in the regular season for Pinoy on Kalista, undefeated on this champion. Eddie playing Nami. It will in fact be the first time that we're seeing it. No games played during the regular season on that champion. So we'll see how accurate his Aqua Prisms are. But as you mentioned, as you've already alluded to, the mobility going to play a little bit in favor of Eddie. We'll see what what Kikis decides to run in the jungle. I don't know if he's going to be brave enough to run Udia into Kalista, who can in theory hop, skip, and kite.
Well, the thing
I'm going to be way off. He's going to go for it.
Kalista has the same problem somewhat as an Urgot, where late game, you need so many hits before you can get enough stacks on a target with the Rend to blow it and kill a tank. So Udia can do it exactly the same and just run in the face, and he can keep catching up to Kalista. Or at least he should be able to.
If he goes Boots of Swiftness and Bear Stance
exactly, like, it's very hard for Pinoy to dance around. We have to remember that attack speed nerf that happened a few patches ago to Kalista, making it a bit harder to kite around. So Kikis will be able to catch him. And point and click stun
is what you need against Kalista to lock her down in her mobility. Obviously, Power of Evil going back to the same pick as in game 1 for him, before even seeing what Gambit is locking in. So they're doing somewhat a mix of the two games, where again it's a very slow scaling comp, where with 2 immobile carries and a Black Shield to protect them is somewhat the only thing, because obviously the Udi and Sign can peel, but they also want to go towards the backline of Gambit. So we are swapping up things a little bit. The mid game and early game is still heavily in favor of Gambit in this case. Kalista and Nami is a fantastic lane early on, and of course Ari, we know how good she is in the mid lane. She can get kills on Power of Evil here. So it's somewhat the same setup in terms of who has the early mid game power and who has the late game. Let's see if Unicorns can manage to hold on. I'm not sold just because they did it in the last game, because of the play Gambit made that gave them these 4 kills on Power of Evil. We're gonna have to see if they have improved and can, in terms of their,
not make the same mistakes,
not get gifted 4 kills on their mid laner and still get to late game. That's what we're gonna have to see. I like this pick honestly for Kickers in this case as well, because there's still, okay, Ari's gonna add some more damage on him, but Kalista, if he's running at her with boots of swiftness and everything, it's tough to say for some reason, he should be able to stun him and then single target focus from Unicorns.
Well, we'll see whether or not Gambit's altered team composition can work. They've got better siege, slightly improved wave clear, I think, with their Ari and their mobility as well. Team comps are on your screen, guys. You've been voting Unicorns all day. Let's see whether or not your faith has been shaken. Hashtag UOL win, hashtag GMB win, at LOL Esports. We will keep track of those votes. This is the first time Gambit have altered their team comp in the series. And once again, they opted into red side for game 3 as we load up onto the Rift. Gambit Gaming, the higher seed, looking to maintain control of the series. Laning phase, all important for the Unicorns of Love. Kickers was counter-ganking Diamond Procs for the entirety of the laning phase previously. We should expect more of the same.
We have to remember that level 2 gank as well from him. He did red buff and then he went straight to the bottom lane, flashed onto Pinoy and killed him with Vardax and Hylissang. Gambit once again looking to invade at level 1, get then these wards to try and spot where Unicorns are sending their laners. You can be more than happy doing standard lanes again for Gambit. Kalista Nami, super strong, especially if you win the race for level 2. Your all-in potential is fantastic on an immobile carry like Jinx.
Small adaptation for the Unicorns of Love this game. Group themselves up to mirror the invade from Gambit. Get their own vision down. Let's see if they make any changes to their laning setup as it stands. In the 2 previous games, we've had head-to-heads, but as you've already touched on, Deficio, Hylissang and Vardax seem to set their sights in this top lane.
Can't really blame them for that one. This is tricky matchup, and Sion obviously does really well in a lane swap. He gets the level 2 from the camp, and he can sit and farm with his E still from range in the swaps. So we will have no information for Gambit to really spot what's going on. They have a ward between the towers, but they obviously haven't seen anything. So they should expect now it's going to be a swap. And look at this. Very early on, they group the minions together so they can do crooks as well. Don't have to do Grump and not get a freeze. Let's see if they manage to line them up correctly to all hit the first minion. Beautiful setup. So you get the freeze with this, because now obviously your first minion here is going to die a lot faster than the first minion from the Unicorns, and you got the crooks. Normally what happens is you do like Grump, you get to the lane extremely late, and then you don't get a freeze and you have to build up the wave and go potentially and dive the enemy top lane if he shows up with Gambit here. Smart adaptation.
Very well thought out. Flash bubble forces the flash from Power of Evil. That's going to be so important for Betsy to grab control of the middle lane. And for the first time in 3 games, we should see some action, considering Betsy's got a relatively advantageous matchup before 6. And then once Power of Evil can start
summoners of Power of Evil even used the Ghost. Clearly a little bit of panic when suddenly a Nami at level 1 flashes in with the bubble. So really nice start from the bottom lane of Gambit. Now we need to see what they can do with sign already showing.
It's going to be the flash bear slap again.
A lot of people behind him.
Bear slap is up, the slow lands, manages to get the charm on Morgana. We do see the ignite, but here comes Diamond to counter gank Unicorns of Love. Kickers, 100 HP, but trying to get away. We do see those auto attacks onto Diamond. In reply, Unicorns did the best they could to get something back, and they trade summoners across the board.
Credit to Betsy here for staying on the bottom side of the map. When you have these lane swaps again, you rotate the map around, so he knew they were going to be on the top side, stayed there, had Diamond as well come in and help him. And meanwhile, while we've talked so much about what Gambit did on the bottom lane, the mid lane ganks, top lane, I don't think there was a freeze from the Unicorns. At least they haven't done anything to stop Capuchan. Look at the damage here from Gambit. But up in the top lane here, because Hylissang was roaming and jungling, Capuchan got a lot of farm in the lane. Will also be able to survive here. 10 CS, free farming or getting XP at least. So great start for him. Just because Hylissang was running around on the map, he went straight top lane just to one-on-one the Jinx.
So a lot of pressure on both of these top laners. Chachi got caught by the bubble, bursted down from Pinoy. Cabochard gets caught by the binding, gets chunked out from Fardags, even on CS relatively. No utility summoners or mobility summoners there from Power People in the mid lane, but nor is there anything for Betsy, so that sort of evens out the level of aggression.
Yeah, but Gambit also gave blue buff over to Cabochard to make him strong in this lane. He has no teleport now, so he does get hurt a little bit from the gank, I guess we can call it, from Hylissang. But he's been able to farm pretty well. Now this is a massive wave pushing in, and there's no threat on Visicacci because Diamond and Cabochard are obviously on the top side of the map, or at least they know Cabochard is there, so they're not going to dive on the Cyan. He's going to get all this farm, especially because Kick is here helping as well.
Well, Kikis and Chachi going to defend this tower. Eddie is going to land another bubble as Pinoy is going to keep bursting out. Kikis, that's a lot of damage from 6 or 7 Ren stacks. Pinoy, once that decimating smash is used, realize there's not a whole lot more threat from Visicacci. And of course he had his summoners available, continues to play aggressively. 34 CS, Pinoy and Edward just shoving this wave in again and again, trying to keep Chachi on the defensive.
Yeah, they did manage to at least deny him some of the farm. He got all the XP, but he had to share it with
another
nice
bubble.
trading.
He's in trouble. Ignite is burning away. Visicacci 6 HP, one more tick. Edward is landing Aqua Prison after Aqua Prison. And all of the aggression pays off for the first blood on the fish.
Yeah, such a nice start from this bottom lane here. We criticized the 2-on-2 laning from Gambit beforehand because they got caught by Hylissang and his bindings. But this time around, the lane swap. First a trick where to get the freeze and a jungle camp. And now with this kill here, super nice setup because meanwhile, Cabochard is still just sitting in the top lane farming for himself. He had the blue buff. He got in the lane one-on-one super early. He's level 5. Same level as Vardak, so there's no zoning potential unless it's 2 guys from Unicorns of Love being there. And that's also why they swap it back, despite not even getting a BF sword on Jinx. This is really bad timing now for Unicorns. Because if you look here at Pinoy, with that assist at least, he managed to get a BF sword, so he's going to be so much stronger in the 2-on-2 lane. And the same can be said for Chachi up here, just farming on his own. Obviously not going to be able to kill Visicacci on this Maokai, or with the Maokai. But really, really good start in the lane swap from Gambit.
So let's see if they can keep it up. Gambit in all 3 games have done well in the early stages. They completely controlled game 1. They were marginally ahead in game 2 before giving up basically the match. This time around, the lane swap working in their favor. Small wins across the board, really. And they fended off the early gank attempts from Kikis in the middle lane.
Well, Weevil has summoners ready again. They're gonna go for him.
Oh, this is a little bit scary. Let's see if anyone gets caught out. Let's see, not able to get in range and Power of Evil still alive. But summoner
Such a problem, yeah, such a problem for him. Big win again for Gambit because you have Betsy who can dash in towards him and just force a fight every single time you want from this. Pick from Power of Evil has, a bit like in game 1, honestly, not worked for him in the early game. That's not expected either. You are very slow scaling, but still, it gives up so much pressure here where we normally see Power of Evil be one of these lane bullies in the EU LCS. He's gone for the late game carries, all 3 games.
Well, adjusting maybe their play style. This is the Unicorns of Love to try get themselves closer to a semi-final position. Modifying their team comps. You know, they ran this style of comp once before, and we did see on the first back. Power of Evil got himself that tier plus boots. Try dodge around those charms. With blue buff, he'll be stacking that up as quickly as possible. We did see Betsy grab himself a ward. Needs the large rod. Chilling smite for Kickers, Stalkers. Challenging smite for Diamond.
It seems like Luden's Echo rush here from Betsy. It's gonna give him an insane amount of burst in the early game. You got that BF Saw completed on Kalista as well for Pinoy. So both the carries are doing really well. And obviously, should obviously mean that Gambit, when it comes to the first few fights, if they want to set up a dragon, they're going to be so much stronger than the Unicorns. And they have to go for them, because it's not an easy way, but it's a great way of forcing a slow scaling comp to go into some bad team fights when you have 4 dragons. You force the 5th one, even potentially the 3rd one. Chachi just holding back the lane here, but you got to aim for these early dragons if you are Gambit. When you are this far ahead on your carries, simply because you want to force that ticking time bomb to be a thing.
Now let's see, they've got the numbers advantage in the bottom lane. Eddie and Pinoy have been playing aggressively all series. They've got an item advantage. Look at the CS advantage that's growing. And if Edward on this Nami can land a few more of those Aqua Prisms onto Vardags, maybe they can turn it around, but it is a little bit easier to Black Shield an Aqua Prism, considering you can see it flying through the air. So extra time for Hylissang, who really has been on form of this Morgana all game long.
That's very true, but it's different cooldown. I mean, you got 22 seconds on Black Shield, where the bubble on Nami is 13 seconds. So there's quite a difference here. Eddie can throw it out, bait the Black Shield, and then just have round 2 ready before Black Shield is ready. So we talk about these early dragons. Well, Diamond, he seems to agree. Going down to solo lane. You are winning mid lane, you're winning bottom lane. You have both lanes pushed down. There is nothing that can stop Diamond from taking this one. And that's why he can just start it on his own. He doesn't even care about the ward. Because how is Power of Evil going to move? How is Vardags going to move and stop it? They're not.
And they don't, so 10 minutes, 3 seconds. Dragon is secured for Gambit once more. And sort of the leading man in both of these team comps has been the junglers. Diamond from game 1, snowballing Kabashard ahead. Kickers grabbing control with that Udyr frontline. Yes, Power of Evil was the shining star, the lead singer, if you will. But Kickers' Udyr allowed so much of that work to happen. Let's see if any of these Aqua Prism trades does connect onto Vardags. Black Shield traded. Edward, tidal wave available, is going to throw it out. Going to go very aggressive. Vardags going to get slowed. Pinoy does get caught by the Dark Binding and unable to secure the kill, but that is a lot of presence and pressure and a big minion wave that is potentially going to be denied.
And not a good Black Shield from Hylissang here. Completely wasted it before, honestly. Let's see what happens top. There's a gang onto Kabashard. He has flash ready, but there's a lot of CC. Wow. That was a nice dodge with the W.
Got away from the decimating smash, but he cannot get away from the onslaught.
And the Lumberjack Scion takes down
combos with the man Bear Pig to chop down the oak tree. Prolly may have something to say about that. We'll have to see whether or not Vizichach and Kickers can keep it up. This time around, Diamond not in place to counter gank. And Kickers, in fact, with a nice positive gank, where he was so focused on counter ganking in game 1. Power of Evil gets caught by the dash charm. And that was just all too easy from Betsy. I don't think flash was available. It looks like it's just going to come off cooldown in a moment or two.
That was a flash blown earlier from the Diamond gang. He's putting all his focus on this mid lane, and why not? You have such an easy matchup where you can get these kills. Just by dashing in. Flash was used from Betsy, but it's worth it because you got tower. And also you can go back and finish that Luden's Echo if you want it as a first item for him with the large rod. So he's going to be so farmed on this Ahri.
Deficio, you were praising Gambit's early game, and yes, their comp does sort of become active sooner, but look at the CS differences in the mid lane. Betsy in a favorable matchup, plus obviously the early gank working in his favor. Pinoy working wonders with Edward in the lane swap to get an early item lead and continuing to punish Vardags. Gambit with a pretty clear game plan, losing the public sentiment, but they do currently have the lead. They just can't afford to make the same mistakes they did from the previous game.
All right, the weird-looking champion going towards the top lane. Just managed to clear a ward, nothing else for him. Still, Kickers, he's been farming really well. It's what you do. I mean, you're always gonna win farm, nearly always. On Udyr here, because you're just so healthy and you have so much AoE clear. Just for people wondering, he's maxing his
Phoenix stance.
Of course, and now engage Pinoy.
Even on Callista, Pinoy
he
gets
can still kill
caught.
him.
He is going to bring Fate's Call out. The bubble doesn't connect, but it's not needed. Vardax gets the kill, gets excited, and he's going to get Edward. Pinoy, look, all praise to Hylissang. He is connecting over and over, but Pinoy had flash. Now Diamond is gonna find Vizichachi. Here comes Caboshot. The counter gank from definitely not Udia. Caboshot is gonna twist and advance in. Vengeful Maelstrom still ticking, and Kikis will scare them away. As Betsy is sniffing around mid lane. Flashes used from Power of Evil in exchange for that Spirit Rush. But yeah, go back again. Pinoy cannot afford to get caught by those Dark Bindings, especially at the tower with Flash.
And it's funny because back in week 9, the last week here in the EU LCS, Gambit had the same problem against the Unicorns. This time around it was Eddie dying in the 2v2 lane. And 3 games in a row now, Pinoy's being caught, giving up kills. In a lane matchup, he's winning. Anyhow, let's see what happens here at the blue buff. TP's coming in from Caboshot. Betsy has no ulti, remember, he just used it before.
The snipe comes in, it was Hylissang plus Kikis that gets a kill credit. Remember, without that Spirit Rush, Betsy's threat is so much lower. He charms Vizichachi, got Luden's Echo proc bouncing across the board, but it's not going to be enough to save Caboshot. 2 quick kills, and Gambit are punished for being caught in enemy territory. It's game 2 all over again.
Much like game 2, again here, Gambit feel like they have to go for a fight despite not having ulti on your Ahri in the mid lane. You didn't have to invade on that blue buff. You're not really gaining a whole lot by doing it, other than being an extremely risky call. Hylissang had roamed from base up there to join his team, and once again, the Unicorns, despite falling behind early, they punish Gambit for making mistakes. And that's 5 kills.
2 of them on Vardax. Earliest Infinity Edge of the series, 15 minutes played. Jinx in all 3 games. Still behind in CS to Pinoy. Obviously been involved in some of those fights. And Gambit...
He's been behind in every game, but he's been getting kills in every game. So it almost doesn't even matter for him. And now Gambit is gonna... They're still in a fine spot in terms of, you know, hitting the mid game. You got Luden's Echo on Ahri, so she can one-shot nearly everything on the side of Unicorns of Love. But you're making it a lot harder for yourself. Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. Gambit has to secure this one to keep going towards his 5th or the 5 dragons and force Unicorns into some fights before potentially they are ready. It's what they did in game 1 that works so well.
And let's talk a little bit about Hylissang, because Annie has been banned by Gambit in all 3 games. And Morgana's been first picked, or first rotation picked in all 3 games. Edward gets caught out by the bear slap. The rest of Gambit are going to respond. They're going to try to defend this tower. Dark Binding this time goes a little wide as Diamond wasn't far enough forward. The Unicorns, thanks to that, get the mid-outer turret and positioning for the next dragon.
And look at the spike they just hit here with Power of Evil. He had Luden's Echo complete, he had a blue buff, and he hit level 11, so he got rank 2 on his ulti. And that was the signal here for Unicorns of Love to just start grouping, poke down. They got so much damage on the tower. We'll get a dragon as well. Gambit is trying to respond though, saying, fine, okay, you take that dragon, we're gonna try and trade at least for a top tower. But as soon as you hit level 11 for Power of Evil, that's where you group from the Unicorns, and it paid off.
So advantage to the Unicorns. They trade tower for tower, but get their first dragon of the game. And I just want to revisit that point really quickly. Hylissang's Morgana has been first picked or first rotation picked, and Annie's been banned out 3 games in a row. Do Gambit look at this and say, is it worth the ban? If you're spending a support ban anyway, and Hylissang really has been very, very instrumental in punishing Pinoy,
well,
anybody else.
Here's the thing, though.
It's a consideration, right?
If you know the Unicorns are gonna first pick Morgana, giving you Rek'Sai Maokai.
No, that's fair. Yeah, good point.
That's a fine trade for you. It's not because Morgana is some fantastic OP pick. It's because Pinoy is misplaying in the laning phase.
And Hylissang's hitting.
Sure,
predicting it.
Hylissang is playing fantastic on it. But if he has a Tippers instead and smacks down in the face of Pinoy, that's somewhat gonna be the same result. Yeah. You can give him a Thresh, he's gonna land the hook instead. And you have the same deal.
Well, Hylissang and the rest of the Unicorns keeping themselves absolutely bang on even, despite the big CS differences. Just really working in their favor. Eddie, whoa! He stepped back into that one. And it's Vardax that gets the kill secure.
I see your point though, because Hylissang really is fantastic on the champion. I mean, he's landing everything. 2 games in a row now. And he has that black shield, which is going to be so important late game for his 2 carries. Oh, well, for one of them.
And it works so well with Udyr. Obviously, there's a lot more magic damage to pop it this time round. But let's see, can Gambit defend a tower? I don't think so, because Diamond once again gets caught. They're jumping onto him. Kikis is trying to run him down. Phoenix is ticking away. Tunnel after tunnel, tunnel after tunnel. Diamond is continuing to run.
And Flash
is out the wall. Dark Binding almost scratching the behind of Diamond, and Power of Evil. The rest of Unicorns are now in retreat.
What happened in the middle, though?
Shard, the tree, jumps onto the Lumberjack. And let's see who will win that battle. We did see Vardex was caught out, as now Kikis, he's found himself a fish. Charm connects onto Hillisang, and that black shield's not gonna help. My word, there is action everywhere. As the unstoppable onslaught's used to run away. Now Kikis is a bit out of sorts. Got the support of Hillisang and Power of Evil, but Unicorn's on the wrong side of the map. You're wearing the wrong colors, buddies. Power of Evil now trying to make a detour through the bottom half of the map. Teleport coming in from Vizichachi. Once again, Dark Binding connects, and this is the strangest period of play. As they carry on trading kills back and forth. It all started with Vardex getting caught out somehow.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that one.
And then everybody just running. It's not over, because now Diamond is looking for more.
Calm down, Trev. It is over.
Okay. Decimating Smash connects, and that'll be the final nail in the coffin in that fight. But that was weird.
Yeah, a lot of small fights everywhere. And Pinoy here is going for Hurricane. I don't like that in current tank meta. You don't have enough damage to take down these big tanks with Hurricane. Anyway, let's see what happens. So, the jump Diamond. Vardex is staying, I assume, wants to start chasing. He's going somewhat on his own into both Betsy and Pinoy, so he ends up dying. We're back and there's more fights and people are dead.
Kikis goes down without Udyr. What can Gambit do? Vizichachi's onto Pinoy. Pinoy will be the next victim. No! The rocket misses! It doesn't connect. There's a double kill. Pinoy's been able to life-sustain tank through the entirety of that fight, and Vizichachi unable to get the kill credit. He's not been touched yet. His Power of Evil running low on mana, trying to get more. Here comes Betsy. Spirit Rush is available. Can he find a squishy? The tree is down and the Lumberjack is looking for more. At the end of the fight, they've ended up trading 2 for 1. Gambit come out marginally ahead, but that could have been so different if Pinoy just went down. That rocket from Vardex running a touch wide. And the attack speed keeping Pinoy up with the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, but all these fights here, they've been in favor of Unicorns of Love if you look at the big picture. Because with 20 minutes in, they have a fantastic late game setup, and they're heading gold. They're 1-on-1 in terms of dragons, so they don't have to worry about the 5th dragon coming up anytime soon. And you're getting extremely tanky in both your jungler and your top laner. You're against a Kalista who's now got Hurricane, so there's no crit to take down any of your big tanks. There's not enough single target damage from Pinoy late game to do anything against Vizichachi and Kikis. So Gambit really has to make plays, and they're trying to, but they're not getting the right ones, because it looks like this crazy, crazy game trades even nearly every time, or Unicorns of Love manage to punish Gambit and then get ahead in gold with a comp that's not supposed to get ahead in gold this early on.
Well, Unicorns of Love will be very happy, as you said, with the fact that they've been given this time, and the fact that they're sitting just quite pretty. You see Power of Evil continuously trying to control the movements of the Gambit squad. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Unicorns got the previous one uncontested as Gambit lost in mid-tower. But look at the positioning from Gambit. They don't want to give this one up. Teleport's available for Cabashot.
Yeah.
And he might be waiting to TP in.
It's a good play from Gambit. When you have the Ahri in the mid game here, you want to force these comps to come in and basically blindly walk into a river. And then you stand in one of these bushes here from Betsy, you land that charm, and you one-shot a target and you get that dragon. So that's why they're moving in early to start setting up the vision control. Unicorns have to do the same, because you run 2 immobile carries that cannot risk getting flanked. So you need to be able to see where Gambit is coming from at all times if you ever want to start an objective. And this time here, they have the wards placed now from the Unicorns. They cleared quite a lot. They see Gambit walking down the choke point here, so they know where Betsy is, and they know their carries are safe.
Unicorns of Love able to regain control of the pit, secure their 2nd dragon. of the 3 that have been taken. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Vizicachi's looking for Pinoy, as is Kikis. That's a lot of damage onto Kikis, and the rest of Unicorns not really putting anything in reply. Kikis will be the first to drop as Vizicachi is looking for more. Power of Evil throwing out artillery shot after artillery shot. Not really able to find more. Kill advantage to Gambit, but Fight really was in control of Unicorns of Love once Power of Evil and Vardags closed the distance that Chachi and Kikis put in front of them.
Kept the backline safe with them diving in. Gambit still got that 1 kill here. Normally Unicorns want to land some poke before they go in for the engage, but clearly felt like they could try and catch Gambit out here. And obviously if you are the one engaging on the likes of a Maoka, on a Rek'Sai, on an Ahri, you stop them from getting to your backline, so that's fine from the Unicorns, but they want to land some poke first with Power of Evil. That's also why he's building his Luden's Echo.
It's been very interesting to see how, there we go, Marcel Dexter, of course. Hillsong is hitting every bind. Yeah, it's what we talked about.
The only concern is just why won't he just do it on Thresh? I mean, it's going to be the same deal here.
Theoretically.
I get the point for Gambit in leaving it open because Unicorns are first picking
I'll tell you
it,
why.
so you get so strong
I'll tell you
picks
why
for it.
Hillsong won't do it on Thresh, because he's played it 4 times, and he's 0-4.
Still used to be one of his main picks.
It was. I am being a little unfair. Yes, he's got no wins. Hillsong's Thresh has an 80% kill participation. That is a phenomenally high stat. 1 kill, 27 assists, 16 deaths. That's over the course of the spring split. So yes, if Hillsong is just playing well, I share the opinion he could do it another champion. But when you've also got Pinoy who's not putting himself in great positions. Either way, let's get back to the game really quickly. One thing that I am noticing a trend from both teams, they're not necessarily all on the same page when it comes to decision making. That previous team fight was a great example. Kikis and Chachi got so far ahead of Vardags and Power of Evil, fairly immobile carries, that they were late to the party and they couldn't do more of the team fight. You look at that weird mid lane fight over several minutes. Everybody was split up everywhere, and it just kind of felt like the chaos of the series is sinking into the players' decision-making.
Yeah, that's for sure. But Gambit did say before the game, if Unicorns went all solo queue style and were just fighting all over the map, it would be in favor of Gambit. But they've not been winning out in this game from these fights here. They had the early game, once again. Betsy won the mid lane, got the tower, got kills, and everything. It was looking great in the bottom lane. There was a big CS lead for Pinoy. And then suddenly, the mistakes come, and Unicorns managed to punish them every single time. And that's why they are hitting gold now, hitting dragons.
Notice how much more cautious Gambit's playing as well. You contrast to the previous 2 games, and Gambit realizing they need to strategically pick their fights more often. And we actually thought coming into the series that Gambit were a pretty good team at finding the fights that suited the game and their team comp. And that's just not really been the case over the last 2 matches.
No, definitely made some over-aggressive plays. They're trying to trap Unicorns, but they're just backing away. There's only Diamond kind of sitting in there, so you couldn't really do a whole lot from them. And Unicorns of Love don't really mind too much. There's wards in the jungle because there's no objective to fight over. You see this from Power of Evil quite a few times as well. The Elixir being picked up fairly early. Same to start this poke. Engage come in from Chachi.
Oh, Chachi's on the back line. The tidal wave's going to split up Unicorns ever so slightly. How long can Pinoy stay alive? Diamond gets caught by a Dark Binding. His Cabochon is still in the front line. He will get dropped shortly. Vizicachi's forced away from the fight, but it's Unicorns of Love that get a kill. The Zap just goes wide, but the Living Artillery does not. And Power of Evil get the 2nd kill of the fight as the Unicorns with a great re-engage. Vizicachi from the side, splitting up Gambit. Unicorns gain control of the jungle.
Gambit really struggles when it comes to getting or reaching the backline of the Unicorns of Love. Again, Vardags, Power of Evil, they are perfectly safe. The engagement was onto Hillsang, I believe, who flashed away from the bubble. And then we just saw Unicorn say, fair enough, we have a good opening here. You're standing somewhat in a choke point. We have a sign charging from the side. And they take another win from them. Now you have this Jinx to fast push down the tower, so you are in a prime position to keep extending your goal lead. Dragon is up in about a minute's time. That's going to be the next objective for them. Gambit, in this situation, doesn't really have any clear-cut objective to go for. Because if you start sieging on a tower, there's enough wave clear on the Unicorns of Love side to just stop you from getting the tower ever. You can't really split push, because you have a Maoka into a sign. That's never going to go anywhere. You can use the Rek'Sai potentially as a split pushing tool, but it's very hard for you to set that up correctly when there's also quite a lot of engaged options with the likes of a Sion from the Unicorns to force a fight, or just more poke in the mid lane. If Betsy just sits in the mid lane, he gets out-traded now by Power of Evil. So it's really a tricky situation for Gambit in how they want to play the map. They keep looking for fights, which is what they can do, but then you need to have the vision control in order to get the flank on Power of Evil or Vardax, otherwise you're not going to win the fight. They don't have the damage to take down 2 tanks from the Unicorns bluff.
We'll see whether or not Gambit can get control of the vision, and whether or not Pinoy can get enough auto attacks off in a team fight for that Ren to do anything. Kikis is just getting beefier and beefier. 3,300 hit points before a 230 shield that can, you know, pop up every 5
Look what
or so
Gambit
seconds.
is doing now, though. They're
Turtle
trying to simply flank around Unicorns from multiple angles.
Oh, this is so scary.
Look at Diamond here. He's gonna come in from behind onto the 2 carries.
So Diamond has managed to find them with Cabo Shot. They've got the first kill into Power of Evil, and the Acathian Surprise will get some reply back. Edward continues to chase as Pinoy is hammering through. He's got the Bloodthirster lifesteal, but he gets popped. Kill from Vardax. They've traded AD carry for AD carry, and everybody's going down. It's the top laners and the tanks doing battle, but Kikis and Chachi are in a better situation. A giant tree is being chased by a lumberjack, and as all things remain natural, the axe looks to cut down the oak tree. Diamond will be the first to fall as Chachi continues to chase, gets a knock up onto Cabo Shot. The bear slap holds him in place, and the Phoenix dance burns him down. It's a matter of time. A double kill for Kikis, and despite popping Power of Evil early, Gambit unable to win the fight.
That was close to the best engage possible from Gambit. Look at Diamond on your minimap here, sneaking in behind Vardax and Power of Evil. He gets the knock off. We can see Black Shield on Vardax. So Kaboshak goes in to get the first kill. Let's look at Pinoy here, what he's doing in the back line. Normally you would see the AD carry trying to take down the tanks, but he's obviously joining a little bit late. Betsy dies as well, and now Pinoy feels like he has to start chasing in to get Vardax, but like he's tanking the damage of 2 big tanks who still does enough against an AD carry to kill him. Kick is doing quite a lot of damage over a long team fight.
Of course, you saw the flash in from Pinoy there. Trying to get in range, ended up costing him his life. Gambit now 5,000 gold, 4,000 gold rather down. Dragon number 3 was secured by Unicorns of Love. And, you know, if a fight drags out for 20 seconds, that Cinderhulk is going to burn a whole lot. And you're going to have multiple Phoenix stance, multiple Bear stance. There's a lot in Kikis' kit.
It's one of the reasons the tank junglers are outscaling the early game junglers like Rek'Sai, because the Cinderhulk does quite a lot of damage late game, because the bonus HP you get as well from it when you just run around these targets. It also means for the AD carry, if you have to kill a Cinderhulk tank who potentially smites a Grom, who maybe builds a Thornmail, you're killing yourself by hitting him. So you might be forced to go double lifesteal, and it's what Pinoy is doing in this case. He's going to build Blade as his next item, simply to try and sustain while hitting these tanks. We see Thornmail now for Chachi. The problem is you're still not running any crit, which Kalista is one of the champs who doesn't necessarily need it because you have your Ren stacks, but you need so many on a tank for it to do anything. You're just simply not made to kill them. And when you got that Hurricane as well, it's not going to do anything to them. Your single target damage is too low. So Gambit, it's going to have to try and get to that backline every time. If they don't, they lose fights.
Diamond able to get away thanks to the tunnel. Fate's called used to save Eddie. Just a strong engage from Unicorns, unable to find anything. But it will at least burn some of the cooldowns from the Gambit squad. They're in full defensive. Decent enough wave clear, but relatively short range between Betsy and Pinoy. So for Unicorns, if they do set up a siege, with the strong front line of Cyanudia and the poke of Cogmore, it is a matter of time until a tower falls.
Right there. It doesn't even matter that Gambit is wave clear. What matters is the fact that Power of Evil can keep poking them out and force them back, and that will open up for Unicorns to get just a few hits every time with your AD carry on the towers. Diamond here, he's charging in behind them. Chachi's gonna teleport as well. Seems like Gambit didn't get the engage they wanted.
That's a pretty good trade though. Using the Void Rush to get the teleport.
For sure.
Gambit will be happy with that, but it might just be a momentary respite. Let's look at the poke. Keep your eyes on those HP bars on the right-hand side of your screen, as well as the mana pool of Power of Evil. There is a limited amount of time and he can do this, although he does have blue buff.
Oh,
that will play in his favor.
He's no ulti now to get away.
Oh, unstoppable onslaught. Diamond's gonna get caught. He's gonna get stunned. He's gonna get knocked up. He does sidestep away from the Dark Binding, but it won't be enough, and it's Power of Evil that secures the kill. Diamond is on the wrong side of the Unicorns of Love and gets punished for it.
Unicorns have had great warding on the flank. They can always see where Gambit is coming from. That's why they could catch out Diamond here, who obviously was kind of stuck behind enemy lines. No real way of getting out for him. And this tower is going to take so much damage from. They should be able to take it down as well before Diamond is even close to respawning.
Definitely the case. Easily secured. Tower number 5. Unstoppable onslaught. Betsy forced to Spirit Rush away. They're going to focus Vizicachi as a tidal wave does actually connect onto Vardex. That's one of the front line down. Vizicachi is in the passive form, looking to get some damage in reply. Unicorns may be a little over-ambitious, trying to use the number advantage in their favor, and they lose Vizicachi for us.
He really wanted to use that ulti. Smack right under the tower. Giving up a kill. Let's see what they're doing. They're going to play the ward. Gambit, everyone is alive. There's no TP for Chachi. That was used before. They're going to get a good fight here.
Well, Kikis does get caught out. Flame Chompers will hold them in place. Cabashot manages to fly all the way through onto Hillisang. He's tanking up 3. Soul Shackles is used as Eddie gets lobbed into the Fate's Call. Now we do see Cabashot continuing to focus down Vizicachi on the back line. Finally, Pinoy is gone. Kikis forced a flash. It was Kikis rather, not Vizicachi, sorry. They've traded 2 for 1. Gambit with a decisive play. They've got the advantage. They force Kikis away, and they're going to try start this Baron. With all of the Ren stacks and Smite, you have to think the execution is in favor. That's a flash forward. Betsy has found Kikis. There's no Smite. Vizicachi's now in. He gets a double kill with the unstoppable. Roar of the Slayer slows Betsy down, and Power of Evil is spitting artillery shots. That's a flash forward from Vizicachi as another Spirit Rush is used from Betsy to get away. Power of Evil is running out of mana, but Vizicachi has got some CC. He's going to slow Cabashot. The charm does not connect, and the gates are down, and Cabashot is not. He makes it back to base. Vizicachi pressing R on every cooldown. Finds
Best
a
double kill
ever. Through the wall.
That was so sick. That made up for the ulti he made before in the top lane here. That almost cost him a Baron.
Oh, please slow-mo this.
All right, okay, so they want to kill Kikis first. No real surprise. Yada, we don't care about you Kikis right now. Let's look at Chachi flying in.
Is it through the wall as well? It is too.
It is. He smacks the wall and then the AoE.
Oh!
Yes.
I'm done. Like, I'm done. How do you top that?
Could have been a pentakill.
Oh, wow, really? Talk about setting the challenges high. Vizicachi and the Unicorns of Love maintain control of the game, deny the Baron, and they just keep fighting. Now Diamond sets his sights on Kikis. Here comes Cabashot. They're focusing definitely not Tudio, and they're going to get the kill. It's a small advantage that should let them get Dragon if they want it.
I just don't really understand what's going on here. Like, people just keep kind of walking in on their own. Being caught out from both teams, honestly. Die, give up an objective to the other team when you're supposed to be stronger. Gambit now gets a second Dragon for themselves. Baron is obviously still alive. And you got that Kalista with the stacks. So you can force a fight on Baron now and get the engage. There's no flash though from either Diamond or Cabashot to jump onto Power of Evil.
So difficult to stick around in that Baron pit with all the living artillery though. Bubble does not manage to connect. Power of Evil down to less than half HP. Spamming out shot after shot.
Yeah, we need flashes for Gambit before they want to fight again. Otherwise, they're never going to get to that back line. I guess the same can be said for Power of Evil and Bardock not having flash ready now. But look how far back he's standing. And every single hit, when he has Luden's Echo ready as well, just does some extra magic damage to you, and it chunks you down so hard.
Well, let's take a look at the items, Official. We've not really highlighted those for a while, in fact. Betsy, Luden's Void, Deathcap, Blade of the Rune King was picked up for Pinoy, so double lifesteal. Vardax finally working his way towards some lifesteal. Most likely a Void Staff to come in for Power of Evil. There's not a whole lot shining through. That's a big surprise. The tanks are getting tankier.
Double scrying up though from Unicorns. slight change as well for them. Clearly is ready to have these fights where they don't have any vision down beforehand and they need the scrying orbs to spot what's going on around, let's say, Baron or Dragon.
Eddie hated that
Revo.
siege minion.
So like, yeah.
There's a
really
teleport
did.
coming. Was that a teleport from Vizicachi into the mid? I believe that it was, and Vizicachi's found Edward. Lumberjack manages to take him down. Now Diamond's the next focus. Chilling Smite will hold him in place. Kikis and Vizicachi trying to run down, but the Randion's Omen will buy them some time to get away. Unicorn. Oh my word! Power of Evil finding Pinoy. Long range. Gambit with 2 members down now have to try to defend a tower. It's going to be impossible to do. Unicorns of Love on the inhibitor turret, as well as the inhibitor. This is going to give them absolute map control. Not that they didn't have it before, but this will stamp a level of authority and dictate Gambit's moves even further.
Might even be able to finish here. I mean, there's 25 seconds on Pinoy. They're going for the tower at least. Still got these 2 mega tanks in the front.
Looks like we're in for a dramatic finish. Eddie's been able to survive, revive rather, 15 seconds before Pinoy can get up. Living artillery after living artillery after living artillery. A Power of Evil gets another kill. 6-2-7 in the back line. Eddie, Cabochon, and Diamond, you cannot defend your base long enough. The rest of Unicorns of Love at 39 minutes take down the Nexus and go 2-1 in this best of 5.
It's getting a little bit scared in Champ Select. They were running this very late game comp again with 2 carries who had to scale up because of what happened in game 1. They fell behind again, but they just show a fantastic ability to punish Gambit every single time they make a misplay. Pinoy being caught in the bottom lane, instant kill for them. In the mid lane, we had a few fights going left and right. Unicorns of Love came out ahead on all of them.
Yeah.
And then we had the Gambit Invader on the blue buff where they didn't have ulti on Betsy. That was just another one where there were 2 kills for Unicorns. So they keep playing these defensive comps, I'm going to call them, where they just wait for Gambit to make a play. And whenever Gambit makes a play, they just punish them and kill them and get ahead and get to late game with Power of Evil and Vardax. And then they're just so much stronger and win the fights.
There's not enough words or enough time to make sense of what we're seeing. But I want to highlight a few very key things. This was game 3, which meant Gambit opted into red side. They changed their pick and ban strategy. Unicorns, not so much. Unicorns with a similar flavor to what we've already seen. Gambit could not win. First pick Morgana is doing work, and again in the next game, Gambit are going to have red side. They're going to have the option to change the plan again, but they need to figure out what they need to change.
Also this Cyan pick instead of that Hecarim. So we no longer see the camp from Gambit on the top side, like we did beforehand, and of course Nautilus not being there and being absolutely useless for the first few minutes, where Kikis is doing a lot more work on the Udyr. So all the picks from Unicorns that had problems in game 1 has been changed, and they're now more forgiven. I've said it too many times.
It makes sense.
Doing a split.
It makes sense.
And that works for them because they get the counter plays. Gambit really needs to look at the plays they're making and say, okay, do we have to invade blue buff now? Yes or no? Okay, let's just wait for our cooldowns. Then we go next time. Can we just play around? We got early dragon, 10 minutes. Play around these dragons here instead. And they don't.
If there's one thing that we have seen, Unicorns in the last 2 games have been able to play defensively and punish Gambit's mistakes. And that's something that I think is going to need to be a big mindset change. Because playing defensively, especially if you pick a scaling comp, is easier to do than if you play a mid-game comp. You can't afford to play defensively. So
very true.
We'll need to see if we see some alterations to this pick ban strategy.
I mean, the Morgana first pick, it's working. I get why Gambit leaves it up simply so to get Maokai Rex. I still think that's fine because I think Killerson can do the same on other champions.
We'll see if they agree.
We're going to have to see.
We will see.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they banned it either.
Unicorns of Love are 1 game away from a semi-final showdown with SK Gaming. And to take a look at how they got there, let's take it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Picks and bans in this game 3. Unicorns of Love kind of discovered or knew what worked in the second game, and they are sticking with it, and it's absolutely been the right way to go.
I think now, like, after I've had the chance to like think about their bans and picks, it seems like they are prioritizing Morgana simply because it's kind of decent into Maokai. I think if Gambit opt in to ban the Morgana, they're going to instantly prioritize the Maokai. And of course, Hylissang plays a phenomenal Morgana. We can obviously see it this game.
I don't know. Pick and ban is so weird right now, and they keep doing super late game scaling mids. And it's working. But with UOL's style, it doesn't seem like it should. Like they're fighting at 16 minutes and they're like trying to dive stuff. Like why do they keep picking these scaling mids and like how is it working out for them? So I'm really curious what Gambit would pick mid at least for that kind of thing.
Yeah, and for me as well, for a player like Power of Evil, who we know is mechanically very adept, I would love to see him on something like a Syndra or on an Ahri instead of kind of taking the risk that you have to go late game.
Yeah.
But the rest of his team is just doing so much work. Let's actually get one of the replays up on the screen where Unicorn of Love, you said, finally understands the comp that they're playing. If we get that up on the screen, you can talk us through it.
All right, so pretty much in this team fight, we can see that once again the Morgana is doing work. The spellbinding, of course, is going to hit Diamond earlier, and the shield is doing work because Kickers didn't get caught. And we see in this team fight, Jinx is doing so much damage, Power of Evil in a great position, and Betsy had the opportunity to catch Power of Evil, but instead opted in to go for Kickers and Vici Chachi. And they're super tanky, as Ahri's not going to do anything to touch their HP at all, and we see them just cleaning up the fight with the Jinx.
Yeah, and I really liked how the engage went. Like, where they fought was basically Gambit had to run past that choke point and go into their jungle or back up. And if they back up, that's perfect ult for Sion. So it was literally the way they started that was Gambit has to fully dedicate or they lose. And Gambit kind of was like, oh, we just got like Morgana Black Shields, we should back off.
Yeah.
And that was perfect for Sion to come in.
Yeah.
And like just because the Maokai engage is so one-dimensional to get the direct side, the Morgana Black Shield kind of denies it completely. That's like the Morgana's strength.
We're jumping off the Maokai hype train in favor. Are you like completely saying, well, they should just keep going for this Morgana and Gambit has to ban it out? Are you off the train?
I don't know, man. Like, Maokai's still ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's just, you have to start, Wing targets that aren't next to Morgana. Like, you saw Kiki's getting caught out a bit because, yeah, once Maokai gets on you and the Morgana's not there to stop it, it's like, yeah, Maokai will stay on you forever.
Yeah.
A second replay that I want to show is that not particularly the Unicorns of Love doing well, although they did, but Gambit getting a perfect engage and still not managing to win the fight.
Yeah, this is actually really good because both their tanks are like swarming their carries, and Power Reveal does 0 damage to fight and just like insta pops. And at the same time, like Gambit does a really good job of keeping their AD carry alive. I think the problem was Betsy here goes for Hylissang instead of backing up Pinoy, and so Pinoy's trying to get in there, trying to do damage, and Betsy just basically dies like trading with Morgana, which is just not very favorable. And this is where Pinoy kind of overextends a bit to catch the Jinx out to stop the resets. But I think all of that would have been avoided if they kind of did, double tanks over here, and then, kill the tanks and follow up.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You guys are also, the last thing I want to touch on, we talked about the Kog a little bit as well, thinking about the perfect build for Kog'Maw. This game, for the record, it was Tyr, Luden's Echo into Rabadon's, but he fell out of mana a lot of times at the end of the game.
Like, I've been discussing with Prodi a lot about the build, and we feel that the death cap is unnecessary. You should go for probably the Athenes for mana. It would help a lot in some of these fights when they pick up an early kill, and also the fact that I think Kog'Maw should get these items that don't necessarily scale with each other, but for example, Liandry's Torment and Rylai's, they're super strong on Kog'Maw that has high base value damage.
And also, Luden's Echo is like, a pin item. It has 0.15 AP ratio, it's not very high, so the pin from Boots and pin from Haunting guys would help his base damage on his R and the Luden's Echo. And I think that's Kog'Maw's strength, is his Luden's Echo proc on his R. So I think just, catering towards that would be a lot better.
All right, we'll keep a close eye on the build if Power of Evil decides to go for it again. But with these 3 games down, let's check in with you guys at home, because earlier we wanted to know which team do you think will best adapt their strategy to a best of 5 and why. And here's what you had to say. Your first tweet is from @KinkyTurtles. My favorite turtles. H2K will do the best at adapting to best of 5 series. SK will do the worst because they have not changed their play style yet. I'd like to throw that over to you because you did say that you thought SK would do very well in a best of 5.
I think like SK Gaming, simply because in Europe it doesn't seem like anyone has actually figured them out perfectly yet. Like we saw the last games they played in the split, they still looked really strong, and like ban and pick wise, I think they're still open like to play these new things that are coming like Cho'Gath, and I would expect them to play that.
I don't know if SK needs to really adapt. Like, sure, everyone knows what they're going to do. They're going to push all 3 lanes, and they're going to pick these 3 AD carries, but just because you know what they're going to do doesn't mean there's like a counter to it. They don't need to necessarily adapt if what they do is always working.
Yeah, exactly.
Something I brought up before is also, even if you have figured them out, you have to be pretty damn good to execute a strategy that will work against it. And I think that might be the problem as well. Our second tweet is from @ZunwunFanatic. They can play anything and everything and win the game. In the beginning of the split, we said, ooh, they're one-dimensional, but they are just so strong at what they do.
I think everything I think is kind of pushing it. Like I can't imagine them playing Teemo randomly, but we see the trend in Fnatic's play is that Huni plays something that he can carry on, and when those bans come in, for example, Rumble, Lissandra, Hecarim has been the trend. When he's going to be put on a Maokai, I'm going to start questioning Fnatic's playstyle, because Maokai has been the trend lately.
And we also saw Fnatic go away from their team fight a couple times and do like a double AD comp, and actually struggled in all their times they played that. So I don't see them adapting that well. I think they have a style that works really good, but I'm not sure if it's going to work with every single comp they play.
And what's unfolding now, the Unicorns of Love are pretty good at best of series as well. We actually have one more tweet from Redo Fokusu to be right back. I'm uninstalling my internet. I wonder what that is. Wow.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Well,
Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. I love it.
Hold on.
What?
Where are they? Here we go. Here we go. This is just for you. Just for you. I will take it. I will take it. It's Easter. Man, this is fun.
All right. Guys, any reaction?
Well, I'm gonna let you finish, but the other one had the best cosplay of all time.
Probably is just going to nod. It's fun for him. In any case, looking fantastic, Trevor. And you guys at home, thank you as always for chiming in. Feel free to add to the conversation by keep tweeting at LL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS throughout today's game. We're going to take a short break and go on cooldown as the Unicorns of Love and Gambit Gaming gear up for Game 4. The Unicorns of Love could lock in their spot for the semifinal if they win the next game. So stick around and find out.
Yo, go full Pinoy, you got this, buddy.
Let's focus, guys.
Alright, just win that game.
Just play our best.
We don't have
It's
exhaust
our
leader.
first game. Yep.
Good luck, guys. Alex, just power, just talk your level 11 power spike through.
I got her. I got both.
Nice.
What's up, boys?
Chachi's onto Pinoy. Pinoy will be the next pick. No! The rocket misses! It doesn't connect. There's a double kill. Edward continues to chase as Pinoy is hammering through. He's got the Bloodthirster lifesteal, but he gets popped. Betsy has found Kickers. There's no smite. There's a Chachi going. He gets a double kill with the Unstoppable. The rest of Unicorns of Love take down the Nexus and go 2-1. Welcome back to the European LCS Spring Quarterfinals. The Unicorns of Love have brought this best of 5 to match point and are 1 game away from sending Gambit out and qualifying for the semifinals to take on SK Gaming. And you have to think momentum's with them.
For sure. I mean, Gambit have done well in the early game. And then for some reason, as soon as we hit like 12, 13 minutes, it seems to just stop. And they make these over-aggressive plays that get caught out by the likes of a Morgana, which obviously is going to be the big talking point here. Should they ban it or should they just leave it to be first pick for the Unicorns?
Well,
while the pick has been super, super important, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them ban it away, it's not been because of Morgana they're losing.
Yeah.
It's because of their own mistakes and Unicorns being so good at punishing them and not just landing bindings left and right, because it's all over the map. The Unicorns are doing so well to get back in the game.
Well, we'll find out if Unicorns can close it out. Just a quick reminder to everybody at home, the Challenger Series finals will be next Wednesday. That is April 8th. They'll be on our stage right behind us. Tickets are available. And if you live in and around the area, come check out the show. If you watch the Challenger Series finals, you will actually get the Challenger RE skin for attending the event live here in our studios. lolesports.com/tickets for all of the information. All of the LCS guys are going to be there. We're going to be watching. We'll be on the analyst desk with Stress and Pulse bringing the action. I'm looking forward to it because FLICKR and SOAS and Amazing are playing and are the heavy favorites to make it back into the LCS.
Yeah, they're going to 3v5 apparently.
Well,
the last 2.
Hey, Niels is pretty legit
Niels
too.
and Mythy.
Niels is
left
pretty
out.
legit.
Right.
Mythy, I'm less impressed by.
Let's see.
Calling you out.
Wow.
But that's next week. Shall we get back to this game and see if Morgana makes it through? No, it
Mythy.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
There is the ban. So there are 2 new bans.
Dexter is making it very clear that he's in agreement with the Morgana ban.
But let's see what's going to happen here for the Unicorns. Will they first pick the Maokai now and take it away from Gambit and Caposhot? It was such an important pick in game 1 for the strategy. Obviously, Caposhot has a massive champion pool. He played like 10 different champions during the split and will for sure have something ready against it. But this is 2 new bans from Gambit, so they target this long-range comp. And this pick, or this ban here, honestly, we're somewhat expecting it because he's been so annoying and so good at shutting down the Rek'Sai pick from Diamond. He hasn't really had too much of an impact because Kick has been there to counter-gank him and just slap him in the face and walk away every time.
Oh dear, Gambit removing it from the game, completely changing their pick ban strategy. Cassiopeia and Annie are the 2 champions that have been banned in every other match that were removed from Unicorns. They've not opted for either and instead prioritized the Maokai. So this is the first drastic change all series long.
And now also Nidalee being left open for the first time, but you can still go Rek'Sai here if you want to match some of the early aggression for the Unicorns of Love. And they're getting Jinx now for Pinoy, a guy who's honestly not been performing this series here. He's been caught too many times by Hylissang, and I would not be surprised to see Thresh coming in for him. Somewhat the same deal. The problem is you're like a Black Shield, which obviously is very, very good against these big tanks trying to CC your carries.
The one thing I do like about the Thresh lock-in is not only do you deny that from Edward, who's played it 8 times in the regular season, but you also remove that big safety lantern from Jinx.
Yeah.
Pinoy's been out of position all series long, and now the biggest safety partner for Jinx has been secured for Hylissang. Keep in mind he is 0-4, so Hylissang looking for his
go Janna though.
first win. I don't know, I always prefer Jinx just for the safety factor. But yes, you are right. Eddie has played Janna all series.
Yeah.
And Bardag's going back to Sivir once more.
That should offer enough peel for the Jinx pickup. So Gambit ran a comp like this, or at least the start of this comp, against Elements, where it's built around fast pushing that Ezreal mid lane for Betsy in that comp simply because of the attack speed buff he adds in, the extra poke, the long range, the True Sword barrage to obviously focus on the side lanes as well, so they can build somewhat the same comp and run this fast pushing long range poke as well from them. Let's see what they decide to lock in. For now, there's no disengage with the Janna, and we have seen obviously Nautilus quite a few times in the support role. Not from Eddie, but from other supports.
Definitely the case. Lemonation, the most prolific fan, I think is fair. Spamming it, talking about it excessively, and it will be in Eddie's hands this time round. Not the same sort of hook city we're used to seeing in Thresh and Blitz. Caposhot on the Hecarim, and let's see, Power of Evil, what is he going to opt to play?
Well, he has no... Well, he still has Orianna from game 2, so that's fine for him if he still wants to go for these late game carries here. He doesn't know the mid lane pick. Orianna is fantastic and safe in there, especially also with their Athene's buffs here on 5.6. It is still a very slow scaling champion, which did hurt them in game 1. This is very different, however, now if he goes for Syndra, where we're gonna get a lot more lane pressure for the Unicorns, and they have a setup.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shaco is locked in for the first time in 2015. The craziness is continuing. And Power of Evil on his signature Syndra.
I don't want to be Betsy in this game, because from level 2, you're gonna get camped by a Syndra and a Shaco, which can destroy you so easily. He's gonna need a safe mid laner here against Power of Evil. I didn't expect to see Shaco today. Like, we're talking so much about Cinderhawk tanks and everything, and now we get the complete opposite. Pure early game control, potential split push late game as well from Kikis. Such a high risk, high reward champion for them to pick. I mean, sure, they're 2-1.
If anybody's gonna pull it off, it is Kikis. And I we said this earlier, when Kikis played Nidalee the first time, he picked up first blood within 3 minutes just by making great use of her aggressive play. He is a guy that can do it. He won with Jungle Twisted Fate last year.
I agree, yeah.
I think this version of Kikis is the most successful. Obviously, he's in the quarterfinal.
If there's anything I've learned,
let's see what he can do.
In this meta is there's no bad picks. All of them can find some way of being useful. Now, this obviously here means for the Unicorns they have a fantastic mid-game, a fantastic mid lane in terms of the ganking potential, the setup from a Syndra. That's also why Ezreal comes in. We also talked about how it works with Nidalee and Jinx for this fast push. So Gambit's somewhat running what they did against Elements. Basically, what you do is you have the Jinx at a tower, you heal her with the Nidalee, you W her with the Ezreal, and she just melts your tower completely. So if you don't have proper wave clear to deny it, your towers will go down. They have Sivir and Syndra though from Unicorn, so they have good wave clear. But that's why you play around the Maokai instead from Gambit's side here. I expect them to swap and start pushing down that tower in the top lane. And then once the first tower is gone, then start swapping around the map and try and play away from where the Syndra is, away from where the Sivir is, so they can always fast push the towers. And obviously, deep wards are going to be so important now against the Shaco. Otherwise, he's going to just jump in from behind and kill you in the lane. Man, I don't want to be Bitsy now.
Gambit played exquisitely when they played the map against Elements in week 8.
Yes.
It was the match that had the difficulties, but they played it perfectly. And tower after tower after tower fell. This time around, UOL would have watched that game, would have prepared it coming in. We'll see whether or not the Sivir-Syndra combo will be enough to deny that fantastic map-based play.
Yeah, they do have a lot better mid-game than Elements ran. Elements had like Kassadin and a Jinx, if I remember correctly. It was Illusion, sorry, Illusion. Then had the Kassadin in the mid lane who did nothing because he needed so much time to scale. They had no wave clear.
Yeah.
And that's what Gambit used to simply just take down towers. Wherever Froggen was sitting on Kassadin, tower would die. This game, they won't be able to do the same. A lot better mid-game from Unicorns of Love with Syndra in that mid lane with the Shaco as well, who's also having a pretty decent late game in terms of the damage he can deal, especially in a split push if he gets to use his clone.
Fantastic split push opportunity. Just to give you guys a heads up, Diamond's PC does need to just quickly reconnect. I'm not sure if they're swapping it out. We'll get clarification on that in a second. That's the serious note. As a joke, his PC doesn't even want to play against Shaco, because let's be frank, nobody does. Whenever you see a Shaco in game, it's always one of those things where your Shaco is 0-6 and their Shaco is 6-0. They always...
Okay, that's true.
Look, everybody's laughing, but it's true. They know what I'm talking about. For everybody that hates solo queue Shacos, see, that's a clap.
Here's the thing, though, about this pick. It's still, when you play against Shaco, if you manage to stop him, first of all, from getting a great start way with the boxes, and he gets like a quick red buff and he invades on your red buff, if you can avoid that, so like if Kiki starts, if they manage to scout where Shaco is starting and he starts on the same side, he avoids that, somewhat cheesy. You do your red buff, you walk over to the enemy red buff, and you just wait for him there and you kill him. You can avoid that if you start on the same side. If they manage to spot him, that is. You can also go and try and stop the boxes. That's a little bit more risky. The first few ganks are going to be super important for Kikis, because he is still a champion. If he wants to become a late game split pusher, he needs to get kills early on. He doesn't farm well enough to just sit like a Udyr, for instance, who just sits there and gets 100 CS easily.
He got early kills on Udyr.
Yeah, sure, I'm just saying.
If he can, surely in theory the option's there.
I love Kikis. I love the things he's bringing, and I hope it works, because it's a new pick and it's fantastic to see, but it's such a high-risk, high-reward champion.
Well, I would set my sights on the lane wherever Pinoy is. He's been out of position. He's on an immobile AD carry. He's got no safety.
I would go top lane where there's a hack room with no flash, and I have a Maokai who clicks W and says, "Ha."
So look at this one. There's 2 options now.
There are.
So
I would also go mid lane when
early
Syndra is
game,
there and she stuns the
early
middle
game
and kills
again.
him.
Early game again could determine this game.
Very much.
In the previous games, while UOL did not necessarily win early game, Gambit did not necessarily in games 2 and 3. I mean now, Gambit did not necessarily win so heavily that the game was there, theirs to control. So for UOL, we'll see what they can do because there's scaling options on both sides, just in very different ways.
Yeah, and just very different setup from the Unicorns, with Morgana being banned away and Agazudi as well. So a few new bans from Gambit. This is no longer a full late game poke composition. No, this is very much mid-game focused, a lot of burst damage coming from the mid lane, and of course the Shaco, who has to fight these skirmishes. Don't really want to go run into a straight team fight where there's a chance you get locked down, unless again you get the flank on the AD carry and you manage to destroy him, because the Jinx is not going to run anywhere.
Exhaust Smite on that Shaco. We'll see what he decides to itemize.
Split pushing.
All day long. Guys, just another update. As we said already, Diamond's PC is actually being swapped out, so the game has loaded up. We've paused it at the moment. And the moment that Diamond is on a working machine, we'll be back into this game, which could be the last of the European quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere, because afterwards we will be seeing Gravity taking on Team Impulse in the North American quarterfinals.
Yeah.
But with some luck, we'll make them wait, because with some luck, Gambit can win this one and get us to game 5.
But then Shaco lose.
I'll admit, that's fine. I don't mind Shaco losing. I don't like Shaco.
Well, you should.
No, I don't. I like Kikis. I don't like Shaco. I'm going to lay it out there, be honest.
Okay. Wow, harsh words.
Look, no, it's just,
I think it's fantastic fun to look at.
So it's Kikis.
They're looking very focused. Obviously, you're not allowed.
It's a difficult situation to be in. This is a difficult situation to be in. You come into the very last game. If anything, extra time to think about how you handle the Shaco pick.
Yeah, the
How are you
problem for
gonna play
Gambit
around
is,
it?
so Gambit obviously after the last game, they went out backstage, they talked and said, okay, why are we losing? Some of these new picks here is annoying us. Not new picks, but at least some of these picks are very annoying. So let's ban them away and try and hope for more standard maybe from the Unicorns of Love. And they got 4 very standard picks. We've seen Vardax play Sivir multiple times. We know Power Viva is a Syndra player. And then Kik is like, nah, it's not going to be too easy. And he throws in a completely new pick, which you obviously have no practice against. And now you got to rely on your solo queue experience of saying, how do I counter Shaco normally in solo queue? And use that in Shaco, sorry, not Shaco. Shaco is the Danish version.
I'm going to tell you now, if it is officially Shaco or officially Warwick or Warwick, I'm afraid I'm going to call it Shaco. Everyone will know. Let us know, guys. Hit us up on Twitter for potentially last time. Who do you think will book their ticket to Madrid, Spain with the help of the Clown, or if Gambit will bounce us back and force us to Game 5 at LOL Esports, hashtag UOL win, hashtag GMB win. And also, if you call it Shaka or Shaco, let us know that as well. As we are into game, the first box is down into defensive one.
So, Gambit, we expected him to get some deep wards in here, try and spot where the Shaco is starting.
Oh, are we gonna do that? Okay.
Well, I said the Danish version before, like Shaco.
I've only ever known it as Shaco.
Shaco.
Well, the box is down. Advantage Gambit. Where is Kikis for the moment?
Starting on the bottom side. So just by having these wards here, if they place him just around now on the walls on the Grom, they're gonna see if he's setting it up. Well, they got the one on Grom, that's the important one at least. So they're gonna see he's starting on the bottom side. And Gambit might look for a lane swap in this situation. We mentioned how they want to use Jinx to fast push down a tower. So that's why they want to potentially swap her. But you also want to make sure that Diamond gets a safe start, where there's not a red buff Shaco standing at level 2 killing you.
Lots of wards from Gambit, as you've highlighted. Pinoy and Edward waiting to move to lane. They're going to move with the minions, but obviously be fully spotted. They're going to head themselves into the 2v2 lane. Shaco is clearing out those
Diamond is starting on red side. Kikis, when he played Twisted Fate at IEM San Jose, did his own red buff, and he rushed straight into the jungle of Team Solo Mid. Might not have been that game. I think of something else, but there's one of those games where he just did the red buff. And then he rushed straight into the enemy blue buff and he caught out whatever jungler it was and killed him at IM San Jose. He might look to do exactly the same here because Diamond is starting on the top side. They obviously don't know because they didn't have a ward on the blue buff. They just saw that there was no pull, at least from the bottom lane of Gambit, as they spotted them on the ward here. So Diamond is rocking to his blue buff. Let's see what Kikis wants to do.
Keep an eye. He was clearing out that red buff. Level 2 at that point into 2-shift poison. We'll have access to Deceive in a moment or
Gambit has a good ward as well to try and spot him in the river.
Smart play against the Shakers of the world that like to hide in a bush and kill you when you're low. Nidalee, though, has got relatively good clear speed and sustain. Starting on this blue buff. And that ward just timed out. So relatively safe in the knowledge that Kikis was not pushing into his jungle. And we are going to see head-to-head lanes. Once again, a little bit of a farm lane in the middle. But this time around, Power of Evil maybe with slightly more opportunity to bully Betsy.
Oh, way more. Way more on this Syndra for him. And obviously Ezreal is not going to offer a whole lot of damage or a lot of pressure for Gambit in his mid lane. He's mainly just a farm champion. But it's fine because, again, the comp is built around being able to rotate the Jinx in and out of the lanes and then push down these towers. It's the whole setup for them. You can also do it just with the Nidalee. But Hylissang, he's on another champion that can land some skill shots and pull in targets. No Black Shield this time around, which is going to be the difference for him. Let's see if Pinoy can dodge around in this lane, because it's been the big problem. All 3 games, he's been caught and he's been killed.
Hylissang and Vardags, the ones that have pushed the wave up first, way more wave clear early. And Diamond, once again, trying to hang out in this top lane, but the wave is too far pushed. There's no opportunities. Instead, he's going to set some sights on that Scuttle Crab. Edward, dredge lines in, does get the slow onto Hylissang, but unable to get more. And Hylissang catches the minion. Hey, it's still 100% hit. Still 100% hit.
So I like what Diamond has done here. We talked about how Hecarim has no flash, and that would be a fairly easy gank for Kikis. Notice how he's invested a lot of his early vision on the top side of the map, and also he's staying around it to see if a gank should happen, and then he can go for the counter gank. He's always around Cowper on the Hecarim. That was a mistake Unicorns made in game 1, where they just left the Hecarim on his own, and he got camped by Diamond multiple times. Killed and ended up doing absolutely nothing.
Kikis is yet to back, sitting on 1,000 gold.
He's just expecting that gank.
Smart play by Kikis, taking advantage. Ooh, a little low, but pretty greedy start. Death Sentence goes wide. Edward sidesteps it, keeping the minions away from the tower as long as possible. And finally, Pinoy's going to keep farming, so no advantages gained either way. Very, very early Moby Boots there for Kikis. Let's see what he can do around the map. Previously went for Boots of Swiftness on Udyr as an early buy. This time around, Moby Boots. Death Sentence connects onto Pinoy, as does the Boomerang Blade. That's a 2-man flay, and Hylissang gets rooted. Next up, Vardags. Pinoy in full retreat. Summoner Heal was traded in exchange for Summoner Exhaust, and Hylissang showing he can connect with Death Sentences as well as Dark Binding.
That's the thing. You ban Morgana, but you give him Thresh, another champion he's so good on when it comes to landing skill shots. He's been one of the best players today, forcing Pinoy back now, or at least he actually recalled, or he canceled it, sorry, because Diamond is now down his bottom lane.
Well, let's see what they can do. Diamond looking to get in range. No mana on Edward. Death Sentence actually connects, and Vardags even able to spell shield up.
That opens up for Kikis now. They saw Diamond on the bottom lane. Look what Kikis is doing now. Top side. Can they lock down Cabochard? They will. Let's see what Kikis can do onto him. The exhaust is already used.
Cabochard's in trouble. He's going to get taken down. First blood to the Unicorns of Love.
But that's it. I mean, you have no flash. And as soon as Diamond shows himself, because his bottom lane is in problems, he has to go down there and help them. And then Cabochard gets ganked and gets killed. So simply by, again, Unicorns of Love doing well in the 2v2 lane, they set up such an easy gank for Kikis.
That works out in their favor. Kikis on that Shaco, working in his favor. Got a confirmation from our stats guys. That's the 71st. There are now 71 champions, unique, that have been picked or banned 2015 in the LCS. That is a very large number. We're seeing more and more. 5.4, 5.5, 5.6 patches are bringing so much excitement.
Yeah, but no Swain.
Doesn't
even matter.
Makes you very sad. Take a look at that. Hylissang and Vardax joining Kikis in the Dragon Pit.
He played Swain, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It all matters. In EU LCS, sorry, it's not being played.
True Shot Barrage, is it going to steal? That is the question. The answer is no. Got me excited for nothing. Unicorns, early Dragon, early First Blood, and early advantage. This Kikis deceives his way away. Despite having Exhaust, also got Skirmisher Saber. So if there was ever an indication that he wanted to battle, duel, and fight in split push way, he's definitely got the skill set to do so.
Yeah, you can't really do a whole lot else on a Shaco Euro. Poke is not the greatest. Just run up and E people. They're like, ha, great. Diamond, though, has now realized I need to be around Kappa Shot, otherwise he's gonna die again. So he's back on the top side. Didn't have any wards to place in the jungle. That's what Gambit needs against the Shaco. You have to get deep wards in so you can spot him before he moves to the lanes, because he has so many different ways of starting a gank, and it's so hard to ward around the lanes. Just spotting like that small ward you see on the top side in the bush near the river is not gonna stop Kikis from getting into the top lane. You can even just deceive over the wall and yourself, and the ward won't see you to get into the lane itself. So Gambit needs deep wards against him.
I'll see if they can get them down. It's pronounced Shaco, not Shaco. That's how I read it. That's how you're making me read it. That's how I read it. Or Shaco, not Shaco. Why is everyone trolling us today? Meteos. He's going to chime in. That's a box actually used, as is on the hunt. Vardax is going to spell shield the root, and Edward forced to flash away. Death sentence from Hylissang, almost costing Edward his life. And look at the item difference. This time around, it's Vardax with the BF sword and the additional AD. I really wanted to highlight very quickly, no boots yet for Diamond versus the Moby boots of Kikis. Fisher, you're talking on how Diamond has to respond to the counter gank, so be around the threat of a Shaco gank. It's so much harder when he's got all of that mobility and the deceive to hop over every single wall.
Well, the thing is, as long as you live in his jungle, it's fine. And if you're strong enough to duel him, oh, let's see, TP in the bottom lane. Pinoy, my friend, you're on your own.
Well.
And just to make it worse, we had to see a hook land as well.
Not a whole lot Pinoy could do about that one. Full knowledge Edward had backed thanks to the death sentence earlier. And that's actually super decisive play from the Unicorns. There was no minions under that turret. The TP from Chachi kept that last little guy alive. And they punish, get a kill on the board, get the first tower on the board, and set themselves up with a small advantage.
I hate to be the grumpy one, but I don't think that was worth it.
Okay,
you're already winning your bottom lane, and you will slowly push down that tower anyway. So I don't see why you have to surrender your top tower to make that play, to get one kill and TP as well, which is now in favor of Gambit. Yes, you got a first blood, that was great, but you also traded a top tower, which you could have defended fairly easily. So I guess you can argue, was it good?
We will find out.
Depends on what the next play is gonna be, but you were already winning that bottom lane pretty hard, and you already gonna get it, and wow, that's a lot of damage.
Big hit, but True Shot Barrage used to push the wave down. Gambit, they are the ones that have grouped up. Another Javelin toss connects Death Sentence onto Diamond as the minions get dropped, and Diamond forced to flash away. Doesn't matter what Hylissang plays today, he will connect with those skill shots. And the fans once again behind the Shaco of Kikis and the Unicorns of Love, 74%.
Power of Evil onto Betsu, forcing a flash.
Two quick flashes in that middle lane.
Does have a CS lead, obviously, on the Syndra, but what Gambit is looking to do now is once you got this top tower, you open up the lane for the Hecarim to push it all the way down and then roam from the top lane to the mid lane where they can set up a very simple siege. The problem is they're losing this mid tower, so now they, funny enough, still need deep wards. The problem is when you lose your mid tower, you don't have anywhere safe to run if you're hitting the enemy tier 1 tower. So you suddenly need, for more than one reason, the deep wards in the jungle here to spot the engage coming from the Unicorns so you can run away in time and you don't have to rely on this tower, which is now dead for you. So this really opens up the map for the Unicorns to get in. That obviously, or that could have been the reason for them going for that TP play to kill Pinoy with 4 guys, even though they could most likely done with 3 as well. But going for that play, just get that outer turret down, then the mid lane, and you suddenly open up the entire map.
We'll see what they decide to prioritize. We did see Kick is backing, grabbing himself a pickaxe and longsword. I was looking at the items. He actually very quickly picked up a rejuvenation bead before deciding to sell that and grab the wards instead. So
Tiamat and Brutalizer.
Gonna get himself so much more damage. Behind in CS to Diamond. Diamond spent a good amount of time in his jungle.
And this again here, so this again now falls back to the play they just made before where they forced that tower down, is because Dragon isn't up yet, they're already winning the mid lane. They can now swap Vardax and Hylissang to the top lane and start pushing down on the next one. Hecarim doesn't have enough wave clear to stop them from dealing damage to the tower. Kikis is nearby. You don't have TP on Visicharchi, so there's a play to be made here for Gambit, but they gotta make it now, otherwise this tower is going down. So clearly the Unicorns feel like by fast pushing down the towers, that was worth more than obviously saving that TP from Chachi beforehand to get the kill on the bottom lane. And this is just a very nice play, suddenly making the play before very worth it for them.
2,000 gold lead as we hit 13 minutes on the clock. 20 seconds before the next Dragon. Infinity Edge completed for Vardags. Luden's Echo completed for Power of Evil. A lot of item spikes that's going to work into their favor. Contrast that to Cabashard, he's just sitting on home guard boots for the time being. Teleport is available, but Chachi is in place for this next Dragon bout. And it looks like that's where Unicorns are going to set their sights. Hylissang, he's way forward, connects with a death sentence onto Edward, follows it through with the secondary, puts the box down in the middle of the jungle, and Edward is in full retreat. Kikis down to 100 HP, less down, it was actually the clone. Even I got baited by that one. And Pinoy so close. Now Unicorns, they are low. Kikis.
Cabashard is going to have home guard and TP, and yeah, with these low members, if he managed to engage correctly, Gambit can still turn around this fight. Betsy's on full HP. Gets a TP.
Well, there we go. He's jumped forward, caught 3 people with the onslaught of shadows. Cabashard continues to run forward. Ignite is burning away. Power of Evil is down, and the Dragon has been stalled out. Gambit now set their sights on that objective. Can they secure it? Kikis and the rest of Unicorns looking to engage. Kikis does go over with the Deceive, but unable to get the smite. Not even used there, I don't think. Gambit able to get their first objective and their first kill after a teleport home guard engage.
That was also despite being behind in terms of items. If you look at the carries, Luden's Echo had already been completed for Power of Evil. Infinity Edge for Vardax that was not ready from Pinoy here. So the carries were slightly behind from Gambit and still managed to win the fight. Obviously the Shaco here is not the greatest team fight in the world. And that's going to be a big deal. Not that Nidalee is herself, but she's going to add a lot of poke inside of Gambit. And with this Tiamat being completed, Brutalizer later, we're going to get a lot of wave clear coming in, or fast pushing ability, I think we should say instead, from Kikis, which obviously is going to be the goal for him, become a split pushing threat. Just the fact he has his ulti quickly makes it a 2v1 fight.
So 15 minutes have gone by, 1,000 gold. Unicorn still marginally in the lead. The tower pushing comp that Gambit put together has not been able to push towers. Well, so let's see if they can scale themselves up. Unicorns, an aggressive play worked in their favor and they just steamrolled ahead.
Yeah, that's very true. And no real focus on getting wards in the jungle of the Unicorns of Love. Almost at any given time for Gambit has made it very hard for them to move around on the map. And as we mentioned earlier, when this mid tower is gone, you can still group in the mid lane, but it's just so much harder for you to do because you have nowhere to run. If you get engaged on now by the Unicorns, you're not going to get back to your T2 tower in time. But they are doing the right play here. You see, Sheen has been completed for Betsy, so he's going to start doing a lot of damage on towers. Kikis is going to try and force them away.
Edward,
quite some damage.
Edward threw out the dredge line, not able to connect with the champion, but Kick is able to, as you mentioned, put enough damage on Betsy to push him backwards. Gambit playing defensively this game with a team comp that's not necessarily focused around team fighting or that mind. We'll see how they handle their mid game. It's been Gambit's engages in the previous matches that Unicorns were able to punish. They've got to be a little more careful about how they decide to bring themselves in this game. Because remember, one more win for Unicorns and they book their ticket to Spain. They book that battle with SK Gaming.
Oh, Kick is getting a ward in, trying to jump on Pinoy. Diamond is nearby. see what's going to happen. Not a whole lot, and now Kickers, he's in trouble.
Well, let's see. Deceive, 5 seconds on the clock before he can jump away. Gets caught by the javelin toss, sidesteps the super mega death rocket, and the mark from Diamond's going to reveal the real Kickers. Javelin toss, one more can.
Oh, Lantern's on its way.
We do see the clone actually jumps in, and the Lantern to safety. Kickers manages to make it out. Smart pickup for that Thresh, especially if you're going to be roaming between lanes and letting Kickers try shove them out quickly. Hylissang can save Kickers over and over if he ever needs it, between the clone and the dashes and the deceives.
We just got a taste of what Unicorns wants to do here with the 1-3-1 setup. Kickers in one lane, obviously, Visichachi in the other one with the teleport, pushing them down. Gambit don't really have anyone who can stop it late game, but they have some good engage on the Nautilus, on the Hecarim to start the fights instead. And that's where Kickers won't be able to join. He obviously has 0 global presence as a jungler. So if he's sitting in a lane, if Unicorns doesn't play correctly, basically what's going to happen is if Kickers is pushing too far up his lane, or he's standing too far back in his lane, and the rest of the team is too far up in their own lane, Gambit will engage. That was a lot of small things. The point is, 1-3-1 against hard engage. If every lane isn't pushing at the same time, and you can take a tower on the other side of the map if someone is getting ganked or engaged on, then you're failing your 1-3-1. Because then it's way too easy for Gambit to respond, get a kill, force you to now reset your whole split push and back away, and therefore Gambit can then get into these team fights, can maybe get an objective and get some gold, which they need obviously to get on these 80 carries here. So we're gonna have to see if the Unicorns can play the 1-3-1 correctly. One guy staying too far back or staying too far up can stop your whole split push from happening and reward a kill to Gambit.
We will find out if Unicorns can control all of the lanes. Ravenous Hydra completed for Kickers, has yet to upgrade his jungle item, just sticking on that challenging smite.
Really putting so much focus on getting that AoE damage over a warrior enchant on the Shaco for him. He's just rushing towards it. He's back in his lane. Meanwhile, Dragon is spawning in about a minute's time. And you can see how Unicorns are staying around it. They know that's going to be next objective.
Look at all 3 lanes to Fisher. You were touching how they had to be sort of in sync. And it does look like they are. Kickers has found the back of Cabo Shot. He's hallucinated himself and rushes forward. Has managed to push Cabo Shot away, but look at all of really easy win. Keeps the tower under pressure and will steal away jungle camps as well.
The ult is a big deal though, fast pushing down towers for Kickers here, so with that being on cooldown, it does open up for the hard engage.
That's a flash dredge on Hylissang is caught out of place. The depth charge threw him up in the air, and that was a spell shield on the super mega death rocket. Now Visichachi forced to flash over the Fame Chompers, and Diamond is a little out of position. We do see Unleashed Power's already been used, and the Javelin Toss is side staged. While all this is going on, Kickers is pushing the tower. Chachi gets caught by one more hook, and it's Betsy that takes him out. Dragon spawns in 4 seconds, but is a risky play if Gambit decide to stick around. No mana on Power of Evil. They've traded a kill for a tower.
Yeah, that took a little bit longer for Gambit to get the kills than they had hoped for. They just wanted to blow up one target and then get back and defend against Kickers here while still be able to take the Dragon with 4 members against 3 of the Unicorns of Love. But that didn't happen because they managed to disengage at first. Not sure if there was a Lantern from Hylissang doing quite some work. And also this mid lane tower now taking a lot of damage. So Gambit invested way too much into one kill by losing 2 towers for it. It was a good play to make, but you gotta blow up that one target instantly then, so you can recall and defend.
Did not happen. Unicorns get 2 towers, despite losing a Dragon and a kill. So, gonna be in a happy position. I did see the True Shot Barrage trying to snipe somebody off. It didn't work out, but, you know, the Shaco,
yeah,
the decision-making in the strats, Unicorns are executing it well.
And that's where you saw how powerful it is when you have such a strong split pusher. Because he was at the tower already, he'd already pushed the lane up. Had he been stuck, let's say at his own tier 2 or tier 1 tower, Gambit could have made that play, engaged, got the kills, recalled in time to even catch the wave and not even take any damage from the tier 2. That's why it's so important that these lanes are being pushed up and you have proper warding as well in the jungle, so you can see if anyone is coming for any gank, so you can react on the other side of the map in time.
Well, it makes a lot of sense talking about warding. The Unicorns have upgraded 3 of their trinkets to the yellow trinkets and got themselves Sightstone on the support, so going to be trying to get as many wards around the map once again to allow mobility. We did see Power of Evil. He'd been sitting on a Fiendish Codex and a blasting one for a very long time. He's just completed his second sort of big ticket item, the Morella Nomicon. Gonna use that to spam out those Dark Spheres over and over. Gambit pushing the middle lane. They do not have Pinoy. He seems to be relegated to bottom lane defense. As you can see, Kikis has finally upgraded his warrior enchant.
Kikis is free to do whatever he wants. There's no TP for Cabochard. They're gonna need that. He does back away because Gambit is moving through the jungle. As long as you, the Unicorns of Love, keeps the lane pushed up and get 2 or 3 wards in the jungle of Gambit, they should be able to spot every single play they're trying to make on Kikis and give him enough time to escape. He has a ward here. Diamond is staying on the other side of the wall. That's a nice little play.
Let's see if he can win the trade. The hallucinated clone is running Diamond down. He's even recruited the Gromp to help out.
Now he's killing it.
Gonna be able to take that clone
Horrible
out.
boss.
The one thing we're gonna keep our eye on is that True Shot Barrage. It could become very important to help managing the split push of Kikis. It's not gonna kill an entire wave, but could at least reduce the effective pushing power. Diamond, again, still looking for a fight. Does land the Javelin toss, gets instantly feared, takes out 2 Jacks in the boxes. And Kikis is just pulling the aggro. He's pulling the attention of
And then you look at the
Gambit.
mid lane. 3 guys pushing up the mid lane because they know there's 2 people on the bottom side. And as long as these lanes are being pushed, UOL can keep moving around the map and always have a numbers advantage because nobody can one-on-one the Shaco from them. Kikis, this guy's been pulling out some crazy picks in this series in the past. For now, it's really working for him and the Unicorns.
Teleport not available for Cabochard. 15%, rather 25% of its cooldown just ticked by. Gambit have been able to stall out that last period of pushing. There was no inner turret on the top or middle to push. So Unicorns, their only remaining lane turret is in this bottom lane. And I think Gambit, well aware of that one, invested some wards, invested attention. So yes, Kikis was pulling the aggro, but it's also the only non-inhibitor turret left for them to push.
And it's going to be a lot harder for the Unicorns to keep split pushing once this last tier 2 is gone. Because that's where you have to break into the base, and it's very easy for Gambit to move the short distance here between the lanes and defend against the Shaco and of course against the other members in the mid lane from the Unicorns. So that's where they have to play more around the Baron later on. But for now, goal is still this tier 2 tower. Varlex managed to get the red buff for himself. Leviathan, he doesn't care.
Yeah, focus looks
you
from
can
the
take
coaches.
that red buff.
Focus looks from those coaches. Sheepy, while in the stronger position, still needs to get ahead. Kikis gets caught out a little bit, but it's actually the damage on a Cabochard significantly higher. That bonus damage from hitting the pony in the back and Ravenous Hydra. Kikis, honestly, it's going to need way more than a Hecarim to handle this jungler.
All Gambit can do right now is just damage control. You stay back, you try and defend your tower for as long as possible, and then you wait for the entire map to reset. You wait for Unicorns to go back and buy. And you can see the lanes now being built up. And that's where you can make a play before the Kikis wave is being pushed down to your tower with the TP home guard from the Hecarim. Before that, it's really hard for you to do anything.
Oh, death sentence onto Diamond. He's down before the teleport can complete. Cabochard in full retreat, but he onslaughts back in. Does manage to fear Power of Evil. Where is the rest of the team, though? In comes Edward and Pinoy, trying to get some damage down, but Cabochard is out. We do see Betty landing a kill crit onto Vardax, and the True Shot Barrage is flying through. Kikis is taking the tower in the bottom lane, and despite some kills for Gambit, they lose the fight, they lose the tower. And he's going to try and interrupt Chachi. Actually, it's going to get turned around. Support comes in, forced to flash. Gambit in what was a 5v4 lose, and they lose their last remaining inner turrets.
Such a tough situation to be in. You cannot even sit in your own jungle and do the Raptor camp. Then Unicorns can just walk down behind you. They have control of this jungle. Look at the wards they've placed already. Diamond has no business here. He shouldn't be in here on his own. I mean, that's an easy pick for them. And then Cabochard now blown that teleport. Meanwhile, look at your minimap. Shaco is just pushing on his own. And the rest of Unicorns of Love can trade 1 for 2, which is more than fine for them. Dragon has been taken as well now.
To be fair, Diamond was blown up so quickly at the beginning of the fight. It was a 4v4. Thanks to the fact that Diamond again was on the wrong side of his team. Think of his Rek'Sai performance from the previous match in the series. Diamond was trying to pull the attention of UOL straight too close to the danger zone, and got punished for it.
Yeah, but you can't do it when Shaco's already standing at your tower. That's again what they had to do, was wait for Unicorns of Love to, let's say, go dragon, take the dragon, go back and buy your items because you now farmed up a lot of gold. And then the whole map is reset. You can see the lanes, you can push them out. And before Shaco gets in position to hit your tower, you make a TP play with the Hecarim. And you get 1 or 2 kills. Like, you have to go for some of these risky plays now, and you use those kills to then get a Baron or get a tower or 2. And that's the way for you back in the game. If you wait till Shaco's already standing at your tower and you force a play somewhere, you have to basically win 4-0. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it because Shaco is going to take your tower.
Well, Shaco went back, spent 2,600 gold, grabbed himself a Sheen, grabbed himself a Zeal. He's now got a 40 CS advantage over Diamond since UOL have controlled most of the map. And remember, coming out of the first 10 minutes, Kikis was in fact down 20 CS to Diamond's Nidalee. But he spent so much time in the lane, so much time pushing out those waves. A Rylai's third item from Power of Evil, if there was more indication that they wanted to drag out fights, slow people, survive,
kite.
keep going as long as possible. Even the itemization is working in Unicorn's favor.
The longer they kite, the more damage Kikis will do to the base of Gambit. And as we mentioned now, that only the inhibitor turrets are left. It becomes harder for him to push unless a fight happens and Kikis is left on his own. You can see Pinoy can very easily move from the mid lane to the bottom lane to clear the wave before Kikis gets any damage in. And that's why Unicorns have to focus around the Baron now as well and have that option at least open where you might have to force Gambit out. Because there's 2 dragons for 2, so there's not going to be any 5th dragon.
For a while.
For a while. Gambit is going to have to just sit back and defend here. And if they do think there's a chance Unicorns are doing Baron, either you just give it up and you check it with the Ezreal ulti, or you walk out and you try and stop them there. But you need TP ready for Copper Shot before you really can do anything for Gambit.
You do hear on the hunt, Hylissang connected with Death Sentence. There's no more minions in this top tower. You do see the Lantern forcing Unicorns of Love there to back away. Vardax took a lot of damage. Super Mega Deathworker connects with the True Shot Barrage, goes way wide. Betsy unable to find another kill.
Oh,
keeps him alive again. All of a sudden, Diamond's the one that gets focused down from the unleashed power. Gambit trying to chase while all that's going on. Kikis has been able to trade back and forth. Cabashard was not with the team in that fight. Keep that in mind. Zap will connect onto Chachi, as will the Dredge line. And he manages to lantern away. The Death Sentence connects, and they turn it around.
Morgana,
Edward goes down. Hylissang is on fire. And the Unicorns of Love are not done yet. Kikis looks for Pinoy. He exhausts him, he smites him, he slams him, and that is so much damage. Power of Evil with his 3rd kill in a row in the top lane. Compliments of a gift-wrapped Shaco. Fantastic play from Unicorns. Looked scary, looked risky, but they got a bunch of kills. Don't lose anybody. 2 True Shot Barrages do not fly true on behalf of Betsy.
Unicorns are just showing what they can do in a best out of 5 series with new picks, new playstyles. I mean, how do you prepare for a pick like Shaco? You don't sit before the week and say, oh, they're going to play Shaco for sure. Here's what we should do. So you have to just simply figure out what to do on the fly. Now, the chasing on the Vardax here, Hylissang is just on fire. Like, everything he does is nearly perfect. Lands the hook, they disengage again, they keep kiting around. Kikis is fighting Kappa Shard, but he's gonna run all the way from that bottom lane up to join his team. He has the Moby boots as well. Eddie thinks he gets a catch here on Chachi. Lantern comes in and then pulled right back into the team.
Unreal. I just can't get over the burst damage. He manages to jump right in there. Deceive. So there's the Smite, Exhaust, Ravenous Hydra. And even uses the Hallucinate to just get out of range. Oh. Fantastic, fantastic play from the Unicorns. It did not result in more towers, but it has increased their gold lead to 5,000. Given enough gold to Power of Evil to get another needlessly large rod. He's 5-1. And his most played, most successful champion.
Yeah, Rylai's is normally not a great item in this early in the game for a Syndra, because again, you delay some of your core items like the Death Cap, like the Void Staff. But in this situation where all they're doing is kite, then it fits into the comp. They do have a ping on the Baron now, so that's great. Kabajak can still
Trinity Force.
Just basically sit back. I mean, if you're
Trinity Force Tiamat Shaco, by the way. Edward's been caught, he's been hooked, and he's gone.
If you look at the build though from Caboshot, he's building for team fights, but he's having to deal with Kikis. Like, look at the MR on him. That's not going to do anything against Kikis here in this situation. No Ninja Tabi or just pure armor stacking from him, so he can't do anything in a one-on-one. Now, Unicorns, it's the Baron we mentioned a few times. Okay, you can hook everyone else, but apparently not the Baron.
It's the simplest shots that are the hardest to land. Flash is available for Diamond, as is Javelin. There is some opportunity. Caboshot is teleporting in for this one. Gambit, one last desperate play. Onslaught of Shadows, he's looking for Power of Evil, not into the pit. That's not going to be enough. Baron secured by the Unicorns of Love, and Vizichachi's on the wrong side of the wall. The rest of Unicorns trying to fight this one off, and Caboshot threw himself at Power of Evil and not into the Baron pit. I have to question that call, as you all now have even more pushing power.
Dragon, Gambit is moving there. They don't have Caboshot. He's in the top lane here. Unicorn should be able to stop this one. Box even blocked.
Jack in the box.
TP coming in.
Well, let's see. Chachi's going to look for a target, and Kikis is going to look to kill him. Flame Chompers going to at least negate that route of approach, but look at the rest of Unicorns. Trying to come in from the river. They've bullied Gambit away with Baron buff and a 7k gold item lead. Will secure their third Dragon of the game. Utterly uncontested.
And the worst part is, nothing is really going to change. Kikis is only going to get stronger and stronger in his split push. Vardax, he is left on his own though. I'm not sure why he was pushing up. Let's see if he can escape.
Well, we'll see. Let's have the mark on. He's going to carry on auto-attacking, put a lot of damage on Diamond. He's going to decide to turn it around, and he gets the kill. Vardax gets the kill and outplays Diamond.
It's not over yet,
Such
Trevor.
well played.
Noi is setting a trap for himself.
Oh, he's so much trouble. Not going to get the crits he's looking for. Base of the Mountain Shield from Hylissang will keep Vardax alive, and Vardax 3-1-4. With the Baron buff empowered minions in 30 seconds before Pinoy is back up. Unicorns barreling towards those inhibitor turrets.
And who do you name MVP here, Trevor? For me, Hylissang and Kikis have been just equally good. All 4 games, sorry, for them. They're gonna get inhibitor.
So difficult. There's nothing to contest this. Unicorns of Love will lose a hallucinated clone as the only cost for another inhibitor. Power of Evil takes a big chunk from that Javelin toss, but it does not matter. Kikis, wow!
700 crit.
If you want to talk about style, Kikis is trying to finish this one. Betsy now unable to sit on the inhibitor turret thanks to the damage Kikis has put down. Inhibitor number 2 going to fall. Vizichachi got that vengeful maelstrom up. If anyone decides to jump in, that's a death sentence! And there's your MVP for me. Edward will follow. Caboshot trying to run amok in the back line. He will find Power of Evil, but it does not matter. Hylissang plus Kikis are carrying Unicorns of Love to the semi-finals in their debut split of the 2015 season. Unicorns advance to the top 4. Advance to do battle with SK Gaming in Madrid, Spain.
Yes!
Started dramatically.
It did.
It started with fantastic performance.
Ended with a
from
Shaco.
Gambit. And ended with an unkilled 2-0-6 split pushing Shaco. What a series of games from the Unicorns of Love. They said they were better in best of 5s. They showed it, they proved it.
Yeah, for sure. Such a good series for them. And you look at the pick and ban phase. We were talking so much about, oh, Morgana, now you have to ban it away because Hylissang is playing so well. Well, he just got another champion where he can make the same plays, and he did. And also, you suddenly gave the Maokai over to Unicorns of Love, and they just changed up the pick and ban phase. They didn't have to go for this, super late game, long range poke composition. This was a lot more early to mid game, a lot more engaged, focused, on this case more disengaged because of the Shaco with the split push. Great to see Gambit though.
Yeah, fantastic.
Keeping it cool.
Fantastic to see their attitude. Big smiles across the board. And for a team like Gambit, they're still discovering themselves. They're still really growing. Not quite as impressively as Unicorns of Love, but this was a team with a battle with very similar styles between the two squads. And it was Unicorns of Love and their BO5 preference, their champion pools, their play style that they could alter.
Yeah.
They really do understand how to play around their team.
So now,
comps.
H2K won yesterday. Challenger team, new to the LCS, beat Copenhagen Wolves. Unicorns won today, beat Gambit.
Yep.
Also new to the LCS for the Unicorns here. Those new teams have come into the LCS and really done such a fantastic job adapting to how it is to play on stage down here. You know, you play every single week as well. That is very different if you used to just have more like random tournaments here and there, like every month and so on. Now you're playing every single week. You got to prepare for every single one. And now they're facing SK and Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough.
It's really interesting when you look at it as well, because SK would be the only quote-unquote old guard team. When you look at all their players, they've all been around for a long time. You look at Fnatic, 4 of their players were new to the LCS stage. They've made it to semifinals as well. So 3 of the 4 teams is young blood, is teams that are challenging the old guard, that is challenging the established names for different reasons and in different ways. But it sets up our semifinals next week, which will be in the studio here. Then the following week will be in Spain. I got a little bit excited in the win moment, but we know the 4 teams that will be going to Spain. Unicorns will be attending in Madrid. Anyways, guys, we're going to hand down to stage where Pyrotechnics is standing by with Vardags and the man who we can thank for more Shaco in solo queue. I hate you, Kickers.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Yes, of course, I am standing by here with 2 of the victorious Unicorns of Love, Vardags. Kickers, I'll get to you in a minute, but first of all, congratulations, guys, on making it into the semifinals. How does that feel? You're going to be facing off against SK Gaming.
I think for us, being our first time in the playoffs in LCS, it's just a huge relief to show that we're top 4 team in EU and that we can beat Gambit.
I'm glad you made that statement. I mean, really, let's go back to the beginning of the series, though, because you guys had a really rough time in Game 1. Talk me through what happened in that one. Let's go over to you, Kikis.
Well, the thing is that we picked Nautilus, which is like pretty weak early game, and I started on the wrong side of the jungle. So they like to come top lane, and when you have FLICKR with no flash, no like ghost, and with Ignite he can like easily get camped, get gank, and really put him behind. So they get their top laner fed, their jungle fed, they just get like control all over the map. We tried our best to like come back. We did like some good plays still, but it was just overwhelming, their lead, and we lost.
So you weren't able to come back that game, but obviously we know what happened the next 3. Games 2 and 3, you guys just completely opposite, rolled over onto Gambit. How exactly did you adapt to the situation that was at hand there?
I think it's just our style. Like, we're very confident in best of 5, so we just calm down, we think about what went wrong and what we need to adapt to the situation. And we're like, okay, we need to change a few picks and we need to change something up to have a stronger early, and that's exactly what we managed to show.
Talk about change of picks, you know, going back to you, Kikis, because not only did we get to see the Udyr, which has not been seen here in Europe just yet until today, but we got to see Shaco for the first time in 2015. Do you have anything left in the tank? I mean, to face off against SK Gaming, are there any other champions you're going to play?
Yeah, I still have like few picks. I prepared a lot of them, and some of them are like more comfortable than the others. Like for example, Shaco. We practice it some in scrims, not more than other junglers, but enough to feel confident. Like it's really strong when enemies have no one to deal with me, and they're like all squishes. I can just jump on them, one-shot them, and Udyr is just, I think, really good in the meta because there are a lot of tanks with no high damage, no sustained DPS. So I have the shield every like few seconds, and I can like stun. I have a lot of damage to the squishes. I think it's a good champion overall at the moment.
Continuing to stay one step ahead of the meta. Definitely a way to take wins, but you guys are going to be up against a very, very tough opponent in SK Gaming next week. How confident are you in that matchup? Do you think you can beat SK?
Definitely. Like, we already played against them twice, and we are 1-1 so far. And I think with our win, we kind of show that we can beat SK, and I'm very confident that we can put up a good show.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Once again, gentlemen, congratulations on your win. Best of luck in the semifinals. And with that, we're going to head back to the analyst desk where they're going to break down that match.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics, joining us here. Our analysts we've had with us all day, as well as the Fisho and Trevor, to wrap up the day, not only the day, but the quarterfinals as well. Let's start by Well, looking back at the very last game of the series, because to me, Gambit didn't pick some bans what I thought the Unicorns of Love would do after game 1. They banned out Kog'Maw, Morgana, and Udyr, everything that they couldn't deal with, and it wasn't the right way to go.
Actually, this final game kind of showed what Unicorns of Love's plan was all along, was to prioritize the Morgana. If it gets banned, just pick the Maokai, because it seems like Morgana is a great pick against Maokai, and Maokai is no longer the OP3 that we've been talking about all week.
Yeah, I really like that we had our thoughts like, oh my god, they're doing this. Like, why aren't they doing this? And it really showed that they did have a lot of thought behind their pick and ban. So when we're sitting here, like, you know, as analysts going, they should be picking that Maokai or banning it, it's like, no. They had it planned all along. They wanted to do this. They did lose that game 1, but I don't think it was purely because of picks and bans.
Yeah, for sure.
But that was the weird thing also, because in game 1, that was the only game where Gambit didn't make any clear mistakes. They got a good lead early on, and they kept just basically snowballing the game. In game 2, they had the same setup. They got 2 early towers down, and then they go for this tower dive 5 versus 5 at 12 minutes. Game 3, same setup again. They were ahead. They had the early lead. Gambit made some very important mistakes, or very, very big mistakes in these matches here, but Unicorns of Love just showed why you never want to face them in a best out of 5 when they pull out stuff like this and you don't know how to prepare against it, because you cannot expect every single pick in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And Leviathan in one of the clips was also like, no, you know, it doesn't matter what they will pull out because we can handle it. But this vastness of this champion pool, I don't think we've seen the edges of it yet. One thing I do want to talk about is the Shaco, of course, Shaco. We did hear Kikis talking about it, and he just goes, yeah, we don't practice it that much in scrims, but we do. I don't even know if I believe that. It just seems so incredibly risky.
The thing is, I agree with you, yes. I don't know how much they practice it, but what Unicorns do as a team, because they've got all of these guys that play such a plethora of champions, I feel like their out-of-game understanding of how to play around those champions is better than any team in the LCS, because they clearly decide, these are the unique picks we're going to run, this is how we play around this unique pick, and then they implement that in-game. You can either learn that through logging hours and hours and hours in scrims, or you have a team that can understand it and discuss it. So that when you go, I'm going to pull out Shaco in the game-deciding game, even if you've only played it 5 scrims before, the theory is sound, right? The theory is split push, don't die 4v4, and if you do, make it last long enough that Kickers can get towers.
One more thing about that, though, it seems that adaptability for them is something that we only see coming out in series when they qualified in here, because in their single games, the only thing we've ever said is they don't really know how to play their comp a lot of times.
It seems like it normally, and that's why they've been so inconsistent, because they would have these compositions where, let's say they had a mid-game spike, and they would get it, and then they would go back and farm the lanes, and just sit on a Corki with the Trinity Force 15 minutes in the bottom lane and do absolutely nothing. And that's weird, because then you see Unicorns now clearly know how to play these comps they had, and as you said before the game even started, Unicorns of Love are really good at punishing mistakes. It's all they did for the first 3 games, or 2 games, I guess we can say, the game 2 and game 3. And that's why they won the games, simply because they punished Gambit every single time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and they did pull it out. And they had a lot of big plays today on the Rift. It was very hard to choose the most valuable player, and we actually had to discuss about it a fair bit, but we decided to give the MVP award for this series to Hylissang, because, as you said, he is able to pull out wins where they shouldn't be winning the lane, and his Morgana defined the pick and ban strategy for 3 games out of 4.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe 4.
Like, they basically predicted the Maokai first, which is like, of course, it's going to come up there. Morgana does super well in team fights against it, and also the fact that he is willing to pick Morgana blindly into the bot lane, and he just did so well in the lane phase against these Kalista picks and Urgot picks.
No, was fantastic, although, you know, you kind of want to give it to Kikis. He did fantastic as well, pulling out 2 new picks once again, but I think you guys can all agree that Hylissang was very good in this one as well.
I think it's safe to say he was pretty insane, and he showed in the last game he doesn't even care about Morgana. He can just do exactly the same on another champion. Pinoy didn't have a fun day.
Definitely not. Same as yesterday's quarterfinal between, you know, looking at Ryu as maybe the secondary option, Kickers, just showing how good he can be. It is so many threats. When you look at how many jungle bans this series had, I fear for Svenskeren and what SK are going to do to contain this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. We can actually talk about that a little more in just a second. We do want to tune in with you guys, though, because you were all over Twitter with all the big plays that were happening in the crazy games. We decided to take the tweet from @DestroyerLol. He wrote, "That Chachi ultimate. Mom, get the camera." This is your big play.
You have to think the execution is in favor. That's a flash forward. Betsy has found Kickers. There's no smite. There's a Chachi's now. He gets a double kill with the unstoppable. Is it through the wall as well? It is too.
It is. He smacks the wall and then the AoE.
Oh! I've never heard you make that noise before. Never. I've casted with you for a year
It's a
and 3 months
special one.
now.
I save it
I've
for stuff
never
like
heard
this.
that noise.
Like, that was the best ulti I've ever seen from a Sion. And you also stop a Baron, and that's just insane.
It was the best ulti, but he hit a wall. That's where he ended up, and that Sion ulti got a double kill. It's a really funny best Sion ult is hitting a wall.
Yeah.
All planned.
All planned. The others' lives hit a wall as well. It was all planned out. Now, with the quarterfinals wrapped up here in Europe, we're going to check out the playoff bracket as we have played our quarterfinals. Unicorns of Love, they are locked in for the semifinals, as well as H2K. That means Unicorns of Love have also earned at least 30 championship points, and Gambit have earned 10 with a 5th place finish. And it means that our semifinal matches, as you can see there, the Unicorns of Love will be going up against SK Gaming, and Fnatic will face off against H2K. And all those teams will be going to Madrid, because also the 3rd place match will be going on there as well. This is the EU Challenger Playoffs bracket. Well, you will also see the finals there Wednesday in the studio as Origin takes on the Lowland Lions.
A lot of games.
A lot of games, but we got to touch on the semifinal matchups, Unicorns of Love versus SK Gaming. So, before this series, the Unicorns of Love had a win rate of 67% against teams above them. If we count all the games as individuals now, they have a 70% win rate versus teams that are above them. All the teams they are going to face are above them, so they have 70% chance of winning the playoffs.
That's it. We don't even have to play them now.
You've got the math.
There we go.
How do you argue with
Super
that?
sound.
All right, so if we look past the whole 70% teams above you, best out of 5, Unicorns of Love, on paper, SK is better in nearly every single role, in my opinion at least. The thing is just you don't know what you're going to be playing against, and that's the trick. SK Gaming has shown before that they don't always know how to adapt really quickly. They had problems at IEM where there was some new stuff happening. That can be the way for Unicorns to win that matchup, but I think if it's standard versus standard, SK is going to take it.
Jacob?
I will actually say if I can just imagine SK having the same picks as Gambit had today, and I just can imagine them doing a lot better, because Gambit were doing a lot of rotational mistakes, map mistakes, overextending a lot, taking fights where they shouldn't. And SK Gaming, they don't do those mistakes. Like, if you just take a comp that is not one-dimensional, you won't get cheese in any way. I'm pretty sure SK Gaming are going to take this home.
Yeah, I mean, I think what UOL did really well is they kind of preyed on Gambit's confidence. And you saw how Gambit changed their pick and ban, and UOL didn't like stutter at all. They did the same bans, and they were very happy with it. So I think against SK, they're going to be pushing the hell out of those lanes, and I don't think they're going to show any lack of confidence, and I don't think that's where UOL is going to be able to take advantage of.
The only thing I have to add is that this semi-final between SK and UOL is actually quite a big stylistic difference. SK's Mr. Consistent as far as team goes. They're not the most dynamic. They're relatively similar in their play style, but they don't make many mistakes. Unicorns, on the other hand, they're way more diverse. They can surprise way more, but that also brings with it a wealth of inconsistency, as we've seen from the best of ones. So it's going to be interesting to see which style is stronger.
Yeah, the semifinals will come up here next weekend. And remember, you saw the bracket there flash, but the Challenger finals will be going on right here in the studio on Wednesday as well. We'll all be there and be helped by Sheepy as well. So go get your tickets and come watch. That does it for us, though, here in Europe. A special thanks to all of our guests for joining us this weekend. And now it's time for the teams in North America to take it to the Rift. Let's check in across the pond in Los Angeles, California, where the fans are lined up and they are pumped up for the second quarter final of the day. Yeah, they're always hyped up there. Maybe, hopefully for them, it's not a quick 3-0 as it was yesterday, as the Fischer is looking absolutely dapper. And before we kick it over to NA Dapper for Impulse versus Gravity, let's look back at today's European LCS action.
Whatever cheese they pull out, it better be some really good Gouda, because I don't think that anything they can pull out is really going to scare us.
Well, this matchup, impossible to predict.
Oh, Diamond gets the knockup. That's another kill. Diamond is under attack from the tower, though. His kickers will be the next focus. Another knockup. A few more hits should do it. The minions and one more slam.
You can also
He's going to join the fight. That's a flash feast. Did you see a TP coming in from Cabashot right behind Unicorns of Love? Vizichachi forced to onslaught away as a defensive play, and he is down.
Gotcha, bro. Okay, this is good, guys.
Nice.
Keep up. Give it up.
A near flawlessly executed game one in their best of 5.
If they go for a similar team comp, just have in mind that their siege is awful.
Do it! Do it!
He's going in!
He's going in! Flash! Bear! Slap! Binding! Pinoy is down! Power of Evil is trying to get through the members of Gambit Kickers. Now out of mana.
I got him. Good job. Get him. Get him,
I have my Cinder.
He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have mana.
How much mana for this?
He doesn't have flash. Just kill it.
Then he slapped Betsy, dodges the rupture. Betsy goes down. All of a sudden, Bardax is excited. The Unicorns of Love close this game out in definitive style.
Let's focus, guys.
Alright, just win that game.
Just play our best.
We don't have
It's our first game.
Good luck, guys. Alex, just power, just talk your level 11 power spike through.
I got her. I got both. I got both.
Nice.
What's up, boys?
Chachi's onto Pinoy. Pinoy will be the next pick. No! The rocket misses! It doesn't connect. There's a double kill. Edward continues to chase as Pinoy is hammering through. He's got the Bloodthirster lifesteal, but he gets popped. Betsy has found Kickers. There's no smite. There's a Chachi. He gets a double kill with the unstoppable. The rest of Unicorns of Love take down the Nexus and go 2-1.
What are we going here for? Do you want the Shaker game?
Yeah, I think it's Shaker game. Every stream we want to Shaker. Like, I get feds somehow anyway. Like, I'm gonna get like 1 kill, I'm just gonna farm, it doesn't matter.
Let's see what Kickers can do on turn. The exhaust is already used.
Cabashard's in trouble. He's gonna get taken down. First blood to the Unicorns of Love. Zap will connect onto Chachi, as will the Dredge line. And he manages to lantern away. The death sentence connects, and they turn it around. Maelstrom up if anyone decides to jump in. That's a death sentence, and there's your MVP for me. Edward will follow. Cabashard trying to run amok in the back line. He will find Power of Evil, but it does not matter. Hillesang plus Kickers are carrying Unicorns of Love to the semi-finals in their debut split of the 2015 season. Unicorns advance to the top 4. Advance to do battle with SK Gaming in Madrid, Spain.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I haven't had like a legitimate tournament win yet. Having a win under my belt would be really nice.
I don't think anybody on the team's ever had like a first place finish.
솔직히 이번 시즌 초기에는 그냥 생각한 게 뭐지? 좀 배우는 마음으로 하자는 팀적으로 그런 생각을 했는데 점점 상위권 팀 잡고 욕심이 생기다 보니 한 번쯤은 북미에서 우승하고 싶고 항상 저희가 그래비티랑 경기했을 때 탑 정글 싸움에서 무조건 이겼거든요. 그거 때문에 좀 그쪽에서 좀 두려워하지 않을까 생각이 들어요.
They're a pretty strong team overall. I don't really know if they have any like big weaknesses. It's just up to us to outplay them as a team.
We grew a lot at the end of the season, and I think we're just going to carry that over through playoffs. We can actually like make a run.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of our NALCS spring playoffs. The fans are ready here in Los Angeles to cheer on their favorite teams, and they should be after some exciting games in Europe today. Hopefully just as exciting games coming our way here in North America. Tip walking into the studio a short time ago. They'll be facing off against Gravity. Saint Vicious warming up with some time on the Rift. Got his earphones in the last Shadow making his last-minute notes as well. Good to have him here, I'm sure, for the playoffs. Hello, everyone. I'm James Patterson, and if yesterday was any indication, anything can happen in today's quarterfinal showdown. Now, joining me on the desk to share their league knowledge is Eugene Pobelter Park from Winter Fox, and fresh off his historic and prestigious win with the old league organization, Alex Each. How you guys doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Excited to be here, excited for some games?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, we have to start the day by bringing up the playoff bracket to see where the team stands. So today we will see whether it's Team Impulse or Gravity that advances to the semifinals to face our #1 seed Team Solo Mid. And in the top half of the bracket, Team Liquid won our first quarterfinal series, besting CLG in a neat 3-0 sweep. They'll advance to the semifinals where they'll battle the second seed Cloud9. And of course, all these teams are vying for championship points that become hugely important as teams look to qualify for a spot at Worlds. So gentlemen, I kind of want to get your general thoughts on yesterday's matchup as a whole, because I do believe it caught a lot of people off guard to watch Team Liquid 3-0 CLG.
Yeah, I actually expected CLG to win the set, like either 3-0 or 3-1, because with the level that they've been playing all season long, I thought that they just like destroy Team Liquid. But yeah, I mean, it ended up turning out to be completely opposite. I think that it's because some of the players on CLG aren't as comfortable when playoffs come around.
Yeah, so Alex, I mean, there's a bit of that kind of choke factor that we've talked about with CLG, but on the side of Liquid, they definitely stepped up in that series.
So I think that Team Liquid finally found their synergy, especially like with Piglet. I felt that they didn't really feel that confident, and I've heard they were doing much better in scrims, but when it was coming to the LCS games, they were actually not that on point. And when I was speaking to the Dominate, he said that he didn't know what was happening. So I'm really glad that they stepped up, and I really hope for a closer series there. But I think it all depended on like first 2 games, because I think third game CLG was already like out, because I think there are a lot of like moral players there, and after the first game when they were leading and lost, it shook them hard. And like you could see in the second game, for example, like Smithy missing a lot of like skill shots and everything. And overall, I think in the second games, all the pick was based on Sejuani landing those ultimates. And after it didn't go, like the third game, they were just out. I don't think they could overcome like the tilt already.
Right, so Pobelter, this kind of mentality of, well, we were ahead in the beginning of the game, or the first game, we lost, and then things kind of started to snowball in the wrong direction for CLG. How do you as a player stop mid-series and recollect yourself in order to make the adjustments so that you don't tilt in the wrong direction?
Yeah, so I mean, that's something that I've actually struggled with a lot, like tilting on stage, and I think that CLG honestly has a bit of a tougher time getting over it and like keeping focus, because, you know, like during the season they won a ton, you know, they didn't have many moments where they were losing. And so when you're winning all the time and then suddenly you start losing, then, you know, it can lead to an uncomfortable situation. Maybe someone stops talking as much, and then so that just leads to like decreased communication, and that can really have an effect on everyone without enough info going around.
And then finally, Alex, I want to talk about the mid lane picks yesterday, because Phoenix pulled out 3 different mid laners. He had Vladimir, I believe, then I'm going to forget all of them, but he had three different mid laners. The versatility there and the depth of champion pools that we've seen in the mid lane, how do you see that kind of shaping out here in playoffs? Which champions are going to be the strongest picks going through these next couple weeks?
I think that Phoenix is like, he just takes the champions that are like played in solo queue or like other regions and then tries them out. I think it's like Kin is doing the same. So basically they like look really similar. And I think it's really good in terms of the versatility, because you don't know what to expect from your enemy. And like he can pick more champions in the favorable for him matchup, or he picks the champion that the enemy doesn't know the counter pick, or he's not comfortable to play against. And if he's comfortable with that champion himself, it works in his favor a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Keen, who we'll be seeing today, has a relatively deep champion pool as well. I'll be curious to see if he comes out with anything special today, as we saw plenty of new stuff come out in Europe. Well, to give us a preview of today's action, we're going to send it over to Jat, who's standing by with Gravity's head coach.
Thank you, Dash. And yes, I'm joined by Last Shadow. I just have to start off, mid-season acquisition as a coach. Since you've joined, you're 5-4. Really, how would you gauge your success as a coach thus far?
I think the success has been reasonably well, because basically my goal when coming in wasn't to do massive changes immediately. I aimed more towards the future and grafting rotational play and everything else like that, which takes time. So I think it's completely fine.
Awesome stuff. And now playoffs are obviously kind of the testing ground for that. You guys have also beaten teams like TSM and Cloud9 this year as Gravity, but you're still kind of considered a middle-of-the-pack team. How do you guys take that next step to be a top North American team?
I think the next step for us is just continuing to round out our rotational play and work on our early game. Because right now, I think post 30 minutes or something, I'm really confident in my team, and I think we all are as a team. So everything moving forward will just be working on lane swaps, rotational play early game, and objective control early.
All right, well, thank you very much, Last Shadow. Good luck today. We're actually going to rotate across the stage to Riv, who's standing by with the other coach.
Thank you very much, Jat. I am on the side of Team Impulse here as they are about to embark on their playoff journey. I'm joined by Coach Fly as well as JJ here to translate. My first question is, Team Impulse ended the split, one of the hottest teams in North America. What are you doing going into playoffs to keep the gentleman's mind in the game, in the gameplay?
네, 이번 시즌 스플릿 때 팀 엠팩트가 엄청난 활약을 펼쳐가지고 지금 핫한 팀인데 오늘은 그 플레이오프를 위해서 어떤 중점으로 준비를 하셨나요?
저희는 정말 팀워크 중심적으로 커뮤니케이션과 빠른 템포로 운영을 하기 위해 많은 연습을 했어요.
I practiced a lot of for teamwork and fast tempo gaming, and then a lot of communication for the team to prepare for today's game.
And my next question, with TIP being such a young team, how did you prepare for playoffs?
지금 TIP가 계속 발전하는 팀인데 이 플레이오프 시즌을 위해서 어떤 계획을 가지고 계신지 어떻게 준비하는 그 과정을 있나요?
그냥 한 경기 한 경기 최선을 다하는 것뿐이고 이번 경기가 저희 발전에 좀 큰 영향을 줄 것 같아요. 이번 경기도 이기면 저희는 더 높은 단계를 향해 올라갈 것 같아요.
We're trying to play one game at a time, and as we win today's game, it's going to give us a confidence boost. So we just want to one step at a time, and then continue on with the season.
All right, Fly. One final question: have we seen the best that TIP has to offer yet?
지금 TIP가 보여줄 수 있는 모든 것을 보여주셨나요?
아직은 한참 멀은 것 같아요. 저희가 어떻게 보면 좀 합류도 좀 늦었고 아직 시간이 더 주어졌다면 더 좋은 모습을 보여줬을 텐데 하는 아쉬움이 항상 있어요. 시간이 좀 더 있다면 저희는 더 큰 변화를 할 거라고 확신해요.
Absolutely not. There's much more to come for TIP. I, Fly, joined the team late in the season. So if I joined earlier, we'd have much more time to prepare and plan for things to come. But fear not, we have still a lot to show and a lot more to expect.
Well, your time here appreciated. Before the games is much appreciated. So we will be throwing it now over to Dash to get this day started.
Thank you, Riv. Now, so far, the split Team Impulse are 2-0 against Gravity, and they have only seemed to have gotten stronger and stronger as the season goes on. So my first question has to be to you, Pobelter, because they are sitting in that number 4 seed at the moment. Do you feel that's actually representative of their strength relative to the rest of the league as they were on an upward swing at the end of the split?
Yeah, I think that is where I would place them too, considering, they're still TSM, they're still C9, they're still CLG, who even though they didn't play too well in playoffs, they did great during the season. So I think 4th is a good spot for them.
All right, and one of the question marks on this team, though, given that they've had a little bit of inconsistency, has been Xiao Zhao in the mid lane. Alex Each, what do you feel about his play? Because he's had some underwhelming picks. For example, Yasuo into Zed against Pobelter here, which didn't go so well for him. But then his play on those champions has been a little underwhelming as well.
I think that Yasuo into Zed is like, I don't know, it feels like underestimating the enemy or something. Because when you're playing against a player of your level or higher level, it's like really hard to play. So Yasuo, maybe it was just like their pick that they were training and it didn't go that well in the laning phase. I think overall, like Zhao got his picks that he's like doing really well on. There are like other picks that he's picking that I think suit their team, but he's not doing that great on them himself. But I think that it is the thing that team decides, and it's not like completely his decision. So maybe sometimes he doesn't feel comfortable. Though I think about Yasuo, it was like more of his decision because I think it is like one of his favorite champions, and he really wanted to play it.
Yeah, it's always been a question for us as to whether or not that's him just saying, I love Yasuo, so I want to play it, even when it's not necessarily the best choice in the scenario. Now, lastly, Pobelter, this split, Team Impulse, they've played down to the level of their opponents to a certain extent, where we've seen them dominate against top-level teams, sometimes run away with it from, minute 1. And then, again, some of the lower teams in the standings, we've watched them struggle, and perhaps because of a little bit of hubris. Do you think there's a danger coming in 2-0 against Gravity that they are, they approach it with a bit of overconfidence?
I think that's just the sort of playstyle that TIP has. They play pretty reactionary to what the other team's doing, I think, and so if the other team is, playing pretty tight, then they're also going to respond and then like poke holes in that. But if the other team is not playing, up to the standard of like TSM or C9, then they don't see as much to play off, maybe. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, on the other side, we have Gravity, who, despite being the lower seed, have shown that at any time they can take down a top team, including teams like Cloud9 and TSM. So, Alex Each, given that they're coming in 0-2, how does that weigh on a player's mentality knowing that you're going into a best-of-5 series? So you have to win 3 games and you've never beaten this team before.
I don't think they care much. Like if I was playing, I wouldn't care if I lost to that team or win the team, especially in playoffs. Because I think that both like TIP and Gravity, they stepped up a lot. Like coming closer to playoffs, they were playing better and better. Like Gravity, I think they worked on their drafts really well and on their like rotational plays, and I think that it works like really in their favor, especially in this matchup. And I think that actually like even though a lot of people think that TIP are favorites, I think that it should be really close.
Gravity is known for having a relatively deep champion pool to pull from and some interesting strategies as a team to pick from. Pobelter, do they have enough tricks up their sleeves to get through an entire best-of-5 series?
So I think that all the weird picks that we've seen from Gravity have pretty much been in the mid lane. You know, Keem plays like Urgot, Keem plays Vladimir, but I think we've seen pretty much everything strange that's going to come out. So I think that Gravity will just rely on their pretty strong late game, and I don't think they'll be coming out with any more gimmicks.
All right, well, one player that we don't necessarily have to worry about is Kopp, who's been very consistent all year long, and he's been here in the LCS since there even was an LCS. He's come a long way from those early beginnings, but he says the goals remain the same.
I don't know, just as many negative things you can think of, I pretty much got everything. But I would still look at it, which is kind of stupid in my opinion, but it's like really hard to ignore though. I persevered through it with a lot of help from my team, like Elements, Steve, all them like talking to me every day. That really, I guess, made me a stronger person, I guess, in terms of, it pulled me sort of out of the introverted lifestyle. It got me to speak up. I think it overall helped me. At PAX, when we somehow ended up 4th against LMQ.
They make the comeback a reality. LMQ, you're headed to the World Championship.
And for Curse, it does stop once again at 4th place.
I was right there to like achieving my like biggest goal in League of Legends, which is just making it to Worlds. I don't know. There's just so much disappointment in the team. We're all just really disappointed in ourselves. It's probably the most devastating thing I've ever dealt with in my life, just because I was so close, but still just didn't make it. And I was told we're gonna try out new AD carries. I don't know. This is devastating. It's like right after a loss, and then being told I was basically gonna be replaced. This is, I wanted to like try new things with a new team, new management, everything, and just start from the bottom again and like see if I could make it and see if I had what it takes. Being on Gravity, it's just like a fresh start and gives me like another chance to make Worlds with this brand new team that I really like playing with. I haven't really left the mark I've wanted to leave yet on the League community. I guess I'm just consistent, which I'm not really content with. With Gravity, I still have like my mark to leave, and I think I'll showcase that this season. I want to show that I have the drive. I want to show that I have what it takes to be like the best, and I hope that I'm able to show that.
So I've been playing with Kopp since like the very start. Like pre-LCS, we were on a team 3 or so years together on Curse, and he was an okay player then, and I think he's come a lot since, and I think he's gotten like a lot of flack from the community for not being like a doublelift or a sneaky type player that just like goes super ham and 1v5 carries. And I think it does take a lot of endurance to, you know, ignore all the bad things that people say about you. And like honestly, a lot of players have like retired because of all the negativity from the community. So a lot of respect to Cop.
Absolutely. It's a feat in and of itself to have been in the LCS for this long, let alone perform at a relatively high level. Now, as we mentioned before, teams are battling for more than just the title of North American champions. Teams are competing for championship points. And while the winner of the summer split automatically gets the first seed to Worlds, points will play an important role in determining the second seed and third seed from the North American LCS. So, gentlemen, given the fact that now there's so much weight on where you finish in the spring split, I mean, the pressure that builds here on each individual best-of-5 series from 6th to first place is rather big. Would you not agree?
I think it depends on what team is like going for and what their goals are. And that pressure can work in both ways, depending on like the team's mindset. Like, for example, you see some teams working better under pressure, some working worse, or some teams, for example, I think don't really set that high goals, even though they, of course, want to be at Worlds. And I think it can work in their favor because if they don't feel under pressure, they can play much better compared to the teams that feel a lot of pressure.
All right, well, now it's time to put you guys in a pressure situation. I'm going to ask you for your predictions on this series. How many games do you think it'll be won? And Pobelter, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with a 3-1 for Gravity. TIP will win the second game, but Gravity will win the first, third, and fourth game.
Wow, very specific. I like that. All right, over here, Alex, what are we going with?
Actually, I think that Gravity win too. I don't know why, but it's just like the feeling. Sometimes you get it. So
you think a similar series like 3-1?
Yeah, I actually think that I don't think this series will go to 3-2, even if TIP wins. So I think it should be 3-1.
3-1. There you have it. 3-1 in favor of Gravity for both of these gentlemen. Let's see how that compares to the vote on lolesports.com, where right now 63% are predicting Team Impulse are going to move on to the semifinals. So we have a little competition going on here. I like that. Well, next we want to take a minute to throw out a question to all of you watching. What is the most dangerous player-champion combo in the NALCS and why? For example, Pobelter on Zed, because he is the best ZNA, baby. Send your Twitter gems to @LoleEsports and be sure to address them with the hashtag LCS. Now, if you want to do a little research for your responses, head to lolesports.com for stats, box scores, and player profiles. Also there, you can learn how to get your tickets for our upcoming midseason invitational kicking off in Tallahassee, Florida on May 7th. Hit the tickets link for all the details. There you have it. Get to LOL Esports, enjoy it. But now we're going to send it over to the guys on the caster desk to get the series underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bisland III, along with David Freak Turley and Joshua Jatt Leesman this time.
Both of us.
Both?
Indeed, all of us. All three again together. We're going to be pretty happy. All right, now there we go. I don't want to hear you anyway, but now I guess we have to.
We're gearing up for our first game of this quarterfinal series between Team Impulse and Gravity. Impulse started the split slow. I think we all saw that as well. They didn't have impact right at the first, but have since ramped up to full speed and finished the split looking like one of the strongest teams in the league.
Yeah, and I mean, so much of that starts with Rush. They rely heavily on success. And Rush is a guy who is constantly looking to make big plays. He's even made big plays in situations where he is outnumbered, which is crazy for normal professional play, but he's been able to do it. Sometimes his gambles don't work out, but more often than not, it pays off big and creates a ton of pressure for the team.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure for the team, I mean, Rush has been playing these early game fighter junglers for the most part, but he's been trying a little bit recently to adapt to 5.6. You can see Lee Sin, Vi, the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee, big things for him, and some of these champions are still there, but him trying to learn different things. I remember looking at his solo queues, Irene was telling me about it, he had 10 Sejuani losses in a row. He's trying to learn the tanks, and I'm not sure that's going to happen for him necessarily. Also talking about Impact in the top lane, Impact has actually been amazing. Impact's played pretty much everything under the sun in the top lane. And whether it's a carry champion or not, he keeps carrying on it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to watch him play.
Well, he said both times they played Gravity, they've won the jungle and top lane matchup. It's definitely something that Gravity has to take into account. But Xiao has also not been as consistent as we would expect when he was the summer MVP for 2014. The Yasuo picks have been confusing for people. His LeBlanc has not been its normal, amazing self. And he actually has the lowest kill participation for mid laners in the North American LCS, but in Xiao fashion, that comes with the highest CS at 10 and at 20 minutes. So last year he could farm and transition that farm. This year he's just farming but not actually transitioning.
This is the guy we saw getting pentakills even in losses.
Yeah.
But none this year. Where are they?
On Yasuo.
Facing off against Impulse is Gravity, who are coming into the quarterfinals as something of a wild card now.
They can be an incredibly hard team to read
Yeah.
for Gravity. Their champion pool includes almost every champion, but as they were saying on the analyst desk, varying degrees of success. When they're comfortable on a champion, when they've played it a lot of times, they find the success, like St. Fish's Nunu. Not the most common jungle pick, but something he has played a very long time. Because Saint's a long-standing fixture in the LCS. He's actually got about 5 years of professional experience now and has played pretty much every champion in the jungle. So when a new patch comes around, he's like, oh yeah, I remember that. I can play that.
Well, I want to talk about another player on Gravity, though, in Cop. You guys are talking about inconsistent players. Cop is like, I think, the dictionary definition of a consistent player. He has the most deathless games in the North American LCS at 7. He has the highest kill share of any AD carry in the NALCS at 40%. It's the highest of his career as well. The competition is getting harder and harder and harder. He's the 5th place team coming in, and yet he's like topping the charts in so many different metrics. Cop also, I think, has a big benefit here in that he's got Bunny Fufu at his side in support, because Cop can keep playing these safe, sort of smart games, but Bunny makes all the plays. And we keep saying, like, Bunny's reckless and Bunny's aggressive. He's got 3 deathless games, too. Like, Bunny's actually incredibly smart about his own play as well. And that's a good sort of duo that actually allows Gravity a lot of power in a place people just don't expect them to have it.
Just seems like those two have worked together so perfectly right off the bat since they've been put in the bot lane. And we're going to get to see if they can continue that as we check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it will be Team Impulse. In the top lane is Impact. Jungle is Rush. Xiao Zhao in the mid lane. AD carry is Apollo. And supporting him is Adrian.
Meanwhile, on the red side, it's going to be Gravity with Hanser in the top lane, Saint Vicious in the jungle, Keen in mid, Cop on AD carry, and Bunny Fufu on support.
Yeah, and as we move into Champ Select in this game, I really wonder what Gravity's plan will be. Because I look at Team Impulse, and I feel like they have a best champion in role in almost every position. I feel like jungle is Nidalee. Top lane, probably Rumble. Mid lane, Karthus. AD carry, Graves, support Leona. That's actually what they're probably going for. So the question for Gravity becomes, how much of that do they ban? How much of that do they pick away? And how much of that do they try and get counters for?
That's absolutely true, and we talked about Gravity having a pretty good and wide champion pool. Pobelter said he thinks there's nothing left for Gravity to innovate with. We'll see if that's actually the case. There's Saints Nunu going away, and unsurprisingly, Impulse also banned the Sejuani. Rush not want to play that. You mentioned Adrian's Leona. That one's gone.
Yeah, that's going to be a Sejuani ban in every single game.
Probably.
They're actually trying to eliminate St. Fish's as tank junglers and create more of a fighter jungler game where Rush has been shown superior. Already 2 of Team Impulse's top 5 lineups have been banned by Gravity.
Adrian has been able to start many things and initiate the fights coming in. Thought we might see a Nidalee from Gravity here to stop Rush from going crazy on something aggressive in the jungle, but it's a TF ban as well for the last one here, so Xiao can't add the map pressure.
Interesting that they go for the Twist of Fate ban here. That does leave the Karthus open that Xiao wanted to play. I was actually talking very briefly with one of the other guys before the cast started, and he was saying, you know, who's good against Karthus? And he was kind of talking about your point about what can you counterpick here. And I mentioned that Vlad might be really good in the lane matchup. I'm not sure if that will happen here for Keen, but that champion is left open for him. All that said, Impact gets his Hecarim for the top lane. It's a great early game lane build. He's got a lot of pressure on pushing the rest of the map around, and Gravity trying to pin down Rush's champion pool with the quick Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and also Bunny Fufu's Thresh, 5-0 this split on that champion. Basically single-handedly won Gravity a big game last week to clinch them the playoff spot.
You're not kicking.
I'm a little bit surprised that they decided to go so quickly for the Rek'Sai with Nidalee and Lee Sin still available instead of going for something like Graves, which would both be Cop's pick.
Well, they locked in the Rek'Sai immediately, which global map pressure, right? When you get the ultimate, they ban the TF. So what do they want to do across the map with a composition like this? Is they're geared towards, you know? It's gonna be interesting. The Sivir and the Lee Sin picked up with the Hecarim.
I mean, Gravity clearly have a plan, and the plan involves a fighter jungler. When you consider they're not showing solos, they're not showing an AD carry, and they think that with the picks and bans, like Gravity are probably going to get whatever comp they want on the back half of this. And what that comp is wants Rek'Sai.
All right, Rush going with Lee Sin. Game on. But it's because they banned the tank junglers, so it is an early game pressure game, which typically favors Rush.
True.
St. Fish's is more comfortable on tanks.
Oddly enough, these quarterfinals have already been quite bloody in the beginning parts of the games. The teams are going very hard so far, as we saw yesterday. And Gravity now to round out number 3, number 4 for them. Looks like it might just be that Maokai top lane. We'll see what Cop gets for himself.
Yeah, I actually do like Ashe, by the way, but I don't think we're going to see it either way. Gravity, yeah, I want to see what this comp ends up being. Again, they've hidden almost everything. They do have some playmaking available. If they do go Kalista, I actually really like that combo. Both these guys in the dual lane can save each other. We talked about that early game pressure, the Lee Sin. Well, Bunny can play Hyper-Aggressive, or he can play Lantern Buddy for comp, and of course, Comp can do the same thing here. It's a very safe team for Gravity right now. Even the Maokai top lane's a defensive tank here, so we'll see what Keen does with his counter pick in the mid lane.
Early on in the year, week 3, Cop actually played Kalista against Impulse. It was into Apollo's Graves, who ended up going 10-1.
Yeah.
They were able to zone in and kill Cop's Kalista. They actually had Xiao on Ahri in that game as well. These last 2 picks will be very telling for Impulse, specifically because we don't know what Adrian will drop back onto, or whether or not Xiao is willing to pick Karthus in any match if it's up.
He's hovering Yasuo now. For the Impulse fans' sake, hope he doesn't go for the champion after all. Maybe he's got the plan here. They do actually have a lot of knockup synergy, though. Hecarim E, looking at Nautilus support here, Lee Sin as well. And no, it's the Vlad actually for Impulse themselves. So a lot of team fight power. And great ways to start these battles themselves.
Yeah. I like those picks.
Vladimir does eventually get picked up.
I like Vlad in this comp a lot. Vlad, I think, is very good with Sivir. We've heard many people say that they think Vlad is best when he has things like Ghost ways to get himself into the fight because he's kiteable. Sivir does that for you. He doesn't have to run Ghost right now. Xiao's even got Ignite on his summoner spells, but also the crowd control to start the fights out so that Vlad can be consistent follow-up here. I think it's a lot on Xiao's shoulders, and we'll see if he does put in a good performance this game.
It's going to be very critical in these fights whether or not they can lock down onto Cop, though. I think that's one of the big things about the support Nautilus pick, just clicking on Cop and going in. But then, not a huge amount of burst damage from Team Impulse. Maybe the Shields of Keen's Orianna would come in big. That is not your normal Keen outside the box pick. It's very much inside the box.
It's a very ordinary champion for Keen.
Orianna.
That's a first pick for a Keen coming into the LCS here. I'm sure he has some hours on the Orianna. It's all right. It's backed by the 5-0 Bunny Fufu Thresh. The rest of the team feeling good about the composition that they've brought together here. And it looks like they got what they wanted. They locked in pretty quick in the beginning there.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity have a very defensive team comp, it looks like, right? Early Rex say, okay, there's something here. There's clearly a plan. We haven't shown any of the impact lanes. Okay, well, here's Thresh Kalista. Kalista's a really good hyper carry, really good mid-range damage dealer. Okay, and a defensive tank. Here's a defensive mid laner in Orianna. You can start fights out. Of course, you know, Thresh hooks are good. You can go for the ball onto the people. But this team comp is very much around Cop as the damage dealer, to me.
Well, that is how the team's actually been playing in the regular season.
Yep.
Cop is 40% of Gravity's kills. He's also had the most kills per game in any split he's played. So this very much plays around Gravity's real strengths.
Well, we'll have to see what these guys have for each other. We'll check, or going to go ahead and check out the social media. Keep tabs on everything and make sure you are getting your votes in. The predictions on this series are by tweeting hashtag TIPwin and hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports. We'll keep those votes tallied throughout the game. Both of these teams, it was hard for teams to get a 2-0 on anybody in the head-to-head. Both of these teams have that against Coast. But Tip also has that against Gravity throughout the split. So it's going to be that momentum they're carrying in here to the first quarterfinal matchup, and if possible, best of 5. Let's see if we get all 5 of those games.
I really hope so. Both the analysts said Gravity's going to win 3-1 here. And the crowd was in favor of Team Impulse. So far, really, only Zyrene has properly predicted our quarterfinal matches. So
yeah, I rewatched both of the Tip Gravity games last night to see how the series progressed. The interesting thing is they actually played 2 games fairly early on in the season and very close to each other. They played in week 3 and then again in week 5. So there's a lot that has changed about the game since then. And the 2 games they did play, to Impulse's credit, were very different in success cases. The first game was very close. The second game was a 24-minute victory for Team Impulse. So it did seem like they were learning how to beat Gravity throughout that. With that being said, these are very different team compositions than either of the games they played outside of the Kalista pick for Cop.
Absolutely, but right now, as we get ourselves early on into this game, 5 weeks after they first matched, we're going to see Gravity will be looking at 2-on-2 against Impulse here. Early wards come out, they've got control of that western jungle, and Impulse says, oh, there's a Kalista. Never mind. What are you trying to do, Apollo? You recalled and stopped.
Well, did he dodge the wards?
I don't believe he got seen. He did what happened in the series
got to
yesterday.
lane
He runs up to the lane at the
Exactly.
start.
Except this time there's no person to check
Afro,
that
yeah.
brush. So this is actually an unscouted lane swap here. They did scout Nautilus though, so it kind of defeats the purpose.
Oh well, 2-on-2 lane, happily found, and we typically consider Kalista good against Sivir, so something that Gravity might very much want here unless Impulse can outplay.
He's going to find out that didn't do very much good. Just a few seconds. Tries to get the freeze on the way, but like you guys said, they are going to match up. Interesting here, Cop on the Kalista now. Usually when we see that with a Corki, they will try to go for the 2v1 and have him safe farming. So we'll see how they approach that now with the lanes all evened out. Xiao taking a bit of early damage from a fast level 2 from Keen.
Yeah, I really like that double sapling into the Raptor camp. Toss a Q in there. Keen gets an early lane lead. Vladimir's going to get pushed around a bunch early on. Oh, that's a good hook, though. Okay, some damage.
I think we're going to see a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Bunny on Thresh. You're going to see a lot of those. I actually like that Cop also started with the W on Kalista. Thresh, granted, there's professionals here. They're really good at League of Legends, but you can occasionally miss those last hits for Thresh because he doesn't actually count as melee using the Targons. But with the Sentinel learned, it's really easy. So quick 2 CS for Bunny Fufu.
See if St. Vicious can keep all the control necessary to keep Rush out of the jungle here. We know him to be very aggressive. Saint really trying to make an impact on these games for the team. Calling shots from the jungle. Looks like the first one's going to be towards top lane.
Yeah, there's no wards in that top lane right now for Impulse, so Saint has a clean path in for that gank. Oh, Adrian may be dead.
That's a hook on in. Adrian's going to lose a whole lot of health, and the kill goes over to Cop. First blood, Gravity.
I mean, a very non-standard jungle path right there from St. Vicious because of the fact that both duo lanes started off in the top. St. Vicious doesn't even go towards his own blue buff. I mean, it was completely unexpected for Impulse to read that jungle path, and it ends up working out huge for them.
Well, being on the top side, it looks like they get a little bit out of that. Now we'll see if they get something out of St. Vicious being on the bottom, and he heads towards Haunter. Brings Chilling Smite out of the base as he comes through with that gold. And it looks like Cop, no rush to push this lane. They're just kind of hanging out, making sure Apollo has a hard time here.
This is now on Rush to try and make it back, which is a very dangerous feeling to be in as a jungler. But the way Impulse has beaten Gravity typically has been Rush taking over the game early. The fact that Gravity has picked her Rek'Sai into the Lee Sin and then had St. Vicious with the larger immediate impact in the game is huge for Gravity, because even Last Shadow in the pregame interview said he's really confident in his team post 30 minutes. When we've watched all the close games Gravity has been in over the year, they win the close games. It's when they get blown out that they struggle. A start like this is critical for Gravity.
Well, that style for Saint is something we used to hit like a broken record. Saint being involved in First Blood, Saint being involved in First Blood.
Yeah.
And we didn't see it as much this year for sure.
Looks like he's back on style, though, and I mean, what better time to really turn up than right now with the Gravity lineup? And we saw their former sister team in Team Liquid kind of do the same thing. They finally came together, had an absolutely amazing series yesterday, and looks like the pressure is still on.
Yep. Now
everyone else is in base, so there's very little safety here for Impact to be up this far.
There it is. Get the top jungle, gank top lane, and get the bottom jungle, gank bottom, but I think there's a little too much damage to Haunter before the initial gank came through, so Impact's able to squeak out of that one.
Strong horse.
Strong horse.
Saint still had flash, though. There, if he wanted to play hyper-aggressive, he could have gotten another knockup off the Unburrow, and maybe risked the kill in the escapeless Impact, but safer choice there for St. Vicious, and that means, of course, right away, Adrian gets the time to put some wards down. 2 greens and a pink in inventory. His first recall was for wards and nothing else. And maybe St. Vicious' next gank won't work because of that 1 deep ward.
See if that helps. Adrian making sure they have a little bit safer of a time up here in the top lane. It's usually not a lane that dies right away. We see that tip bottom lane being very consistent in their ways. Not winning the lane, but not being a source of why the team is down in gold. Let's see though. Those wards will keep them safe. St. Vicious is going to stick to his jungle. Haunter looking to make a play here. 300 HP is definitely a possibility for a kill.
Oh, wow. It's greedy by Impact, but Lee Sin's right there in the river. I think Unseen Haunter goes in. This is a big risk.
That's a bait.
He missed. He twisted advance the minion. Oh, nose!
Wouldn't have killed him anyway. Really smart bait by Impact. He had to rely on the fact that Rek'Sai wasn't there, but Rek'Sai got seen by a ward in top jungle. So they knew no counter gank for Saint. They know all the inputs left available. Really smart play.
First off, Haunter needs to play that properly in order to have a chance. Second off, if he does play it properly, it still doesn't work. That was Impact in a very safe situation, turning that kill around. It's actually kind of a disaster. Haunter does not necessarily play well from behind. When I look at him as a player, I remember the Zion Spartan game where he was down 100 CS to him, but I also remember some team fighting moments on Maokai where Haunter absolutely crushed. He doesn't do well to create his own advantages, so when he's fallen behind against Impact, it spells trouble.
Here's the chance to in. Xiao then at 200 health. Looks like Flash Q won't come out, but maybe Hecarim does. Keegan getting pushed around.
Teleport coming from the top side. Holy moly, it's a party in the mid lane, and they get keen on that one.
How many missed skill shots and still get the kill? Hecarim ult missed right there. Nautilus missed, but he still went down because that was just an accumulation of map pressure right there in order to close that kill down onto Keen.
Not when you miss Hecarim, no fear factor at all. Yeah. Either way, Adrian got his really...
Terrified, technically?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, whoop. One hook hits, one hook miss. Whoa, Rush. A little bit of that aggressive tendency, but he looks like he has the safety to get out there.
He's hitting his skill shots.
Yeah.
That's when you really need to hit. Otherwise, Lee Sin doesn't do anything early game. All right, so Impulse, hey, good job by them to get the game back in. And look at this. Wow.
Early home guard.
Oh, yeah.
So far away.
Whiff.
It's a good sidestep. He was aimed on the path Keen was going.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't really flame him.
Rush landed it all.
Yep.
That's all that matters. Still got the assist, still got the kill. Still allowed Xiao to survive that early laning phase. Vladimir getting closer to level 9 where he will look to take over.
Yep, Revolver and 7, pretty much good enough to not get pushed around too hard. Impact, though, still wanting to fight. Just Merc Treads. Low on mana, though. Haunter, he's getting hurt pretty hard. This could be the kill, actually. He has to flash away. Jeez, yeah.
That's what happens a lot of times. If Hecarim gets a lead in that lane, especially since it's a very top lane focused game as far as where St. Fishes and Rush have been going, it's going to be ISO down there, and it's going to be a really hard time on Haunter.
Once he starts coming back with damage, big pain for Haunter. See this top lane getting pushed in here. Rush slowly waiting in the wing, but St. Vicious is just as ready. Rush's ultimate providing a bit of damage here. That's kind of the factor that's going to top off the kill.
Rush was actually spotted by a ward when he approached that lane, so that's why St. Vicious was up there. One of those nice deep lane wards that you don't see often in the top lane, but it was here this time. Cop and Bunny played this just right.
A really nice job getting out of this one. Rush gonna lose some time. Has the ulti, no flash, but certainly a champion that can pick up some kills if he finds himself a gank. Right now, that's not the case. So, equal laning phase overall. A couple kills back and forth. Minions being traded overall. Apollo, despite his lane mate giving up first blood, actually now winning in minions against Cop. So, second half of the laning phase going quite well.
Yeah, they've recovered from the first blood early and been able to shove in the Callista Thresh pretty nicely. Cop does not appear to be going for that early Hurricane that we sometimes see from Callista, instead just going BF Sword, which will not help against Apollo shoving him in repeatedly.
Well, Saint's going to go ahead and get this dragon since Keen did not get that blue. That might have been a mistake. He's got a lot of mana in the mid lane.
Yeah, look how hard he's hurting now. Xiao just goes for a random all-in because he can't.
He has no flash.
The mistakes
He's just trying to get him out of lane.
Yeah. It's going to be a nice recall, but St. Vicious at the same time.
Yeah.
Unwarded gets himself a dragon for the team, and he can soak up that mid lane wave afterwards. So I can't say all is bad for Gravity here, but Xiao looks like, as we asked what kind of player he'd be in this game, so far the Vladimir is pretty nice.
Playing it strong, hard to gank Vlad in the mid lane. We saw that yesterday, just kind of pulling out easy. Oh, gank onto Haunter here. Remember that flash is down from the last engage. Getting that cripple on. Trees already move really slow if you've ever seen a tree move anyways. Haunter's gonna die in this one. Impact finally gets himself one on that. A second one, I should say. I thought that was his assist, but they get it.
And this is kind of going towards the script that did win for Team Impulse. Jungle top lane pressure, and how is Gravity going to respond to that? St. Fish is still strong. He's going in, trying to save this turret.
He's trying to clear the wave here. Maybe that's enough. No, the flash is in. Rush has the mechanics to get back in range.
Not good. Not good call at all there by St. Vicious. The Lee Sin ultimate was still up. That is the largest threat skill. St. Vicious is not a tank. He has a warrior enchantment Right there, Impact and Rush pick up an easy second kill, extending that top lane jungle lead. Impact and Rush, the two Koreans on this Team Impulse team, are crushing.
This is one of those games for Impulse right now where you pretty much go to lane and you get to back and buy your spikes every time. Back, buy another spike. It's going to be painful for Gravity soon.
It's a really nice place to be in for that Gravity sort of. I almost call it a duo lane Rush and Impact, just able to do what they want. Yeah. It's even nice having home guards on Hecarim because you'll get to the lane sooner than Maokai anyway. To Hanser's credit, he was keeping up minion kills. Like, that CS differential is still really close to equal. Problem is, just Rush did a way better job ganking that lane than St. Vicious did. All said and done. But you're seeing, like, that's the duo lane that we were talking about. That's the difficulty. Oh, but the last play! I think they might get nothing for this one. They got to pull the rest of the team out, and St. Vicious, of course, about to be locked down under the turret. Very low impact comes in, and it's going to be 2 more kills. Overdived by Gravity.
This game may be getting out of hand. There's Rush!
Ooh, Buddy Fufu, just a few more kicks. Gets a good cook in there, but he gets hooked himself. Eye for an eye, says Adrian. He saves Rush.
3-4-0. Gravity needs to get lane pressure off of this one, teleporting in on an overdive of Gravity, trying to make a play, knowing they're behind, and they're punished even harder. This game is definitely getting out of hand. Home guard can save the turrets too.
Look at that, yeah, no pressure at all from Hanser. He's not getting anything done. Great, you're up 9 minions, who cares? Impact's back into lane already.
303 on Hecarim too. That's scary. I wonder if Hanser's just going to try and stay for this turret. He can't.
Give away another kill? No way.
Can't.
Lee Sin's even on the way over in case Hanser does stay. Right? Low health turret, maybe the team of Gravity shows up.
Right.
Impulse already ready for that play before Gravity even thinks of doing it themselves.
Do this again, because there was a whole lot of what just happened here.
Well, for one, Gravity may not have expected Nautilus to be there, but they have to at least respect that the support's coming back to lane. It's incredibly hard to dive through a Nautilus. Adrian soaks up everything, slowing people and ulting Cop, so Apollo gets out of there pretty scot-free. And even without the impact teleport, I think Impulse starts cleaning up that fight. Look out, Hanser.
Maybe he's durable enough, but the turret goes down first, meaning he's no longer got any defense in this one. It's a 1 versus 2. The ulti soaks up a lot, but Rush's kick, it's down. Is the damage high enough? Yes, it is. Another kill for Rush. Apollo gets himself an assist as the lane is swapped to push more turrets down.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. They're going to continue this push on lane. Gravity trying to take a turret in response, but they're down 8 kills to 1, guys.
This is going to be difficult. Usually we see, or have seen in the past, the Rek'Sai being able to tunnel to turret and protect what's happening, but Apollo and the rest of the team have just had too much brute force when they get those fight wins, and they're going right through to the turrets as well. A second tier here on the bottom side of the map coming in for Impulse. Is this top side of the map one saved here by Rush and Impact? Yes, it is.
You can see, interestingly, sort of the style that Impulse chose to use here. Very actually smart that they actually knew what resources were required. If I was there in Impulse's shoes, I would have kept the lane, bottom lane, to like make sure the turret goes down. Impulse knew better. They knew Sivir would solo the tier 2 turret. Impact recalling defends their own tier 2. Okay, a blue buff gets taken, but Gravity, that's just a good play by them in the first place. Really smart choices. Another fight in the mid lane here.
That's the level 11 for Xiao as well, so that's going to be big damage from him coming from that Hemo Plague just leveled up. They're going to be able to take that fight on Keen.
This game is a whole punch of Impulse having more people in fights than Gravity does, almost again and again. Even though St. Vicious did have good early game pressure, the ward control, everything else is just being taken over by Team Impulse. This is kind of what they've been praised for near the end of the year, is surprisingly their team play and their overall rotations. Rush is just being a jerk right now.
Well, he stood still to stop Tremor Sense. St. Vicious unburrows, and he doesn't know that Rush is still there. Man, that was nearly a kill again.
Playing in the mind of your opponent right now is how they are playing. They don't even have to think of what they're doing next. They can just pretty much do what Gravity is doing. 50 seconds on the clock, and that might just be taking Gravity's blue, Gravity's top turret, and that dragon is going to be theirs too.
Wow, they have so much control over this game. They're up almost 7,000 gold 15 minutes in. This is one of the largest leads I have seen Impulse or any team ever do.
You said the second game was a fast one, Jap.
They swept the turrets right there. The second time these guys did play each other, it was a fast one. The third game, maybe even faster.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, they picked the Lee Sin. Team Impulse was not willing to play the late game scaling game. They wanted to rush and play impulsive. All of their, everything they want to do.
Quick shot, please.
It's true. When they announced their team name, it was because they wanted to play impulsive. They said that on their website.
That's true.
Rush, he picks his name because that's how he wants to play as well. It's in the name, but it's in their play style too.
Yeah, and the mid laner's got to have a little smile on his face right here as Impulse feeling good about how much they are in control. Gravity, they're not laying over. All right, they got the first dragon. They, in fact, rush back down for the second dragon. They know the timer themselves. and they feel confident to look for a team fight here. It's going to be a bit of a desperation attempt. The rest of Impulse are here.
Even if they get the Dragon, they got to run.
This would be one of the first times we see that 5v5. Can they get in range for the depth charge? Adrian's ultimate is down, so they only have the close engage. Oh, three-man Shockwave. Impact on the side as well. Tries to bump out of that one. Onslaught of Shadows goes through. It's going to be Xiao picking up Hanser. They're starting to drop left and right on the side of Gravity, and only Impact has gone down. Cop gets the depth charge, locked up, knocked down, and that's going to be Rush picking up another one.
That fight would have been so good if Gravity had any gold at all. They played that amazingly well. They cut the team back. The Shockwave was great, but Impulse know they could win any fight they possibly take. You can see the proof right there.
Yeah, that was the gold lead right there. That's pretty much all that fight was. It's good that Gravity was able to delay Impulse from getting that one Dragon, especially because Impulse already has so many stats built up, AD and AP, that the extra 6% would have been quite beneficial for them. But they still lost the fight. They're still down in gold, and it's kind of delaying the inevitable, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't think they should have stayed to pick the fight afterwards. Hanser TP'd in.
I think they were trying to run.
Well, you can watch. They actually go to re-engage after the Ren comes through.
Yeah, well, you land a three-man Shockwave. This is the best fight Gravity was going to get, right? They TP in right here. They don't get hard initiated on. Hanser is in the middle of everyone, and they get a four-man Shockwave, right? Then they throw Bunny Fufu in for another two-man knockup.
Plays him.
They're not going to get better than that, so I don't discredit Gravity for taking a fight once the Shockwave goes down.
Okay.
It's just hopeless at that point, though, because you're not going to find a better fight than that, and they still lost.
Yeah, it's a fair point, chat. And you can see it looked close a little bit until Impulse just had too many stats to get knocked down here.
And there's only going to be more of a disadvantage. Apollo did that fight with less than the 2,800 gold, but that's what he went back with. He just spent 3,000 gold, so it's going to sting a little bit as he comes back out throwing boomerangs. Right now, he's in the top lane. Nobody's contesting this one. The members of Impulse, again, to take down the second-tier turret. They may lose their bottom. Actually, nope, never mind. Impact's going to be there in time.
Fast
Impact's always there on time. You can say that whenever you want, pretty much. Recall in. Gravity may stay for it. Impact knows how desperate it's going to be and dives right on a cop at the very start of it all. I don't think she can kite this.
They lost the turret.
You're going to get some damage, but Rek'Sai ults out. All right.
Later.
Safe. Okay. I can't say that was wrong, but
a bit of worth there.
That's worth.
For sure.
I'd do that.
I can do that. That's good.
I said it would do
that makes it right.
I'd fail at it, but...
So we got a minute coming up onto Baron. Impulse does have Cop down, so a little bit of pressure is thought they could move towards mid, and the clear of Keen is enough to stop them in their tracks down. Now with that, Athene's coming back out. We're on 5.6, remember, now in these quarterfinals in the playoffs.
Yeah, I do like the Athene's pickup. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we're seeing so many aggressive mages. I mean, I guess like Vladimir's not really a lane bully here, but like with Athene's being better, it's like easier to be safe against magic damage mid laners and be a safe mid laner yourself.
Right. I mean, getting spammed by a guy with no mana.
Right. Right. Athene's gives you 40 magic resist and you have enough mana regen to survive the lane. But hey, I mean, well played Xiao Xiao. He's held a CS lead. He's team fought rather well. Can't really complain.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game overall, and you can see that the tools Impulse has to siege are actually quite low. Plus the wave clear of Gravity is decent. The Orianna, Maokai, Kalista could probably claim, if they do the Hurricane, could clear waves. However, Impulse has just created so much early pressure that they may have the gold to dive those. The fact that they've killed the 5 turrets, only suffered 2 deaths, 13 player kills, are giving them the gold value to just go where they want, even when it's not safe. If this was an even game and Gravity had not been crushed so heavily in the early match, I think they'd be doing all right. But at this point, they're doing well to keep the gold lead at 7,000. They lose one more fight, though, and it's probably over.
I think it was you that said that, Freak, that the double duo lane, if you could call it, Impact and Rush won. Both 4-0 and
that's what it was
4-1 and 6.
Rush was just buddied up with Impact, and they were killing everyone.
Well, it seemed to work out. Seemed to work out very well. Minute and a half on Dragon, 20 minutes on the clock here as Impulse lays some deep wards to make sure Gravity has a very small chance of coming back here. Keen finally gets that blue, though.
Yeah, what I want to see here actually is how does Impulse play the next 10 minutes and how much has LS learned from this? Because you don't expect your next game to be this bad at the very start. Yeah, okay, no chase. And so you say, okay, how does Impulse push when they do have a lead? Maybe not a 9,000 gold lead, but you know, if it's a 2,000 gold lead, and what lessons can you learn so that when you play them again in game 2, to have a much better chance at coming back from an early deficit.
Yeah, and a lot of the first game of best of fives can be feeling someone out. We saw Unicorns of Love versus Gambit. Unicorns got crushed in game 1 and then won the next 3 in the series. It is very possible that this is not the tail of the series. They're trying to dive, though. Let's see how it works.
Oh, onslaught right behind the turret. Xiao is in. He gets a good AoE down, but I don't think it's going to be enough to finalize any kills. That gives Gravity some time to fight from the back line, but looks like Tip, as you were saying, too much aggression and also a little too tanky to go down there and still adding pressure.
Still only 1 kill, and Impact ended up going fairly low off that. You can see the difficulties they actually have in sieging the turrets, but they take down their 6th. Now they can pressure Baron.
Wow, he just teleports right back in. He was just at like 12% health. Now he's full fighting the Baron here. TP in from Hanser. You can see Gravity want to fight over these objectives. They refuse to say die, but no one's even around to really contest for this one.
Suicide mission.
Q?
Not today.
Nope. Would be unlikely.
The rendered around the world.
Okay, so let's actually kind of look back at what happened this game to give Team Impulse such a huge advantage. And it all kind of started with Impact and Rush bodying Hanser and St. Vicious in that bottom lane. It was an incredibly isolated experience where they didn't actually have a sustained lane swap. They didn't have good board coverage. So maybe Gravity goes for a more lane swap heavy game. Have a fight, though, at Dragon. Impulse trying to get there first. They should. Gravity doesn't want to let him, though. Oh, no. Xiao.
Xiao stuck in the backside. Will Cock turn around for that one? No, he's getting beset by Lee Sin right there, but they do get the kill on the mispositioned Xiao. The fight continues. Shockwave a few, but Rush still there for Cop. Knocks down the AD carry. There's all the damage of Gravity. Out goes the team. And it's going to be Impulse picking up more on the backside. Hanser, the last man left alive. Tries valiantly, but the Summoner Heal keeps Adrian alive. Double kill. Apollo 3-0-8. Get a Dragon.
Was he holding his ult there? Or he just used it at the end to pretty much save Adrian?
Impulse
what
is
a fight,
fighting
though.
so frequently that their ultimates are coming up mid-fight. It's getting kind of hard to track at certain points. Xiao
everywhere.
Another gold lead fight right there that wasn't even that great of a fight, but they ended up crushing. This is kind of the way that most of Team Impulse's games go during the year. They get such a huge lead that they can then play incredibly free later on in the game. Xiao dies before anything matters. Rush jumps into 4 people. The Shockwave only hits 1, but it's a tank. And then Apollo flashes through the middle of the team to go after Orianna. These are things you can only do with a 10,000 gold lead, but because they have it, they get a 5-for-2 fight.
You know what's crazy? This game reminds me of Gravity's very first game of the split against Winter Fox. They got behind really hard early on and just kept trying to fight to like hope there'd be a misplay and then get back in. 19 kills in 24 minutes is really rare. That's a lot of kills because Gravity keeps fighting these guys. And it gets worse and worse.
Brings that LMQ mentality. If you die, spawn as fast as possible and run back to the fight.
I mean, it's funny. We talked about Xiao having the highest CS at 10 and 20 and the lowest kill participation.
Yeah.
He's participated in less than 50% of his team's kills, once again. This is very much Impact and Rush.
Yeah.
The Impact and Rush show. A lot of the times they 4-man mob, with Xiao often farming a different lane. Xiao is still getting the minion wave pressure for them. It's just, it's very telling that the stats are showing again in the game.
Highest CS in the game, lowest KP on his team, yeah. More of the same, mid lane's gonna go down. There's the inhibitor turret, 25 minutes in, hook on a Hanser. There's the engaged Shockwave, only gets Adrian. Pretty useless there, 1 kill picked up. Bunny Fufu hooks him into the front line, but Impact diving all the way back, and Keen's gonna go down 2. Now Cop, beset by a Rush, but dies all the same. Picked him in, flashes afterwards. Bunny Fufu doesn't land the hook because of Ward Hop away, but looks like Gravity's kind of outside of their own base. Mid lane inhibitor goes down. Team Impulse with complete control, as always.
Baron Buff, one of the fastest games we've seen so far in the playoffs. 25 minutes, Impulse gonna take game 1.
Ridiculous play from Champion Select to the start of the game to thwart out a first blood and make sure they had the advantage. Like you said, Jat, 25 minutes in, padding the KDAs a little bit more as they keep Gravity on their fountain. Team Impulse is gonna take game 1 over Gravity.
Well, a nice very early start by Gravity, but we said on paper the top lane and the jungle matchups were probably the most Team Impulse-sided ones. And lo and behold, the Team Impulse top lane and jungler go fight Hanser, go fight St. Vicious, and just all the plays Impact and Rush were able to make, making a case for early game fighters.
This is a scary moment for Gravity after this game 1, because if we look at the ideal team comp, the most winning champions of Impulse during the regular season, they had none of them in that 5-man team. That was their B squad of champions. That's scary.
Can you really say that Rush's Lee Sin is his B squad, though. I realize no one else plays.
Okay, so his Lee Sin is arguably his A squad. But the overall point,
No, you're
Rage
right,
for Apollo,
Average squad.
Rumble
The
for
average,
Impact.
right. Bring it down.
Leona,
Yeah,
right? Like,
some of them,
no, you're right.
Some of them they didn't even pick. We've seen teams do this before where they have their best champions and they don't show them in game one.
No, you're
when
right.
they know they're better than the opponent.
Game 1 is the game to do that in, right? You have the most time to play with afterward. Even if it goes wrong, you still have the default game to go back to.
Yeah, and now you got to wonder, like, what does Gravity do to switch to this, right? The ban's coming out, right? Okay, they risked leaving the cards open. That worked okay, I guess. But yeah, the bans come out and they're like, well, the Lee Sin was still pretty good. Do we need that Rek'Sai after all? Like, the Hecarim did all kinds of crazy, dirty things to Hanzo. Do we need that Rumble ban after all? And
The ban strategy from Impulse was nice. Take away the tanks that could neutralize Rush. Nunu is a very neutralizing jungler.
Yeah.
Sejuani is a late-game jungler that makes you snowball, but the pressure was off there.
Well, it's crazy. They were counter-engaged junglers too, right? Dive on in, absolute zero, separate the team. You know, like dive on in, Sejuani Glacial Prison stops your dive, clearing the tracks. And you're right, those things were gone. Impulse banned away counter champions to the Impulse style, and it clearly succeeded. The early pressure was great.
Yep.
I think the game played the way Impulse expects to play, and whether Rush learns tanks or not, if you can win 25-minute games, you don't need late-game scaling tanks.
Yeah,
I think you can see a lot by looking at the way that Gravity beat Team Solo Mid. Tanks, very long fights. That Sej, that Urgot, both of those are on the ban list this game. That's the forte of Gravity. They want to stay on the fight for a long time in skirmish. For more on Team Impulse's decisive first win of the series, we're going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. 25-minute win for Impulse. That's an incredible way to start off a series. And that's after a really solid first blood by Gravity, which suggested they had a decent game plan, at least for the early game going in. But then things kind of felt like they crumbled a bit.
Yeah, so Impulse had Hecarim, and so that's why Gravity went with the duo top lane. Impulse luckily guessed or read that somehow, and then they also sent their duo top, and already that's a really bad start because against Hecarim, you want to be constantly denying him farm or diving him or just making sure he doesn't get farmed at all. And then even then, a Hecarim that's down some CS is still pretty fine for the Hecarim. And if he's doing even, it's pretty good still. If he was winning like how he was against Maokai and bottom, then it's really bad for Gravity because he can just TP with his home guard boots and then pretty much get a kill every time his TP's up.
Yeah, Alex, we saw some over-aggression come out of Gravity. After getting that first blood, we saw both solo laners attempt kills by themselves in their lanes and having them turned around, which proved to be rather detrimental when you're giving a kill over to Hecarim and to a Vladimir ultimately in those two lanes.
Well, I think that only the kill on Hecarim was that important because it like opened up the Hecarim because like Maokai used his TP and Hecarim still got his TP and then he uses it in like the best way possible. He snowballs the mid lane back and then Vladimir starts winning when he's the scaling champion and the Hecarim is winning when he's the scaling champion. So basically two lanes that should be losing, they're winning. So it's like pretty grim. And Rush got really going and he's showing why he favors Lee Sin so much. I think that like overall the aggression at like I would say bot lane, but like for top laners, that's what I mean, was really strange from Maokai because his solo kill potential is not that high. And also I think that they got really good like 2v2 with Maokai and Rek'Sai. So maybe after Rek'Sai got killed like at the dual lane, he should have like gone faster to the bot lane because like Rush, he was behind in CS because he wasn't farming that much, but his ganks were really, really good. And I think that was like the thing of the game. That's why I think they picked Lee Sin over other champs because they really wanted to like they got really weak early champs and they really wanted to boost them up with a really strong jungler, and that's what they did perfectly.
Yeah, let's talk about that for just a moment. We saw Rush pick up the Lee Sin, as you said, early aggressive champion in this tank meta that people can't seem to no one else can seem to understand how to play these early aggressive champions, but he also chose Lee Sin while Nidalee was still up.
I think that just has to do with Rush's extreme confidence in playing Lee Sin. You know, on Twitter he's always like, you know, these teams better ban Lee Sin against me. And that's just his most comfortable and favorite champion. I was actually surprised too because he seems like a really good Nidalee player too. And I think that Nidalee is stronger than Lee Sin in almost every category right now.
All right, well, it was a pretty one-sided game, as you said. We saw the Hecarim get pretty out of control, those solo laners dominating. We are going to step away for a while the teams regroup for our second match between Gravity and Team Impulse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of the 2015 Spring Playoffs in just a moment.
I always feel like a little tense when the game's like about to start, and then the moment I get in the game, I'm just like,
I have to poop.
I think they might get nothing for this one. They got to pull the rest of the team out, and St. Vision, of course, about to be locked down under the turret. Very low impact comes in.
Oh! Three-man shockwave impact on the side as well. Tries to bump out of that one. Onslaught of Shadows goes through.
But they do get the kill on the mispositioned Xiao Wei Xiao. The fight continues. Shockwave's a few, but Rush still there for Cop. Knocks down the AD carry. Pretty useless there. One kill picked up. Bunny Fufu hooks him into the front line, but Impact diving all the way back, and Keen's going to go down too.
One of the fastest games we've seen so far in the playoffs. 25 minutes. Impulse going to take game one.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. You're getting a look at Team Impulse just a couple minutes ago, discussing strategy in preparation for our second match against Gravity. Team Impulse off to a strong start in game one after getting first blooded. So that's the first thing I want to talk about. You know, immediately when that first blood happened, very early into the game, it kind of
tipped the scales in Gravity's favor. We were saying, okay, maybe Gravity can walk away with this one. But Impulse played calm and cool under pressure there, secured early kills in their other 2 lanes, and rolled that into a very quick 25-minute victory.
Right, so Gravity got the first blood, but that kill did not convert into anything at all. The duo lane was still farming fine on the side of Impulse, and Nautilus was still having a lot of impact on the map. Conversely, you know, Impulse gets a kill on the bottom lane. Hecarim just like starts going off, TP's mid, gets a kill, kills his lane again, kills the jungler, and then that one kill by Impulse just ended up converting into a lot more than that one kill by Gravity.
So I want to look on the side of Gravity and see what we can come up with in terms of adjustments for them to make. And initially, I want to start with the fact that they drafted a team comp that seemed to revolve mostly around team fighting. You have Orianna, strong team fighter, Maokai, strong team fighter, Kalista, some sustained damage. And they had a couple decent fights if they were even in gold, but being down 7K, there was just no way they could win them. So do we want to see Gravity draft the same kind of team comp, as they clearly can play it properly? Or would we rather see them go with something more aggressive, as they're sending their solo laners in, to make plays left and right?
I think that the draft is fine, and overall, I think it doesn't matter what you draft. If like your top laner goes for solo kill, it's just like, I don't want to be harsh, but you're not really playing a solo queue right now. You're playing a team game, and if you don't have the follow-up of your jungler, be prepared for enemy jungler to build there and kill you. So maybe like there was a strategy that Hecarim was very low HP to just bait you into Lee Sin, and your Rek'Sai wasn't even around. So, and like as Maokai, you can't escape the Lee Sin when you're that deep inside. So, and basically it could be other way around. Like if the Rek'Sai just came like to the Maokai, it's pretty easy kill on Hecarim because he got no flash, obviously.
So there's a bit of a breakdown in communication then between the laners and St. Vicious, needing to have a presence in the lane when they want to make a solo play versus farming in the jungle.
Yeah, I think that it was really miscommunication, because like after he got the kill on their bot lane, I would say, that is of course stopped this game, they could have tried to snowball it out and just like keep camping that lane, because I think they use summoners and everything. So other lanes should have just played accordingly. Like, for example, mid lane could still play aggressive because it's like mid-top, but then Maokai should have played passive. And even though Hecarim is farming, it's fine. Just like the only thing you shouldn't do in that lane, 100%, you shouldn't give the kills. And that is like what snowballed the game super hard. Because if Maokai just, for example, like, okay, he pushed the lane out, he recalled, just came back keeping his teleport and buying some wards, he would be like super safe, and then he could do TP play himself, and then like if Hecarim TPs, for example, mid for the kill, he can be there, and they can snowball top pretty hard because like they got the kill there already and got summoners. So that is really strange.
All right, lastly, I want to look at, kind of on that topic of St. Vicious, is he pulled out the Rek'Sai after having the Nunu and Sejuani banned away from him, which are two of his favorite tanks in this meta. Pobelter, who does he go to if not Rek'Sai if the bans continue to fall the way they do?
Right, so his favorite champions are like Sejuani and Nunu, I think. Sejuani will probably be permaban throughout this entire series, and I think Impulse might keep up the Nunu bans maybe. So in terms of junglers that I think Saint would perform better on than Rek'Sai, I think maybe like Jarvan or...
Vi is available. And she's a decent, like, right? I mean, we do know that Rush is a fan of Vi as well, so it's somewhat of a pick against them. But we also know Vi as being somewhat of a tank buster. And when we have Rush playing things like Lee Sin, I guess she loses a little bit of her value in that regard.
I just think that Gravity needs to be more on the same page this game. Last game, it was like the laners were playing aggressively, but the jungler was playing passively after the first blood, so the laners got punished for it. So they need to decide on one thing. Are the laners going to play aggressively with the jungler backing them up like Impulse was doing? Or are they just going to play safe, take the first dragon like Saint did, and then just wait for a good team fight in the mid game?
All right, well, there you have it. Let's see if we can make those adjustments going into Game 2. As we send it over to our casters, Gravity had a rough start to the series, but St. Vicious is confident that they can check Rush's jungle aggression.
I like our playstyle against theirs. It's mainly just Rush picks one lane and he just camps the living crap out of it, and he tries to do random things in between then. So if I just like match him in that, or if I like go gank another lane, like let's say he's camping bottom, you just camp top and like trade off. Like it's a matter of just matching his pressure. He's a very gank oriented jungler, and I feel like if he doesn't get those ganks off, then it really falls apart for him.
And I think that's a lack of what we saw last game, is matching that pressure. There was the first one, and I think Gravity had that on their plate. It's well. They executed it. They got that kill. But I think they said, we'll wing it after that. We have that kill. We'll work with the pressure. And it wasn't enough.
Yeah, you heard Alex Itch talk about sort of Hanser needs to just play back, not get killed, don't go aggressive when you're, when your jungler's not there, right? And Hanser made that fatal mistake. We actually saw Saint can't do the lane. He got first blood to his dual lane. He could have probably showed back up once they realized Sivir had no flash anymore. Like, that's a pretty easy champion to kill. But unfortunately, they didn't track Lee Sin very well, and they didn't repeat gank the top lane, which was a point of power.
So I was looking at the pick and ban from last game and thinking what would change, and I thought the only thing Gravity would drop would be the Twisted Fate ban.
Because that first ban
that doesn't fit as much. This is the same level of perplexing to me as CLG's permaban of Morgana yesterday. It's a champion that wasn't huge in the regular season. The player doesn't spam on their main solo queue account. And it must be some type of intel in scrims that we don't know about that they're just fearful of, something they've been practicing lately. But it hasn't been proven on the stage yet. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see a heavily targeted rush.
Ever had your soul shackled, Jat?
By Morgana. What about Twisted Fate?
It's a terrifying thing.
Totally different pick.
But no, you make a good point there. It seems to be a crutch in the games yesterday, and not even seeing her here today. Lee Sin now banned, Urgot as well in that Sejuani. We are looking at that to be what Gravity has used to really get that surge in the end of the year, those tanks.
Yeah, I like that they were able to first pick away the Rumble, though. It's something Hanser can have a team fight impact on almost regardless of how his laning phase goes. And it's something that was actually banned last game.
Yeah.
So
instead of banning it, they first pick it. They're still afraid of Impact getting the champion. They're still afraid of Xiao getting his playmaking mid laners, I guess, and they're happy with him playing anything else. Impulse can say, what do they really care about here? What contested picks were actually important? Looks like the Vladimir is still important for Xiao, and the Sivir is still important for Apollo here.
I'm just very confused. Like, very, very confused. A lot of times in best of fives, the most effective strategy is to ban away the things that beat you that game. But they send a ban onto Xiao's Yasuo and do not deny the Vladimir from the last game. I'm perplexed. I want to see what they pick in mid lane. If Keen has a pick in mind that is really bad against Yasuo, like Cho'Gath or something, then maybe they decide to do that. But that's it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I want to see what the actual choice ends up being here. Impulse, clearly, you can kind of see in their picks, right, the early Sivir reliance, right, the utility AD carry. They want to probably keep camping Impact and maybe even Xiao and say, Apollo and Adrian, just float through the laning phase. You'll provide utility and team fights overall. Ignore you guys. Keep going well for Impact. They know this Rumble is going somewhere, by the way. We've seen it played mid as well as top, so that becomes a little bit awkward for Impulse.
Yeah, Keen.
They got to show something.
Keen has taken that mid. Vladimir can also go either side as well. That makes things a little weird here for Team Impulse if they decide to do that. The Morgana is floating around now. Impact very vocal about this pickup.
So it's something they could play.
Selection.
It's something they could play top if they wanted to.
Right.
Could do
It's something
this
he did play top.
And Leona if they wanted to stack crowd control. And it also picks away one of the Leona counters in lane.
Yeah.
Plus one of Bunny Fufu's better champions. Impulse has a lot of options here.
All right, and the Vi is the option here. Lee Sin banned away, goes for #2 most played. Vi,
someone's getting picked off.
Yeah, hasn't lost with it yet. Gravity, St. Vicious still rushes the Rek'Sai pick, but it does not seem to hold down Rush whatsoever.
Yeah. Impulse looking like they're getting what they want, and it's on Gravity to build in either the adequate amount of early game pressure or the adequate amount of late game power that they can withstand an early game threat with.
Well, still seeing smiles on the face of Comp and Bunny. We know that to be a very happy environment to be playing in for those guys this year, and they always seem to have good confidence going into games. So they shouldn't be too perturbed, too set back by that first game. And it looks like we will get the lock-in of the Fizz and a Janna to round out Gravity's composition.
This is weird to me because Impulse, Vlad could be mid or top, Morgana could be mid, top, or support. We don't know where any of these champions are going.
Everything flexes.
And okay, guys, it's going to be Fizz somewhere.
Yep.
And Rumble somewhere. I guess they can swap back and forth.
They can. Keen's played both of those. He played Rumble mid and Fizz mid.
Yep.
The really weird Fizz game he did, Frozen Heart Abyssal Scepter.
Just recently.
In a win, it was one of the Bruiser team compositions they put together.
Yep.
And Gravity has another Bruiser team composition right here, which arguable about how good that will be against Vladimir and Sivir and Morgan Vi.
Yeah, maybe you could just AoE down this entire team comp. I'm also not sure what Jan is supposed to do, because you're not really needing to peel for Lucian. He's already pretty self-sufficient here anyway. Very confused with what Gravity's doing. Hopefully there is a real plan here in motion, though. Team Impulse hovering real support picks here, so it looks like that will be the top Morgana after all, I'm guessing.
Or mid. Like, everything can flex, but based on last game, I think you'd be absolutely right about that.
It's like we're watching both of these teams because the bans go just play on 5.5 right now.
Yeah, or even earlier. Yeah, well, Impulse playing the same comp they did last time. Right. Okay, Leon's not banned. Pick that instead. We don't get Rumble, so pick another, pick another team fight top lane or whatever. Play Morgana. She's got good follow-up too, right? They're pretty much replacing as few parts as possible and still picking. Let's go in and start team fights, and we've got lockdown to support that and follow-up damage afterwards.
Very, very nice. 20 seconds on the clock is the last chance for switches. Here you'd see on the screen, obviously. Boom, boom. Those are the selections for both teams. And right now, Gravity is looking for a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here. A very strong game from Team Impulse to start this one off. Even after being first blooded, it did not set them back. They had no trouble continuing their strategy.
Yeah, Impulse feel really good. Gravity, I just need to see what they want to do with this one. I have a hard time finding a good thread to follow with this team composition. It's a bunch of individually fairly strong champions, but the overall goal of the group of 5, I'm unsure about.
Well, St. Fish is back onto Rek'Sai. He'll have a lot of mobility, hopefully around the jungle for a few more than First Blood ganks. Remember to keep your updating your votes for which team will be advancing to the semifinals. Tweet at LOL Esports, either hashtag GVWin or hashtag TIPWin. We'll update those throughout the game.
All right, it's going to be really interesting. Of course, Gravity, they've got a lot of variety available to them, right? Where they're back to the mid lane Fizz. Pobalter again said there'd be nothing new under the sun for these guys.
That's their kind of ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, well, they're going to definitely try something new again in this one. Gravity hoping to adapt well in game 2 and pull it back in the best of 5.
Yeah, we have to watch to see how Gravity adapts to this. I mean, we know Keen is playing a lot of weird stuff. The Fizz mid is something no one else really plays here. Now it's up against a Vladimir. They could have guessed that Vladimir is going mid here.
All right, so talking with Cop, he says their deep champion pools will give them an advantage in this best of 5 situation. Let's listen to him.
I think best of 5s will be good for us just because Keen plays so many different champions. I think they won't really... I think we'll just have like a new champion for every game, and we'll have a lot of random strategies that we can use towards them.
And executing that.
Yeah.
Random strategies is one thing. I wonder whether that random factor is enough to catch Team Impulse off guard. Because Impulse isn't really a team that relies on what the other team is doing to pull off their stuff. They have one way of playing. They generally have a tier list-ish of champions right here. Right now they have the Leona for Adrian, which is huge. Plus they denied the Morgana. Very strong lanes to back up Rush's aggressive style. And you actually don't, in my opinion, you don't need a random team comp to counter that. You need a very measured team comp to counter that because it's a specific style that is predictable.
Yeah, it's one thing I always think about a little bit with sort of team compositions in League is, can you just enforce your own will? Right now, enforcing the invade and the
how good you are.
Buff. Uh-oh, can they surround? This one haunts us around. Howling Gale hits Adrian, flashes away. Stop the Grom, get a flash.
Yeah, it stops the early... It stops the early Gromp kill from Apollo and Adrian, but it does not set back Rush. I think that would have been the ideal thing if they somehow could have caught Rush there in the jungle. Rush will set himself back a little bit by missing his vault breaker.
Yeah, he missed a lot of damage.
I think he'll be fine, though. St. Fitch is starting with a counter jungle strat.
Yeah. The immediate TP from Haunter, slightly late to lane, but won't miss too much, and he's going to be 1v1ing up against Impact in the Rumble versus Morgana lane. Keen actually already feeling good against Xiao, Xiao, E, and W. And until Vlad gets more levels, that sustain is not going to be very good.
If we even think back to last game, Xiao Xiao's early laning phase was pretty rough against Orianna. If not for the home guarding teleport Hecarim coming mid lane to save him.
And then Orianna not getting blue.
Yeah, he would have lost that game. A couple of things went against him, against Keen in that matchup.
Right.
Again, Xiao Xiao's going to have to withstand this early pressure from Fizz.
All right, St. Vicious, he got the Scuttler. Maybe he's going to gank bottom lane, but, you know, they're pushing a turret, so nothing to be done right here, but just going to farm here for now. Rush makes his way into the mid lane, already trinketed though, and Keen could feel pretty safe.
This is the question. Does Rush zip over and go for a pretty late blue buff invade, because he would have to wonder if Saint would run all the way over, but basically Saint's respecting Rush enough to think that the blue buff would be gone by the time he's got there, and it's not even a counter jungle at all that Saint really pulled off there by invading the enemy jungle, because now they're ending up conceding this away, not wanting to pull pressure away from the lanes.
And looks like they're going to square off as though we were in a lane swap. Both junglers pick a side of the jungle to go through. Rush leaves up part of the blue buff, though, so this will not respawn, of course.
It's really interesting, actually, because this would have been a very stoppable counter jungle of Rush if Gravity's top laner had pressure. If Rumble was shoved up onto Morgana, it's very easy for him to collapse down into the blue buff and stop that up. But because Rush and Impact have so much trust in each other, and this is one of the reasons they're so good together, they can pull off stuff like this. But Rush gets a little greedy. Haunter could have easily gone down to the Grom.
Yeah, man.
He's not even thinking about that, though. This is... Oof, that would have been such a great move by Haunter.
Close, if only kind of
Too
situation.
worried about falling behind in lane.
Yeah.
He is, and of course at the same time, there was a nice ward by Rush there on the Wolves to make sure if Saint ever did show, he'd know about it. Simple Vault Breaker out, but you're right, all said done. Rush getting away with essentially murder here on the entire Western jungle. Cleared all the camps away, left a piece of the Wolves, left a piece of the blue buff. And Saint's going to be pretty sad in a second clear, which is starting right now.
And now Saint's behind. It's another one of these examples, but in a smaller scale of what happened in Game 1, where Saint Vicious does the first good thing, and then Rush does the second better thing, and it impacts Impulse in the right way.
Gotta have more on your plate than just that first one, or know that you're gonna have to react to what the enemy's going to be doing. It's something they seem to not be taking into consideration. He came out, he did red all the way around, and now he's going back. He just did like 3 camps, and now he's back again.
Yeah, he recalled, got 40 gold, and is recalling again. He can clear the Raptors, and then there's not much left for the man to do.
Rough.
Rush just scaling up really hard. He's not looking for the early ganks right now. He's just holding Saint down, making his life miserable. He's level 5, but hasn't even recalled yet.
Nope.
That's one way to do a level 6 rush. Vi wants to do that all the time. He wants to get level 6 as quickly as possible, which Rush has been able to do fairly well. Sometimes you can have pre-level 6 impact, but pre-level 6, Vi versus Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai crushes that matchup. So the more Rush can just avoid him and farm his jungle, the better.
So far, pretty good thing for Rush. 5.5, and life is good. Mid lane matchup actually squaring off close to equal. The top lane battle also, again, pretty matched. Haunter and Impact. Impact gets the first recall. Haunter equalizes the minion kills off of that. And the bot lane also pretty close to even. So looks like as far as laning phase is concerned, it'll be the junglers that make a difference.
Yeah. Rush a little bit of swagger as he tries to take down the Grom. Pretty aggressive by Keen. He's out of mana, though. He's got to be careful how close he goes.
Ouch, two turret shots for that.
But he burned both summoners from Xiao Xiao right there before Xiao Xiao can get spell vamp. If it was not for those 2 turret shots, that would have been absolutely worth. There we go, though. Health potions and regen. Maybe they get a return. He has no summoners.
No summoners, a flash knockup.
The flash in from both of them as well. All the summoners being used for this one. It's going to be worth on that one.
And this is a good match to get first blood in as well. Keen can definitely snowball this one and really bully Xiao Xiao out. When Ignite's back up in 3 minutes, he can again just remove all the healing from Vladimir. But hey, no, don't do it.
He rushed a Brutalizer. He didn't build his jungle upgrade. I've never seen that in a pro match of this magnitude on Vi. The jungle upgrade is so good on Vi. He won't be able to jungle without losing health. He's basically saying he's going to fight someone immediately with this Brutalizer, getting as many combat stats as possible. There he goes, going into the end.
He's base level 6, and Saint Vicious, by the way, that Wolf Spirit is a lifesaver. He's going to tunnel away from his own jungle.
Literally.
Get Wisp, bro.
Yeah. He should get level 6 off this Grom.
Yep. Smite is up too. What else to use it on except for jungle camps? He can get right in behind Haunter. And they should know that Rush is 5 and in this jungle. Haunter should know.
Yeah, Wisp is falling
especially with the Wisp. All right, Haunter knows about it. Rush leaves the jungle. Wisp dies. Again, Keen playing as aggro as possible, but you can see Xiao Xiao.
Keen used his Playful Trickster. He won't have it up if Rush goes right away.
Flashes, ults. Keen is going to get caught. The jump is up pretty soon, but is it going to be in time? It's not. Kill goes.
Didn't we just say that the Wisp was on him when he hit 6, so they saw him?
Yeah, we did. Gravity not paying attention to the whole picture. They're tunneling in on certain things right here. Keen using his Playful Trickster, save it. They know that Rush, if they're looking at the whole picture, they'll see he has a Brutalizer, can't stay in the jungle, can only go and fight. He does just that.
Jet, you're on fire with your references today, but here we go. Impulse.
Not even trying.
Yeah, it's
That's
great.
that's
But
the
it's
thing.
so
That's what they
fun watching you do this. St. Vicious wanted to stop the Dragon attempt, and he said Rush can't jungle. He certainly can't do this one, but they're still fighting for St. Vicious. That's to tunnel away. More health being lost. Saint without flash and his E on cooldown cannot stop this Dragon.
These instances of Rush just being able to walk around and still have the team have the upper hand in a fight. He has 400 HP, means Impulse is really on their way to just get the same result they did last game.
Yeah, it looks a little bit slower than last time. These matchups a bit closer here. Rush. Oh!
That's a little greedy.
Rush!
A little greedy.
Rush!
He's got it.
The shield! Wow. All right, all right.
Even jungle camps are entertaining when Rush is in the game.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
Gonna duck on that one. Adrian misses, and St. Vicious is just off missing on popping her up. So Adrian gets out on Leona. Apollo's safe as well as these guys just farm it out. CS on the lanes. It's really only 10 CS lead if it's to either way right now. Very close in gold, very close in those kills.
Oh, took that one too deep.
Yeah, a little bit of a late Q by Bunny Fu, but all the same, they can push. Yeah, there's no kill pressure. There's a minion wave there, but an earlier Q by Bunny would have actually gotten him another 100-something damage under the turret. Either way, Hanser starting to get zoned out by Impact. The longer lane with the lead, Impact able to play a ranged champion and say, I dare you to CS here or I'll bind you.
Yeah, we haven't been up top too much this game. He's actually spreading that lead pretty good now in CS, a little bit more than that 10 factor that we see in most of the lanes.
Yeah.
And he's able to do that. Like we said, not as many tanks in this game, brings back the Morgana out, worked really well for him in the middle of the split.
Yeah, crucially, Hanser didn't complete an item on his first recall. He got boots and part of a Haunting Guise, not a finished Sork Shoes, not a finished Haunting Guise either. So his actual pressure in the lane's pretty darned low. Impact can do whatever he wants. Rush can try again for the top lane, Wolf Spirit or not.
I mean, this time he's getting a little bit too greedy. He may be trapped up here.
Q's down for 2 more seconds. Rush does not have flash. Can they make it happen? They just go right into St. Vicious.
Are you kidding me?
Bunny comes in, they get the kill all the same. Rush will trade, but here comes Keen, forcing Impact to run away.
Double buffs onto Keen as well after that fight, so it is worth at the end of the day, I think. St. Vicious is critically changing the things he is smiting in this game. He keeps smiting the Aether Wisp because he knows that Rush is going to continually counter jungle. That is the type of counterplay you need to have against someone with such an aggressive style. Normally the smite targets are Raptors for the vision, and in this case Gromp because it does so much damage on stacking people. But fighter junglers, vision control, counter jungling, good smites.
Saint looks for more right here.
Oh my
Keen's
gosh.
there to help. A Xiao's around. It's a 3-on-2 all the same. Engage comes in, slows down a few, but Adrian will still be the kill. And you can see, starting the beginnings of over-aggression from Impulse. Rush burned his Q to go through a Wolf Spirit and get caught out. Adrian on kind of the wrong side of the map on this one. They felt like the same plan would be working, but Gravity responding to it so much better here.
Quite impressive by Saint as well. Rek'Sai in the first game, quite lackluster, and he completely turns a leaf over coming into this game. 0-1-3, 100% kill participation around the board right now, and Keen starting to get a bit bigger. Rush again, this top side of the map here. He's trying to call it home.
Yeah,
the blue buff timer.
This is a fascinating game. Keen is starting to take over a little bit on Fizz. We saw that with the early gank. We talk so much about Rush, but that's because the game is generally about him when he's in it. He creates and forces so much pressure.
Right.
Gravity collapsed on him very well to get the double buffs off, and they're punishing Xiao's early laning phase on Vladimir. We'll see how Keen can transition this, though, because Fizz is not the hyper carry he used to be. The Abyssal Scepter, he doesn't have the same AP ratios he used to have. If he goes tank after this, I wonder what its effectiveness will be. And will Rush continue to just try and kill Hanser? I think so. I think that's safe to say. Maybe a counter, though, if Rek'Sai's there in time.
They know she was around. Okay, let's go to here. There's the dive. Eagles comes in, but the bind's already there. The stun's going to land as well. There's no way out for Hanser.
Team's coming up.
But Rush is very low.
Rush is dead.
No flash. No way out. Fizz coming around Janna as well to lock down. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, there you go. Now on the top side though, Impact lands a bind, gets hit by the Shark though, and the Black Shield might not be enough to keep him alive. Bunny Fu is staying in the front if he needs to ult him backwards. The flash in, the Ignite's going to be enough though. Kill comes through to Keen.
That was nice, but one was nicer.
Impact is becoming predictable, but they are still maintaining pressure. This is such a better game than the first one because Gravity is responding right now. Keen continuing collapsing, but because they drew so much pressure into that top lane, Apollo and Adrian get the turret down bomb.
See right here, last game, this would be Impulse kiting Gravity in the top of a map. Apollo taking this uncontested. Now Gravity's in position to stop these things. Things are flowing much better for them. The gold is still very even, so they do have to make a big move here. Maybe our first 5v5 of what it'll be.
Yeah.
Dragon is just in a minute. This turret's not long for this world here in the top lane.
And to talk about what you guys were saying before, I mean, we talk about Impulse, we talk about Rush. He's going to play aggressive games. 80% of the time, that's my made-up number, it works out beautifully. We have games like Game 1. 20% of the time, it's an overreach. The team responds well, and they get a whole lot back for it. Gravity responding incredibly well in this game. And Rush's aggression is biting his team in the backside.
He showed respect there.
Yeah.
Which is very rare to see. And the turret goes down.
Calculated.
St. Fishes used the Rek'Sai ultimate, and Rush said, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't commit to this one, because he's now been caught out on a couple of occasions, and it's starting to fight back. This will be the question. We saw St. Fishes talking about how to shut down Rush. If his early ganks don't go just right,
I got to match him.
Yeah.
Yep.
You match him, and Saint has done the counter gank job this game onto Rush.
Absolutely. 20 onto Dragon. A good push here in the mid lane by Keen to add a little bit of pressure towards Xiao's turret. Apollo good and good clear. So both teams getting what they need here to give themselves the upper hand. What's going to be pretty much our first real 5v5. Doesn't look like it's going to be a teleport from Impact. He's on the walk down already. Answer could teleport, however.
Yeah, very early Sivir ult.
Yeah, Impulse trying really too hard to start fights, and they can't actually start.
Well, they have a large amount of CDR onto Impact's board, which is good in these team fights. They also know that Tonsor has to teleport into this fight. It would be a very interesting battle. Impact is looking to start it from the flank.
Teleport comes in from behind the Dragon Pit. Impact's going to land the... No, he's going to miss the bind. Here comes the engage. Two-man knockup. First kill comes in. Second one comes in as well. Xiao pushed down. It's a 3-kill start to the fight, and St. Fishes won't even take enough damage to die. It's a 4-for-1.
Gravity fights back again. They countered Impulse's aggression right there. Impact missed his binding. The teleport came in after the fight had begun, and Gravity cleans up that fight.
15 minutes in, it just took them a little bit of time to calibrate what they needed. They do clean up, fight the Dragon as well, and have tied it up at 2 turrets. Cop may take a third one down in the middle here as Team Impulse recuperates after that fight. Now we get to see how they coordinate themselves from being behind. Last game, they were far and ahead, train rolling down the tracks, and they didn't have any problems. Can they assess the troubles now?
CF home guards? Whoa, that's unusual.
Oh! Look at his face. He's just like, yeah, all right, guys.
Wouldn't you know it?
He just timed Morg Flash. Like, he's like, all right.
Great timing on Cop's flash right there. Knowing he was just trying to run up to him for a point-blank Morg Q.
Yeah, and Keen's starting to style as well. He's getting pretty big here. 4 kills, 3 assists. A lot of money on this Fizz.
Gonna be a frozen heart for him next. Let's take another look at this fight.
Yeah, so Keen is really huge right now on that Abyssal Scepter, and St. Fish has got a monstrous knock-up on top of the Rumble ult. As far as chaining your crowd control together, Gravity did that so well. Since Impact missed the binding, they had no chain with Leona. Both of these teams are heavily combo-oriented, and Gravity just did it much better that fight.
Yeah, it was really surprising. This is the first I've seen Impulse's bottom lane actually have a pretty lackluster game. They shoved a turret down, they did good things there, but we saw Apollo burn his ulti early, before the fight could even start. Adrian died before he could put Eclipse on himself to have the tank stats, and didn't even ult then at the very end of it, because he died so darn fast. They picked the bottom lane here of Team Impulse for the utility, to make fights start on their terms. Neither of those guys were able to put that utility into use here, and even though Impact's got some gold, and Xiao had gone almost unkilled this game and had some farm, just not enough to put the fights in.
So, Gravity squadding around here. They move together, power in numbers. We got Cop and Bunny Fufu in the mid lane. They don't want to get picked off. There's still a chance for Adrian and Rush to be taking people out immediately. And Xiao coming up with some follow-up damage. Definitely a chance that Tip can still start to wipe out these fights if they get the good engage from their end too. 17 minutes in on this one, 9-4 in kills. Still getting pretty bloody throughout this game. And it seems like the early aggression of Rush has been staved off by Saint's switch up and how he played the jungle. Gravity's working well off of that now.
Definitely, the smiting of the Wisp definitely set up
such a big
kills.
factor.
Oh yeah.
And then also Hanser playing with much more respect for Russian Impact, and the team also going and backing.
That's a good point too.
That's the big thing. Like, even though Hanser did die to that one gank, his team ended up getting 2 kills off of it because everyone was going towards that pressure. And because Xiao had lost the mid lane to Fizz, thanks to the same vicious ganks, they were free to make those collapses. When you're a team like Impulse and you're playing such a pressure-heavy game, as soon as you have a lapse in the pressure, you no longer have the freedom to make the other aggressive plays. This time, when they tried to make those aggressive plays top lane, they could be collapsed on because they didn't have pressure.
There's so many things that actually come together here as, oh, like that.
LOL.
That come together as really fortunate or ingeniously planned circumstances. So we heard St. Vicious say, Rush picks a lane and camps it. Unsurprisingly, it's usually Impact's lane. They put Hanser, the anti-Impact player, in the lane with a defensive Wolf Spirit. That could have all been accidental and a nice convenience, or on purpose.
Strats. Or
yeah. Or, I mean,
strat.
last game that was in the bot lane, where they had their own defensive Wolf as well, right? Like, sometimes these things are accidents, sometimes they're ingenious and you never think of them before. It's one of the two for Gravity, but either way it worked out.
Indeed. Once again.
There's that Wolf.
And there's Rush. No one's at all surprised anymore.
Forced to go back. Very, very slow game compared to game one here for Team Impulse. Trying to figure out how they can get under the skin of Gravity, who's pretty much waiting for these objectives. Hanser still getting big, even though he was focused a little bit in lane. A very big impact on his equalizer last fight that kind of changed the fight around. So Impulse will be looking to organize for that as well. You always have to consider the first fight may look really bad, but the second fight, the team knows what they're looking for from both sides, and it could be anybody's.
Yeah, I mean, the game is within under 3,000 gold.
Right.
Which is a lead, but not the biggest lead ever that you couldn't possibly come back from this one. We've definitely seen bigger comebacks just this weekend. So the question is, Impulse, how well do you play from behind? And Gravity, how well do you play with the lead here? Especially considering you've got a ranged champion that can damage turrets, and his range is only 500 here.
Yeah, and I question the scaling of a Frozen Heart Abyssal Scepter Fizz. I think it's really strong right now, but I think 45 minutes of the game it's going to get much weaker. Whereas Xiao will only get stronger. How many people can Apollo dodge? 3.
Yep. Figured how long they would hunt him. Not too long. Because the push in mid lane going to get very far either here from Team Impulse. They slowed down as Cop, trying to stop that middle turret from taking any damage here. Looks like he's going to fare quite well. No real pressure from Impulse. They're kind of just walking around, cleaning up the map.
Right, that's the thing is we talked about St. Vicious, and he gets first bloods a lot. His early ganks are very strong. He's very good at this. But all the Gravity advantages have been keying off of Impulse. They've been playing reactively, well reactively, but reactively. Now, Impulse have shown that they're happy to play it much more slowly now, waiting for Vlad to scale up, waiting for the team fights to come in later on. And you don't want to squander a 3,000 gold lead.
Foot off the gas pedal for a little while. For Impulse, they're probably just waiting on the dragons. But at this point, after the way the last dragon fight was, I don't know if they can test this one. They're still focusing on Impact's lane, although he seems to be doing all right on his own.
Yeah, I actually like this from Impulse. So they are knowingly seeding these dragons, and they're trying to get as much split push farm as possible. Maybe Gravity missteps and they stay too long in one of these side lanes. Maybe they allow a TP play and a team fight does come in, but Impact and the rest of Impulse playing for turret kills and getting as much pressure back and trading so that this 3,000 gold lead is squandered. Oh look, top lane 2-2 goes down for Dragon.
And they almost had the mid lane turret as well. That's creeping the gold lead closer and closer as they work towards completing some major items. It's on Gravity to try and take the offensive a little bit. Impulse has pivoted mid-game to being a little bit more defensive and conceding ground to Gravity. The question is, how quickly can Gravity pivot from a defensive team to an aggressive team?
Right, we just talked about Gravity and kind of the high life for the past 5-6 minutes. They were winning fights, getting a few kills here, Saint being involved in a lot, but they didn't push turrets. They didn't push too much off it. Everything's still quite even, and Apollo, he gets a little bit a tricky shot on the boomerang there to take away Saint's work. Very close on the vote, just like the game.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all, the Twitter vote here, but you think about the strengths of these teams in the overall, and the way I measure that is usually the second half of their split here, where Gravity was 7-2 in the back half of the split. If you count game 1 here of the quarterfinals here, they're 8-2 in the last half, and Gravity much worse record here. I don't know if they do know what to do if they can't just snowball and roll over people.
Not a whole bunch of wave clear now with that culling being down as well. They're gonna have to get close to those minions and take a little bit of that Sivir damage if they do. It's gonna be easier now that Tip can get to the turrets.
It is worth pointing out Gravity's wave clear is pretty bad. It is just the Lucian and like a Rumble ulti, which isn't exactly amazing. So
yeah,
turn it around,
big
Impulse gets the lead.
damage.
Yeah, like once Impulse feels confident, I think they do play hyper aggressive. The gold, by the way, 500 apart now.
Yeah.
That lead's gone. Impulse mid-gamed a slow game and got a million more minion kills and tied the game up.
2 turrets as well.
Yeah.
Xiao pulling ahead in farm. Apollo working on his second item. He's got a pretty big deficit to cop there.
Yeah.
Until he shops. But as far as the overall game goes, until Dragon 3, the Dragon lead doesn't matter.
Nope.
Right now. And it's all about Impulse not being over-aggressive. This is Gravity fighting back, but there's multiple punches in a fight, and Impulse is ready to do something else here.
I mean, they have the biggest gloves in this game, certainly, for those punches. Rush made sure of that one. And you can see that sort of the way I think to easily measure pressure leads. You can look at gold, you can look at champion levels, but just look at the mini-map and look where the minion waves are. We have very rarely seen these minion waves go in the northeast side of the map, meaning that Gravity is able to push them out. We've mostly seen Impact shoves top, Apollo shoves bottom, and they always manage to find a way to get out and never die for that kind of pushes. Mid lane got pushed in. Top actually as well. We're finally seeing Gravity start to push in, but maybe too little too late.
It's a lot of wave clear on Impulse's side. Everyone can pretty much use 1 or 2 spells and clear a whole minion wave in all of their lanes.
Yeah, every
Trana,
single person gets
Vladimir,
something.
or Sivir.
Oh, hold on though. Dive into the back line. Haunter misses the equalizer, and Apollo says, great, I'm going to go in on that one.
I don't even know if Impact needed to be here, but he could get a little bit of help. Put the shield on him.
Flash Q, not going to be dodged. Zonius is...
They're trying to rush Baron right now.
Serves
I don't know if they're going to be able to kill in time. It's pretty early. 6,000
Oh, that's
health.
a lot of damage.
Here comes Xiao. That's going to be a big ult.
Kibo Plague, he hits it on at least 3. I think it missed onto Keen there. They're going to be going back for the fight. Xiao and Adrian are both low here. Rush on the outside, not able to provide too much. Tags onto Bunny Fufu. Impact's here now, and we are going to finally get... No. Apollo, he's going to stay on the side. He did not want to enter in. Good choice.
Everybody calms down after that scuffle at the Baron Pit. Haunter the only death in all of that action, but that means the game is on again.
Looking for that 5v5 fight. Make both teams respect what was going to happen. And we see Gravity as well is in a mode where if they get that half second, they will try to squeeze that Baron out.
And I do like that. I do like Baron plays like this where maybe we had vision control. They've got to face check into it.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the wards were like right at that time. Unfortunately, I was watching the bottom lane, but we've seen so many times, like just in March, like in the last month essentially, so many of these like random 24-minute Barons. It got squishier a few patches ago, so that rushing it became a more viable strategy. This is like a really bad equalizer. Haunter expects Apollo to kite, but Apollo's cutting back because he knows Impact is already coming.
This is one of these things Alex talked about on the analyst desk, is why is Haunter trying to make these plays when he knows his team is nowhere near him for backup? Anything could happen that backfires here. Maybe Rush is there. Maybe there's a teleport that could be coming down. He's certainly not going to get teleport help because he's the teleporter. He's only putting him in situations there where he's trying to make a big play, but the counter play is so much easier.
I think that was a bait for Baron, though, to be honest. I think it was synchronized. You're right, it backfired.
They ran for Baron as they saw the teleport.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
That was a very messy Baron as well. I would, especially since he's got a history of making mistakes there. There's Keen.
This could be the ults they need to start locking down the fight. They're on their side of the map, so they can start pushing the waves as well, but they aren't really returning any damage. Impact and the rest of the team is only receiving right now, and Cop and Haunter are going to be the ones to deliver the first few blows.
Well, it's a 5v4 with a good equalizer. Apollo gets a turret for essentially 2 kills paid by his team. What's the choice now? You could try to rush Baron.
Baron bait.
Oh boy.
This is the Baron bait. Rush should not have been checking that brush. Baron is as good as gone. Gravity just needs to send someone back to stop Apollo. Haunter should probably be there. There he is.
He is. He home guards in. He's not a pony, but you know what?
Play.
He's a mechanized menace. He's going to buy some time. And the 4v0 on Baron will let Gravity get a lot back in. What a good team fight. And the split pushing Sivir. A big detriment there for Team Impulse. Once again, we're seeing the bottom lane. I like them so much beating the split, but in game 2, they have made, I feel like, a number of mistakes.
Early wards there before that Baron gave them the patience to know they could wait for Rush as well, making things a little bit easier for themselves. You look like you're so much more in the lead when you have things in place, right? It's like, wow, that looks like it's easy for them now. And Gravity, they take about a 1.5 thousand gold lead. Still anybody's game, but those were some nice moves.
It's just going to get better and better for these guys now, though. They've got another 2 minutes to use Baron buff, 2.5 actually, to knock down turrets. Gravity have only taken the outer shell. There's so much gold waiting to be picked up off these 2-2 turrets. They're worth like 800 gold apiece. They just got Dragon 3. They can even rotate faster now, the Team Impulse. There's so much gold waiting to be grabbed right now. This Gravity lead should shoot up, in my mind, to 5K if they do it right.
Yep. Well, there's definitely the want there from the team. The man himself, we heard from the feature before, Cop 304. He's been so close to making it to Worlds time and time again. Hopefully this can be the time that the team makes it. Just on the cusp of that victory. One game to Impulse here is the driving force for Gravity to come back strong in this one. And that 2K gold lead, like you said, Freak, very close to being able to skyrocket. We have the Triforce finish now over onto Keen as well, as he keeps that composition of items going.
I'm actually surprised he goes Triforce.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, I'd almost rather see a Lich Bane because he's got so much Magic Pen. The Lich Bane proc is magic, the Triforce proc is physical. People have more armor than magic resist in general in League of Legends.
Yeah, he's doing the catch-all build. Just build a bunch of individually good items and hope that together they work. I mean, Keen is, Fizz itself is somewhat of a hybridized champions patch. Benefits from auto attacks and attack speed, has some magic damage. Magic Pen is good. We see Blade of the Ruin King on him a lot of the times. Like, it's his choice. That's why it doesn't scale, because there's not one proper build you can do on Fizz that makes him a hyper-scaling champion, which is something that I worry about with Gravity's overall team composition. Is Fizz does not scale multiplicatively like a lot of the other champions do in build.
Yeah.
They need to make use of this Baron buff right now.
Well, thankfully, Cop does. And Cop's got 3 big items. The next big one's not too far away as well. Like, the fact that he's actually managed to get some kills, stay deathless, and have the highest farm in the game means that mantle can switch from Keen to Cop. We know he's up for the task. Cop normally carries most of the weight for his team anyway. It's just a matter of this push now with only 40 seconds left on Baron to actually turn into anything. All Gravity's done is gotten ward control up for a Dragon and Bear that aren't respawning for a long time. This turret's taking almost no damage whatsoever. The wave clear of Team Impulse, you can see, keeping everything safe.
Saw a little bit of this yesterday. I was going to call it a 1-3-1, but Saints actually up top here with Haunser. They're trying to spread Impulse thin. Keen, a few more shots. Bing, bang, boom! Wait, Hemo Plague.
Doesn't do it. That's not how it works.
Today, Keen learned.
For the top lane. All right, great equalizer onto almost everybody. The dive comes back in. Haunser forced to Zhonya's away, and St. Vicious, oh my god, he gets out. Impact does the same with his own Zhonya's, and now Haunser forced to run away. That's a fight that Team Impulse is going to win.
That was 2 flashes to death as well, so small windows for Gravity to fight now in an Impulse. A little window push.
It's interesting, Xiao Xiao is trying to become that split-pushing menace on Vladimir, but Keen is equalizing him for the most part. If Keen had done that dive a little bit cleaner, that could have led to some large advantages for Gravity, but because he traded the deaths, couldn't get turret pressure, Impulse knew the fight was safe with no one having to recall, therefore could collapse down onto Gravity.
Well, Gravity's still confident, though.
Have here.
Rush. Wow, nice. He's like, hey, there's a Rek'Sai around here. You should back up. No kill does come through. Gravity unable to turn any push lead out of the Baron buff. In fact, they go minus a kill.
Apollo clearing out mid lane, looking at some inventories. Actually, we'll check this fight out one more time before we do that.
Yeah, so not the best ultimate from Keen at the start. Pretty much clicked that after the Zhonya's was down and did not put it on top of the Zhonya's, point blank. At that point, though, because Xiao Xiao was able to ult him right afterwards, that gets done. And then you can see the reaction is immediate from Tim.
Oh, wow.
If it was not for such a great equalizer by Haunser, this fight would have been totally wrecked. Saint gets out with a sliver of health thanks to Bunny Fufu's Janna ult, and Impact doesn't get the greatest Morg ult off either. This game is still very close, as shown by that exchange.
And it's 2,000 gold lead. I mean, Gravity still do have the most money in this game. They own 3 dragons to 1. They've still got, I almost considered it an advantage. Turrets available for the taking, since we're not, I think, going to see inhibs go down for a while anyway. Like, almost easier to acquire objectives matters a little bit for these guys. And we'll see if that actually happens here for Gravity. They certainly managed to stabilize their mid game. I mean, it was starting to slide really hard towards Impulse, and then a couple of good plays later, Gravity looked pretty nice.
I can't see him being on the map for too much longer at the moment. They got 2,000 gold on a few people. We do see that Tiamat now coming out for St. Vicious for a bit more damage. He wants to be able to shred some people on the Rek'Sai ability.
is this Gravity looking to push even harder on the split push game? I mean, this makes it a good split push build for Saint. If Keen is falling off, they put the mantle on someone else. But we've seen that Impulse are happy to play the split push game back.
Yeah.
Maybe they can split Xiao off, right? If Xiao has to defend Saint Vicious, Saint is buying Magic Resist next. Merc Tread's going for a Cowl. And then it can make a Rek'Sai ult play to make a 5v4 happen. Go for the hard engage.
Honestly, some of it could just be the fact that Impulse is pushing lanes so hard, he wants Team Matt to clear them.
Yeah.
Like, it could be as simple
on the
as that.
defensive thing.
Also, Freak, you know better than anyone on a ranked team with Zyrene who loves to run Ravenous Hydra Rek'Sai all the time.
Yes, he does.
That it is a thing you can do as long as you have a little bit more gold income, oftentimes for that split push and wave clear, since he can teleport into his tunnels afterwards. It's not a bad thing, it's just uncommon in pro play because Rek'Sai's generally put everything in tankiness.
No, absolutely. It does give him really good potential for damage. He can actually duel Apollo most of the time in this game and likely win it. But the problem is there's so much AoE magic damage. Being tanky on a melee champion is important. He'll just take damage from Impact and Xiao whether he wants to or not. And it will always be a concern here. Impulse, they are the first ones up the Dragon. This time around, it's actually Gravity who splits and takes the top lane out of turret down. Gold goes towards Gravity. Impulse get a not very useful number 2 Dragon.
Right, but they deny the threat of 5 dragons. They have to fight here, though, if they want to get something back. Impulse.
Ooh, that was Gale.
Ooh, Sivir burned
top
again,
lane.
and they're down in pressure. They're trying to play catch-up that they're paying for that dragon with.
Yep.
Actually pretty cute. Gravity gonna get a lot of damage on this turret, but Impulse are right here to defend. They're really staying for it. Goes down to 1/4, and back they go.
So they pay for that dragon with 2 turrets?
2.7 turrets, kind of.
Yeah, that's a lot of turrets. Well, the one will regen, which is nice.
Very slowly, but you're right.
And they've lost pressure. That's the main thing.
Same move as
Another
before.
Baron bait.
No,
Rush.
deja vu!
Look at
Rush, no! He knew that time. He tried to get out. The Banshee's Veil is going to help him a little bit, and he has completely exited stage left on this one. Gravity's actually still trying to tunnel into this fight, but Impulse has not got the chance to re-engage, so Gravity's still okay.
Still no vision control in that area, though. Rush no longer has Banshee Veil, no longer has Flash. You can only check blindly so many times before you die. They have to do it clean next time. Black Shield on a tank, much cleaner.
Much cleaner, no knockups available. They go for Rush instead, and then gets
No flash.
blow that poor fool up. The Leona ult only hits St. Vicious, and
One too
Gravity
many.
can chase this down. Equalizer is available right here. You can slow the entire team down. He puts it in. Impact tries to save himself, which means Apollo is available, but Keen can't survive the counter engage. And a nice stun comes out from Impact. Pops the Zonias, but St. Vicious still on the hunt. A killing spree for himself. Unstoppable for Cobb. They've knocked down 3 members of Team Impulse.
Could be Baron again for Gravity at this point. Everyone that is still alive on Impulse has to go back to base, and Gravity still with plenty of damage to spare.
Be very surprising to see Impulse come back with the low numbers on their side. Now Gravity just getting way too big. The Avalanche is out of control right now. You cannot keep Gravity down. Baron going over to them at 36 minutes on the clock. Keen won't be getting that for himself, but the team, they're playing real well right now, and he's not going to need it.
Overall, a big risk by Gravity actually to give up a dragon that would have put them 1 dragon away from 5, but they made it work. They traded that dragon for so much vision control around the Baron pit that the eventuality of those events led to them getting the right catch. They burned Rush's flash in 1 engage, and then Rush was trying to flank for Adrian, but he ends up getting flanked himself by the end of that fight. And the result of it all is Gravity gets Baron number 2, and now maybe can use that as one of their endgame win conditions.
Yeah, it seems like they did a great job of controlling all the wards on the top side of the map, and they traded those 2 turrets and a bunch of vision control for that Dragon number 2 for Impulse, which has no combat relevance unless you're sieging. And now Gravity can look pretty happy. And speaking of sieging, Banner of Command, as Riv points out to me, here on Bunny Fufu. And, you know, Impulse's wave clear is mostly magic damage. So, I mean, Apollo has to be the one to react to that.
Hopefully a good Sivir boomerang to knock that one down, or they'll be watching their turrets fall from quite long range. Looks like top lane may get a little bit of love out of that. Now are we going to get the Banner Command on that minion? Bunny Fufu is in place,
Yep, there it is.
and he has locked it down.
2 cannons, one of them is bannered right now. So it's basically forcing Impulse into a fight.
And Gravity choose the 4-1, by the way. Fizz still going to push mid lane against Xiao. It's good to keep the Vlad out of this fight. And this turret has no chance of staying alive. Inhib turret number 1 goes down at 37-32. And Gravity still pushing in for the inhibitor itself. Team Impulse not looking like they want to contest this.
They can just let the Banner minion do it, but they're not even stopping Cobb.
Nicely done, Team Gravity. Into the base they go, and the mid game is starting to look pretty good. You know, it's exactly what LS said. He says, look, our early game is a bit rough, our mid game's a bit rough, but 30 minutes in, it's like I'm really confident in my players. We hit 30 minutes, and Gravity have actually, around the map, outplayed Team Impulse. They just had to get there.
It really seems like you need to get a really steady lead against Gravity to be able to hold them down and also make no mistakes. Gravity really capitalized on a lot of good things this game, kept themselves on top. St. Vicious playing that Wisp perfectly, seeing the aggressive Brutalizer coming out of Rush early to keep him out and underfarmed, and not underfarmed, but underpowered after trying to get in the jungle and take him down. And Gravity's been working off it all game. Now to this bottom second tier turret, one of the final ones standing outside of the base of Impulse.
This is risky though. Gravity sent only two guys top, and here comes the re-engage. Bunny people gonna get exploded for that one. Cop gets away, thankfully for him. But that's the risk of running a big split push team like that when Vi exists. You can start fights out of nowhere.
I think the overall gain as well for Gravity, though, was pretty huge. The game is still progressing later and later, though, and Gravity, honestly, is still on somewhat of a timer. They only broke one inhibitor. They generally need to break two. That is wave clearable by Sivir. You hate to say it, but they're not out of the woods yet. They're still down 1-0 in this series. This is a much longer game. This is the Gravity style of winning, but it's a chore to close out Team Impulse here. Xiao is getting larger and larger, now has his Void Staff completed. They have Void Staffs on both of their AP carries. The gold, percentage-wise, despite being a 6,000 gold differential, is still pretty close.
10%.
A lot of it really just has to do around Cop and whether or not he can stay safe, and Haunter and where his equalizers fall.
Well, Haunter's got plenty of items there. Double Abyssal, actually I don't like this Abyssal on
both sides.
The Rumble personally, but he's got a lot of ability power and a lot of magic pen all the same.
Look in that range.
Yeah, the damage profile is pretty big. Cop will be getting a Scimitar last item, so he's going to be able to stay slightly ahead of Apollo damage output-wise. And the thing is, I do want to know what Xiao can do in fights. One of the complaints on Vlad is, can he stick in there, right? Needs mobility. He's got a Several, he's got Ghost. There is a Janna to keep him out. There is maybe an Equalizer to keep him out. If Xiao can't routinely damage the important damage dealers, maybe that Vlad has little impact even though he does scale well as a champion.
It's true.
Let's see how the split push continues now. Banner of Command used in the bottom wave, with Cop being in the middle and St. Vicious up on the top side. Looking, he does have a tunnel to Void Rush to towards that bottom, so not too far away from the team. He can be the guy who teleports now, so that Hydra's coming into play big for the split push.
I like it. I really do like the double split push. It's still risky against a hard engage Vi Leona and Sivir. If you miss position on Gravity, you just die. But it allows Haunter and Saint to split, teleport back to the team.
And Impulse doesn't really have someone who can deal with St. Vicious and Rek'Sai at the moment. Maybe they could send their AD carry, but then they lose the pressure on the other side.
True that.
To clear that Banner of Command minion.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they want to sync him up, but you're right.
So tough.
I mean, Rek'Sai can't siege herself. She can clear waves. Cop can siege, though.
She can clear exposed inhibitors.
Yes, she can.
Nice thing.
Oh.
Wow, Xiao.
It's for lunch.
Can't fight Saint. You said there was no one to fight it.
That's huge trouble there. Gravity might be breaking open the base here. They know Xiao's gone. This is not a fight. Impulse wants to take.
Solar Flare goes down. A Zanya's Soul Shackle does not connect with many members of Gravity. Impulse is inside their base, but Cop, he's going full force forward. He's going to get one down. That's going to be Adrian falling. Cop somehow still alive. Gets that Quicksilver stash on for safety, and he starts to return fire once more with Keen also inside the base, taking down Impact, putting down the finalizing touches onto Impulse here. Xiao pulls out, but he will go down in the end. That's going to be Keen picking up another one for himself as he dodges out on the Nexus turrets.
There it is, the damage from St. Vicious, taking Xiao down before that fight, and then the presence of Cop in these team fights, sticking safe and dealing maximum damage, may end up this game. Rush and Apollo, the only defenders against 5.
25 seconds left until the first guy respawns, and they're down to only one Nexus turret left. The TP comes in for Haunter. Just make it a little bit easier for these guys, and in they go. Apollo losing health, Rush the same. This Vi will fall, and open is the Nexus. It took 42.5 minutes, but Gravity have tied up the series 1-1.
We have ourselves a series. It seemed a little bit confusing in picks and bans to us, all the swappable lanes, the fact that they banned the Yasuo despite it not being picked in the previous game. But all is well that ends well, because they denied the Lee Sin, Rush's Vi was countered by good map control from Gravity. Nice collapses onto him. Now it's best of 3.
It is down to a best of 3, and we've seen now Keen bring out different champions each game. That was lauded as one of the big factors here for Gravity, that he can bring out whatever he wants. He can do something crazy. And
so he's no longer allowed to play Orianna or Fizz. Those are gone.
He needs to go next. Well, he's not allowed to play Urgot either. Those get banned every single time. But St. Vicious, twice in a row now, gets first blood. This time it got onto Keen. He used that first blood quite well. Keen had a really good performance throughout the mid game. It created a lot of pressure. Rush did things that Rush does. Rush tried to dive lanes. He tried to dive and get kills for impact over and over and over again. And Gravity this time responded. They realized it was happening. They respected it. They got the Wolf Spirits. They got the wards. And they punished it. That was the big thing. Gravity punished the way they know Impulse plays. And they got a good mid-game lead out of it.
Strong smiting by Saint in the early game for the Wisp. Plus 1 to that. It was big because so confused about the Brutalizer onto Vi, but it just said, I want to fight, I want to find you. And then it's so confused about the Brutalizer onto Vi, but it just said, I want to fight, I want to find you. And then into Skirmishers as well, it says, I want to fight, I want to find you. And when you're always caught out, that gives Gravity the upper hand. They have all the knowledge that they need. Right now, we're going to send it over to Dash and company to walk us through Gravity's series tying win.
Thank you, Riv. 1-1 in the series now. Looks like it could be an exciting day, maybe extending to 5 games. What I want to touch on immediately here is the Fizz-Vlad matchup in the mid lane and how it so quickly tilted in Keen's favor.
Right, so Keen, I think he played this type of Fizz once in LCS, and they won with that. It's like some sort of like Fizz from hell. He goes like tank items, and you think he's really squishy, but he's not because he has like 200 armor and MR, so you try and kill him, but you can't, and he just like baits your team into dying, which happened a few times this game.
And so what's the response there by Vladimir? We had a lot of discussion about the build path that Zhao Weizhao chose to go with, going only into the Hex Tech, not finishing the Will of the Ancients very early, and then transferring into that Abyssal, which slowed down his progression into CDR. It didn't seem very effective.
Well, I think that is not the most effective Vladimir build. I'm not even sure what runes he's going for. I think he's going for like AP per level and things like that. I think in the matchup against Fizz, he could have gone for Emirates, and it could have helped him in lane. And overall, I think if he went for like the usual Will of the Ancients path, even if Fizz like jumps on you and gets like almost all your HP, you can always go to race and just regen all in like a couple of seconds. So it's not that big of a deal. And then Fizz, he opts for the Abyssal, so he can go all-in like 2-3 times, and then he gets out of mana. So until you just die to his all-in, what happened in lane, I think, because Saint was there, you're pretty fine. And if you got the like more CDR, your pool is back faster, so you're less vulnerable to ganks. And I think Zhao Weizhao, he underestimated Saint ganks a lot and just like dying there a couple of times, and Keen snowballed pretty hard out of that.
I have to say, I think there was a better adjustment when it comes to the ganks that Saint was applying, the pressure rather that he was applying to the map. We saw a lack of pressure after that first kill in the first game. This time around, visiting that mid lane, making sure he put Fizz in a position to carry through the late game.
Right, so Hanser played a bit more reserved this game. He lost his flash early, and that's just because he was playing like super cautious. He didn't need to use flash to get out, but you know, he did just to make sure. So it's good that Gravity recognized that, you know, told Hanser, play back a bit. And yeah, Saint focused mid lane this time. Fizz, a champion that can snowball, roam around the map.
And we saw that manifest a bit in our replay. We're going to pull that up. We're going about 14 minutes into the game down to the Dragon River. This ends up being a 4-1 for Gravity. Alex, if you could walk me through this fight.
So this fight starts when like Sivir ult is down, and then Keen just jumps in YOLO, and everyone thinks like it's Fizz, we need to kill him. He dodges the rush Q, and then the beautiful equalizer just lands on the whole team, and they basically trying to kill Fizz. There is like super tanky, and the Rumble and Lucian just clean up and kill their whole team.
Yeah, there's this element, like you were talking about, Pobelter, where there's this really tanky Fizz, but he doesn't appear that way. At first glance, you're like, oh, 1,200 health or something like that. Let's just kill him. He's a threat. And he's got 4 kills. So the initial idea is we have to take care of him. But he draws so much threat and pressure from the enemy team that when that equalizer comes across, you know, it catches them off guard. And it kind of pointed to Gravity playing a lot of these fights out properly and Impulse playing a little bit more reactively, right? They were going in just at the drop of a hat without necessarily thinking through the entire team fight.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is they've never played against Tank Fizz mid before. I think most people can say that they've never played against Tank Fizz mid before, so it's kind of difficult. You need to adapt to it, and it's really unorthodox. Like, sometimes he just seems super tanky and you can't kill him, and you're like, well, this is broken. Tank Fizz is broken. And then other times he just doesn't do anything. So it's just really an awkward champion to play against.
Right.
So I really think that in this game, like, Gravity vision control was much better, and like every fight was just like Gravity doing like all the preparations and going for the fight, and then Team Impulse are trying to react to it, and usually it was reaction like Sivir ulting like super preemptively and then there is no fight, and then after the Sivir ult is down, the fight goes on, and the position of Team Impulse is pretty bad for the fight. Like, you really want Morgana to be somewhere from the flank or just like tipping or flashing into 5 people, and that just doesn't happen. Morgana is just somewhere behind, like doing nothing in the fight, so you don't have like good ultimate or anything. And then like the same way as like you want both like Morgana and Vladimir be speed up by the Sivir ultimate to just like go in. Morgana ults 5 people, Vladimir ults 5 people, you get the awesome like damage and fight, but this doesn't happen this game.
Let's talk a little bit more about vision control. As you mentioned, it was definitely in Gravity's favor this game. Something that's interesting is the fact that both Impact and Xiao never upgraded their trinkets. They both had the level 1 yellow trinkets, whereas on the side of Gravity, we had upgraded trinkets across the board, except for except for Keen in the mid lane, but he had swapped to a sweeper. So Alex, when you talk about the vision game, what do you believe is the optimal setup in terms of trinkets for a team going into the late game?
So I think that in the late game you need 2 sweepers 100%. Like, no matter on who, like mid laner or even top laner, it doesn't matter. Just like you need 2 sweepers because you need to sweep out those wards that, like, of course you can buy the pings, but you still like need to check out the vision in crucial spots, and 1 sweeper is not enough for that. And I think that if Impact like upgraded his trinket really early in the game, with the amount of pressure he was causing the top lane, he could have just warded like entire enemy jungle, and then they would have much more information about like their rotations, and they could have either like pressure top laner or at least know the place where Saint Vicious is at. And Saint Vicious didn't have the sweeper, he got the trinket ward. So basically like only King got the sweeper, and Fizz won't go to clean those wards. So those wards would have stayed there, and they would have a lot of information from that. He didn't do that, and like, I think that like that caused a lot of like vision advantage towards Gravity with the way how they upgraded their trinkets and how they were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravity showing a bit of their team fight prowess there in that game. Keep it tuned right here for Game 3 of our quarterfinal battle between Gravity and Team Impulse. We'll be right back.
Is that X-Special?
Huh?
X-Special.
Yeah, X-Special. And
Right?
Peter.
And Peter, right?
Yeah.
And the girl.
What?
No, he's going to miss the buy. Here comes the engaged 2-man knockup. First kill comes in, second one comes in as well. Xiao pushed out. It's a 3-kill start to the fight.
I think it missed onto Keen there. They're going to be going back for the fight. Xiao and Adrian are both low here. Rush on the outside, not able to provide too much.
Vi's dead. Come, get him.
I'm moving through.
Leona?
Yeah.
Go
Trying to collapse. I'm going in.
6.
I'm going in.
Vlad.
Kill Vlad. I'm Vlad. Saber.
This is not a fight. Impulse wants to take.
Solar Flare goes down. A Zanya's Soul Shackle does not connect with many members of Gravity.
Gravity have tied up the series 1-1.
Welcome back to the 2015 Spring Playoffs. You're getting a look at Gravity a couple minutes ago, looking comfortable after that Game 2 win. We will jump into Game 3 of today's quarterfinal shortly. But first, we want to check in with our question of the day. Earlier, we asked, what is the most dangerous player-champion combo in the NALCS and why? There were a ton of great responses, but here are a few of our favorites. At Mad Harriet says, definitely Sneaky on Callista, mechanical skill on a very mechanically focused champion with a side of Lemon to top it off. Following, we have Zach France, who says Bjergsen on Zed, no contest. Had it banned basically all of IEM and solo kills anyone mid if not banned. Hashtag one-man army. Well, Pobolter might have something to say about that. And next up, we have at Captain Pancakes, who says most threatening player champ combo, Bunny Fufu on Thresh. He lands so many death sentences, he writes death paragraphs.
So playing against Bunny's Thresh is like, it's always like a 50-50 whether or not you're going to dodge or he's going to hit the hook. So like sometimes I'll just do really weird angles or like flash a really weird way and he'll read it. And I don't know, it's just weird. Sometimes he just like gets into your head and lands hook after hook after hook.
And I feel like that's one of those player champion combos that could be extraordinarily relevant in this series. He could single-handedly take over a game. We've seen it before and turn the tides of this best of 5. And then finally, we have at Theo Tagalia, who says, Rush, Lee Sin, beast.
Well, we could have seen it. First game, Rush Lee Sin, 10-0. Second game, Rush Lee Sin banned. So basically, like, he's playing pretty crazy, and you can see, like, the pressure he applies even with White, just charging the Q. So you can see, like, Lee Sin Q is, like, the pressure all the time, because every time he lands it, you are, like, he will jump in its rush, and you're just like so afraid of it. And Lee Sin's Q cooldown is less than Vi's cooldown. So basically, like the amount of plays he's getting out from the champion and the aggressive he plays and like what he can do with it is just so scary.
Yeah, with the way his mentality and the way he plays, that champion definitely supports any of the crazy stuff that he wants to do. Well, thank you to everyone who wrote us, or if you're looking to chime in, send your thoughts to @LOLEsports and use the hashtag LCS. Now let's turn our attention back to the Rift and our third game between Gravity and Team Impulse. Right now, the series is tied up at 1 game each, and both teams are closing in on that semifinal berth and a minimum of 30 championship points to carry into the summer split. So first off, what I want to talk about here is the picks that we saw come in for Team Impulse. Another Vlad picked very early blind, didn't work out this time around.
So I think that they shouldn't pick like Vlad blind, especially on the purple side. It just like, for me especially, it makes 0 sense. Like, the team saw it. They know that you're going to pick it and they're prepared for it. So if you're going to pick it like the same way the second time, they definitely have something to counter it with. And I think that overall, they need something more aggressive with the way Rush plays. I think like Morgana top was okay because it pressures Rumble, though we got a bit less outplay potential than Hecarim or something. And I think that like, but you can't pick something like Hecarim into Rumble.
I think a big problem with the Vlad pick was he picked it against Fizz, which I don't think he's played against that much in mid. And with Vlad, like knowing the limits of the champion you're playing against is as important as knowing your own limits. And so he was just playing safe, whereas in Vlad, you need to be a champion that's like in the face of the enemy mid laner, you know, pressuring the jungler to come over, and then you just live the gank. And without that, Vlad is really difficult because then he doesn't have any pressure. He can't really roam or contest for vision that well.
And also, we know Impulse as being very aggressive in their playstyle. We've already talked about it with Rush, but across the board, they're pretty aggressive. And Vladimir does not support that early aggression that you would expect out of Xiao Weizhao to secure an early lead. So I'd kind of like to see them trend towards some more aggressive champions.
Yeah, the Morg pick too, I think it's okay. Like Impact certainly had a very fine game as Morg. He was up a lot of CS, he got 2 turrets. But I think they just need something that can roam all across the map and put pressure everywhere, like Hecarim. With Morg, if she TPs in and she throws out the bind, well, what happens if they dodge or flash it? Like, that happened a few times this game. And if that was Hecarim, maybe it would have been a kill. But since it's Morg, they survive.
Also, I'm not convinced with their Sivir pick. Like, they pick it 2 times in a row. In first game, it went through, but they still got the first blooded. And second game, like, they don't really utilize the Sivir's ultimate at all. And it looks really weird because they like put a lot of emphasis on that champion, but they're not using its strengths. And the weaknesses of that champion is getting exploited really hard by Gravity. So I want to see like something more like lane stable, I guess, from TIP, and maybe even Rush paying his attention more, not towards the top lane, because like I think Gravity were prepared for him camping for Impact again, and they didn't like let Hauser get like 10 deaths in the lane this time. So I think that if TIP, if they want to switch something, then the only thing I think about is just like switching their attention. So at least like Gravity wouldn't know which line Rush is going to camp, and I think it can help them a lot.
So let's talk real quickly about what Gravity can do, because they made a lot of adjustments that clearly manifested well and ended in a win. And we've already touched on the fact that their team fighting is very solid. But what can they do to better shore up any weaknesses they have and shut Impulse out early with their aggression?
I think the key point to last game was the Fizz, which baited them into so many fights that ended up giving them a dragon or a couple turrets or something like that. I think that if it's not banned this game by Impulse, then Impulse are also going to have like a way better reaction to it, because now they can sort of adapt to it. So if they can find, if they're going to pick Rek'Sai again, then I think they need to stick with some engage heavy mid laner, because I think a lot of the way teamfights started that last game was kind of Impulse being baited in, not really either side engaging on the other one.
All right, so we're looking for some more aggressive picks on the side of Team Impulse and perhaps better vision control, as you mentioned. Distinct lack of vision, which was putting them at a disadvantage at the beginning of any team fight. And then with Gravity, making sure they're able to pivot if that Fizz is banned away, and then support whatever jungle choice that they follow up with in this game. Well, we're going to send it over to our casters to get us into the game, but first, Rush is new to the best of 5 format and shared with us his strategy for the series.
다전제를 한 번도 해본 적이 없어서 뭐 후반간 뭐 집중력이 떨어진다든가 그런 문제점이 있을 거라고 걱정하시는 분들도 있는데, 그러니까 결국 그냥 팀 스코어에 상관없이 가장 최선의 답안은 그 한 판 한 판에 집중하면 되는 거라 한 판 한 판 열심히 할 생각으로 준비할 거예요.
So some uncharted territory for Rush coming into this one. If he approaches it as he did the season split, I'm sure he'll do quite well, just in a more compact and quick manner.
Yeah, I think in general that's how everyone talks about best of fives. Ones who actually play a lot of them. We hear TSM talk about this, etc.
Yeah.
You play one game at a time. You say, look, we want to win this game. Every game is important. Okay, what's your pick and ban here? We know what they played recently. If you have to change things up, do so. If you don't have to change things up, like the Urgot ban, fine. But what's going to win this game? Focus on it and just go one at a time.
I don't think Gravity needs to change their bans whatsoever, because that worked for them. But then the change up from Impulse is pretty pronounced here.
Oh, wow.
Changing multiple bans. They do not decide to ban away St. Pitch's tank junglers. Also, we do have to note, Team Impulse decided to be red side here. The higher seed team gets map choice in games 1, 3, and 5.
Right.
So this was a red side choice, creating the same pick ban matchups as we saw in game 2.
Very interesting. They did just take a loss on the red side. And it will be now the pick going blind over to Gravity instead of Impulse this time.
All right, so we saw yesterday in North America, Vladimir is a really big, important pick. Here today, it's still really important for these guys.
Could that be a Keen pick? Well, here's the thing, right? They banned away the Vladimir counter.
The Fizz.
Right? So at that point...
In game 1, he had the same chance, though, and didn't do it. The very first game, he picks Orianna and says, you know what, it's fine for our team comp. Game 2 realizes it.
It is the evolution of the series in that point, because he knew that the Orianna was not good against Vladimir.
Yeah.
And then in this case, they didn't want to allow it to go over to Team Impulse. Plus, it's not like Keen hasn't played it before.
No, of course. But, of course, Impact. And we heard, I think it was Alex Itch say that Hecarim not very good against Rumble, but now that Rumble's gone, Impact can go back to his great early game aggressive top laner. Hecarim, spike on the Trinity Force, go run around the map and kill people. Rush actually going to take away the Rek'Sai that Saint was playing and say, third jungler in 3 games. Buy didn't work, okay, let's go Rek'Sai instead.
So see if Rush can get himself kind of fixated now on a new style. He'll be able to get cross-map and really give a lot more presence around. He has been focusing that top lane with Impact. We kind of see them as Bash Brothers in that first game. They weren't really able to get it going in the second one. But this is what Gravity has to work with now. Hecarim and Rek'Sai. Good amount of champion that says there's going to be some skirmishing going on. They want to fight.
Yeah, it's definitely Rush's style. It's interesting to me how as soon as the 2 tank bans drop away, now they take Saint's Rek'Sai. Like, if that pick were there with those prior 2 bans, they really push Saint down his tier list, but now he gets whatever he wants. He gets the champions that were banned away in the first game anyway.
And they leave it too, right? Why pick it right away when you don't need it? They're going to get their AD carry. They're going to get the support. Feel good about it. Bunny Fufu gets his Thresh.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge to get Thresh right there. As well as taking away Sivir. Most of this is just Gravity taking away the champions that Team Impulse has had throughout this series.
Did they put together their exact team comp? What was... No, they had Leona. Sorry, I was backwards on that one, but certainly looking pretty similar.
Yeah. I love the fact that they're back on Graves here as well, just because it was Apollo's by far best champion here. It allows them to go really hard in this game. The Alistar is interesting that it's not going to be a Leona again. They don't want to pick that necessarily into the Thresh, I suppose.
Yeah.
I like the Alistar. We'll see what Adrian can do on that as well. I've had 1 game on that, if I can recall. I don't believe he did. So we'll see what kind of numbers he can put up protecting Apollo on the cow. Seeing a bit of Shyvana play in other regions. It is going to be the lock for top as well. Do we actually get the Smite Shyvana top lane with skirmishers? This could be what we have been seeing over in the LPL.
Yeah, Flandre played this over in the LPL. Also, it's pretty prevalent in some echelons of North American solo queue. We're seeing more and more. It's basically Skirmisher Saber, Cinderhulk, top lane Shyvana. It would work in a lane swap scenario. Like, that's the thing. The fact that this exists in solo queue, it actually fits even better for double jungle or lane swapping scenarios. They have so much jungle pressure with a Smite Shyvana as well as a Nunu who can be focused on counter jungling. That, if anything, has a big chance of neutralizing Rush.
Oh, this could be all kinds of tricky. Of course, it is an escapeless Shyvana, so that will be scary all the same, but we'll see how it gets played. Orianna does come through, so Xiao plays the exact matchup Keen played in game 1. Says, you know what, this is going to be good overall. Let me show you how it works.
We wonder what Xiao's got left in his champion pool here. I'm a little curious why the Karthus just completely disappeared out of that, because it had been banned against them so frequently.
Yeah.
Maybe he'd stop practice on it because Yasuo, Twisted Fate, and Vladimir were all denied for him this match. And Orianna is not the ideal matchup, but maybe they have the cow delivery system there.
There's the simple things you look at, low-hanging fruit. There are 2 people that can cancel that ult immediately just with simple before level 6 spells and Spell Shield and Pool. So the Karthus ultimate may not be as helpful in that sense as well. A lot of things going in now. As we head into game 3, teams are considering both of their victories and both of their losses here as we make our way in.
This is going to be all kinds of fun. Team Impulse continuing with their same trend of let's pick a bunch of team fighters, let's play a bunch of hard engage, let's give Rush a fighter early game, let's go bash heads and win a 25-minute game.
I like it.
Still the strategy for Impulse in this one. Gravity continuing to show texture with theirs. Game 1, bunch of disengage, bunch of counter engage. Didn't quite work, early game went badly. Okay, game 2, let's just go crazy. Let's play a bunch of high damage bruisers. Ravenous Hydra, Rek'Sai, Tank Fizz.
Yeah.
That worked great. Okay, some bans come through. Let's try something else instead. It's going to be fun to watch this one.
It's going to be a great game. If you think one team has the edge going into game 3, tweet hashtag GVWin or hashtag TIPWin to @LOL Esports. We'll update the fan vote shortly. As always, you make some good tweets. You might even see them in the game as well. The crowd's ready as we head into game 3. Things are getting even more intense here in our quarterfinals as these teams look to head to the semis. Game 3 of this BO5 and Round the Rift.
And every single one of these Gravity's team compositions progressively are getting better at absorbing initiations from Team Impulse. Shyvana sometimes has trouble definitely reaching the back line, but if you engage on her, she can jump through you, pull you back a bit, and then reach the back line. Vladimir, Thresh, Nunu, all these champions very good at counter-engaging. It is a 25-minute win potential for Team Impulse if they go for it, but Gravity definitely is willing and ready to lay some traps.
Really excited to see how Hanser plays this, how much he's had in it. Oh no! He's getting pinched.
Uh-oh,
Cop, save!
Lantern it
won.
That is why you don't put points in your skills until last second. Cop still didn't have any points in his skills. Didn't even bother to skill up the spell shield because Bunny Fufu said he had him with the lantern.
Cop's so lucky to have a guy like Bunny.
Yep.
So fortunate. Saves his life multiple times, even highlights from last splits. People yelling, "Cop, take the lantern! Bunny's got it!" See if they can keep that synergy throughout this game. It's been one that's really been a highlight for Gravity throughout their season. See where Impact and the rest of the team decide to start on this one. He will join Rush towards that bottom side. It looks like they may get a little aggression here, but they know it because of the ward placed.
And you're seeing it as a lane swap scenario after all. Analyst Desk, there we go, okay. Analyst Desk said that Team Impulse sniffed out the lane swap in game 1, a lane swap that Gravity had wanted. Now again, it looks like they're trying to sniff it out, but it's not the lane swap they actually find.
This is the strangest start. Rush starts his double jungle at Wolves while 10 inches away from him on the screen would be Nunu and Thresh and Sivir counter jungling his stuff. This is basically Impulse giving up a 3 buff straight away to the double smite team of Gravity. It's a guaranteed 3 buff here as long as Hanser can take this blue.
And what's crazy is since 2015, 3 buff starts weren't always ridiculous because all the camps worth a lot of gold, they're all worth a lot of experience. But this is a 3 buff plus a lot more camps too. Hanser's already got 2. Like, he's actually out jungling Rush.
Yeah, because no one had to share on Gravity right here. They did a double jungle without sharing. They just doubled the jungle and took the start of both junglers.
So Hanser, now usually you'll see this back and forth. Once he can't get the CS in lane, they go back and take Gromp, so that should be his throughout the game. It's very well played here by Gravity to start off this double jungle, and I can't think that Impulse has had that much time playing against it.
No.
It's going to be very hard to react.
It all depends who they were scrimming against.
That's true.
If their partners
Right?
didn't run the strategy, it's a new one. It's a new one. That's the trick here.
You can watch it in other regions. Doesn't make you any better playing against it.
At least you're aware it exists.
Hopefully you make the right moves as it happens. Watching is not doing. 1-to-1 in this game.
Is Hanser going to go take the crab now?
I don't know.
He is actually playing the role of a second jungler
Literally
right now with Smite. He's not even doing the lane game. This is, come on, man.
Hey, he doesn't know the jungle
that's
mechanics.
Why he's not a jungler, yeah.
You know, I just realized, guys.
What'd you realize, Freak?
We can no longer just blame St. Vitus for missed smites. There is blame to share here. The bottom lane dive, though, looks like it's in the eyes. The hook on an impact. A lot of damage through the ignite on early on as well. They're not quite going to get him. He stays alive finally. First blood to Hanser. Anything on the way out? Rush looks Adrian as well. Lantern's there. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Gravity gets away with it.
Bunny lands the hook at the start and the lantern at the end of it. Even though Rush was trying to be there for the counter gank, 4v3 dive is successful for Gravity, as well as the heavy jungle denial. Such a great start for them.
You just saw the biggest troll face on Hanser's smile was just coming out on that. It's just like, peace out, bros. What a play. And I'm sure Tip is going to want to get something back after that. Not that they lost a whole lot. It was just first blood, but we have seen that Impulse can get themselves into scary situations thinking they're falling behind, so they push a little bit harder. Hanser now to the bottom lane. He will now have the chance to do Krugs if he wants to with that smite, but he's not even going to get any opposition on this one as he farms himself up. Good pressure by Xiao to Keen in the mid lane. This is actually kind of the same way we saw this happening in the Ori Vlad matchup the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for Keen's Vladimir within the first 9 levels, and then it starts tilting back a little bit for him. The game in larger picture, though, Apollo has been freezing that lane this entire time. So while Gravity does have the kill advantage, the gold advantage from the first blood, the experience advantage is slightly in the favor of Apollo with that lane freeze. Gravity doesn't want that freeze to last forever, though. That's why they're top lane pushing. Now they have to go and get war control. Gravity is really on point this game.
Really fortunate timing there. They're going to be safe away from the push in from Adrian. And in fact, they even defend the sweeper. So that ward's going to stay up for another minute here. Gravity.
Focused on that scuttle fight. Uh-oh. That's a little damage to win the lane advantage. It's going to be tough if Adrian keeps catching those. So St. Vicious, as he does on Nunu, goes for that early dragon for his team. Starting to control, give a little bit more help around.
Early Sightstone. This is honestly such a great strategy from Gravity. Double smite against the team that gets carried by their jungler. Just outnumber him. Put more people in his lane. We used to see this a lot. If you really wanted to shut down a mid laner really hard, you just put 2 people in the lane.
Yep.
That's kind of what Gravity is doing to Rush right now. And it's really going to be hard for him to keep pace. Not only do they have 2 smites, but they also rush an early Sightstone to track his every movements. This puts the pressure back on the rest of Team Impulse.
the Apollo Graves and the Xiao Oriana to carry their weight because Rush is getting outnumbered.
Yeah, Rush is getting outnumbered, but Haunter's still having a fairly hard time in the one-on-one lane. Of course, losing out on a combat summoner. Impact still has Ignite over there. All right, that's still a scary Hecker. I mean, it's something that Haunter, until he gets his challenging smite, which is going to be a while away, is going to have to deal with. And it's going to be hard for him. Now, bottom lane, we are seeing the recall come in for Apollo. You mentioned the XP lead, but there was an item deficit until just now. It was pickaxe versus nothing, and so it'll give one more wave for Cop to push, but it will mean that Apollo has to walk his way back in now with an item lead. I feel like Impulse should be okay here. There's Haunter. You mentioned him going for the Krugs whenever he can.
Such
the wave go back.
Such an easy way to play the lane when you have that smite. Yo, I can't farm. I'm going to go back and get these Krugs. My jungler doesn't need it. And you become so big as well. While Impact has a little bit of trouble waiting for the waves.
It's a Nunu. He doesn't clear his entire jungle all the time anyway.
Right.
It's really
Perfect
nice.
example.
It's the right jungler top laner composition. Gravity trying to do that top lane jungle synergy better than Impulse. This time through champion select. And they're trying to go counter Keen's aggression in lane.
Oh!
No.
That was slick. Perfectly guesses the flash on Burrow. That was nice, Keen.
I'm a little surprised Rush went for that, honestly, knowing that he had a Vladimir with both Flash and Ghost. Even if he gets the Burrow, it's difficult to combo him down.
Yeah.
But yeah, Flash Burn from Rush and Ignite from Xiao for both summoners of Keen. Again, decreasing the overall pressure Rush can put on the map.
See if they can keep it going. That was definitely an act on level 6. It did not work out for them. So we'll see if they're organized to keep things going or it takes them a little bit to set back up. Impact, making sure this is pushed as much as possible. Can't really get
that worst place.
Yep.
For a wave.
Got
All
it.
right, hold it. Yeah.
I'm excited to see Haunter in these fights. I miss seeing Shyvana. A lot of people forget all those abilities are pretty much buffed up once she gets into dragon form. The Q cleaves, the E is an AoE fire breath, and the W burns the ground. So see if Tip remembers all those things as she dives to the back line. Still giving Haunter a little bit of trouble down here.
He's trying to prevent the
no care in the world
anymore. I like this. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, well, they just got vision of the rest of Gravity as well in the side. Yeah. So I would honestly be a little bit worried. Oh, it's not like Haunter can't do damage.
Actually, this is risky. There's the Dragon's Ascent. Misses it, though, and Impact is going to gallop right away.
Maybe Haunter should buy Chilling Smite so he can slow people down.
He's already got the Frost skin. You think it works that way?
Maybe. Hot ice. That's what it is. 9.5. There's still that first blood. This is the slowest of the 3 games so far. Teams really respecting the early ability or early advantage that a team could get to really swing the game. I like the fact that Xiao kind of stayed ready for the fight there. Rush just on the backside, but they don't get too much out of it. We also have the pressure of St. Vicious towards the mid lane.
Nightmare began.
Poor fella. He's honestly doing okay. He's out leveling St. Vicious. He's actually trying to counter jungle a bit on his own, but it's just the gank presence that's been completely shut down because he's either spotted out or playing catch up for camps. And there we have the Cinder Hulk being completed on a Haunter as well.
Yep, skirmishes.
Challenging
Cinder Hulk.
That's expected.
Yeah, so Haunter going to be a really good duelist and very hard to push around. And Hecarim normally a very good duelist. It's going to get more difficult. St. Vicious really, really wants his own buff.
Yeah, get away
no
from
one's
my
collapsing on a Rush right now, though. They're still fighting back and forth for it. Consume Smite. Saint gets it.
Yeah, Saint was just waiting on his consume cooldown to time that properly. Although Rush knows where the enemies are.
Gotta be careful
He's really
here.
trying hard to counter jungle. He might end up getting caught a bit by St. Vicious. Rush being incredibly aggressive here.
I thought he had was Impact coming up. I wanted to say Haunter, but it's not Haunter. It's Impact on Hecarim.
The slow escape.
Both the bottom lane guys were like, "Are you two gonna fight in the jungle or what? We're coming up. We're not coming up. Are you guys gonna do it?" But they just back off finally. That was pretty back and forth on the bottom side.
Speaking of back and forth, looks like the BF sword pickup has been pretty darn good for Apollo here on Graves, and the greedy Average Blade pickup for Cop is not going to give him the combat stats he needs. You're seeing this lane start to go a bit worse.
Yep.
For Gravity, Rush does not have flash for this one. Xiao takes a lot of damage trying to dive this one, and Keen sniffing this out says, "I'm going to push you the heck off my turret."
Smart Vladimir out there from Keen as
Impulse is trying to flex in that mid lane, knowing that they have a lot of people low. Even with that Vladimir ultimate, they're going to keep the pressure on here.
The turret should be going down. Impact clear on the bottom side. So they know that pressure won't be there, at least for Gravity on the mid lane. You can see Keen still holding. So Tip doesn't get any more than that mid lane turret, but that does mean the wards can be pushed forward here. Haunter could actually be a target quite soon as Impact continues to keep this lane pushed. So they're making sure the double jungle had quite effect in the early game, but it seems to have fizzled out.
Something that's happened despite that early double jungle is Tip is just straight up winning the lanes. In the AD carry lane, they had the XP advantage, and once he got that BF sword, Cop couldn't match. He's decided to turn that into a farm lane with the Avarice Blade and just try and get as much CS over time. Xiao using his pre-level 9 advantage on Keen, maybe extending that. I wonder where Keen's going with this build, rushing a Spectre's Cowl on Vladimir instead of your normal Spell Vamp or Dorn Shield type itemization. The only place that Gravity has an early game edge would be in that one dragon.
And even the first blood on Haunter does not seem to turn into much, as Impact seems to be winning that matchup all the same. Now, Rush, we said, can he adapt to the prevalence of tanks in 5.6? Well, he got Cinderhulk on Rek'Sai, so let's make him a tank. Why not?
I have seen this. The LPL was doing this last night as well. Cinderhulk Rek'Sai. We've seen Cinderhulk Jarvan. A lot of those guys are just trying to transition over to the full tanks. It makes Rush a much less threatening duelist, though, if not giving him some counter jungle resistance, because there's no way a Nunu's killing a Cinderhulk Rek'Sai.
Definitely the flip side to Saints build last time of Hydra and complete damage Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
You can see the jungler's preferences here in their builds.
Wow.
Back and forth. It's bottom lane, their top lane. Impact still doing the same thing to Haunter.
Even with challenging Smite against not a completed Trinity Force,
That's a great point.
Impact still wins that fight. It only gets worse from there. Challenging Smite's like one of the best 1v1 summoner spells you could get. It's basically Exhaust. A weaker version of, you could kind of say, but lower cooldown to be fair, and Haunter can't even win that fight.
It's a more spammable weak Exhaust, basically, that increases your damage a little bit. I love the lane pressure that Impulse has right here, though. Now that they've swapped back Sivir to protect, or swapped back Graves to protect this wave.
Oh, what? Is that stage nerves? Because Apollo has to know the timer on that spell shield, and he missed it by about
buckshot of the shield.
By about 0.2. Sometimes you get really antsy about games, and your internal clock changes.
He's just like, YOLO, get off my turret. Who knows?
Yeah, gave him some mana as a parting gift.
This is such a new experience for Rush as well. How do you run around as a tank?
There it is.
Still playing the same.
Whoa! Bunny Fufu can't spell shield. Cop tries to do it one more time. They're both actually a cumulative 600 HP now. They could be going down.
Impulse might get all 3 outer turrets this game before a single one of theirs has fallen, mainly because the experience advantage from the early lane freeze. Yes, they died to a dive, but they are pressuring every single lane in even man fights right here. This is huge for the overall goal in this match.
Sheen as well created top side for Impact. If he's left alone, turrets are going to fall fast. And Impulse, with all of this that they grab, are going to get dragged into.
And again, they attribute the resources once they're in control so well. Apollo doesn't even hit the turret. He knows it will die. He just wants to bounce the wave back. Just kidding, he clears the wave. Okay, whatever. I don't know what you're doing anymore, Apollo.
Gotta push.
But the other 3 take Dragon. He's like, you're fine. I'm not even going to bother being part of this one.
Keen getting mean. Looks like he's actually trying to get out of this one himself. Impact
he means to leave.
Cannot chase. He has no vision on that side of the map.
I'm actually surprised at the Spectre's Cowl. I know you mentioned it already, chat. There was literally one magic damage dealer, unless you count Rek'Sai Cinderhulk.
I mean, if we think back to item builds of the past, Keen actually likes building early Spectre's Cowls on champions in general. He had an Azir game where he just built the Spectre's Cowl in the middle of his build. He is the guy to do it if there is a guy to do it, but I personally don't like it. I think sitting on a null magic and going spell vamp would have been much wiser.
It's like the lame version of me in Trinity Forces. At least my item's cool.
Hey dude, capes are cool.
I mean, I guess. Is a cowl a cape? I actually don't know.
I mean, it looks like a head would fit inside that pretty easy.
Yeah. I think, isn't a cowl a head covering?
It's a Spectre's cowl. I'll leave it at that.
Looks like it goes around the shoulders.
All right. I will remain ignorant. You guys, I'll just cede the point to everyone else here. St. Vicious staying in the jungle here. Bunny Fufu. Bit of double in jungle, and Gravity of course did get themselves a turret back. The bot lane push finally worked out for these guys. Keen is going for the early Will of the Ancient, so he's getting to scale up finally. He's got a nice couple of points in that E, so the Vladimir is starting to come online. maybe Gravity starts feeling a little bit better in the future, but they're down 2,000 gold. It's Impulse with a lead, and typically Impulse with a lead does really well in League of Legends.
They're in position to start snowballing. Although, I'm really curious how Rush is going to play as a full tank right here. A full tank. Cinderhulk, Aegis. He is still posturing the same way he would on a damage dealer, like he's going to kill you at any second. Eventually, Gravity will realize that that's not true. Yep. And I wonder if that loses respect for his map pressure.
Oof. Well, Hatsubar rolls away from this one all the same. It's weird, he's playing the exact opposite of Saint Vicious. Saint's like, all right, Gravity's Hydra third, let's go full damage.
Yep.
Gravity's starting to feel the...
Impact might be losing his turret. Oh, that's nice that he spots them, though, so they know exactly where this push is. They might be pushing elsewhere now.
Bot lane tier 2 can take a whole lot of damage because this Gravity 3-man top will knock the turret down. Impact cuts the wave.
Yeah, he's going to cut the next wave.
This will make tier 2 unlikely to be taken here in the whole situation. And Team Impulse will. Nice, 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 nice.
Well, there's 4 minions for Gravity. I wonder how much of that turret they can take.
You're right. Of course, it's Tank Nunu, and a Blood-Boiled Sivir is no slouch at turret kills. Bottom tier 2 does go down. Xiao still battling Keen. Keen gets the Ignite on his face as well, and Adrian's coming in. Lands the headbutt Pulverize. Keen did not dodge that one. And you're right, chat. There's the turret.
They tank the turret, but at what cost right now? They just lost their mid laner. Now they have to recall. The pressure is in the hands of Team Impulse. Impact got a head start, making sure that minion wave wouldn't push back in the other direction. Now they push down mid lane.
That entire corner of the map is dark. I see that so rarely, but there's nothing there. Impulse 5v4, nice preemptive shockwave to buy time. Adrian gets hooked, but he does not have turret dagger, so who cares? Tier 2 goes down, Impulse get a lot for that.
Strong play coming in now from Impulse. A little low on mana, so they're going to back off at this point. Finally, that top line of minions is back and spawn. Random things to see in this game.
5 turrets already for
it's
Team
like game
Impulse.
Yeah, that switch.
It feels
game
pretty
1 was
similar.
30-ish minutes, and then we actually had a 40-minute Gravity where they got what they wanted, and it seems like Impulse is back on track for their game.
Yeah, this is definitely the closer version of Game 1, because Game 1 was a 7,000 goal lead at like 12 or 13 minutes, I think, if I remember correctly. This one, though, because of the double jungle, because they set Rush back a little bit, because Rush is not on the damage dealer, it's more just the other guys stepping up right here. Yes, Rush could farm, but it was Apollo and Adrian using that early experience advantage to win 2v2s without killing people, but to pressure turrets, and Xiao winning the 1v1 mostly against Keen to pressure down the mid lane.
So here we go, Team Impulse sitting on that 2,000 gold lead all the same. Gravity doing a decent job of counteracting that. Of course, they're only down 2 turrets, which is why it's only that 2k difference, but what's next on the table? Dragons are split 1 apiece here, so that whole like Dragon 5 thing is a long way away. Baron comes up in 30, meaning, you know, we've seen Gravity. They are happy to try to sneak that if they ever get the chance. And with 2 smites and a Nunu, there's a real chance you do knock down a Baron at some random point in the game.
See if the objectives are what Gravity needs to get back in this one. Their fight squad is usually pretty good. Funny Fufu being one of the big initiators onto that one. We saw Dominate's use of Nunu the other day. Kind of walk up, easy engage, just stand there, right? As Saint said, do what you got it. He's got it. Let's see if he can perform the same as well. Impulse as well, looking for Xiao to bring out a little bit of that MVP again that he had last split.
I feel like Gravity going to be really good at slow-burning team fights. They've got 2 tanks, maybe 3 if Bunny eventually gets gold, and some pretty high DPS champions overall, right? Blood-Boiled Sivir becomes a real AD carry. Vladimir sustains for basically ever. Right? It's Cinderhulk Rek'Sai, and eventually the damage of Hecarim falls off. Because he gets Triforce, then builds tank, and over time that damage starts to get lower and lower. Maybe the late game does work okay for Gravity. Rush trying to go. Oh, that's a great play. The engage comes back on in. They knock up Bunny Fufu. Hook's going to go wide. St. Vicious forcing the team away, but Impact and Adrian on the wrong side of this fight. They go back in onto Keen, but Vlad is tanky enough to survive. Kopp gets a kill. Shockwave gets back onto Kopp, but there's no follow through for the damage. Headbutt Pulverize finds even more, and they trade back onto the enemy support. It's a 1-for-1 overall.
Amazingly, Rush is still alive at the end of that fight after they burned everything for him. And Impulse was also very late to that fight overall. So while Gravity Gravity did find a somewhat long burn fight. They're not at the point where that necessarily matters yet. Vladimir isn't stacked up, and the burst damage that Impulse can put out is still huge. So Apollo and the rest of Impulse collapse there, securing the eventual fight win. I call it a win because they can go for Dragon now.
And enough health bars left over for the team. Rush recalls, heals up, ults back in, no big deal. Apollo and Rush going to take that one down together. So turret pushing power is here for Impulse, as though they needed it with half them already dead.
Yeah, so it starts off with Graves in the bottom lane and Hecarim in the top lane. Everyone's going to eventually arrive into this fight. You can see Shyvana TP's in first, followed by Hecarim. But the main story of this fight is, look how Gravity is actually grouped up, and look how Impulse is all spread out. Impact actually should have ulted for an escape instead of a little bit of aggression. Then nobody would have died maybe in this entire fight. Gravity thought they could get the re-engage, but they didn't factor in the full health 80 carry in the back of the fight, which eventually evens out the battle.
Vision really being a crutch here in these extended fights that they start in a big ball, but if they move just ever so slightly, you're probably not going to be able to see anything. That's hurting Gravity here in these re-engages. 2,000 gold. In the lead is Impulse, and St. Vicious and Hans are going to look to chop that down a little bit. Apollo says, I got your back, bro, and they may go a little bit harder for this. But when you think somebody's going to die, there's Bunny Fufu.
Yeah, he's always got to back up the team. And you guys talked about Hans going aggressive without the rest of the team there, but this time around they had St. Vicious and they had Bunny nearby. Oh, he missed it. He was going to try to hook over into Baron.
There's been a lot of people missing
They're
that
trying
hook
to get.
today. It happened over in EU as well. Hillisang was landing every single hook until he tried to hook the Baron.
Yeah, doesn't even move. These guys get like these intricate wards like over walls into brushes that are like pixel perfect, and then you hook a giant Baron and you're like, oh, that one I can't do.
Well, this was interesting though. Gravity trying to get a bit of a sneak.
They would have got. It's 5.6. The Scuttler doesn't see into the pit anymore.
Huh.
Like they could have Shyvana ulted, Lantern, and Nunu, but
clever.
They missed.
I feel like that would have been overly dangerous, but yeah, that may have been what they were going for.
Definitely a halt in decision making from the other game. They were more than ready to go for that last game with just a few people being in the bottom lane, right? When we saw Morg down there. This time they back off. So Gravity is really taking consideration into each move that they do. A lot of deep wards in their side of the jungle as well could give Impulse a chance to catch them off guard here. Bottom side, not so much, but that top side is completely littered.
Impact playing the sneaky game here. So Keen's gonna get out of this camp with full health. And
yeah. There's really a death to come from this.
No. Yeah, the Crux.
He fooled us all. Hashtag unexpected.
Your top laner could bring Smite. I can just hit him with Machine. Worth similar power.
Such a low kill game. It's been completely about the map rotations, which honestly, if you're Gravity, is kind of the game they want to play overall. They're just hoping to get to that late game. 6 more minutes, and they're 30 minutes in, which is what Last Shadow said was their target for when he's super confident in his team. With the Frozen Heart potentially coming on St. Vicious soon, waiting for Haunter to finish off some of his items. Maybe they're trying to reach that point. But honestly, Xiao Zoriano, I think, will be the decider in this match. Big items, 100% of his team's kills this game. And if he gets a good shockwave onto Squishies, I think it's over.
Yeah, it's a very real threat of the counter engage here from Team Impulse. Gravity right now still looking to chase down a little bit more harassment. Saint 1v3, throws a nice blast. No one even looks at him backwards.
Trying to just keep pressure on Haunter, or rather Impact in that bottom lane, along with Keen trying to do what he can to take down the turret. Very spread out for this situation with a lot of teleports being down.
Yeah.
Team's just trying to kite the fight and do what they can.
It's interesting because Impulse have their teleport champion split pushing the bottom lane, and Keen has to hoof it all the way over if he wants to join back on his team here. Teleport isn't up yet for Impact. That was likely timed by Gravity, so they know this is safe. But at a certain point, they got to send Haunter. Now they do. And, you know, these bottom laners can get anywhere they want now.
Yeah, they're heavily controlling the vision in the Baron pit right here. And I think they're just trying to force a fight here. I don't think they expect to actually just get this Baron. How fast are they burning it down, though? It's
really slow.
Yeah, it better be a turn for a fight, but how can they get it? Here we go.
Vlad ult comes in on a 2, but there's no follow-up. A wasted
Are they just gonna
ultimate.
stay on the Baron the whole time? This seems ridiculously risky.
Doing it. We have Hanser on one side as well. Apollo's in the front line here trying to do some damage. Cobb to the back with Rush, and it's going to be an engagement here. Adrian, Impact, and Apollo all inside the Baron pit, doing what they can now just on the entrance. St. Vicious is a big focus now. Over onto Rush and Impact. They're onto Keen, and it looks like Gravity just gets completely wiped out in a very scattered skirmish.
What a bold call there by Impulse. So many things happened in that fight that barely squeaked Impulse the fight victory. But yeah, they get a 5-for-1 ace and Baron.
Absolutely incredible. A whole lot of health was going to come back up after they recall, and yeah, they held the gold lead 25 minutes in. They go for the Baron attempt, and just damage wasn't coming through. Allowed them to turn back very cleanly. We got to see that fight again, though.
You just don't expect it.
I don't expect the ace at all.
To 5v5 while tanking Baron for about 15 seconds and then still win a 5-for-0 ace. So much had to go right for them in that fight for that to happen.
Yep.
By the end of it, Baron actually had de-aggroed entirely, which I thought Apollo was going to die when he went back into the Baron pit, but Baron had stopped attacking. That's one of the key things that happened in this fight. Early on, Vladimir all burned, but no damage goes down during the Vladimir ultimate, so the damage amp is useless. Here, Xiao goes zoned off the back of the fight. You think that's bad, but he took Vlad with him, so it's actually a 4v4 in the middle here. Almost an instant interrupt onto the Absolute Zero, another thing that goes right. Cop also doesn't get DPS out because Rush is sitting on his face the whole time. Baron de-aggros when Xiao has the back to him, and like we said, those are all the things. I definitely missed some as well that went right for Team Impulse in that fight and did not go right for Gravity, giving Impulse a massive lead in this game.
And the big thing that mattered for me was the fact that Vlad went to go chase out Orianna, then Orianna got back first. Like, it felt like she was able to shockwave before Keen re-arrived in the battle. It was definitely great. Team Impulse doing good things. Comp unable to do much.
Tip defying Gravity. Definitely what they did right there.
Well, when they got a coach named Fly, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, it's true. Best coach. Picked specifically for this matchup.
Yep. And here we go, Hans.
There's a couple people caught on Gravity right now.
That's
Jump! Oh, he had the ultimate up. Oh, well, he saves it. He knew it could have been bad news Bears if he even tried to get out of that one. Impulse now with a bit more aggression towards the mid lane. Power play for them here as they make their way into the inhibitor turret.
Gravity actually can't engage on this. They waste no time.
I am Rush.
Going deep.
Behind the turret. There is no turret there. We don't even see it. Keen's going to be the next one. He pools under everybody, and that's what they've wanted. Their own pool. They take him down. They're going to be going for Bunny Fufu now, and it might just be the inhibitor turret after this. Xiao gets the hook. He should get the command protect, and it should be enough.
Well, Cobb actually could have autoed Xiao like 2 more times in that one, but was afraid to stay in the battle, prioritizing his own deaths over some damage happened in the mid laners. Oh well, either way, that's gonna hit him. Cobb finally makes us look good for this.
Better duck.
Such aggressive moves by
The inhibitor stayed up, by the way.
It did. It's because they spent so long diving. They just kept going for kill after kill, and yeah, they were not far enough ahead to make that play. Just like Impulse was not far enough ahead to make the Baron play. But when you make moves with that much confidence, oftentimes it can lead to victory. That's what Impulse has been doing all year.
And it's going to be a mid lane turret taken down as a result of all this. So the okay, good, it did die. But the missteps of Impulse definitely giving some legs back into Gravity. Now, the blue team is still sitting down 8K. It'll be a hard road back in, but here we go, here's the dive.
Yeah, so you can see it start. They try and get out of the turret aggro as quickly as possible, and they actually just burn through St. Vicious. St. needs a lot more tankiness to be that front line, but here's where the dive kind of extends right here. They do not need to continue on to Cough Buddy.
So many minions.
Stop, hit the inhibitor right now. But Xiao tries for poke, he gets hooked, and then the rest of the team has to engage to protect him. Yes, they got a kill and it looked all fine and dandy, but the time spent killing was not time spent on the inhibitor, which means they overstay, they take one too many boomerangs, and at the end of it, Cobb gets the headshot.
Why even go that way? Why would you go the only direction that you could get skill shotted from?
As close to the wall as you can.
Yeah.
Let me just hug this wall real quick. So, Impulse, give them a little bit of an edge, and they take everything. 11-5, 30 minutes in, the gold lead almost up to 10,000 now. Rush, she's like, I see him.
Unless you're bringing like 3 people, you're not killing Rush.
No. A few more final touches for Tip to put on here as they go straight for the front door. They have an inhibitor to fight with. This isn't down, so they're not just killing time. See if they actually get a fight out of Gravity, though.
Ooh, really close. The dive comes on in. They're going to try for this one. Here we go. Hanser stuck in the front line. Shockley turns the first kill around, and Keen can't do a whole lot of damage. Impact mucking things up in the backside. He's going to force Cop kind of away on this one. Couple auto attacks come through. Bunny Fubu forced back as well. A second kill for Xiao, and they do break the inhibitor. Flash. Pulverize does not quite land. Cop flashes out of this one, but now the Nexus turrets are under fire. Apollo doesn't seem to care much. Rush doesn't seem to either. Turret number 1, turret number 2. It might be the Nexus as well as Team Impulse. Will they choose buildings or will they choose champions? Right now, a bit of both, actually.
No fantasy points right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, St. Vicious couldn't kill himself at the very end, but end of the day, Impulse take care of business, and they're up now 2-1.
Yeah, and we're getting a clearer picture of the way this series will go. Impulse will win fast, or Gravity would win the long game. But as long as they can keep accelerating these matches, and the decisions and risks they take are somewhat calculated, Impulse can end up being the stronger team. We saw a lot of variation in Champ Select between games 1, 2, and 3. But this game in particular, having Xiao take that Vladimir vs. Orianna matchup and win it on both sides might be a game changer as this series progresses.
That's true, and it played out the same way as well. And both of Vlad was losing early, and then it came back. So they should have known what was happening there. You've already read that book, as well as looking at the game, the double jungle. So we've seen it work beautifully in other regions, right? We've seen them carry the game with it. What happens if it doesn't? It didn't seem like they were totally out like right on a limb, right? I don't even know what word I want there.
It didn't
because
fail.
they still had a chance.
Right, it didn't fail. They set Rush back a little bit early. They negated his early game pressure. But at the end of the day, Hanser wasn't a big enough threat on Shyvana because he couldn't deal with the amount of farm that Impact was getting. They never denied Impact, and if he couldn't bully him, even with challenging Smite, he's not bullying much.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of that, I think, like, it was better than game 1. Right, it got better than game 1 where he couldn't win that matchup at all. And I think you come into the matchup, you expect Impact to play better in the entire series in almost any given matchup.
For sure.
Hecarim especially a great laner.
Best top laners.
Right, like it's a tall order to say, hey Hanser, just do well against Impact, buddy. Former world champion, hasn't slumped at all. Like you kind of expect it. What I actually really like though is the adaptations for both teams throughout the series. Okay, game 1, Rush Camp's top lane works great. Gravity adapts. They basically counter-gank every single time to keep the Wolf Spirits up, to keep the wards up, crush the gank pressure. Okay, Team Impulse adapts. Game 3, let's play it smarter. They're on to us. They get a smaller gold lead, but they keep it, and then the mid-game they make better choices, keep the lead up, close the game out. Every single time these teams one-up each other. I want to see Gravity's next move because it's their turn.
All right, it was Impulse to keep it on red side as well for that third game choice. We'll see if that had a little bit of an impact as well. For more on Team Impulse's second series win, we're going to check in with our analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I love the point about the adjustments that are being made in the series. And one of the things we had talked about was Impulse finding a way to put their laners on more aggressive champions. So we saw the Hecarim come through, the Orianna pick into Vladimir, allowed a little bullying there. But at the same time, it seemed like Gravity helped them out in choosing some pretty weak lanes.
So I'm not sure about the Gravity pick ban phase because they just chose 3 losing lanes and non-aggressive jungler. I'm not sure how they wanted to get out of the laning phase without being punished with that. Like, Nunu can't help the lanes. It's pretty obvious. What they can do is, like, doing the Dragon, what they did. And they benefit from the lane swap, but it wasn't even them engaged in the lane swap. Like, straight out away, if they got a 1v1, 2v2, and a 1v1 lane, they would have lost. So, like, the lane swap helped them, but then they swapped out back, and they were losing, like, straight out all 3 lanes. And Sivir is, like, going for Avarice play, so she's just scaling. Vladimir is scaling lane, and he's going for weak build path, like into like really slow scaling. And Shyvana straight out loses to Hecarim 1v1. So basically, I'm still not convinced with Vladimir pick by both sides. I just like, I don't see the strengths of the champion. Like, maybe it is strong, maybe it works, but I didn't see it in these 3 games. And I think that like Gravity should really like, if they want to pick like weak lanes, they should look for something like Jarvan jungle at least, or they should look for like stronger lanes overall. Like, I think the teams like doing the same mistake in big ban phase. Like they pick like TIP pick Vladimir, Sivir, weak lanes, they lose in laning phase. Then like the same way other way around, like Gravity picking like Sivir and Vladimir and losing like laning phase.
Right, so we kind of saw them trading positions there. Did you have something you wanted to jump in on?
I agree that Gravity's picks were really strange. Like with Nunu, you usually want to pair it with like a Jinx or a Kog'Maw AD, and then also something that has long-range mid because Nunu's ult is so good at zoning. And also with Nunu, his Ice Ball, usually want to like pick it against something that it's going to be really good against, like Kalista. Ice Ball just destroys Kalista, but his targets were like, Orianna and Sivir who can spell shield it, so Nunu was...
Graves in this game.
Oh,
but even
right.
so, Graves caster based, right? He's going to get all of his upfront burst damage out. Doesn't so much care about the chase.
Yeah,
It still has a dash.
It just seemed like a really mishmash team comp that didn't have a good way to win. Like their only opportunity to win the game, I think, was through 5 dragons because he said they all have losing lanes. Their dive isn't so great against Orianna. Their siege isn't so great. So hopefully they can patch up their picks for the next game.
I would definitely like to see if they can do that. Now, something that I would like to see from Team Impulse is a little, again, I'm going to harp on it, the vision control, because yes, they secured their early lead here with some aggression, but we noticed that there was a pretty big stalemate for a few minutes there, and around that 20-minute mark where they had this early lead, but they weren't pressuring objectives, and I feel like a lot of that starts with the vision game.
Well, it is like really weird thing. A lot of teams do that mistake. It's like, you're ahead. Your pick is good. And you got like all the outer and inner turrets. And you're just like, okay, what do we do now? I don't know. Okay, let's farm. That's basically what happens to a lot of teams. Because they just don't know what to do. What they should do is like, they got one inner left. So they could like abuse the vision control. With the pressure they got, they could get like more deep vision into the enemy jungle. Denied their vision. So basically, coming out of that, they could rotate between mid and top, and either get the last inner turret, or even out-rotate to get the mid and hip turret. They could do it, but they decided to play like more safe. I'm not sure if I agree, because it gave like those like gap. For example, I think they were like 4K ahead really early in the game, and then that 4K, when it was like 40K, 41K to 38K, it's nothing. And I think you shouldn't really give that, especially to the gravity comp, because it was scaling, even though, and like after what they were doing, the only choice they got, because they were stalling it out, is either going for 5 drakes, but it would be super late in the game, and they would give even more opportunities to gravity, or they got to go for the Nesher bait. With the gravity vision, they got to start that Nesh, so it was pretty risky from their side. It worked, but it's like they risked their game much more than if they did it clearly.
I think that they definitely could have pushed harder with the advantage they had, but at the same time, maybe they were thinking, we're going to scale better than them anyways. Ori had like Deathcap Grail when Vlad had like Will of the Ancients and Spectre's Cowl, so already in mid lane, that's like a huge power disparity. So it could be just that they didn't want to throw the game. They knew they'd win if it just dragged out.
Yeah, maybe tempering their aggression a little bit, which is something that Rush had mentioned in that video we saw earlier in the day, that he needed to stay focused on each game at a time, and it's been something he struggled with all split, is kind of adapting to that team play style. You mentioned the Baron play that came out of pretty substantial vision control by Gravity to begin with, but then Tip coming in, clearing all of that out, and baiting them into a Baron fight here. I want to pull our replay up, which is that Baron fight. Pobelter, if you could walk through this, because it seemed like hesitation on Gravity's part that really caused trouble here for them in the team fight.
Yeah, so this was super disjuncted, I would say. So they can't see how much HP Baron is. And look, they're already on like 3 different sides of the map. Keen and Hanser on one side, Nunu's on the other side. And then Keen on Vladimir, a teamfight champion, he just tries to solo go for Orianna. Orianna ends up just like shielding all the damage, gets back to the fight first, and they end up killing like 2 or 3 of Gravity's members before Vlad gets back. And from this point, Orianna's still alive, still dealing a ton of damage. And Impulse with their lead, they just kind of roll over the team fight. I don't think there was anything special to this. It was just really all over the place, and because Team Impulse was stronger, they just took the fight in the Baron.
Alex, I know you were mentioning that you would have preferred to see Gravity be more aggressive there and decisive in engaging that team fight, as they kind of they layered their ultimates and their abilities in a way that didn't have any synergy.
Well, as Frick mentioned it, like Vladimir ults, it's used more as amplified damage than rather than like straight raw damage itself. So like if you're going for Vlad ultimate, you should like have your team on the same page. But if you're just using it to distract enemies and just like, oh, don't do Nesher, I just gonna ult you so you don't do it. It's just like they didn't even stop it, and Orianna negated most of the damage and they got lucky too. So like they straight out like used one of the main ultimates for the team fight there, and then even after that, I think they could have fight it better, but like they're just like I think like when Gravity are winning, they're on the same page, but then when they're losing, like they just like start doing really weird things.
All right, so 2-1 in the series now. I want to look ahead for just a quick moment because we saw the Fizz ban come out from Team Impulse here, and then that blind pick, Vlad. I know you've already mentioned you're not convinced by the Vladimir pick. As we will stay yet again with Gravity Blue, Impulse Red for this 4th game. Do you think we're going to be seeing Vladimir again, or are teams going to move away from that this game?
I'm gonna lean towards a no because I don't think it's been having too much of an impact.
Hasn't been successful. I know you'll be happy if we don't see it this time around, Alex.
I really hope for the Hecarim ban.
Hecarim ban. All right, well, we'll look for that in the next game. Team Impulse is just 1 game away from securing their spot in the semifinals. We'll see if they can close out the series in Game 4 against Gravity. Stay tuned.
We have the same duration for winning and losing. 2 games either way, dude. Not if we lose in 15 minutes on that.
That's true. Dude, how about we just agree to base race? Become level 1.
But
that way it's fair and it's fast.
Rush trying to go. Oh, that's a great play. The engage comes back on in. They knock up Bunny Fufu. Hook's going to go wide. St. Vicious forcing the team away.
Front line here trying to do some damage. Comp to the back with Rush, and it's going to be an engagement here. Adrian, Impact, and Apollo all inside the Baron pit. Keen's going to be the next one. He pools under everybody, and that's what they've wanted. Their own pool. They take him down.
Shyvana.
Okay.
Shyvana. Okay.
Shyvana. Coming. Vlad.
30-second cooldown outside.
Okay, thirst.
Oh, he's flash. Back.
Nice.
End of the day, Impulse take care of business. They're up now 2-1.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Split Playoffs. The teams are making their final preparations for Game 4 between Gravity and Team Impulse. And right now, Team Impulse are ahead 2-1 in the series. So what do they need to do to close it out right here, make it a 3-1?
Well, Impulse, I think they should keep Impact on an active top laner that's aggressive. Like Hecarim's been working out really well for him. If that's banned or taken away, maybe Aurelia or something else like that, something that's just going to exert dominance over the other lane.
Yeah, I think like Impulse, like if they got a Hecarim banned, I think something like Gnar can work. I think like Impact is really, really good Gnar player and is really aggressive in the lane.
So we want to see them on aggressive champions, but also still somewhat team fight oriented, as that way they can then move into the late game with that. Now on the side of Gravity, what do they need to do to get back into this this game or the series in general?
I think they just need to play just things that are easier to play, basically, because like Shyvana, Nunu, what they had last game, no CC, pretty hard to pull off very well. I think they should just stick to things that are easier to execute, to things with stronger laning, stronger team fighting, and because, yeah, that's their biggest strength that we've seen so far, Gravity's team fighting. So if they try and play to that strength, I think they'll have a much better chance of winning.
Alex, in the post-game analysis, you had mentioned they chose 3 losing lanes, and so obviously this time around they should avoid that. What lanes would you look to for them to make those changes?
Well, I think like what both teams are excellent at the team fights and at the laning phase. So basically, both teams should go for like strong lanes and strong team fighters. So basically, that's why I want Gravity like deny the Hecarim, because literally they don't have the answer for their champion, and I don't think that they can first pick the Hecarim themselves. Maybe they will. So this is the thing that they should look for and they should do. And I think that this game like will be really interesting because both teams knows what they did wrong and they will fix it.
All right, yeah, both teams knowing what they need to do in the game. Hopefully now they can pick the compositions that allow them to get there. Let's send it over to the casters to get us back into the action. As we go, Cop says the trick to playing from behind is simple. Ignore the fact that you're behind.
I mean, if you get behind, you don't really focus on your losses. You just focus on just what to do next and just try and be ready for the next game with an open mind and try not to let, I guess, the losses bring you down, and just because there have been a lot of like 3-win comebacks, and so I've been like a part of those, so I understand that we can like always win.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. In terms of best of 5, Cop, unfortunately, he was on the losing side of one of those. 2-0 on LMQ. Yeah. The last 3 went away from him. But you're right. In a best of 5, 1 game at a time, you can win 2 more games here. In terms of in-game, ignoring your behind, I think that actually bit Gravity once when they just kept trying to pick out team fights and got farther back. But you're right. Coming into Game 4, you guys already beat Impulse once. Do it again. Do it one more time. Just focus on the game.
Maybe it's a more versatility. Gravity's social media just tweeted that 2 smites didn't work. 3 maybe?
Maybe.
I like it.
Who knows? Smite support? Anyone? Yeah. Honestly, though, this is the 3rd game in a row now that Impulse is taking to the red side in the pick and ban phase based on the team's selection to do it in game number 3. I wonder if Gravity switches up their ban since they were the defeated team last game, and yep, there's a new one.
There we go. Alex said he wanted to see Hecarim off the table.
Yeah.
It is off the table. Rumble still not allowed for Hanser. His team fight impact was quite high with that champion. First pick. Oh, right. They left Yasuo off the table. They hover and lock in the Rek'Sai.
So that's
they
smart.
know.
Rush's tank Rek'Sai was real good last game. I also wonder where the Vladimir will go here, because they've banned away the Vladimir counter. Last game, Gravity first picked it. So does now Xiao say, what else do you have that can actually counter Vladimir? Or if they actually bring Vladimir top lane, Impact can absolutely play Vladimir if he wants to.
That's true.
Rush was watching Kickus just a few minutes ago, playing a little bit of Shaco. Looks like could be a Vi Vladimir lock-in for the first one here. Gravity getting what they want for Saint in the jungle. His Rek'Sai of full damage build into the Hydra for split pushing was what he tried to go for as opposed to Rush's tank. So still a little diversity there, but Saint could easily change that up coming into this game too.
All right, Rush, 3rd time in a row, plays a fighter jungler. He played Rek'Sai as a tank, but as far as role classification goes,
he still wanted to fight.
A fighter, sorry, 4th in a row, of course, counting the Lee Sin game. Xiao still wanting Vladimir and Gravity right away. They pick a bit of a stronger lane here, though. The Morgana Graves gonna have a lot of pressure in this 2-on-2.
And this is more what I was expecting from Gravity at the very start of the series, was them to be picking away Graves whenever possible.
Team Impulse kind of made it easy on them by picking Sivir early in a lot of the games. I don't think Impulse is stronger with Sivir than they are with Graves. I think Graves is the ideal pick for Apollo, since most of the time it's about following up on crazy moves and doing it quickly.
Yeah.
Sivir, while can follow, generally initiates those moves. Graves is just a much better pick, and it shows in their regular season record on those champions.
Absolutely. You know, Apollo was actually talking to Cop about this. He's like, you know, even though I have all these like 70 million Graves games in a row, I played Graves once in scrims this week. Just played everything else instead. Told Gravity this, by the way. I'm not even leaking information at this point. But apparently, you know, the way they're practicing, they think otherwise, that Sivir's going to be fine here. The Leona still comes through to Adrian. You can see as the series goes on, the importance on that champion goes down for Gravity, which means Impulse gets it.
It was a big reason that Impulse was able to take down Team Solo Mid, the spot on ultimates and engagements from Adrian. So it's very good to have him on that comfort pick for them, especially with a little bit of boost from Apollo when they need it on Sivir. We'll see what Gravity can round out their composition now that they have 4 members of Tips to look at.
Yeah, they don't know what either of the solo lanes are. They know Vladimir's going somewhere, and maybe they'd want to opt into round 2, or round 3 actually of Vladimir versus Orianna. Just round 2 for the Orianna on Keen. I have a sneaking suspicion that it's Vladimir top.
Xiaowei
Is it Yasuo? It's unbanned. Does Xiao want to play Yasuo with literally 1 knock-up on the roster?
It's Vi, though.
I guess 2. Sorry, she has 2.
It's a real possibility. Come on, man. Do it. Do it.
Karthus is also still open, by the way. Just saying, man. Impulse, you came in with some style in your past. Okay, well, Gravity, by the way, they've got a good team fight comp. It actually looks really similar to the very first game. Zed, okay.
Zed, all right.
Xiaowei Zed. This is going to be nice. We'll see what he can actually do on this. Known for good LeBlanc play, being able to work with gap closers, being very tricky. Kind of the same aspect there. You're not getting the same damage out of it, but he can definitely do those mechanics.
Yeah, it's a tricky matchup into the Orianna. I've actually heard Yasuo was very good against Orianna, so if he was ever going to play it, it would have been now.
He only picks it in bad matchups, chat. Come on. That's how Xiao works.
It's pretty good at split pushing against a Maokai as well. Impulse having a lot of split pushing options in this matchup. As long as St. Fishes doesn't go damage Rek'Sai again, maybe that'll happen. It's a fascinating pick ban phase here, as a lot of things were defaulted back onto in this matchup.
It's crazy how much Impulse can come out with and just keep choosing different things everywhere. To end their split beating CLG, they use the double AD composition, which we haven't even seen here yet, as they still pull out new things. Both teams, the bag of tricks, they just keep getting bigger.
It is, but even though the bag of tricks kind of changes, the sort of playmat they're putting these tricks onto is the same. It's engage, it's a bunch of follow-up damage, it is a go in, play around your top lane or your jungle or your mid lane and dealing a whole bunch of damage. Just here's the 4th take on it.
Here's the 4th take indeed. If you think Team Impulse are going to clinch their spot in the semifinals, tweet TIP win, hashtag TIP. Or if you're predicting Gravity will force the game 5, send hashtag GV win to @LOL Esports. We are just about to get onto the Rift in a few seconds. Impulse is looking to take match point here as Gravity looks to hold on for their life and hold things down.
They've got to nail him to the ceiling, though, because
floating away.
Yeah.
The hopes are floating away.
Hopes are floating away. Gravity have to win 2 straight if they want to move on to the semifinal and face Team Solo Mid next weekend.
Look at this formation, though. If they're both planning on an invade, we could see a clash in the river.
Binding hits, and it's onto Apollo, the best possible target, but he's going to get himself backwards. The flashing gank, they actually take down St. Vicious. And his first blood to Xiao.
Oh boy.
5v4, Binding gets
impact. Bind, but is that just going to lead to more chaos?
Oh, the boomerang. I don't think we're done yet. Slightly, maybe, possibly. Potions are being chugged. This is going to make some difficult early starting lanes, too, with Potions going down here.
Rush charging.
Once again, still going in for the fight. That's going to be more damage in. Teleports are not going to be used as one back. Saint trying to get back into this one, and both teams are out for blood to start this one off.
You never know what's going to happen when Rush is charging up his Vault Breaker, but that one was started actually by the Dark Binding. Amazingly,
Gravity lands the binding on the 80 carry, doesn't come out with an advantage. Xiao goes back and gets another long sword.
That's painful.
Based on his first blood.
He could even afford an extra potion. Like,
oh dear.
Is he sitting on 4? He's sitting on 4 potions.
Kopp also mentioned at the start of the series they think they have a best of 5 advantage because Keen has such a big champion pool, and maybe he'll play a different champion in every game. Well, this is now the second game of Orianna.
Just so happens.
There goes their advantage, right? It's something, if it's a duplicate champion, it's no longer surprising.
Well, to be fair, though, the second time they played Fizz in the season, they won the game. This is a second Orianna game. Maybe that's how it works after all. Who knows?
There's the freeze.
Make up stats to go along. All right, Hansler helps St. Vicious with the first camp, then walks away and lets him get level 2. Gravity are going to double jungle, then realize it's a one-on-one lane as Impact heads to the bottom lane. Kopp gets a small experience advantage as looks like Team Impulse are late to the party.
I see Hansler getting heavily bullied by Impact in that lane. Not only because he's already down Flash, but also because he helped pull, setting him back in lane, and because straight up, I don't think Maokai will almost ever have the damage to kill a Vladimir in lane. It seems like close to an ideal matchup for a side lane Vladimir, unless he gets camped by St. Vicious.
Yeah, I think there's a small window where you've got a double CC, right? Hansler can knock up and land a root, St. Vicious can do a knock up on Burrow, and until Impact gets some more levels, maybe you can prey on Vlad. But you're right, I think it's a very uphill battle for Hansler, and as the analyst desk was saying, give Impact a lane where he can go exert pressure.
He can be active.
Yeah, be active, that was the term, and I think this is the situation again.
Well, lanes will meet up again this time, so that means a little bit of that love mid lane possibly from the junglers here in the early game. Or as Saint has been liking to go after this 2v2 lane, go after Adrian, try to blow the flashes of Apollo. Really been towards the top side of the map. We'll see if it continues that way. First blood is all that still sits on Impulse. Is Saint will actually be heading towards the bottom side.
That's what he needs to do, otherwise Impact will take this over. This could be the double CC chain. Let's see it.
All right, here we go. Impact takes a couple of slows, and he's going to wait for the knock-up on Burrow. Impact, can he dodge it? Oh, no, he will not. The red buff is on. Impact has no more tools to leave with. Do they have the damage? They do not. They push him out of lane, but they don't kill him.
Wow. Flash for Flash. Now he's just going to recall and teleport back in. That was the opportunity, I feel like, for Gravity to take control of that lane.
Yeah, going to be rough because they blew their flashes on the way in as well from St. Vicious, so not much to rinse and repeat on that lane. Back and forth. This isn't the Vlad-Ori matchup. It looks to be going this differently for Ori this time. A little more damage there, and it's going to be tough relying on that mana. But St. Vicious is going to be quite active to make sure he repairs that.
And Saint's flashless, which means it's going to be even harder for him to knock down Xiao. I want to know how often this Zed saves his Shadow. Be careful.
Generous lane tax there by St. Vicious. They got to be careful about that overstay. There's no mana on Keen.
Pretty much the guy to start the lane tax. And being there to tax it, it looks like it's going to cost Keen his life as they were not prepared for the engage from Rush.
Keen was out of resources. They wanted to push the lane out and then let him get a recall. But Rush was there in time to turn it all around. Of course, another great kill goes to Team Impulse, and it looks like Gravity starting to get farther and farther behind in this game. The duo lane, Graves Morgana, great duo. You've got Black Shield for Leona. They're down to CS. Bottom lane, the one-on-one. Even despite a gank, Impact's actually winning in minions here.
And of course, mid lane had the first blood for Xiao, and it's all about repeating those movements. It was a great read by Rush there, knowing that Gravity was trying to shove. Keen was out of mana. St. Vicious had no flash. So if he arrives there at ganks, knowing they have the level, mana, damage advantage, everything, it becomes quite an easy gank. And now with the Cutlass completed, plus another longsword, Keen is in even more trouble.
It's so hard to gank those solo lanes right now for Saint even. Vlad and a Zed, have fun with that. The top lane is just going to be tough as well, as Apollo's going to use that spell shield to get out of anything tricky. See where Rush goes. Doesn't have to force anything after that, but he likes to. So we should see some more pressure coming from him. This top lane, which is the duo, 40-40, as they haven't gotten too much extra pressure from the junglers.
Yeah, just so far, Team Impulse pushing down on this lane. They don't seem afraid of the flashless Rek'Sai.
Yep.
Though there's a fairly low number of wards available on the map right here. They don't. I don't believe they have any tracking on Saint right now. Could spell trouble for
They had a
Impulse.
danger ping on him, though, so they have a general idea of where he is. Something about Impulse's wards and the positioning of Rush is they know where he's not.
Oh, he's in his jungle. He's killing the Raptors.
Well, Rush is in the Raptor camp, so therefore he knows Saint will be on the other side, which is why they gave the danger pin.
Yeah.
Even if they don't have wards for it.
Yeah. Sorry about being unclear on that one yet. Rush knows all about where St. Vicious is not. He's actually waiting for him. Or is he waiting behind Keen? Level 6 Zed, level 5. There's the knockup.
What a
miss, but
great
the
dodge.
Death Mark comes in. Boom, down he goes, but Rush
never
still
dropped
has
turret aggro.
And Saint smites him. How's that?
Whoops.
How's that, Rush?
The idea was sound. Get the turret aggro onto the Vi so that Xiao can just auto-attack with the Death Mark and get a clean kill. But then Rush doesn't drop the turret aggro appropriately after the kill. Mistake gives a kill to St. Vicious.
Xiao's got a smile on his face. The lead definitely putting them in a comfortable position, and they know it's not that bad.
Rush is going Cinder Hulk Vi.
Yeah, he is. Who says Rush can adapt to the tank meta?
He just
Play the
builds
same
tank items on the
champion.
same
Just
champion.
build the items on him.
So I will agree that Cinder Hulk is an overpowered item. I don't know if it is this strong, that you just build it on everyone.
Well, you see, he gave up the only death of his team. So he's like, guys, I'm feeding. Might as well build tank items. It's the old solo queue adage. If you're feeding, build tank.
We'll see, because Saint's going to go for damage as well in his build again, so they're going to go for that composition of possible split push with Saint being a beast. Still no pressure to this top lane as the junglers do what they may. We'll see what kind of impact they can continue to have on the game. Rush looking for a 4th assist or maybe even his first kill here as he presents himself, charging up the queue all the way to the turret to make sure these ones hit this game. And he's able to help finalize those kills.
The majority of damage to Team Impulse is from Gravity turrets so far in this game. They're really not doing much to pressure elsewhere. They're running out of control really quick.
Cop not looking too happy there on the cam shot. Pretty sad that they're getting taken down in lane in what was a very even lane. They thought they were going to get out of that one safe. And they just got a lot of pressure.
That was 2 pre-level 6 Vi turret dives.
Yeah.
That's how badly Gravity is getting pressured back into their base. Yes, they did get a kill off of one of them, but that was due to Rush misplaying. Impact has complete control over this Haunter lane right now. Yeah, Gravity will do well to swap this back because their lanes, once again, are going abysmally.
Hopefully it works for Haunter. He's doubled up on rings already, so that's going to prevent some of those items coming in right away to Spike, too.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing with his build over on this one. I actually think getting some ability power on Maokai is nice to have. Oh god, Keen. Flashes over the wall, all right. But hey, it's good for Adrian. Burn as a flash.
Now they might just pressure this mid lane turret, though. Anyone they send to defend might be instantly dove there. The threat of Rush and Xiao. Interesting, they're just going for overall turret pressure. Now they ping on top.
Okay, weird. So what do these guys do now at this one? Because 2,000 gold lead very early on, 9 minutes 25 in. Gravity clears some wards, okay, whatever, but their lane matchups are what I'm interested in. Cop is going to wait down here. They've got control actually over the Dragon area entirely. Apollo can kill his turret when he wants, but Dragon to Gravity will happen. So a bit of a trade of objectives here. Will they be able to do anything to impact? The entire team could dive this guy at a moment's notice.
I feel like Gravity just tries to group and hope that they don't run into another group of champions. Because they are so much weaker in lanes, and even in the team fights right now, at this point, with the items that Xiao has, he can kill anyone. Get out scot-free, then they can chase on with Apollo and Adrian as well. So Gravity is, they're in turtle mode a little bit. Part of them will want to farm out the lanes to try and make it a better percentage later in the game of gold difference, but that hasn't worked since the laning is what got them here in the first place.
See what they're going to do with this. Apollo's going to head back towards the bottom lane after taking that turret. Nobody to soak up this top XP, so I kind of figure that Impulse is going to want to get something else. They have pinged the top turret, so maybe waiting here for Haunter to start making his walk down, and they have. Oh.
Look at this.
Lance,
What do you do? Throw a sapling. No, Haunter. Gonna get
He's
locked
like,
up a little
should
bit.
I listen to my conscience and not go forward? No, I'm going to go forward.
Wow.
He goes down. It seems like he thought about it for a second, but Tip does get the best of him there, as well as Cop getting a little aggression from Apollo. They may go toe-to-toe. Cop says draw. Collateral damage is out. No mana on one side, and Apollo looks like they're just going to do-si-do back and forth.
For the Graves ulti. Good spell shot on the buckshot, actually. Really quick reflexes on Apollo to do that. It's an impressive mark there. Didn't use it on the ulti, but who cares?
Uh-oh. Up right above him. Could have Bunny Fufu with a play here.
He's got a lot of escapes.
Yeah,
Spell
rock
shield,
out.
ultimate, flash heal.
speaking to the overall game a bit more, Rush is actually very low in CS. It's because he's been spending so much time turret diving as well. If you look at the overall gold, he's actually still ahead of St. Vicious. Apollo may not have enough escapes here. Adrian would have to get down bot really soon in order to stop this gank.
Looking at it. Got the Mobies.
Spell shield used. No knockup's gonna land, but the ulti on. Nope. Gonna be nothing. Buddy Poopa's Black Shield's gonna time out. Adrian lands the stun. The boomerangs are on. The ignite, and there's the Q at the end of it all. Nice blue trigger usage.
Bad to worse. Bad to worse.
Cuts him down. He's a flipping ninja. You got to figure he'd be in the shadows.
Xiao 5-0 and 0. Here's the top lane fight now as well. Hanser trying to battle Impact, but you're seeing is Vladimir having an easy time at this fight.
Yeah, this is Impulse just being stronger across the board and maintaining the lane pressure. Apollo played those dives incredibly well, getting the spell shield on the Rek'Sai knock up, and then Adrian following in properly as Leona. It's desperation time here for Gravity. They're trying to dive, but they are just so far behind in gold, and they know that Impulse is willing and able to dive them.
Impulse willing and able to dive, but also really sharp around the map. You can see Impact gets away from Keen's roam. Wasn't even his lane, but he still figured out that it was happening. Xiao gets mid-turret for that choice. And we're seeing already all three outer turrets are gone at 12:38 into the game. This looks just like game one without... Actually, no. It's even with Rush, like, making all the ganks happen.
Yeah, definitely going to be rough for Gravity to pull out of this one. Their victory came when they were able to kind of hold that 2,000 gold lead for the whole time.
I mean, if we're looking for a difference from game one, it's the fact that Xiao is participating in kills and farming. That first blood that they got was huge. Getting the double longsword, combo that with the kill they had earlier, and his pressure on this map, this is the Xiao of the 2014 summer split, where he's able to win his lane and then crush the rest of the map. It was creating so much for them. Again, could we see a 2v3? Maybe a 2v4? Let's see if this backfires. But there's a collapse from other people.
On to Cop, 2 teleports coming in as well. Haunter over to Apollo. That shield's going to be down. He'll be able to take him out. Now, here's the other teleport, rather. The other one was just an exhaust. Rush comes through, missing the Q. Buddy Fufu goes down. Now it's on to Saint. There's the Vault Breaker's Alt Battery onto him. He gets crushed down. They're on for Haunter now. And Impulse just spreads that gold lead to 7,000.
Bloodbath right there, honestly. And this is a very typical Impulse play where it's actually kind of a foolish move, but because they're so far ahead, they still win the fight. It ends up being a 3-for-2. It extends their gold lead by a small margin, and it makes Xiao even more fed. This is suicidal, actually, from Apollo and Adrian. They don't have the immediate teleport support. They do not have their jungler in tow, and they think they can just go in for a 2v2 because they have people flanking in the long run, but they go a bit too early. You can see the teleport hits and St. Vicious hits. Remember, Apollo doesn't have his flash from the previous fight, so he goes down right away. Adrian goes down as well as the rest of Impulse arrives, and then they can clean it up because Xiao is so far ahead and because Rush is Rush.
Just look at the levels coming out of that replay. It's going to be tough for Gravity.
It's a big lead for Impulse. There's actually what I think is a misplay by Haunter in that fight. He popped the ulti to ensure the kill on Apollo and didn't have it for the ensuing team fight. You talked about a suicidal move where, oh, it's 2 kills, just blow your cooldowns. Impulse re-engaged with no Malki ulti.
They are on Apollo
cooldown.
They are definitely on a mission to take him down. There's only going to be so much. What's the team get out of this, though? They got a semi push in the bottom lane. Xiao is going to get good damage on the mid turret here. And he may be able to take that down as well.
Apollo saying, what did I ever do to you? That's the third big-time dive Gravity's tried to put in. But honestly, it's the only person they can go for. They can't go for a Vladimir turret dive. And they can't go to Xiao, otherwise he'd kill them all. So they're trying to get kills where they can.
And they can. You're seeing Keen, though, he feel like he's over-rotating for this. He did not participate in that top lane turret kill and gave up pressure in mid. This is the second time Xiao has killed one of Keen's turrets because Keen went top and nothing happened for it.
We'll see where they keep going. That Zed pickup for Xiao, last pick, is usually what LMQ would do and what Impulse did here. It is working out. Thought they would flex the Vlad against the Ori, and he says, nope, I'm a Zed.
The whole year, we've been waiting for Xiao to come out with good last picks. Oftentimes, he'll last pick a Yasuo into a bad matchup.
Right.
Honestly, Zed into Orianna is an okay matchup. It's actually not anything amazing, but because of the start, because
with
he's
the first blood.
now it really feels like it's working out. Yeah, counter matchup. Well, what you do, get first blood, go to lane with 2 longswords. Yeah, that's the guide.
Works well.
Do you temper that point then? Like, I agree with you, chat. We're finally having a good game for Xiao, but Riv, it really did take first blood for it to look this way. I don't know which way to think about it. I don't know which way to think about it.
You'd like to think that Xiao came up with a counter pick, but we've seen a ton of Orianna Zed matchups.
I like your control.
It's not like it always goes over to the Zed.
Impact here, drawing pressure from both Bunny Fufu and Comp as Bunny tries to calculate.
Oh, Hanser.
Oh,
Nice
Hanser
thought.
indeed. Is he going to be able to cut through the bark on that one? Pulling the alt shadow back. Impact and St. Vicious here again. Actually, from switching that damage build from the attack now over to a bit of defense for himself.
Gravity is trying to turret trade because that will only come closer to equalizing the gold, but at the same time, outer turret's not as important map-wide as an inner turret, especially if it stretches to the inhib turret right here. As
defending.
Gravity is continuing to try that push, and yeah,
where's the answer?
Nobody is defending.
Wow, big misplay. Then Gravity's going to give up this inhibitor turret from a 3-man, half-health, low-mana sort of push from Impulse. Oof. There's the inhib turret going down. It's going to be an easy pressure point now for Xiao or Impact. They want to split push down here later on. Gravity, though, does go 2 turrets for 2. Cop staying up there.
Uh-oh.
You mentioned equalizing the gold.
Here comes Rush. That ultimate is up. He's chilling.
Aww.
He's hanging out.
Who gets it? Who gets it?
Fires everything off.
That's demoralizing, if nothing else, right there. I understand it's kind of a common tactic when you know you're dead and it's a solo queue type game to just stand there. Just don't do that in a playoff match.
Yeah.
At least try to get away. Make them burn cooldowns, or at least get a little bit of pressure back on them.
With an eye and assist even, right? Go back in. We saw Dominate do that actually in a Sejuani game. He he was dead, so he's like, I want this assist center timeout. Maybe, hopefully, it didn't quite, but
I'm happy to see Impulse backing now because I would actually hate to see that collateral damage he fired off be a reason for them losing the next fight. 30-second spawns and 100-second cooldown, he wouldn't have it if they were to get into an engagement again. Scary stuff, though. It's kind of, you can see how Gravity's feeling about this matchup. It has not gone their way since the beginning. In the first blood, it looked like they were trying to get something big out of that early game, and it backfired.
Cop's play right there is almost like admitting defeat.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like they may be checked out of the series at this point. They're down 8,000 gold. They don't know the total gold difference. They do know that they're down 4 turrets, though, and they do know that there's an 8-0 Zed on the other side. It's not a completely unwinnable situation. Impulse would have to mess up, but Gravity has to at least try.
well, they're going to face circle to Xiao. Shadow's going to go in on to Comp here. Dash the way, dodge some of the skills, but nice retreat back. Gets him out of the queue, but the stun still lands on a Xiao. Now how about the retreat? Impulse pick up a kill on one side of the map as the Rek'Sai goes down to Sivir.
Great escape.
Yeah, hey. Whoa!
Woo! Hanser does not want to be there anymore.
He's walking, he's running. Taking boom rays in the back.
A little too deep.
What?
Wow.
Rush still goes in. That was a bit greedy.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they went past the turret, but it probably would have been a good idea with the way Impulse has been playing. Right now, very much in control, looking at over a 10,000, or just about a 10,000 gold lead, I should say. Let's check this out one more time.
Yeah, this is what ended up happening off screen. Rush misses his flash vault breaker.
They can't kill him. It's Tank Vi. Gravity sits there trying to do battle. Oof. Apollo's fed. Rush won't take damage.
Rush is like, I like this new meta. Yeah, Cinderhawk, all right.
Please hit me, I dare you.
It works.
So, I don't think this is optimal. this is just me spitballing here.
Still have to clarify.
A little bit theory crafting here. Rush has the champions that he is really good at and really confident on, and in these playoffs with a short turnaround to pick up tank junglers in a competitive setting, he's just decided to split the difference. Tank item on his old junglers. Oh god.
Goodbye.
Who needs Deathmark? It's only a gap closer for Xiao.
Oh man. It's one of the worst feelings in the world when you're like, all right, you buy Quicksilver Sash against Zed.
Look at his items.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Look at his items. He's 3 items. Cop is 1.
It's bad. It's bad. And now 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Impulse are already starting Baron. 10 kills, 9,000 gold up. Why not add another neutral objective to the field? Fine, it's Adrian. I mean, Baron's doing some damage here. Haunter's in the mix.
Dangerous.
For Apollo, spell shield's on though. Will they be able to get there and help out Haunter? Now he's trying to retreat from this one. That only leaves St. Vicious. Bunny Fufu's trying to hold the Soul Shackle on, and that's not keeping the fight organized. A nice command shockwave, but it only brings Rush a little bit closer to Keen, and that may be his life that he pays with it for. Over to Concert. Rush is just like, I got both of them, don't worry. I'm gonna fight everyone by myself. Punch first, ask questions later. Adrian's gonna help with this one. Finalize that, the double kill for Rush, as he just does not stop fighting.
Xiao split push the whole time. Cop left, unfortunately, to defend against that. Never going to happen. Xiao takes the inhibitor, Impulse takes the fight, and most likely the series.
Hey man, ever since cops put those cameras on, police brutality has gone down. You can't blame him.
I like how Apollo can't fight Baron anymore because you just take damage for being near him.
Yeah, they got to peel off at this one.
Yeah. All right, Apollo. No life steal for you, no potion left over, no Baron for your team. Bring consumables, homie. Either way, it does give Gravity some time to play back around their map. They're going to get their own blue buff. Get to farm some minions, but it's getting worse.
You hate to do this because the series is most likely over, but a 9-0-0 Xiao, gold-wise, is almost a 12,000 gold 22 minutes into the game. He is at least 4,600 gold richer than every member on Gravity at this point. If you take Cop and Bunny Fufu's farm and combine it, you get Xiao.
Xiao's gold is the gold lead of Team Impulse. And here we go, team fight in the top lane. Quickly, Keen goes down. They trade back on Impact, though.
All right.
Maybe a bright thing for Gravity. Adrian in the crosshairs. That's 2 for 0. Maybe this is the fight, but Rush answers this one back. 2 for 2. Now Saint's the target. Apollo gets shut down. It's 3 kills and Saint's still alive. Rush makes short work of that one. A 3 for 3 now. Cop cannot survive Rush. And Xiao is still pushing. He takes the turret down. He's nearly dead himself, but he survives it. And now Cop is like, block this Hanser, please?
He's going to have his ultimate very soon. Assault and batteries on a...
Root him.
0-second cooldown.
Okay.
So close!
He's going to get him!
So close!
Warrior!
Super dunk! Oh, he didn't get dunked. It wasn't a switch. They hit the backboard. It's all right. Hanser, he's going to get over to the Gromp here with a twisted. He could be chased. There it is.
Well, Hanser, you survived, but the middle inhibitor is down, and the enemy team won the fight.
Oh,
All
Rush.
right, Saint.
A new challenger approaches.
I don't know. I think Rush still has the same amount of health Saint does in this fight.
Feels like it.
Actually, you're about right.
He actually does. They're both around 1,700.
All right, they're letting 1v1. Oh, is that a 1v1?
What is this?
Keen shows up, shut down.
It's a BM.
And now Adrian on the retreat. So these fights just keep going. That is 2 play-by-plays here, Rip. We got to keep the action going. Saint Vicious now getting pushed around. Adrian ulti's going to land, meaning Apollo should claim that.
Ooh.
But the Shockwave buys more time, but not enough.
The shock bump, I like it. A little bit of a combo there. It's not enough. You're right. Keen is running out. He is empty in the tank. Cannot offer more.
Dear.
Adrian coming out of nowhere for another lockdown. The ignites there. Was the shield be enough? Nah, the Hemo Plague is going to finish that one off. Get a little dance, and go. That was nice.
Wow.
Saints got a smile on it. They kind of know their fate. And
They're
doing what they can.
24 kills in 24 minutes now for Team Impulse. They are a few minutes away, I think, from clinching their spot in the semifinals to take on
Team Solo
Mid. Now they can finally group up and take Baron. This is a playoff series. This is the final game in a playoff series for the craziness that we're seeing in these fights. Impulse is playing fast and loose the way they like it, and it is working for them.
Absolutely. Completely blindside your opponent every time you can. Another blindside, straight rolling over Bunny.
Perfect score, 10-0-0 for Xiao. Look at that.
I asked where the MVP Xiao was. I guess he brought it out.
Interestingly enough, his kill participation is still very low.
Yep.
10 of the 25 kills, still lowest in the league.
Goodbye, Saint. Ups it a little bit. Still lowest, but, you know, better off.
He's so greedy, soloing everybody by himself.
Even all of Gravity have higher kill participation. He's lowest in the entire game. Keen exploded! Xiao, can he find the game? No, an assist! Xiao got an assist in that fight. Oh, the score is broken.
13 kills is an unlucky number. He didn't want it. So they're going to continue on and try and move into the semifinals.
This is going to be it.
What a fantastic show here coming from Team Impulse. The choice of red in the third game to stay on that red side. After they lost from the red side, they persevere, they find the game. It's 3-1 in the best of 5, and Team Impulse will move on to take on Team Solo Mid in the semifinals.
All 3 of their victories in this series were fast games. Game 1 was 25 minutes.
No doubt about it.
The last game was 25 minutes as well. This team plays fast.
That's what they said they'd do at the very start when they made the team. The first half of the split, it wasn't very good. The impulses were denied a lot of the time. They didn't have the entire lineup for a little while. Yeah, but to me, actually, it was the beginning of week 5 when they played Gravity the second time. That was the game, I think, Impulse turned the corner and started closing games out fast. They've had I would say the most sub 30-minute wins of any team in the LCS. I would say that's very likely to be the case here. They crush lanes and they close the game out.
Best game Xiao has had all split as well. It's because Xiao faced was there to support him today. But take one advantage is really all these guys seem to need. Whether it comes later on in the series, whether it comes from first blood. In the first 3 games of the series, Gravity actually had the first blood, which delayed Impulse getting that advantage. But because of the level 1 in this 4th game, they just took it home so easily. They're so good at playing with the lead.
Yeah, they get the lead, they just build the lead bigger and bigger and bigger. And once they get the lead, they just take turrets down so fast. Impulse gotta feel pretty good about that series.
Very, very happy indeed. They will move on to take on Team Solo Mid. Gravity will look for next season. Yeah, it's going to be quite an break for them to figure out what to do, what went wrong, and how to patch things up, because there is still good signs of life from this team.
As far as it being a first split in the LCS, not that bad. They picked up a coach halfway through the season there with Last Shadow, so there's still more things they can do to improve. They'll have to be a summer split team. Cop had a career season. Unfortunately, it has to end like this.
Very similar teams in that sense of coaches and having a stable roster. After Impact got here, it was only 1 week, but these both very young coming teams from when they were organized to come out this strong in the split. Very, very well done for both of them.
Yeah,
still smiles on their face. They know how they play. They played well. Impact just played better.
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about Gravity. Impulse. This is a team, of course. You talk about Gravity, this is a team that almost always can keep smiles on their faces. Sure, disappointment, right? These guys never won anything. They'd really like to. They'd like to have a really good playoff finally. Yeah. But they're all friends. They get along well. Top 6 for your first time in the LCS, pretty darn good. Like, that's still, I would say, a good season for Gravity. I think better than most people expected them to do. Yeah. And you still got to give them an overall thumbs up. We'll see them in summer. They get a couple of circuit points. We'll see how they go second time around. Talk about Impulse, though. The speed at which they rose, to me, was the impressive thing.
Individually and team-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you come in, you're like, okay, MVP Xiao, Rush #1 Korean solo queue, Impact former world champion. Like, no duh, this team should be good. Yeah. And obviously, their individual skills was putting them ahead in much of their games. But the fact that they went from a 4-5 first half of the split to a 7-2 and then a 3-1 in the playoffs second half of the split here, they have risen quickly. In a month and a half, they became a top team in North America, and now they're top 4 challenging TSM for the throne.
And they're incredibly scary, right? These playoff matchups that we're getting for the next bit of these playoffs are awesome. Team Liquid, who 3-0'd CLG, going to be going up against Cloud9, a rematch there in the playoffs. Yep. And now, honestly, TSM versus Xiao. If we remember that playoff series from last year, it took TSM all 5 games to take down LMQ, and this team, even though they don't have the same standings in the regular season as LMQ had, they are a very scary team. I'd say this is a better LMQ, better team than LMQ. Right. It's definitely not the same team anymore.
A higher ceiling.
Higher ceiling. We've been saying that against Impulse the entire year. Today they defied Gravity, broke right through it. Let's see them against TSM.
They're climbing up the ladder, certainly, right? Starting out the season pretty low on and moving up here. And they can challenge the #1 team in North America to get into the finals here. That's going to be an incredibly fun match. Impulse overall, I still want to see more texture to their gameplay because they win with an early game lead. Okay, congratulations. CLG did the same thing. And then when teams caught on to them and started matching their early games, CLG started having a harder time closing games out. Team Impulse, they can close games in 25 minutes. What happens when you don't get a lead? Well, when you don't do that against Gravity, Gravity beats you in game 2 of that series.
Exactly. It's a one-dimensional team. Yeah. More so than we've seen. Rush changed his build a little bit. He's now a tank fighter jungler, and it seems to be effective. That's something that TSM can prep for. But we said at the very start of the series, how was Gravity going to prep for this Impulse team? Because there is a specific way they want to play with a fairly specific set of champions. You can still see they default back onto Leona. They had some wrinkles here with the Vladimir top lane and the Zed from Xiao. But TSM, probably the best team at preparing different strategies, really loves best of 5s. We'll see if they can exploit those weaknesses against Team Impulse, or if they're just so strong at that one play style,
that they could take TSM down that
We'll
road.
see. The last time that Impulse beat Team Solo Mid was with a like composition that they used today. It was a Morgana, Lee Sin, Graves, Leona. In the middle was Kassadin, which could be flipped out for anything that they played today, pretty much in that composition.
That's true. That was a Xiao pretty much hard carry match.
Yeah.
I remember that game now, actually, where, yeah, Xiao pretty much 1v5 team fights in about so much time that the rest of the battles went well.
Yeah. As long as they can get past the rush, I buy, therefore I am tactic, then they'll be all right.
I do really love that.
He is adapted to the tank meta. He is running Tank Vi.
His health,
Tank
armor, and
Rek'Sai.
MR are all high numbers.
I can't
Must be a
wait
tank.
for Cinderhulk Nidalee to make her appearance in the LCS.
Cinderhulk Nidalee will be next.
We actually had that last season, you know, the whole tank Nidalee build, like Triforce into like Sunfire. Like, that was a thing. Yeah, you're right. That would Tank Fizz. I guess actually, that already exists. Never mind. Keen played that, so I guess we're good.
We have a lot of alleys we could go down with that one. But right now, they are already at the analyst desk, so we're going to throw it over at Dash with 2 members of the victorious Team Impulse.
Thank you, Riv. I'm joined by Apollo and Rush here after a 3-1 there. Apollo, I'm coming to you first. You guys are now guaranteed at least top 4 here in the spring split. As a team that was put together just this season, just this split, how does it feel to come away with this victory and know that you're finishing at least that high?
I mean, especially since we had like a pretty rocky mid-season, like early season, it feels good to be top 4. I mean, I don't know if we expected it, but maybe towards like the end of the split, we're like, okay, we're feeling pretty good. We're feeling pretty confident about ourselves. So yeah, I'd say in general, it feels good.
All right, and Rush, to you, something that's been really interesting to us is that you played Vi, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, 3 champions over the 4 games. But most people think this is a tank meta, and you're playing these fighter junglers. Why are you, of all the junglers, finding success on those champions?
If I can dodge some skills with my mechanics, I don't need to play real pure tank jungler. With fighter jungler and some skills, I can do damage and be tanky both.
All right, so you're relying on your mechanics. Yes. That's quite the gamble, but I like the confidence in being able to do that. And it talk to me, Apollo, about what that allows your team to do, because most other teams are getting pigeonholed into having to adapt to the tank meta, but having a jungler who has the confidence and the ability to execute on fighter junglers actually gives you guys somewhat of an edge in pick bans by still being able to go after champions like Lee Sin.
Well, I mean, I always tell Rush to go tank jungle or like to like pick up tank jungles, and he's like, no, I'm gonna play Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and whatever he plays. But it's good. Like, I can always rely on Rush to do well, and I mean, you know, he's gonna go aggressive, and it doesn't really matter what champion he plays. It's just like it's always gonna be aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And given that aggression, Rush, we talked to you about how you wanted to approach the best-of-5 format, and you said you wanted to take it one game at a time. How was your first best-of-5 experience? How did this go for you?
Actually, the first lose make us kind feel bad or worrying about, oh, maybe we can lose. But it was still okay because we trusted ourselves and just focus on one game and one game. That was enough.
There it is. Did your coaches play a big role in that, in having the discussion after that loss and letting you refocus on the next game?
We thought even though we lost on the second match, we thought like we played better than them, but just unlucky on the dragon fight. Keen played really well on the SP fees, so we thought that we can play a game. Again, we will not lose.
You talk about individual skill, Apollo. I think people would universally agree that you are playing extraordinarily superior this split than the last time we saw you in the NALCS. What would you attribute your personal growth to between then and now? And then what is the next stage of your development? Where do you see yourself improving next?
Yeah, when I last played on Coast, I mean, there was like a lot of factors into why I didn't do so well, but it's just like, you know, over time, like I just, you know, got better. Like I just tried to work on what I needed to work on. Like I just got better at the game. And then as well as like having a good coach and having a good team, they helped me build myself as a better player as well.
We saw a lot of Sivir and Graves picks from you here. I mean, Graves has been a solid champion for you all season. Sivir, very highly prioritized here. Why is it specifically those 2 champions that you're leaning towards?
I don't know. Coach just wants me to play those champions.
All right, Coach said so, so I'm going to go for it.
I mean, like, Graves is obviously a good champion just because he's strong in the early mid game and he's really easy. Like, he's really easy, right? So we just needed a champion that can be kind of like a lane bully, can be self-sustained, doesn't really need that much jungle pressure, and that's just what it was.
All right, finally, Rush, I want to ask you about TSM next week. You guys have gotten through this quarterfinals, but you're playing the #1 seed TSM next week. How do you feel about that matchup? You guys have a 1-1 head-to-head record going into that match.
I heard that the last split, RMQ lost against TSM playoff for 2 and 3, isn't it? But I think every single players are better than RMQ players, every position except for mid. So I think we can beat them at least 3-2.
All right, okay, looking for a good series going 3-2 all the way through that. Well, gentlemen, first I have to thank you very much for joining me on the desk and congratulate you on your victory. Very solid. Now, for some final thoughts on the series, let's check in with our guys on the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Dash. We have so many more ideas that we can. No, I'm just kidding. But look, yeah, looking at that game, I like Jat's point in the beginning. Also, one that Cop made is that we should stick to Keen's champion pool, and I think that's one thing that did hurt Gravity going through that is that they actually stuck too much to one thing in Keen's champion pool, and it was the Orianna once it lost, and not giving him enough versatility when we see him doing great things on Urgot, great things on Rumble, and being able to excel.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there was a lot of strategy in those pick and ban phases, and this was not heavily variant. I mean, the fact that they kept the Twisted Fate band the entire time and never let that go through, you can always second guess pick and ban phase from the losing team, and it's very hard to argue against that. What I would say maybe the turning point of this series was for Impulse was just when they did take it one game at a time. Yeah. They stayed true to their own play style, right? They recognized what was stopping them from playing that style, and they either banned that away or picked it themselves. And I think that was the main key for them winning here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Team Impulse, they kept finding high pressure, carry potential top laners for impact of play. Morgana didn't work. Forget it. Let's go somewhere else. Go play Vlad. Go play Hecarim, right? Go have an impact on the game. Great. Okay, good. Okay, Rush, keep playing your fighter junglers to get us ahead, right? Find these champions that do good things pre-6, unlike Sejuani, unlike Nunu, sometimes unlike Nautilus. Okay, that still works, right? The fact they're playing their style, okay, they're making adaptations, whatever, but good times. And I think that as far as their picks and bans go, right, they banned the Urgot, right? They didn't let that stuff come down. They realized they didn't actually have to care about the tank junglers that St. Vicious could play, and they realized they could drop those Sejuani and Nunu bans because there was enough else going on. And so the adaptations definitely were very good by Impulse.
That was the most interesting thing for me, actually, is when they dropped the Nunu Sejuani bans, Saint didn't go for Sejuani.
Yeah.
Right? His Sejuani actually looked pretty good in the games that they did win with it. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's easy to second-guess these things. That was a surprising moment in the series, though, and really gave Impulse a lot more versatility.
Absolutely. Well, it does leave TSM and Cloud9 a little bit of homework to do on these teams now that they've seen both of them play as we head into the semifinals. And now to close out our day and preview our semifinals, let's throw it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Talking about that series, we're going to close it out here. Some great information coming from Rush there, and that he relies on his individual mechanics to allow him to play those fighter junglers where he would normally have to just be beefier and tankier to absorb them. I thought that was a pretty interesting take on this tank meta.
You know, Rush, really confident player. I think that TSM can definitely learn a lot from this match about Impulse, and that they'll be able to recognize where their strengths and weaknesses are. So I think that if Impulse are going to continue on, then they might have to, you know, switch up some of the strategy that they've brought in.
Alex, each thoughts on this series as it closes?
I think that series were pretty fun, and like I really hope it would go for the 5th game, but unlucky level 1, and it did pretty fast. As for Rush, I really like his how he sees the jungle currently. He's like, his team is asking him, "Can you go tank jungler?" He's like, "Okay, Vice tank, look, Cinderhulk." I got it.
Yeah, absolutely. He has a very interesting take on that. Now, from a ton of great plays, though, across the board and players in general, we did land on one player that stood out from the rest. Our player of the series is Rush. He contradicted the tank meta, bringing out 3 different champions with Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, and Vi. Rush was also able to take on an enemy team that was running double smite and still led his team to victory. I mean, I have to say, his playmaking, and his ability to camp lanes and recognize where he needs to put pressure is what was most impressive to me about this series.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Rush showed he has like really great knowledge of when to gank, when he can dive. I think he's definitely the best jungler at ganking, like by a long shot.
And then Alex, you mentioned you liked his mindset when it comes to the jungle. Do you think that a team like TSM can be more punishing though of his somewhat non-standard builds and aggressive play style?
I think that TSM they will go for much stronger lanes. They usually go for it. So I think that it can be punished much more because for example, if the Bjergsen will be winning as he usually does, and then when Rush goes for dive to some lane, Bjergsen will be there, and then it will be punished super hard.
All right, so we'll see if he can, establish enough cool-headedness before he goes into that game and plays overconfidently. Let's check out the bracket as it continues to fill out. Team Impulse have successfully claimed their spot in the semifinal and will face off against our #1 seed, Team Solo Mid. And in the top half of the bracket, #2 Cloud9 is set to take on the winner of our first quarterfinal, Team Liquid. All of our semifinalists are guaranteed at least 30 championship points that they will carry into the summer split. That will become incredibly important as teams look to grab one of the 3 spots to represent North America at Worlds. When we look at this bracket in general, we see Cloud9, TSM, TIP, and Team Liquid, 4 very strong teams. How do you guys see those semifinal matches playing out?
I still think it's going to be a TSM C9 finals.
All right, what about you, Alex?
I think it should be TSM versus C9 finals, and we'll see if Team Liquid can overcome the first place curse.
Do you give Impulse any chance over TSM here in their semifinal?
I think that they could take a game or two, but I don't see them winning the whole set.
All right, a lot of confidence there in TSM. Well, that's just about going to do it for us today. Remember that we will be back with more league action starting on Tuesday with the Challenger Series playoff, 2 best-of-5 battles for 3rd place. And on Wednesday, be sure to check out the finals to see which teams will take first place and claim their spots in the EU and NALCS for the upcoming summer split. A lot on the line there. We'll start in Europe with Origin taking on Copenhagen Wolves Academy. That starts at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Then plan to tune in for the North American Challenger Series with Enemy Esports taking on TDK. You can stay current on all the news from around the world with a new primetime league with a special Thursday time slot. And on Saturday, the LCS semifinals kick off in the European LCS with Fnatic versus H2K Gaming. After that, we'll move the action back to North America for Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. That will hit your streams at 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now, I want to extend a special thank you to both Poboter and Alex each for hanging out, keeping us honest today on the analyst desk, and for the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you for watching, and good night.
We're gearing up for our first game of this quarterfinal series between Team Impulse and Gravity. Oh, 3-man Shockwave impact on the side as well. Tries to bump out of that one. Onslaught of Shadows goes through.
But they do get the kill on the misposition Xiao. The fight continues. Shockwave's a few, but Rush still there for Cop.
25 minutes. Impulse going to take game 1.
No, he's going to miss the buy. Here comes the engage. 2-man knockup. First kill comes in. Second one comes in as well. Xiao pushed out. It's a 3-kill start to the fight.
Vi's dead. Get him.
I'm moving through.
Leona?
Yeah. Go left.
Train for left. I'm going in. 6.
I'm going in.
Blind.
Kill blind.
I'm blind. Gravity have tied up the series 1-1.
Okay.
Sure, Shyvana.
Okay. Shyvana. Coming. Blind.
30-second cooldown. Outside.
Okay. Thirst.
He's flash. Back.
Nice.
Deaths. I want to have the most deaths.
We got 2 minutes.
Let's go Cog,
good, right?
Zyra, Sion, Karthus.
Oh, we all just picked dying champions.
Yeah, so if we lose a team fight, we have a chance to come back, right?
There it is! He hits it, it's onto Apollo, the best possible target, but he's gonna get himself backwards. The flash engage, they actually take down St. Vicious.
Rush comes through, missing the Q. Buddy Fufu goes down. Now it's on to Saint. There's the ball breakers, all battery onto him. Rush is just like, I got both of them, don't worry. I'm gonna fight everyone by myself. Punch first, ask questions later. Adrian's gonna help with this one. And Team Impulse will move on to take on Team Solo Mid in the semifinals.